The tapestry of pagan deities intertwines, with parasitic spirits proliferating like a plague. Yet, I remain indifferent. My sole desire is to swiftly acquire 10 tons of cash. Chapter 1. The Red Signal. Occasionally, Colin would lift his gaze from the heavy stacks of paper and find himself entranced by the device resting on his desk. Overall, it resembled an arm, yet it was light and beautiful, evoking thoughts of avian bones or the wings of insects. Delicate needles rested upon a sheet of vibrant red crystal, capable of capturing the minutest tremors of the crystal at a rate of 20 times per second. The mechanical transmission apparatus connected to it operated with the precision of a clock, amplifying the tremors and relaying them to a slender charcoal pencil, which inscribed corresponding traces upon the paper. This was the most efficient means of communication in this world, known in certain circles as the red signal. Its principles were akin to that of telegraphs from a previous life, yet these crystals exhibited 5 distinct tremor forms, rendering them significantly more effective than telegraphs. Another message had arrived. The faint sound of metal tapping echoed as countless gears and springs engaged in unison. The paper was drawn forth, and the charcoal pencil traced discontinuous zigzag lines with a rustling sound. Colin absent-mindedly observed the crystal. Its vibrations were imperceptible to the naked EYET times. Observers might believe they heard a faint humming, but that was merely an illusion. At this moment, somewhere in the world, an unknown telegrapher was inputting the client's message into another red signal device via 5 mechanical keys, drawing forth the tremors of yet another crystal. Regardless of the distance between the 2 crystal sheets, resonance would occur, faithfully transmitting the message, even in the absence of any medium. Colin's task was to transcribe the zigzag lines produced by this instrument into corresponding text. This was a laborious and meticulous endeavor, yet it was the condition under which the St. One Academy permitted him to audit classes. The red signal apparatus operated incessantly, with paper continuously accumulating, causing considerable frustration. Except for the letterheads and a few public documents, the vast majority of the content of the red signals consisted of jumbled letters. The clients had long since encrypted the content into irregular codes, rendering Colin's work even more tedious. In several corners of the room, lamps were arranged with unusual density. Colin did not know their formal name, but understood they were instruments used to detect the transformation and annihilation of spiritual essence. Telegraphers who could secure positions here had undergone rigorous screening through recommendations and spiritual essence rejection tests, ensuring their lineage was unblemished, and that they possessed no potential to become sorcerers. However, in this world filled with uncertainties and unknowns, does anything truly exist that is infallible? His right hand continued to record numbly, the act of transcribing these zigzag lines having become instinctual. Colin's pupils gradually lost their focus. The combinations of letters no longer held meaning in his eyes, becoming mere arrangements of lines, akin to some form of artwork. "Colin, you've worked hard." Someone tapped his shoulder from behind, jolting Colin from his reverie. After a moment of confusion, he recognized the face of the man behind him. Heine? One of the overseers present, and also the one who had recommended him. "That'll be all for today. Both time and quantity are sufficient." Colin rose from his seat and stepped aside as Heine proceeded to inspect his desk and clothing, while another overseer observed from a short distance away. Colin stretched his shoulders and arms slightly, casting a glance around the telegraph office and the 6 desks. Other telegraphers were engrossed in transcribing the encrypted letters. "Past, everything is normal," Heine stated after a meticulous examination. Confirming that there were no tracing papers or documents on the desk or on Colin, there was little to worry about. After all, the telegraphers transcribed under supervision, and the messages were all lengthy and irregularly coded. Colin glanced at the clock. It was 7:32 p.m. "Apologies, it's merely a formality," Heine said with a hint of regret. "I understand." Yet, Heine seemed to have more to say, weighing his words carefully. "How is your teacher faring lately?" "He's doing all right. At least his spirits have improved somewhat." Heine managed a faint smile, patting Colin on the shoulder. Heine had been a student of Colin's uncle and held great respect for him, which led to his attentive care for Colin, who had been adopted. It was also through Heine's negotiations with the Academy that Colin had obtained the opportunity to audit classes and secured a stipend to support his household. Although Colin's current actions seemed to somewhat betray Heine's trust. "There's one more thing," though it's not of great consequence. Heine spoke lightly, causing Colin's heart to tighten slightly. I've heard some rumors. Are you still associating with members of those gangs? Colin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to bring up this matter. I lived there for a time, so I have a few old friends, Colin replied. The academy typically did not concern itself with the personal lives of telegraphers. After all, regardless of their intentions, it was unlikely that telegraphers would leak any messages. They are, after all, not exactly reputable. Don't take it too seriously. I'm not saying this in my capacity as an overseer, Heine cautioned. I'm aware of my teacher's situation. To maintain that level of expenditure, you have no choice but to engage in some less than savory endeavors. But there's truly no need to shoulder it all alone. He has done me a favor. I wouldn't begrudge him anything. Colin smiled. Very well. If the need arises, I won't hold back. Heine nodded. Thank you. Please send my regard to him. That I will, Colin said. And I wish you well. As Colin donned his hat and coat, he exited the telegraph office, the evening glow just fading away. The St. One Academy resembled a more closed-off version of a university from a past life, reportedly governed directly by a high-ranking religious order. Although Colin was granted an exception to audit classes, only a few secular courses for lower grades were available to him, barely worth mentioning. Even Heine's expectations for Colin were limited to acquiring a skill to earn a living, securing a respectable position among ordinary people. Having inexplicably been born into this world, 22 years had passed. Given his previous life's temperament, it was unsurprising that he would lead a rather mundane second life. It might even be considered a better choice. Regrettably, this was destined to remain unrealized. The memories from ages 7 to 12 were comprised of disjointed and nonsensical images, with the sequence and relationships of events tangled into a knot. He could vaguely ascertain that this was not an issue of his own making, but rather that someone had tampered with those memories. He was unaware of how his memories had been corrupted. The only certainty was that it was related to the extraordinary. However, after that, no further clues related to those memories could be found, nor any opportunities to approach the extraordinary. It was only upon reuniting with his uncle, receiving Heine's recommendation, and entering the telegraph office that he found himself in his current position. Thus, Colin now lived a dual life. A telegrapher in the Academy's confidential office and a member of a clandestine gang. These two identities were mutually burdensome, yet both were essential for Colin. For only through the Academy's confidential telegraph office could he access the means to resolve his problems, and only within the underground world of Nanshida could he swiftly procure the funding necessary to implement those solutions. Lost in aimless contemplation, Colin departed the Academy. After wandering through narrow alleys for a while, ensuring he was not being followed, he entered another main street. He hailed a carriage, uttering a place name. The driver glanced at him without further comment. Two aged horses snorted and began to trot southward with urgency. Colin pulled aside the carriage window, where the female moon and the child moon hung low in the northeastern sky. The gas lamp's light was diffused by steam spewing from underground pipes, illuminating only the cobblestone road, while the elegant buildings along the street were swallowed by the darkness, becoming sharp silhouettes. Beyond South 4th Street and Stott, the residents were predominantly immigrants from Sinceri. The carriage came to a halt before the As Inn, a place renowned for offering overnight accommodations for merely 20 or 30 as, often serving as the initial refuge for the people of Sinceri upon their arrival in the heartland of the Alliance. After settling the fare, I entered the second floor through the rear door, where the corridor was filled with a cacophony of sounds. The walls here were scarcely thicker than matchsticks, the rooms smaller than restrooms, and the scuttling bedbugs no longer seemed to harbor any fear. Colin pushed open a door. Beneath the dim glow of a kerosene lamp, visibility was nearly non-existent, save for the gleaming revolver aimed squarely at him. Chapter 2. The scabbed gunman bore no genuine intent to kill, yet Colin raised his hands nonetheless. Ricardo, do you still need to sleep with that gun? He remarked casually, nudging the door shut with his elbow. The clamor from the room persisted, with someone next door seemingly admonishing their daughter. The sounds of sobbing and the rhythmic cadence of the Sicilian dialect were unmistakable, evoking the image of a quivering uvula. The noise rendered the space even more constricted. While the gunman remained silent in the shadows, Colin mused that he had finally learned to be vigilant and cautious. This thought brought him a bittersweet sense of comfort. Someone had orchestrated this encounter. The gunman had just been released from prison that afternoon, having journeyed from a remote penitentiary farm. and should arrive in the city within 3 hours. Where did you acquire that gun right after your release? Did you stash it away before? Colin inquired. Ricardo Colangelo was a gun aficionado. While most people were cautious about carrying firearms, he rarely went without one. He had been imprisoned for 2 years after being arrested for carrying a weapon during an event. Colin Deloso, Ricardo began, needing to ascertain something. Are you involved in that affair? The incident that led to his arrest 2 years prior had been orchestrated by Colin. Someone had leaked information. Yet only Ricardo had been apprehended. The detectives had attempted to extract more names from him, but he had withstood the lengthy interrogation. Despite his resolute demeanor during questioning, doubts lingered in his mind. Matters between allies must be clarified without ambiguity, as dictated by the Sicilian Code. But Colin fixed his gaze on Ricardo's eyes. Perceiving the lack of murderous intent within, do you expect me to simply put down my gun the moment I utter irrelevant? Ricardo's so-called inquiry was merely a search for the answer he had already predetermined in his heart. For 2 years, he had wished to shed the burden of doubting his closest friend. Colin stepped closer to the gun's muzzle. I did not betray you. But would you believe me if I said so? Maintaining a healthy suspicion towards everyone is essential for survival in this line of work. Do not so easily relinquish your weapon, Ricardo. Had the informant been discovered? Thus, Ricardo clenched his teeth, determined to seek the truth himself. Within a few days, Luca would have exposed him as a traitor, leading to a death devoid of dignity. How could he be certain of the betrayal? They had uncovered his payments from the detectives and also identified the informants within the police department. Aside from you and Luca, who else has examined this evidence? The big boss Don Maurizio Caruso of the Five Hands. The informant was publicly executed during the Five Hands meeting. Silence ensued as Ricardo scrutinized the narrative for completeness and pondered the means of verification. Ultimately, he lowered his gun and took a step forward, revealing his face from the shadows. Ricardo's brown curls had been shorn to resemble those of a prisoner, rendering him somewhat unrecognizable to Colin. He wore tattered clothing, indicating he had not even considered tidying himself up. Tears glistened in his eyes, his expression a disheveled wreck. You know, Colin, the last thing I want to do is doubt you. Yet, throughout these 2 long years, within those walls, I heard nothing. Ricardo's voice faltered. During his imprisonment, Luca had arranged for a lawyer to avoid any suspicion, but forbade anyone from visiting him. Meanwhile, his parents, who owned a fruit and vegetable shop, were too heartbroken to lift their heads, treating him as though he were dead. Colin placed a hand on his shoulder, caressing his cheek gently, and whispered, There will be no more such occurrences. I am not the patriarch, but I can assure you of that. Colin urged Ricardo to tidy himself up and listened as he recounted the experiences of his 2 years inside. Before his incarceration, he had been lean and robust. But upon his release, he appeared gaunt and worn. Colin understood that the ordeal had not been as simple as Ricardo described. Despite their 2-year separation, it was clear neither had changed significantly, which lightened their spirits somewhat. 10 years prior, Colin had been a mere child, having yet to recognize his Uncle Craig. He had just arrived in the city, surviving on the charity of the church in a place better described as a graveyard than a shelter for the living. It was there that he met Ricardo and his family. They were hired to burn down newsstands, steal from women who failed to guard their purses, and rob inebriated patrons. Their crimes were trivial. Children, devoid of supervision and means, were rampant. The small gangs occasionally clashed, but Colin's group, lacking adult support, found themselves on the losing end time and again. Yet they persevered, resilient as a scab that thrives in the absence of sunlight. Half an hour later, Colin procured some decent clothing for Ricardo. Once he was suitably attired, the two departed the inn. They awaited a carriage at a prearranged location. So, are you still working at the seminary across in the old town? Ricardo asked. Ah, yes, Colin replied. For them, a superficial job served as an excellent cover, minimizing suspicion and favoring bail. Moreover, diligent work was a testament to one's reliability. It seems you could leave any time, Ricardo remarked. Some even referred to this as a baptism, foolishly romantic in its naivety. So, what is the situation in Sandstadt now? Ricardo resumed his pre-incarceration assertiveness. There is good news and bad news, Colin replied. Navio. The brain has passed away from gout. Luca has taken his place among the Five Hands. The Five Hands was a council composed of the 5 most powerful Sicilian factions, sometimes referred to as families, though they were not bound by blood. The term family denoted those who bled together, implying a bond akin to kinship among comrades. The Sicilian populace remained perpetually distrustful of any king. Thus the Five Hands effectively managed all Sicilian communities. Their power was immense. Some even humorously dubbed Don Maurizio Caruso's residence the true mayor's office of Sandstadt. Unsurprisingly, shock registered on Ricardo's face. Colin understood his feelings quite well. Luca Cestallo was the leader to whom their gang was affiliated. A refugee who had arrived in Stadt roughly a decade ago, he had quickly risen to prominence. Yet in their memories, he remained a gentle figure of humble origins. Who could have imagined that Luca would elevate his faction to become one of the five hands in such a short span? The bad news is that you'll have to start working immediately upon your release, Colin chuckled. You need to familiarize yourself with the new business. It shouldn't be too taxing. And there's one last thing. I'm sure you've heard some whispers inside. What do you mean? Colin averted his gaze, as if peering through the heavy curtains of the carriage towards some distant realm. The alliance is set to prohibit alcohol, he uttered, delivering the statement as if it were an announcement. The carriage began to jostle, likely traversing the gravel paths of the outskirts. The thick curtains obscured all visibility outside, leaving them unaware of their destination. Colin glanced at his watch, 21 o'clock. This world also adhered to a 24-hour system. Yet Colin felt that a second here lasted longer than in his past life, though he had no means of verification. We should be arriving shortly. Colin subtly signaled to Ricardo to rise. He opened the hidden compartment beneath the seat, retrieving its contents, 2 daggers and 2 handguns that felt slightly heavy in his grasp. Chapter 3. The Villa. Sometimes, violence is a necessary commodity. This does not merely refer to violence used for harm or defense, which certainly holds its significance. But it is insufficient to forge enduring relationships. Somewhere, there must be an entity providing a terrifying tableau to ensure that trust and contracts can be established. The goddess of justice and order, Naoki T, often appears blindfolded. In one hand, she wields a sword, while the other clutches a scale. Yet, without that sword, all is rendered meaningless. Many individuals and organizations subsist by peddling this form of violence, even if, more often than not, the sword never truly falls. As long as they can conjure a semblance of intimidation, perhaps that is sufficient. In the temporarily inaccessible Southstart, the most vital commodity of the five hands is precisely this violence, akin to that in the Barons and Sheely. The cobblestone path culminated at a rather grand villa, one of the properties owned by the agricultural magnate, Benjamin Judith. Colin and Ricardo alighted from the carriage. Colin instinctively attempted to lower his hat brim, only to realize that such an action in the night was rather foolish. The two men had yet to acclimate to the atmosphere, appearing as if they had just arrived in the city from the countryside. Benjamin's female secretary awaited them by the ebony door, her professionally styled wavy bob hinting at a modicum of displeasure. Anyone obliged to attend to business matters at 9 o'clock at night would likely be in a foul mood. Upon entering the villa, the porch and hall were aglow with electric lights. These were not illuminated by tungsten filaments, hence not significantly brighter than gas lamps. To Colin, the illumination felt rather meager, while Ricardo seemed to find it refreshingly novel. With the power grid in Stadt yet to be established, it was likely that the villa's owner had installed a generator. The two were made to wait outside Benjamin's study. Incense wafted through the air, and the floor was adorned with plush ottoman carpets that invited one's toes to sink deeply. Colin caressed the velvet of the chair, noting that every surface within this space seemed to be enveloped in soft fabric. The door to the study remained closed for an extended period, until at last Benjamin's voice echoed from within, "Let those 2 children in." Children, Colin mused. He could see us and referred to us as children. Benjamin, clad in a robe, sat behind his antiquated desk, where a half-consumed bottle of wine and an open book lay. He deliberately kept them waiting, unashamedly so. As an evident provocation, a man in a shirt and suspenders stood behind Benjamin, but Colin only glanced at him briefly upon entering, thereafter ignoring him entirely. Colin took a seat, while Ricardo stood beside him. Benjamin appeared somewhat perplexed by the situation, akin to a professional chess player bewildered by an amateur's unexpected move. "So, you are the Luca?" Benjamin inquired. "Only his representative," Colin replied. Benjamin nodded, pushing a tray containing a bottle of brandy and glasses toward Colin. "Help yourself, drink a little, but not too much." Colin poured a glass each for himself and Ricardo, but refrained from drinking, instead watching the light refract through the clear liquid. "You must have encountered Mr. Luca Cestallo at Capello's funeral. He greeted everyone," Colin remarked. "Is that so?" "Regrettably, I have no recollection of it," Benjamin replied. "You will be doing business with him in the future," Colin noted, "as he will handle some matters for the Produce Monopoly Guild." Benjamin squinted, sipping the liquor slowly. "To speak frankly, I do not believe he is suited for that position, and I mean no disrespect. Why? We prefer to engage with those we know. Yet here, no one knows him, and he does not understand us. Then who do you believe is suitable?" Benjamin chuckled. disregarding the trap within Colin's words. I merely moved to the villa to vacation. What brings you two here? Mr. Luca, he wishes to transform you into a signal, Colin said abruptly. What do you mean? Colin fixed his gaze upon him, causing Benjamin to pause his drinking instinctively. We were simply sent to understand the business. Such as the reasons behind your price adjustments? Ah, Benjamin replied casually. So many wineries have been shut down. Goods are rotting in warehouses. It is impossible for prices to remain static. You did not communicate with the guild, violating the agreement. I have heard that many of the insect laborers in the Norton upstream valley have perished, and this year's harvest has not been particularly bountiful. That has nothing to do with it, Benjamin firmly denied, yet it felt as though something had pricked at him. Why not spend a few more days understanding this industry and our working habits? Reality is always complex. It is never as simple as it appears to outsiders. We are willing to understand, Colin replied. You may begin speaking now. I shall listen intently. You have misunderstood my meaning, child. No, I comprehend perfectly. Colin leaned forward in his seat, producing several bullets from his pocket and placing them on the table, followed by a gun. Akin to a servant arranging cutlery before a banquet, the man behind Benjamin immediately drew his weapon, aiming it at Colin, only for Ricardo to swiftly produce his own firearm, directing it at the man. Enough, enough. Benjamin raised his hands. Must negotiations always descend into this? Is this some form of greeting? Everyone, lower your weapons. Business is merely business. Benjamin believed that any negotiation and discussion hinge upon maintaining a semblance of a bottom line. To continue negotiations, one must leave room for maneuver. Thus, while he feared guns, he firmly believed that their presence at the negotiation table served merely as a deterrent to enhance one's bargaining position. Pulling the trigger would only strip that significance away. I visited the guild chairman yesterday. Indeed, Benjamin's back glistened with a sheen of sweat. You possess a fine home. With such an array of decor, I imagine it required considerable effort. Is that your child in the frame? Benjamin seemed taken aback by Colin's audacity, perhaps slightly shaken from his delusion of omnipotence. Well, what does Luca wish from you? Money? You ought to pack your belongings. Regrettably, time is short, and much must be left behind. What do you mean? Nevio Capello has been incapacitated by gout these past years, unable to manage affairs, and you, coming from the heart of the alliance, likely remain unaware of the Zinchili way of conducting business. Colin opened the cylinder of his revolver, leisurely loading bullets as he spoke. Now, take your child, select your most vital belongings, but do not take too much. The horse cannot endure it. Depart westward and catch the train from Nadaro before dawn. Perhaps you may still make it. You wish for me to abandon everything in this city? Benjamin was bewildered. What benefit does this hold for Luca? On paper, none. Let me remain here to manage my business, and Luca will gain a greater share. I admit I have violated the agreement. You have one. Or does he seek equity? Take it if you wish. I have already capitulated. What more could you gain by driving me away? Do you not wish to take your child with you? Perhaps you all might yet live, Colin asked, a hint of melancholy in his tone as he glanced at his watch. Do you even know how to negotiate? Do not impose your intimidation tactics upon me. Do you know how to set conditions? Well, you see this gun? Benjamin scoffed. So, I say do not resort to such tactics. Do you know whom I associate with? As long as it rang, you were dead. Ricardo let out a startled cry at the sound of gunfire. Benjamin collapsed onto the desk, blood seeping between the pages of the book. Though the atmosphere had been tense moments ago, wasn't it merely a night to discuss business? Yet, there lay the lifeless body across the table. Colin's movements were swift. The man clad in a shirt and suspenders had no time to react. Everything came to an abrupt end. Your employer is deceased. Blood pooled beneath the wine glass, staining the clear crystal a deep crimson. Colin raised it to his lips and drank it down. He still did not glance at the bodyguard, casually remarking, Are you certain you wish to fire upon the five-handed? Chapter 4. Light from a young age. Ricardo had grown accustomed to pointing guns at others and had heard the echoes of gunfire, yet he had never actually shot anyone. The scene before him struck his eyes with brutal clarity. One moment filled with casual greetings and business discussions he barely comprehended. The next moment a sudden, irrevocable death. Even the confrontations among gangsters in warehouses lacked such starkness, for the outcome was not determined here. Colin remarked that Luca intended to send a signal using Benjamin, which meant he was fated to die the previous night. A signal? Luca sought to convey that he was not the sort of lethargic old man like Capello. He was keenly observant and occasionally rash in his actions. This assertion would only hold weight if it were sealed with Benjamin's blood, rendering it believable. Perhaps Capello's lack of presence as a predecessor led Benjamin to underestimate the Monopoly Guild. aiming to exploit the opportunity presented by the distillery's closure to crush the remaining suppliers with abnormally low prices, thereby swallowing the entire market. However, akin to other industries within the sensory community, the members of the Fruit and Vegetable Monopoly Guild were also safeguarded by the Five Hands. They contributed a portion of their profits as dues to ensure mutual non-competition among members, controlling sales to maintain prices, thus securing greater profits. In other words, merchants employed thugs to stabilize the market, establishing a vast gray order through contracts. This arrangement clearly contradicted antitrust laws, but regrettably, such legislation had yet to be enacted in this world. After Benjamin's demise, even his bodyguards hesitated to draw their weapons. Colin discovered some identification on him, revealing his address, along with a family photograph from his wallet. Colin waved the photo at him, remarking that it was fortunate he had brought these. Otherwise, another life would have been lost. He felt a slight relief, for if no leverage could be found to control this man, death would be the only solution. The bodyguard's appearance was an unexpected turn. Perhaps Benjamin had felt unsafe at the last moment. As for the secretary, her background had long been thoroughly investigated, and others would handle her affairs. Provided she complied with the reassurances, no further harm would come to anyone. Aside from Benjamin, no one else suffered in this incident, regrettably. This sole victim could no longer voice his plight. As for the child, one could only hope that the young boy had not been roused by the gunshot, allowing him to dream sweetly, sleeping soundly until dawn, oblivious to the horrors around him. Colin wiped away the blood at the scene and, along with Ricardo, heaved the body onto the cart as they commenced their journey home. Once the sequence of events was clarified, Ricardo asked with confusion, "Then why did you alert him to take his belongings and leave?" "I lost my mind," Colin replied nonchalantly, amidst the intricate interplay of interests. Perhaps there was no way to avert bloodshed. Even Benjamin could not have simply capitulated. After a moment of silence, Ricardo inquired, "Have you been engaged in such dealings all these years? Alone?" Benjamin's corpse lay opposite them, swaying with the cart's bumps, as if merely in slumber. "What else? Do you think our status would rise so swiftly otherwise?" With no other place to go, Colin instructed the cart to stop before his parents' home. Observing the light spilling from the upper windows, Ricardo nervously adjusted his clothing, attempting to present himself more respectably. As he disembarked, Colin scrutinized his silhouette before calling out to him, tossing his wide-brimmed hat in his direction to conceal his disheveled appearance. Half an hour later, after bidding farewell to the driver, the cart, still carrying the body, departed briskly towards its destination for disposal. Turning the key, Colin cautiously opened the door just a crack to peer inside. The house was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, to prevent moonlight from seeping in. Colin swiftly squeezed through the door and shut it behind him. In the hallway and foyer, thick curtains cloaked all the windows, effectively blocking out all light, plunging the space into near-total darkness. No lamps, no candles. In this three-story residence, only two sources of illumination existed, a kerosene lamp in Colin's bedroom and a specialized lamp that his uncle always carried. Colin had long since learned to adapt to the darkness. He measured distances with steady steps, though his eyes beheld naught, it posed little inconvenience. Sounds emanated from the kitchen, indicating his uncle was already awake, as his schedule was erratic. Colin gradually approached the tightly shut kitchen door, subconsciously pondering why it had to be at this moment. He placed his hand on the crystal handle but hesitated. Was it guilt that held him back, or an inexplicable surge of fear? As if sensing footsteps, his uncle's voice emerged from the kitchen. Colin responded, turning the doorknob. The room's blood-red light poured forth. This had originally been an ordinary kitchen, yet the suffocating crimson glow transformed everything's appearance. His uncle stood before the stove, cooking something without turning to acknowledge Colin, saying, "Sit down. I'll prepare a portion for you as well. It will be ready shortly." The kitchen windows were also draped with several layers of fabric. In an era where exhaust was expelled solely through chimneys, the black cloth had become exceedingly greasy, yet its light-blocking effect seemed to have improved. The stove featured gas burners, requiring the insertion of coins into a meter to operate. It had been modified by his uncle, who welded a sealed iron frame around it, with a conduit leading to an unknown destination. This design allowed pots to be placed atop while preventing flames from escaping below, ensuring sufficient oxygen for the fire to remain lit. Regardless of whether these modifications were crude or unsightly, they at least enabled him to cook for himself. Colin sat at the dining table, gazing at the lamp beside his uncle, which radiated an alluring crimson light. This source of illumination, known as redstone, was a crystalline substance formed during the decay of ether, emitting light upon evaporation. Ether remained imperceptible to any senses, yet it was omnipresent. Spiritual essence transmitted through ether. Redstone retained certain characteristics of ether, serving as a conduit to draw spiritual essence from the ethereal realm into reality. In the reporting office where Colin worked, the vibrant red crystals on the instruments were essentially redstone, albeit of a lower grade, incapable of capturing precise resonance. Redstone was priced at approximately 25 orbs per ounce, roughly half the cost of gold. Furthermore, redstone was strictly regulated as a strategic resource, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire under normal circumstances. A piece of redstone could be used for an extended period, naturally losing its potency due to evaporation. Utilizing redstone solely for illumination was an unheard of practice. His uncle, named Craig Delazzo, had once been honored by Duke Edmund for his achievements in ethereal biology, hailed as a hero of the current generation at the St. One Academy. However, shortly thereafter, he developed a peculiar eye ailment, rendering him capable of perceiving only the faint light emitted by redstone during its evaporation. His uncle approached with a plate, placing Colin's portion before him, hard bread drizzled with syrup, fried cassava, and sweet potatoes. His uncle's meals consisted solely of hard bread and root vegetables, chosen for their ease of preservation. Colin silently began to eat, the kitchen filled with the sound of clinking utensils. After a moment, Craig inquired, "Have you been involved in those activities again?" Colin fell silent. Indeed, 7 years ago. It was due to Colin being recorded at the police station for certain matters that Craig was able to locate this relative. Born in a foreign land and having fled to the streets of Stad in his youth, "I care not for who else may have been slain, nor shall I morally condemn you," Craig stated. "I merely fear that one day you may inflict harm upon yourself." From the very moment Colin was welcomed into this household, Craig appeared to endeavor to impart an obvious lesson in his eyes, that violence is invariably an action whose costs far outweigh its benefits. Unless one can accomplish it solely with paper and pen, establishing rules and delegating others to act. If Colin were merely one to charge forth, it would be best to avoid such matters altogether. Craig found himself unable to continue his work, yet he consumed 4 ounces of redstone each month, which, at the very least, cost 100 aurei at market price, depleting his savings over the years. Should Colin confine himself to the newspaper office, his daily earnings would barely amount to 2 aurei, insufficient to cover Craig's expenses. Craig likely harbored a sense of guilt, since the necessity for financial support arose. His reproaches towards his nephew's extra-legal endeavors diminished, replaced by a profound sense of regret and an increasingly fervent focus on his own research. Colin, however, held no expectations regarding this. Chapter 5. Deciphering the code. Colin could neither fathom nor comprehend the world Craig must have perceived after succumbing to his ocular affliction. According to Heine, certain symptoms manifested gradually. During one lecture, Craig inexplicably uttered, "Who is there?" Heine, still a student at the time, assumed Craig was merely indulging in his usual antics, jesting about perceiving ethereal beings and vividly recounting their peculiarities. However, that time, the conversation did not progress further. As the students turned to each other in confusion, Craig nonchalantly diverted the topic. Perhaps it was from that moment that specific transformations began to unfold. He increasingly drifted into distraction, at times failing to discern the faces of his students even when they were close, instinctively raising objects to obstruct light from certain angles, and in a sudden panic, dropping his books to the floor. Many attested to having witnessed him murmuring to an empty corner, his words fragmented and incoherent. Yet, Heine insisted these were mere fabrications, concocted by those eager to witness Craig's descent into madness, thus absolving their own mediocrity. Those individuals, despite having obtained their degrees, remained as naive and obstinate as the unenlightened masses of the pre-Saint King era, firmly believing that probing too deeply into the ethereal realm would result in the loss of one's rationality, finding solace in their ignorance. The monumental achievements cultivated by the Alliance scholars over the past few centuries had long demonstrated that reason could conquer all. Nevertheless, Craig's eye ailment was peculiarly unprecedented. In a world where gap lights had yet to be invented, ophthalmologists were unable to discern the internal symptoms afflicting their patients' eyes. All examinations ultimately yielded inconclusive results, leaving others to glean insights solely from Craig's own accounts of the visions he experienced post-mutation. Those lights morphed into writhing colors, consuming me. I find it impossible to articulate those hues and lines, as no existing vocabulary or entities provide any semblance of comparison. Needles, whirlpools, dense voids. He could only employ these ambiguous and unclear terms in an attempt to depict what he had witnessed. Merely a few months later, Craig became incapable of leaving his abode, enveloping both himself and his surroundings in black cloth. He recounted time and again that only the light of the red stone was pure and harmless, capable of bestowing stability upon things. Scattered throughout his bedroom were numerous red stones, bathing him in a crimson glow akin to blood. He had endeavored to transcribe his visions, but ultimately lost control and incinerated all his manuscripts. From that point onward, he forbade anyone from mentioning the matter. After a simple meal, Colin tidied the tableware and watched as Craig closed his door, inexplicably feeling a sense of relief. Upon returning to his own chamber, he struck a match in the darkness, igniting the solitary kerosene lamp within the house. The room appeared particularly disheveled, especially with discarded scraps of paper strewn haphazardly across the table. This room possessed the only window unshrouded by fabric, allowing a glimpse of the night outside. The crescent moon was perfectly positioned in the direction of the window. Now, there was a matter of utmost importance to attend to. Clearing away the clutter on the table, he spread out a fresh sheet of paper. With an ink pen in his right hand, Colin's pupils were vacant, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he began to write, recording without pause. The letters inscribed upon the paper appeared seemingly random and chaotic. This was indeed a confidential document transmitted by the St. One Academy, which Colin had managed to capture through some means. Of course, it was impossible to achieve this solely through memory. Approximately 6 years prior, he discovered that whenever he immersed himself in consciousness, he could perceive the existence of certain particles. Colin even felt a sense of nostalgic familiarity regarding this phenomenon. During the initial years, he could not ascertain their nature. Only after successfully eavesdropping on the Academy's correspondence for several months did he begin to suspect that those particles represented the essence of life. They could be regarded as a form of biospiritual essence, and indeed, some mystical factions employed it as fuel for rituals. However, Colin's situation was exceedingly peculiar. Typically, those capable of sensing the essence of life could also perceive it in various other forms within the ether, as long as the existence of these particles was acknowledged. Some connection would be established, enabling profound energies to flow through the body into reality, thus eluding the Academy's detection of spiritual essence rejection. Yet, Colin, being an anomaly, had been artificially severed from this connection, rendering him an exception to the norm. This did not imply, however, that he had circumvented the Academy's defenses. For even if he could wield the essence of life as a catalyst for spellcasting, the transformation of spiritual essence would still occur, eventually being detected by the lamps in the reporting room. Moreover, Colin had yet to encounter any practical spells. However, the Academy appeared to be ensnared in a particular misconception, as recording did not necessarily rely on cumbersome spells. Although it remained uncertain whether all extraordinary beings could achieve this, after some rudimentary practice, he discovered he could manipulate those particles with remarkable precision, stabilizing their positions. This indicated that through the relative positioning of two particles, specific letters could be expressed and arranged in an orderly fashion. Though somewhat taxing, textual information was thus recorded without any physical medium. Throughout this process, no transformation or annihilation of spiritual essence occurred. Therefore, by gradually encoding these particles, he could effectively become a human USB drive. As fatigue began to envelop his mind, he paused to rest before once more attuning himself to the particles within his consciousness. He needed to document several additional confidential texts before they drifted into obscurity. Naturally, Colin only tracked a handful of cinders of particular interest. By pilfering materials from the reporting room in this manner, he could garner around 40,000 letters daily. However, merely obtaining these letters did not breach the Academy's defenses. After all, these letters were encrypted. Without knowledge of the decryption method, they were merely a jumble of incomprehensible symbols. Yet, perhaps considering that the resonance of the red letter device itself would not be overheard, the encryption of these messages was primarily intended to thwart ordinary couriers. Additionally, due to the convenience of encryption and decryption processes, most senders opted against overly complex codes, becoming lax in their vigilance, and often failing to change their encryption methods for extended periods. Single-letter or multi-letter substitution ciphers were commonly employed. A simple example being the substitution of the first letter for the third and the fifth for the second in a random order, thereby concealing the original meaning of the text. Such methods were prevalent in general correspondence between the academies. Colin had previously read about techniques to dismantle these codes, the frequency analysis method. For alphabetic texts, the overall frequency of each letter's occurrence is determined, allowing one to infer which letter has been substituted based on its frequency. The remainder is merely a word puzzle. given sufficient text volume. Frequency analysis can effectively dismantle single-letter substitution ciphers. If one is familiar with the phonetic structure of that language, the rules of word formation, and certain distinct vocabulary, it is possible to decipher the original text with only a small sample. These letters were vital research materials for the upper echelons of the Academy concerning the extraordinary, the ether, the ethereal realm, and the unknowable entities beyond the triple veil. Chapter 6. Barriers within the Alliance. All matters associated with the extraordinary and the arcane are rigorously isolated. Contemporary commoners glean the existence of sorcerers from a plethora of absurd and fantastical legends. Yet they are utterly incapable of discerning truth from fiction. Those who possess the authority to wield supernatural powers are predominantly under the stringent control of the Alliance's authorities and the religious orders. Should an individual be proven guilty of disseminating or misusing sorcery, they face immediate execution without exception. Although these two charges have been tightly constrained since the era of the terrifying hunts 120 years ago, unofficial magicians have retreated into the shadows, perpetuating their doctrines in obscurity, far from the reach of the average citizen, particularly within the Alliance. Nearly all materials that could elevate a person to the realm of the extraordinary have been hoarded and sealed by various organizations, prohibiting any form of reproduction or dissemination. The exorbitantly costly red cipher is extensively employed across numerous divine academies to mitigate the risks of material leakage. Such isolationist measures have given rise to an array of peculiar rumors among the populace, many of which are still recounted today. It is said that certain particularly extreme clerics forge the most renowned grimoires using lethal ink and peddle them in the black market. Those enamored with the extraordinary yet ignorant often squander vast sums of money on these tomes, only to discover, upon turning to the first page, a chilling message at the bottom: "You have died," leading to their immediate demise by poisoning. Numerous similar tales, alongside the terrifying depictions of the ethereal realm found in rural superstitions, have instilled a profound sense of dread towards any magical artifacts of unknown origin. Yet, none of this could quench Colin's fervent thirst for the extraordinary. After 2 years of relentless endeavor, he finally stabilized his method of recording letter contents with the abundance of life, gradually expanding his capacity. However, the letters were inscribed in Anha language and encrypted, rendering them as incomprehensible as celestial scripts to someone born in Zinsalai, unfamiliar with Anha. Yet, this did not deter him from meticulously deciphering them bit by bit. He spent countless nights memorizing common vocabulary in Anha until he became as familiar with its morphology as he was with his mother tongue. When he successfully deciphered his first letter, a mere inventory of experimental materials related to the extraordinary, tears streamed down his face. The barrier had been breached. Although it was not without its coincidences and serendipities, the moment of this breakthrough occurred 4 years ago, as if a brand new path unfurled before him. Logically, this should have been the case, yet reality proved to be utterly unreasonable. For long years later, Colin still had not acquired any actionable magic. Seeking relevant information that could serve as an entry point for ordinary individuals amidst the high-level exchanges between divine academies was akin to reconstructing elementary textbooks from doctoral dissertations. Fortunately, the headers of these documents were explicit, allowing him to purposefully record 1 or 2 relatively complete materials each time. Nonetheless, even under similar word counts, the completeness and systematic nature of the information they provided paled in comparison to that of a comprehensive book on a specific field. According to Craigie, sorcery was merely a minuscule fragment of that world. Most of the content within these materials consisted of foundational theories, without knowledge of the disciplinary background and associated contexts. The discussions within these materials were rife with ambiguity and confusion for Colin. Identical terms across 2 documents represented entirely different concepts, while the same concept was described as unrelated characteristics in different domains. Etheric stress theory, mirror resonance law, pagan deity genealogy examination, insectoid semantic refinement, interdimensional flow force exchange analysis. The life cycle of the ethereal realm. Even with his prior knowledge, confronting the unknown and alien concepts within these chaotic materials left Colin with a throbbing headache. Moreover, they described a world that transcended human primitive perception, defying intuition and eluding material measurement. Unveiling the layers of this celestial script was akin to unlocking a chest secured by an iron lock. Yet upon unlocking it, he discovered it contained yet another box. He cynically mused that encrypting these documents into gibberish seemed somewhat superfluous, as they were already incomprehensible scripts. Simultaneously, certain letters perhaps bore an even higher confidentiality level, thus employing more intricate encryption methods. Some utilized specific tomes as cipher keys, while others employed multi-letter substitution ciphers, introducing meaningless symbols to disrupt frequency analysis. To decrypt them, a greater volume of text was necessary. In fact, Colin currently possessed several sets of materials he had been tracking for quite some time, yet had not been able to fully decipher. One such set bore the header, compiled by Cardinal of the Third Church, scholar Con Fisher from the overseas contingent of the Kalia continent. By comparing recent snippets of news, he could ascertain that this material pertained to the newly conquered colonies of the Alliance, specifically the uncivilized nation of Jalan located on the Kalia continent. After centuries of relentless expansion, the populace of the Alliance had grown indifferent to the conquest of indigenous peoples, and public opinion showed little turbulence regarding the matter. However, Colin detected the potential encapsulated within this correspondence. It signified the commencement of the Alliance scholars' excavation into the pantheon and symbolic systems of a foreign land. Thus, within these letters, there might be analyses and elucidations of Jalan's voodoo folklore. Colin had tracked the sender's text volume to a staggering 200,000 letters, successfully identifying 4 meaningless symbols and 5 letters' original meanings, placing him on the brink of a potential breakthrough. After 2 hours of diligent effort, the night deepened. Regrettably, after tallying today's newly acquired texts, he had only confirmed the meaning of an additional letter. Perhaps a little more textual accumulation was needed. In recent days, the sender from Jalan had been inconsistently updating the letters. Determined not to miss these crucial correspondences, Colin resolved to never report absent from the Divine Academy. When Colin and Ricardo entered Luca's office, the old friend was bent over his desk, engrossed in writing. Upon seeing the two, Luca rose to greet them, his tall stature imposing. He remarked to Colin, "You performed splendidly last night." "It went rather smoothly," Colin replied. The half-open blinds allowed the sweltering summer heat of Stad to be nearly visible. The room, apart from a few potted plants and a bookshelf, was sparsely furnished. Though clean, it bore an air of cheapness. This was indeed the top floor of the S Hotel where they had spent the previous night, and it seemed somewhat beneath Luca's status as one of the 5 hands. Such an establishment rarely yielded any profit but provided accommodations for most Sicilians newly arriving on Alliance soil. Luca offered them a place to stay and welcomed them warmly, generously aiding when necessary. He claimed to have been a refugee himself 10 years prior, thus understanding the helplessness one feels when arriving in a foreign metropolis. Due to his actions, the moniker Old Friend, devoid of intimidation, had unwittingly spread among the populace. Generally speaking, the most traditional Sicilian gangs refrained from operating their own enterprises. Like a century ago, they merely sold their violence, providing essential protection for certain industries. In recent years, some emerging groups had begun to run gambling houses and brothels, which the older generation largely scorned. As for Luca, he seemed to be distanced from both. He patted Colin on the shoulder, directing his gaze toward Ricardo. "Congratulations, Ricardo, on your first time." Ricardo smirked. "It seems my old man doesn't share that sentiment." Luca laughed, draping his arm around Ricardo's head. How could he possibly know what he has nurtured? A true man. In the past, the bond between Ricardo and Luca had been quite strong, though not in a professional context, rather in their private lives. To Ricardo, Luca was akin to an elder brother. "I had thought you would be upset as well. I have always taken pride in you. Even if I ruin myself?" Ricardo queried, bewildered. Luca, still with his arm around Ricardo, fell into a momentary silence. "Venturing into such places is indeed not advisable, Ricardo," he said with a note of regret. "However, it can impart the 2 most essential lessons in this world, that is resilience and the protection of your friends. I have prepared a gift for you," he continued, "which I placed here many months ago." He retrieved a small black bag and extracted its contents, a stunning pistol with an ivory grip. "I apologize for not being able to visit you these past 2 years, Lucas said, approaching Ricardo with the firearm, placing it into his hands. "You are worthy of it now." This was Luca's former sidearm, always at his side, meticulously maintained. Ricardo had long coveted it. Yet Luca had never allowed anyone to touch the gun. Holding the slightly warm ivory grip, the weapon's magazine gleamed as if it had just emerged from the gunsmith's workshop, showing almost no signs of having ever discharged a bullet. Ricardo was momentarily rendered speechless. Colin knew that the gun had indeed never fired a single round. Chapter 7. The Collar Luca was the kind of individual who could execute violence solely with paper and pen. After greeting Ricardo, his amused gaze returned to Colin. "Now for your remuneration?" Colin nodded and approached the desk alongside Luca. After noting the expenditures in the ledger, Luca opened the drawer and counted out 15 notes of cash. All in ori. Under the gold standard, The Alliance claimed that one ori contained 32,353 grams of gold, while as was used as change. With one ori exchanging for 100s. 10 was the largest denomination of ori banknotes, and a respectable job yielded a daily income of approximately 2 ori. Luca counted the amount before him but did not immediately hand it to Colin. Instead, he held the money and said, "You may accept it now, or, as per tradition, choose the alternative." Their collaborations had always been thus: cash or a lead to something potentially more lucrative. "I desire information." Luca did not appear particularly surprised. After all, Colin typically opted for the latter. "How about the casino? The kind that operates without oversight?" "Very well. This Thursday evening. The person you need to meet will be at the Midsummer CAF. Note, it is the one on South 15th Street. He will place an unlit pipe to the left of his coffee. Mention my name to him, and he will divulge certain details, such as his hours overseeing the casino, its layout, and the quickest escape route from the vicinity." "I have noted that. Thank you." "Colin," Lucas suddenly remarked, "Heine contacted me yesterday, expressing a desire to cover the cost of your redstones." Colin was taken aback, realizing that his uncle's pupil, Heine, had maintained ties with Luca. Indeed, it was largely due to Heine that Colin had come to know Luca 7 years prior, before his uncle acknowledged him. It had been Heine negotiating with Luca to procure the necessary redstones. Luca owned a fictitious civil instrument factory, through which he secured a quota for redstones, subsequently doubling the price on the black market. However, when it came to Colin, Luca had always sold at the original price, claiming it was out of respect for the Delazzo family's reputation and stat. "If you agree, you needn't pay for the redstones anymore." "I do not require that." "Without your uncle's pressure, have you ever considered stepping back and withdrawing entirely?" "Never crossed my mind." "Why do you ask?" "Though you perform well, you lack passion for this line of work." Luca glanced at Ricardo. "You are not greedy, yet labor tirelessly for profit. You do not crave power, nor do you seek indulgence. While others rush to tailor garments to flaunt themselves, you still wear that ensemble from years past." Luca jested. "Your collar is askew again." Colin glanced down at his collar. Perhaps due to the late night prior and the hurried departure that morning, he had neglected his appearance. As Colin awkwardly reached to straighten his collar, Luca stepped forward and tidied it, reminiscent of years gone by. "You once had a promising future, Colin. With your abilities and your uncle's connections, establishing yourself in the upper echelons of the old city should not pose a challenge. While earning money may not be as swift as it is now, you would at least not have to hide in the shadows." Luca stated, "I care not for the upper echelons. The darkness does not discomfort me. But is it necessary? Money is evidently not your aim, merely a tool. When will you deem that tool sufficient?" "Are you in earnest?" Colin inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Then let me tell you, I desire 800,000 ori. Do not jest." Luca assumed he was being stubborn, tossing out an unattainable figure. "Do not misunderstand. I am not concerned for you." Luca fastened Colin's buttons, surveying his work with slight satisfaction. "We currently lack the resources to execute matters as meticulously as before. Many eyes are upon us. If you wish to continue working for me, I must bind you to our cause." "So we have yet to be bound?" "Not yet," Luca replied. "I had not contemplated entrusting you with matters of true significance. Colin, you expend considerable energy in ways I cannot perceive, and I remain uncertain of your intentions. Therefore, I fear that before our ship docks, you may seize what you desire and depart without a second thought." "For 100,000 ori," Colin remarked, "my ship shall never reach the shore." Luca appeared to fall into contemplation. "I recall now, the information I just shared was incomplete. The casino I arranged to infiltrate is actually the Capello family's enterprise. I suspected as much. Do you understand what this implies? It signifies a war against the Capellos, with Ricardo and myself at the forefront. You may take 150 ori." Luca confessed, "I initially intended to exploit you, but then I realized what you represented to me." "Do not speak in a manner uncharacteristic of you," Colin chuckled. "I shall claim my share from their stakes." Deep into the night, Colin glanced at his watch. Behind him, the rhythmic sound of water lapping against the riverbank echoed. The watch was unremarkable, having been worn for merely a few years, its strap already bearing deep signs of wear. It had been a gift from Luca, bestowed after an incident where Colin lost track of time, leading to a mishap. Luca had remarked thereafter, "A strategist cannot be without a watch." In the undertaking of armed robbery, the essential elements lay not in marksmanship or direct confrontation, but in discipline and the art of surprise. Ricardo arrived punctually, accompanied by another individual, his comrade, Canadu, dark-skinned and as silent and reliable as a fortress. With the patrons departed, it was now time to tally the accounts. Among them was one who would support their cause, positioned in the southwest corner. Colin assigned tasks to his companions. Remember your orientation. He then urged Ricardo, "It is quite possible we shall need to fire. Can you manage that?" Ricardo nodded. After all, he had a fondness for firearms from a young age. He merely needed to remain steady. The casino was modest in scale, hastily erected within a warehouse, appearing as though it would soon relocate. An eerie silence enveloped the space. As the second hand moved, Colin obscured his face and signaled the commencement. They ascended the elevated staircase before parting ways. The structure of the casino matched their prior intelligence, a corridor with 3 exits. Someone must enter through the back corridor. It was the most accessible cover for escape. The main entrance warranted less concern, being too distant and exposed. The individuals previously encountered at the CAF guarded the back door. They entered silently, weapons drawn, the casino eerily vacant save for 4 individuals seated at a table by the bar, guns and a substantial stack of cash strewn across it, presumably counting the day's earnings. Upon spotting Colin and his team, 2 men immediately raised their hands. One attempted to reach for a firearm but was deterred by Ricardo. Among them was a woman, seemingly 18 or 19, who silently inhaled her cigarette. "Do you know whose establishment this is?" The first man to raise his hands jested. Truth be told, Colin recognized most of those present. He had even conversed with a few at old Capello's funeral 2 months prior. Considering these connections, he entrusted the negotiation to Ricardo. "Slowly descend to the ground, and if you comply, no one shall perish tonight." Though it was their first armed robbery, Ricardo's voice resonated with reliability. Colin and the inside man subdued the remaining 2 guards, forcing them to kneel in the center of the warehouse. At this moment, the individuals at the table remained motionless. Colin strode forward, raising the guns but high before bringing it down forcefully upon a man's mouth. The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously, causing the man's entire upper body to tilt grotesquely to one side, his wails resembling those of a dying dog. The onlookers felt a sympathetic ache in their teeth. The captives understood that the individuals present were not mere misguided children. They quietly edged away. All but one woman remained. She continued to smoke, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding before her. Carnado initially mistook her for a wayward prostitute and intended to confront her, but was halted by Colin. She was the daughter of Capello, the mastermind. It was said that Capello's last words before his demise were, "There is no one to manage affairs." His sole daughter, strikingly beautiful, yet bearing the pallor of death itself, was often regarded as the source of Capello's ruin and decline, a testament to his misguided favoritism towards this seemingly worthless offspring. Yet, she extinguished her cigarette on the table, lifting her gaze to fixate intently on the traitor. "You are as good as dead," she pronounced, each word articulated with chilling clarity. Chapter 8. Jelly boasting vacuously will not intimidate those in the know. It only reveals one's lack of confidence. Under Luca's arrangement, the informant would obtain a pass to a certain state within the heart of the Alliance. Stott was merely a transit point. The true destination lay beyond. Colin conducted his customary search for weapons on her, then bound her hands behind the chair with rope. This treatment was sufficient, as he did not force her to kneel alongside the men, thus paying due respect to her status as the daughter of a former chieftain. Nevertheless, she trembled in fury, as if subjected to an unspeakable humiliation. Clearly, she had never encountered such circumstances before. Rumors suggested she rarely appeared in gang-related contexts. Having been raised like a lady of the Anha, it was baffling that old Capello would consider her as an heir. It was no wonder the organization was crumbling. "Are you deliberately keeping silent?" She snarled through clenched teeth as Colin bound her. "Are you one of my father's subordinates? Or sent by that Luca Cestaro? I believe I have seen you at the funeral." One could not help but admire her acuity. Yet, why voice such thoughts? Analyzing the identity of a masked robber. As if fearing he might find a reason to silence her, Colin retrieved a pre-prepared black cloth bag, intending to swiftly gather the money and firearms from the table. The longer the night lingered, the more perilous the situation became. It was best to conclude the operation within 5 minutes. "Hey, something feels off about this person." Ricardo suddenly spoke from behind, his voice tremulous and abrupt. He and Canadu were busy tying up those who knelt in the center of the warehouse. Colin turned to see Ricardo halting behind the last individual, the one Colin had struck in the face with his gun. From the beginning, that man had appeared to react sluggishly, exuding an air of unnaturalness. Colin had never seen him before. It was precisely these qualities that made him a target for demonstrating brutality. The man had been backlit, obscuring his skin and everything below his neck. However, upon closer inspection, Colin noticed faintly formed, mottled scales lurking within the depths of his collar and sleeves. sparse scales intermingled with festering wounds, rendering it uncertain whether he was a shedding scaled being or a human afflicted with scales. Regardless of the answer, an unsettling sensation arose. His features exhibited a marked discord. His head tilted back to align with the ground, facilitating breath through his diminutive nostrils. His mouth, still oozing blood from a recent injury, was agape. Yet he appeared to be struggling for breath, as if his airway was entirely constricted. Was it asthma? Hyperventilation? Or was there something within requiring an immense amount of oxygen in a short span? In the next moment, a deep, plaintive sound emerged from the man's throat. A premonition flickered in Colin's mind, akin to witnessing something breaking free from its shell. This was merely an instinct, lacking substantial evidence. Yet, disregarding the risk of exposure, Colin shouted at Ricardo, "Get back." This served as both a warning about the man's danger and a caution against friendly fire. As he spoke, Colin raised his left hand, gripping his gun and adopting a shooting stance. After years of honing his skills, his marksmanship had become exceedingly refined. Bang, bang, 3 shots fired, all striking true, 1 to the head, 2 to the chest. The 9mm revolver, at such close range, delivered immense stopping power, causing the bullet's kinetic energy to remain within the man's body, sending him crashing to the ground. Colin took the black cloth bag and slowly retreated, refusing to relax even as the body fell. He kept his weapon trained on the lifeless form. Ricardo and Canadu had already scrambled aside, hastily steadying their own guns. The others, still bound, were bewildered, cursing Colin for his sudden gunfire. The corpse's fingers twitched, and Colin felt his eyelids quiver. It was likely that it was no longer human. Its limbs curled inward, lifting its body in a reptilian manner, as if a puppet under demonic control. Old skin tore and peeled away, a new form burgeoning as it stood, resembling a balloon rapidly inflating. As heat emanated, keratin accumulated into sparse, unformed scales. It was oblivious yet seething with rage, recalling only the source of its recent pain. The creature swiftly advanced toward the direction of its hatred, but stumbled severely. The area around its nostrils still bore bullet wounds. It was uncertain whether Colin's earlier shot had impacted its cerebellum or if it had never possessed the instinct for terrestrial movement. Bang, bang, as its fingers began to move. Colin continued firing. With only 2 bullets left in his revolver, he aimed at its eyes, but they struck its neck as it rapidly gained its feet. He noticed that those organs had seemingly become mere decorative elements. It clearly did not rely on sight to navigate. It rushed toward Colin, accelerating despite its chaotic and unsteady movements, propelled by sheer force. The warehouse floor, merely compacted dirt, bore deep imprints with each step of its limbs. While retreating, Colin hurled his empty gun at it. It was caught, and then the creature, driven by its self-destructive instincts, bit down, shattering its already loosened teeth, jawbone, and the gun into a mass of indistinct flesh. Colin decisively drew another firearm from the black bag, one recently retrieved from the table. He regretted not having brought hollow-point ammunition, but perhaps it would have made little difference. Colin could scarcely envision a scenario in which he triumphed over this creature. After emptying yet another magazine, as he reached for his final weapon, the creature's deadly claws approached his face, nearly revealing the blood on its fractured bones. It lunged downward. Colin barely managed to block with the black bag, which instantly ruptured, scattering various denominations of cash across the room. The claws tore through his clothing, leaving bloodstains. Had they cut any deeper, he might have been eviscerated on the spot. In a desperate bid to evade, Colin rolled aside, losing his balance. The creature seemed momentarily perplexed by the fluttering paper. It paused for a second or two, then, through some unknown sense, detected Colin's presence anew. At that moment, Colin had yet to regain his footing, frantically scooting backward with his limbs. It was gathering strength for a final strike. Colin struggled to aim from the ground, firing at its leg bone, then disregarding stability to unleash a torrent of bullets. Its claws lunged forward, yet simultaneously, its leg fractured under the relentless assault, causing it to lose balance and fall. Colin exerted every ounce of strength to brace his foot against where its shoulder had once been, attempting to propel himself backward, only to collide with the securely closed rear door, one he had carelessly brought along. Is this the end? Just like this? After a chaotic struggle on the ground, it relinquished its attempt to stand, merely turning its head toward Colin, preparing to strike again. Colin fixed his gaze on that paw, his mind racing for a countermeasure. Yet, that claw fell to the ground. It did not merely droop, the entire arm detached and dropped. Confused, it raised the other hand, only for it to similarly fall, akin to a large scoop of melting ice cream plummeting to the ground. Time dragged on, and his body could no longer sustain itself. It collapsed, Colin breathed heavily, gazing at the mass lying before him. Only the shattered bones faintly hinted that these remnants once belonged to a human being. The other parts resembled jelly that had been subjected to the dual torment of refrigeration and microwaving. Colin weakly released the gun from his grasp and gestured to Ricardo and the others that he was unharmed, though it felt prolonged. This sudden turn of events lasted no more than 15 seconds in total. It was only then that he could begin to contemplate and organize the chaos that had unfolded before him. They were at a loss for words, frantically shaking their heads to affirm their normalcy. What was happening? Did Luca possess knowledge of this affair? Colin turned his gaze toward the insider, only to find a similarly bewildered expression on the other's face. The warehouse had erupted in no less than 30 gunshots. It was likely that someone would soon arrive to investigate the commotion. He needed to clarify his thoughts and make judgments within a very limited time frame. He did not believe in coincidence. Every chance occurrence bore a reason. Thus, two narratives swiftly emerged in his mind. The first possibility, Capello's princess had fallen from grace amidst a power struggle or found herself in peril, subsequently seeking help from some forbidden forces. If that were the case, her folly would likely surpass even his wildest imagination. For this transgression had wandered beyond the gray area inhabited by five hands and into the black territory that neither the Alliance nor the cult would ever tolerate. Alternatively, the second scenario suggested that her surroundings had been infiltrated like a sieve, just as Luca could effortlessly place his informants in this casino. It would not be difficult for someone to plant a ticking time bomb by her side. Whichever the case, this woman was pivotal. The one to suffer harm would be himself. Colin resolutely refused to allow this matter to conclude in ambiguity. He shouted to Ricardo, secure her tightly and take her away quickly. You two, come with me to gather the money. Chapter 9. Krill the carriage dashed along the intermittently creaking wooden road of South Stott. To evade potential pursuers, Colin and his companions split into two groups. Ricardo and Colin took one path, accompanied by the woman bound and unable to move. At this moment, the horizon began to lighten. A multitude of fishing boats, recently returned from the deep sea, filled the harbor, while merchants arrived to procure the freshest ingredients, forming lively clusters in the cool morning breeze. Ricardo shivered, uncertain if it was from the chill of the early hour or something else entirely. The pungent odor of fish at the dock evoked memories of the recent events in the warehouse. The horrific images stood in stark contrast to the mundane reality before them, prompting a sense of disbelief, or perhaps a desperate wish to believe that the events of half an hour ago were nothing more than a surreal midnight phantasm. What was that? After a long pause, Ricardo finally asked hesitantly. It seemed to be his first encounter with such extraordinary phenomena. Although he often scoffed at the absurd rumors surrounding creatures like scaly men, he found himself struggling to articulate his thoughts. Scaly men? Colin suggested. I have seen them. Ricardo gripped the reins tightly, his voice trembling. I have seen them in those circuses, in cages. They are indeed different from us, but not so. Ricardo searched for the right adjective, yet he could not grasp it, or perhaps he was instinctively unwilling to voice it. Sickly, chaotic, blasphemous. Colin silently supplemented in his mind. He understood that Ricardo was questioning the daughter of the Capro family, who lay gagged and pale, curled up in fear. Best not to hide anything. Ricardo's voice came out fierce yet fragile. The money gathered from the casino was wrapped in the torn remnants of Colin's coat, divided into two bags on the floor of the carriage. One bag was relatively clean, while the other was heavily stained with blood. Colin picked up a bill, rubbing the dried bloodstains between his fingers. It had hardened to a powdery texture, interspersed with unidentifiable tissue, nearly devoid of any greasy feel. He recalled the exaggerated breathing of that creature, which had likely exhausted its warmth and life within a mere 15 seconds, leading to its collapse. Humans had been reduced to some form of consumable, rendering them conveniently disposable, yet still adhering to the laws of the material world. Colin contemplated Luca's earlier words. I never considered entrusting anything truly significant to you. Was he involved in this? Was he an informant? If he knew, was it a deliberate act to lead them to their demise? Colin buried these thoughts deep within, regarding them as necessary caution but refusing to dwell on them further. Attempting to view the situation from Luca's perspective, he found himself unable to conceive any rationale for such actions or the benefits to be derived from them. However, this did not imply he would naively hand over the woman to Luca. As for the other group that had escaped the warehouse, Colin instructed Canadu to remain vigilant regarding the informant Luca had arranged. Taking a slow breath, Colin compelled himself to regain composure. Not long before, he had felt invulnerable as the leader of a small band of outlaws, completely detached from the depths of last night's horrors. No one spoke of such matters. And it was not merely the silence of rogues, but rather the grim reality that those who had witnessed it were now dead. They were merely krill in the shallow depths of a dark ocean, subsisting on the remnants of corpses rising from the abyss. The existence of extraordinary powers was undeniable. Yet they remained concealed from everyday life. The most logical explanation was that they lurked beneath the surface, maintaining a delicate balance in their power struggles. What ordinary folk deemed common knowledge might merely be an illusion, akin to the fragile white flowers blooming atop a towering cannon. Colin had spent years prying open the barriers erected by the cult within the seminary, catching glimpses of that hidden world. Last night, perhaps due to the power shift within the Capro family, unknown behemoths tore at the depths, forcing submerged entities to surface. Such an opportunity was one Colin could not afford to overlook. After securing the Capro daughter at a familiar inn in the Stott Riverport area and instructing Ricardo to keep a close watch on her, Colin had to address another matter. His wounds, from his right rib to his side, were shallow yet contaminated with the creature's blood and tissue. In the casino warehouse, he had found a few bottles of inferior whiskey to sterilize himself, but he could not rest easy until he understood the nature of that creature. This urgency was one reason he had clung to the clues and abducted the woman in the first place. Thus, the carriage did not follow a pre-planned escape route. He made no effort to conceal their trail, directing Ricardo straight to the Riverport area. While this increased the risk of exposure, he felt there was no time for such concerns. Ordinary doctors were ill-equipped to handle such matters, and the only physician he knew who possessed relevant knowledge was Julian. Colin untethered the horses from the carriage and rode directly to her residence in the Riverport area. In the slum, clothes hung in layers to dry, and narrow streets were dotted with songbirds. Leaving the horse by the roadside, Colin hurried into a dilapidated building, ignoring the advances of the prostitutes in the hallway as he ascended to the third floor. After knocking, he unlocked the door with a key. Julian sat at a makeshift sink table, surprised by his abrupt entrance. Colin headed straight for a chair that had been crudely repurposed as an operating table. "I need you to examine me. I was injured by something abnormal." Julian's expression turned serious as she quickly washed her hands, donned a mask and headlamp, and approached with a box of medical instruments. What was it? Colin succinctly relayed the situation. Julian might not know precisely what it was, but she could make informed judgments based on his account. After cleaning the wound with alcohol, Julian patiently extracted the residual tissue, collecting it piece by piece on a tray. Fragments of shattered bone and unidentified muscle fibers were among the remnants. After about 10 minutes, Julian confirmed that Colin's wound was now clean. Only then did she turn away, covering her mouth with a handkerchief to stifle a cough. "What do you think?" Colin inquired. "With it shattered like this, it's hard to discern anything," she replied. Her brow furrowed, uncertain if her concern stemmed from her recent cough or the grim news she was about to deliver. "Colin, I believe your wound is not quite right." Chapter 10. Pure Salt. 4 years ago, Colin learned of Julian's existence through eavesdropping on communications between the cult's institutions. The confidential report was entrusted to him for entry into the Crimson Device, and thus it was recorded in its entirety. The report bore the heading of a plain text, with the sender listed as the Stadel Monastery School and the recipient as the Grand Hall of the Duchy of the Holy Province's Raven Hunting Guild. These two names were seldom mentioned, which piqued Colin's interest in the letter. Upon deciphering, the content conveyed that it pertained to training in extraordinary knowledge, an area inaccessible to someone like Colin. This was one of the means by which the cult absorbed fresh blood. Had circumstances unfolded as anticipated, Julian might have established a solid foundation at the monastery school and subsequently transitioned into other institutions within the cult for further study, based on her demonstrated aptitude. However, she was eliminated merely 6 months later, as the cult confirmed her suffering from tuberculosis, specifically pulmonary tuberculosis. While medical advancements in this world were rapid, it remained an incurable disease. For those who were expelled, the cult would sign confidentiality agreements with them and regularly dispatch individuals to monitor and assess their condition, determining whether more radical measures were necessary. Perhaps due to her precarious health and her limited interactions with outsiders, Julian was soon assessed by the cult as a harmless subject. It was this lead that allowed Colin to locate her. Having undergone some degree of extraordinary education, she was a rare source of information. Now it was 6 a.m, merely 3 hours since Colin had been injured. Yet, his wound had already begun to show signs of suppuration. Julian leaned in, observing intently for a while, and Colin could faintly sense her breath. Moments later, she determined that debridement was essential, otherwise necrotic tissue would impede healing. Pausing, she recalled Colin's description of that thing. Just to be safe, we should also excise a portion of the normal tissue. However, I have no anesthesia. It's all right." As the surgical blade of her fingertips descended, Colin came to understand the sensation of having flesh cut from a wound. Perhaps it was the mental preparation that made the pain feel more protracted and unbearable than the unforeseen injuries he had previously endured. Despite the tears welling in his eyes, Colin endeavored to maintain an expressionless demeanor. Once the procedure was complete, Julian disinfected the wound with alcohol and wrapped it in bandages. "If that thing truly resembles a scaled being, I just recalled something," Julian said while adjusting the bandages on Colin. "What is it?" "You remember the tales of the ancestors of the Sensorians being scaled beings, don't you?" I did not put much stock in such folklore. The Sensorian coastline was extensive, and during the Middle Ages, they predominantly made their living through fishing, even establishing a flourishing salted fish export industry, perhaps due to their constant handling of fish. The men often bore a few unwashed scales, which led outsiders to unwittingly propagate the notion that Sensorians were descendants of scaled beings. This served as a basis for asserting their inferiority, though most individuals did not genuinely believe such absurdities. Julian coughed softly into a handkerchief, covering her mouth as she turned her head away. "I just find it a bit coincidental." After tucking away the handkerchief, she spoke in a flat tone. "You do indeed worship things related to scales. Many scholars assert that Sensoria is the birthplace of mermaid legends." Julian then picked up a pair of tweezers, selecting the flesh and blood from the tray that belonged to the monstrous assailant, and wrapped it in a piece of gauze. She retrieved a small dish of salt from an unvarnished cabinet. This salt had undergone special treatment, naturally dissolving and crystallizing in the water extracted from moonlit flowers, and maintaining its ethereal purity through a meticulous ritual conducted at fixed times each day. Julian buried the gauze bundle in the dish of salt and placed it at the center of her small table. She then bowed her head, clasping her hands together in front of her chest, and closed her eyelids, beginning to wait in silence. In this posture of prayer, her form appeared diminutive. Her pale golden hair seemed to fade, possessing a translucent quality, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Colin hesitated to breathe, fearing that whatever essence he emitted might disrupt her sensitivity. Some fluid seeped from the gauze, gradually altering the color of the salt. Of course, this was merely a superficial manifestation occurring on a material level and held no deeper significance. 10 minutes later, Julian opened her eyes, her complexion appearing even paler. "I found no residue of the ethereal essence," she murmured. "It might have exceeded my perceptive capacity." According to Julian, the lanterns used by the cult were merely a more advanced version of this detection method. Human perception of ethereal essence has always been challenging, often lacking comprehensiveness. Julian had claimed that her sensitivity was quite keen among her peers, yet even with the dish of pure salt creating an almost vacuous etheric environment, she still failed to detect anything within the flesh. After all, it required a significant amount of oxygen and consumed its own body, indicating that its energy cycle primarily resided at the material level. While contemplating this, Colin hastily grabbed his hat. "Where are you going?" Colin glanced at the clock. "To work. The seminary's reporting office has a shift today from 7 to 15. If it were contagious, it would have spread throughout my body and the carriage," Colin stated. "And even if I rushed to do something now, it's unlikely I would find any useful clues within 24 hours, let alone acquire something like a vaccine. After all, this isn't a novel. Things seldom proceed so smoothly. Didn't you capture someone? Go interrogate her." A hint of urgency crept into Julian's otherwise serene tone. "The interrogation commenced last night," Colin replied. "I observed her the entire way. It's clear she knows nothing. Some may wish to kill her or protect her, and the initiative lies with them. All I can do is wait." In recent days, the analyses regarding indigenous witchcraft from the Chelan region have been continuously arriving. Colin was determined not to miss out on those scarce materials. He would rather die than let that happen. "Is it related to those papers?" Julian sensed something amiss. An agreement existed between Julian and Colin. She would devote herself to assisting him in unraveling the seals of memory, regardless of the time it took. In return, Colin was to provide her with adequate information, whether pertaining to the seals or her affliction. Since no cure for tuberculosis existed in the world, she intended to forge her own path. This was her thought, simple and pure. No matter the circumstances, one must strive to survive. Julian had no means of discerning where Colin acquired such confidential materials. Her frail body allowed her no capacity for investigation. To her, Colin seemed almost magical, bringing forth information that she could scarcely have imagined even during her time at the monastery school. "Is the extraordinary truly that important? It could lead to death," she inquired. Puzzled. "Indeed, it is more crucial than mere existence." Chapter 11. The senior due to an overturned liquor cart on the tracks, the horses perished, their necks bearing bullet wounds and long streaks of blood. Several agents were directing workers to clear the overturned carriage and the carcasses from the railway. While the liquor vendor stood to the side, utterly bewildered, Colin silently whistled to himself. Yet another liquor cart heist. How many had occurred since the illicit trade commenced last month? Fragments of 2 liquor crates lay scattered on the ground, likely shattered during the robbery. The cobblestone path beside the tracks was strewn with deep brown shards of glass, and an unidentified alcoholic liquid pooled across the ground. The scent of the liquor lingered, hinting at some sort of fruit wine. A number of nearby dockworkers gathered to gawk, clearly salivating at the sight. Just days prior, Luca had mentioned that the price of liquor on the black market had tripled. Giulio Capello, some had once deemed him the heir to the Five Hands legacy. They must have lost their fortunes by now. One could only wonder if that innkeeper remained as reliable as before, lest he discern the significance of their captive and divulge their plans. Colin mused idly, estimating how long it might take for potential adversaries to locate Giulio's whereabouts. He had been vigilant for followers since the cart left the warehouse last night. The streets were desolate at that hour, and given Colin's experience, it was rare for someone to tail him without being detected. Yet, this matter involved the extraordinary, making it difficult to gauge. He had instructed Ricardo to ensure the woman was securely bound and to avoid lingering at the inn. At most, he could send some water during lunch, minimizing the odds of a direct encounter with their enemies. If fate conspired against them, and they did encounter adversaries despite these precautions, they would have no choice but to abandon the bound Giulio and flee, prioritizing their lives above all else. For if their foes could trace Giulio's location before 4 in the afternoon, whether through supernatural means or sheer power, it would indicate they were up against formidable opponents beyond Colin's current capacity to confront. He hoped nothing would go awry. Colin hurried into the office, arriving a good 15 minutes late. As he removed his hat, he greeted Heine and another inspector. Heine appeared well, while the other inspector offered little in terms of cordiality. The red mail apparatus operated continuously, having amassed a considerable volume of correspondence. In the absence of conflicting connections, a specific sender could typically be associated with a designated red apparatus, allowing Colin to collect a relatively complete set of documents. However, should Colin be absent one day, the correspondence would be delegated to another, potentially leaving gaps in the files he was tracking. Taking up an ink pen, Colin began transcribing. Though termed transcribing, perhaps copying was more apt. As for a seasoned reporter, those jagged lines resembled the ink script itself, recognizable without thought. After transcribing several documents, Colin finally encountered the familiar heading, under the Third Order of the Council, Scholar Con Fisher from the Kira subcontinent. Before proceeding, he cast a cautious glance at the lanterns. Ordinary individuals could not perceive their reactions to the essence of the supernatural, a fact that always unsettled him. Colin focused on his breathing, steadily honing his concentration. He then sensed an abundant vitality within his consciousness. This vitality appeared to be infinitely divisible, inherently abstract, its form merely a visual metaphor. Through years of training, Colin had refined his ability to segment it into over 80,000 parts. No one had ever informed him whether such control was excessive. In his perception, it resembled the vastness of outer space, resplendent and as stable as stars. By positioning 2 particles within an imaginary miniature grid, their relative positions could represent 36 distinct symbols, precisely the 26 letters of the Ankh script plus 10 digits. However, such meticulous manipulation was exceedingly taxing, consuming the majority of Colin's daily effort. Otherwise, with his speed, he could complete his work in 2 hours. Each star settled into its place. Colin had applied this process intensively for years. Lost in a daze, he suddenly noticed Heine seemingly seated beside him, intently observing his eyes from the side. Heine had a knack for appearing unexpectedly, startling Colin at crucial moments. Had he uncovered something? Colin had pondered this more than once. Did you not sleep well last night? Heine suddenly inquired. What? Your eyes? Heine pointed to his left eye. They look as though they are about to give out. Colin caught a glimpse of his reflection in the watch's surface. Though not entirely clear, he could perceive the fatigue etched across his features. Indeed, he had been excessively weary these past few days, having fought through the night until now without rest. Heine scanned the office. The other inspector had just stepped out. Lowering his voice, he said, You are aware of those rumors, are you not? That I am involved in dubious activities? This was the second time Heine had broached the subject, having even approached Luca about it days prior. Colin mused that perhaps Heine genuinely feared something. I am your recommender, and thus wished to avoid entanglement, Heine continued. I have already suppressed those unfounded claims that emerged from nowhere. But if you continue to appear like this, anyone will notice something is amiss. Colin remained silent, This existence had endured for many years, and he had indeed begun to grow lax, unwittingly becoming more brazen. However, with the progression of forthcoming events, such untenable situations would only increase. I will speak plainly, Heine asserted. You have two choices. 1. Remain here and cease all associations with those individuals. I can cover the cost of the master's redstone. 2. I relinquish my role as your recommender. Immediately. You would lose your auditing opportunity in this job. You may prefer to spend your life as a crime lord in Nanchida, dying before 30. Your body tossed into the sewers. Choose, now, and tell me your decision here. In truth, Heine was not necessarily concerned for his own position. Recommenders typically faced little consequence. He was merely leveraging this rationale to enforce his demands more firmly, rather than appearing as a senior pleading helplessly with a young man to avoid straying from the path. I understand, Colin replied. Rest assured, from today forth, I shall sever ties with them. Regrettably, both the intelligence from the seminary and the activities of the Five Hands were indispensable components of Colin's ulterior motives. If possible, he genuinely wished to avoid deceiving him. Chapter 12. Photograph. Leaving the records office, Colin did not immediately board the carriage. Instead, he deliberately meandered through the alleys near the academy to prevent the spread of any peculiar rumors among the idle in the seminary. Stadthal had burgeoned from a scattered settlement of pioneers, resulting in a labyrinthine network of alleys. Even locals could easily lose their way. Deep within these alleys stood buildings constructed with mud daubed on timber frames, some possibly centuries old, exuding a delicate, intricate aroma in the humid late summer air. Apparently, someone referred to Heine as an adept, but Colin was uncertain as to what that echelon entailed. Once, Colin had pinned his hopes of transcending the mundane on Heine. Ultimately, he was proven to lack the talent. Prior to that, however, his uncle, Craigie, had vehemently opposed the idea. His uncle was not a transcendent, and Colin wasn't sure if he possessed the aptitude. However, had his uncle successfully developed his perception and witnessed the entities of the ethereal realm firsthand? Instead of merely compiling and excavating second-hand information, his achievements might have far surpassed his current standing. Nevertheless, Craigie's stance on human transcendence remained staunchly Sicilian. Although the earliest wave of Sicilian immigrants had fully integrated into Ankh society, giving their children Ankh names, their views on certain matters remained as steadfast as they had been centuries ago. Most of them lacked accurate knowledge of transcendent mysteries, yet in their protracted secular lives, they clung to a simple, nebulous notion of the supernatural. All power comes at a price. The recurring motif of someone coveting what was not rightfully theirs, seeking aid from malevolent spirits, and ultimately suffering retribution was a staple of Sicilian lore. Uncle Craigie, having worked at the seminary for many years, should have possessed a profound understanding of transcendence, yet he was deeply influenced by these notions. Consequently, after Colin was found to lack talent, he sensed a palpable relief from his uncle. Even his eye ailment seemed to improve in those days. Heine adhered to the precepts, refraining from using his abilities on ordinary individuals without authorization. However, monitoring a clerk as a supervisor in an institution like the seminary's records office would likely fall within his purview. Although he didn't know if he had started doing so, he needed to make preparations as soon as possible. After exiting the alleys, Colin intended to head to a nearby carriage stand. At that moment, he noticed a black automobile parked by the roadside. Calling it an automobile might be inaccurate. The shell and mechanical structure resembled vintage pre-World War II cars, but its power core was not an internal combustion engine, but an alchemical marvel known as a redstone engine. Although it had been commercialized, the demands on materials and craftsmanship remained high, resulting in limited production. Colin assumed it was someone associated with Giulio, instinctively sidestepping warily, regretting that he wasn't armed. Then he saw Luca's face. "What a coincidence. I was just about to pick you up," Luca said, motioning for Colin to get in. Stunned, Colin still reached out, opened the front door, and settled into the passenger seat. The seat's contours weren't perfectly form-fitting, but it was meticulously upholstered in maroon leather, and the windshield was vertical. Feeling around the seat, he found no seatbelt, filling him with trepidation. "What do you think?" Luca asked. "It's quite nice." Close to 2,000 oryx, Luca lit a cigarette. "You could get one yourself. Spare me." His demeanor seemed incongruous with Colin's impression, as his old friend Luca had never been one for ostentation. "If it weren't for a distinguished guest from back home, I wouldn't have splurged on this," Luca said. Back home referred to their old home in Sicily. Only then did Colin notice another person in the back seat, only able to catch a glimpse of a shadow, who remained silent. The car started. The thin tires rolled over the cobblestone road, and the suspension system, adapted from a carriage chassis, provided limited comfort. Luca remained silent for a long time, and Colin guessed he was going to bring up the gambling den warehouse. That mole, Luca said softly. I didn't punish him. I gave him the pass as agreed. I hope you won't give him any trouble either. Even though he messed things up? Colin asked. After all, as a mole, he had overlooked the crucial detail of Capello's daughter being present. That wasn't his fault. Luca stubbed out his cigarette on the tray between the seats and took out a stack of photographs from his coat. Colin took the photos and flipped through them one by one. He noticed several people he recognized, all high-ranking members of Capello's organization. These were the photos I gave him at the time, and he did memorize them all on the spot. Flipping through the photos to the end, Colin felt something was amiss, as if someone was missing. Skeptical, he flipped through them again. Still, Giulio Capello, daughter of the mastermind Nevio, was nowhere to be found. Look at the third from last picture. Colin pulled out the one Luca mentioned, which did feature a woman, but he didn't recognize her. Examining the photo closely, the image was somewhat blurry, likely taken with a small mechanical camera and insufficient light. The content was clearly a funeral, presumably Capello's funeral, which he had attended. After carefully identifying the woman's attire and position in the photo, Colin felt extremely disoriented. The attire and position. He distinctly remembered Giulio being the one standing there. But then he vaguely felt that the person he had seen that day was indeed the woman in the photo. Flipping the photo over, in black ink on white paper, it read, Giulio, daughter of Nevio Capello. Cold sweat slowly trickled down his back. Don't think it's her? Luca asked. I don't know. So this wasn't the mole's fault. Since he did his best to help me, I'll give him what he wants. Luca glanced at the driver, who wisely pulled the car over to the side of the road. By this time, the car had reached the banks of the Seber River, a deserted spot along the long embankment chosen on the spur of the moment. Luca got out of the car, and Colin knew he had something to say. So he followed him. The driver and the unknown passenger remained in the car. After what happened last night, you know this world isn't as simple as it seems. Luca said, You've always known? No, 5 months ago, when they confirmed I would become one of the Five Fingers, I heard about these things for sure. Colin thought Luca had always been involved in the redstone trade, and had probably dealt with those overt or covert sorcerers to some extent, like Heine. So even if he heard something, he shouldn't have been too surprised. However, Luca slowly shook his head and said, It's crazier than I imagined. Chapter 13. The lamp keeper. The factories along the banks of the Seber River discharge their effluents into the water, and the unidentified floating debris resembles unsightly bruises, exuding a foul stench. Visitors are scarce in this desolate area, where the expansive views render it suitable for brief, clandestine conversations. Luca took the photograph of the woman from Colin's hands and remarked, At first glance, one might mistake her for another, yet upon closer inspection, the figure in the photograph becomes oddly familiar. Indeed, Colin had begun to sense that the photograph itself might not be erroneous. The person depicted was none other than Giulio, whom he had bound in the inn. The fault lay within our perception. Luca's voice held a hollow quality, akin to a frog that realizes it has been living in a snake's den. Now I understand how fragile ordinary people's cognition becomes in the presence of them. When I received news of your assault, I had just awoken. Before deciding how to handle the informant, I retrieved those photographs and discovered the peculiarities. I sketched the image, yet it remained an unfamiliar face. For a fleeting moment, I truly believed I had misremembered the appearance of Capello's daughter. Luca crossed his arms, a gesture he likely did not habitually adopt. Colin vaguely recalled that this posture indicated an instinctive need for protection. Yet, something felt amiss. It was as if he were alone in the room, committing numerous foolish acts. I photographed the image, examined the negatives. I viewed it through the mirror in reverse, summoned others to sketch it, even feigned distraction only to abruptly glance at it. Regardless of the method employed, the intense sense of dissonance could not be erased. It then dawned on me that perhaps it was impossible to bypass my own eyes to perceive her likeness. Thus, I endeavored to describe her solely through language. I inscribed the memory of Giulio Capello, as I recalled her. Though I had only encountered her once, I believed my memory of individuals to be quite reliable. I could recall the names, preferences, and personalities of everyone I had conversed with over the years. I closed my eyes and detailed her height, estimated weight, skin tone, eye size, the proportions of her nose and forehead, the thickness and width of her lips. At that moment, I could ascertain that the individual in the photograph was indeed Giulio Capello. Yet, I could not recognize her from that image. A familiar yet unidentifiable visage. Colin was reminded of a similar phenomenon. If one stares at a word for too long, it gradually begins to appear strange. leading one to question whether it is indeed spelled that way. The gestalt collapses, associations severed. Perhaps someone had cast a certain suggestion over this photograph, rendering the mind weary of that face. However, since Luca's associates had secretly captured this image, it should not have fallen into external hands. Even if someone had the opportunity to tamper with it, destroying the photograph outright would undoubtedly be more efficient than this convoluted manipulation. Thus, the most plausible explanation is that some form of sorcery is at play. Colin found himself lost in thought, while another question subtly surfaced in his mind. If someone could achieve such results so effortlessly, how had the Cinceli group managed to establish themselves within the alliance? The continuously expanding local industry necessitated a substantial labor force, which justified the considerable migration of Cinceli individuals into the region. However, Cinceli people are notoriously unruly, prompting the Grand Duke to utilize their traditional governance structures, such as the Five Hands, as a means to control the Cinceli community. This is Colin's understanding of why the principality tolerates the presence of the Five Hands instead. Yet this reasoning is merely superficial. If even someone of Luca's stature cannot withstand certain psychological assaults, then the dynamics within the Cinceli community would certainly not be as unchallenged as the current dominance of the Five Hands suggests. For as long as one can control a few leaders, they can significantly influence all the groups that depend on them. Suddenly, Colin thought of the individual seated in the back of the vehicle, the esteemed guest from Luca's hometown. Someone had cast the mist upon her. The harsh, frigid dialect of now echoed behind Colin, causing him to shiver slightly. Luca's gaze shifted towards Colin's back, displaying no overt movement. Yet there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. Colin stepped aside, revealing the person who had stood behind him unbeknownst to him. The man bore no facial hair. Appearing somewhat somber, yet his features possessed the calmest expression Colin had ever encountered in both of his lives. It was akin to a tranquil lake at night, or the depths of the ocean. "I forgot to introduce you," Luca said to Colin. "He is the lamp keeper who has just arrived from my homeland. I am commanded to follow Lord Luca Cestaro." The man spoke in a tone that resembled soliloquy, devoid of discernible inflection. The solitary light on the coast remains vigilant, and the chieftain's thoughts belong to oneself. "Let us discuss the photograph and the mist," Luca proposed. The colleague of Lord Nevio Caparo should have departed. The lamp keeper reached for the photograph. Briefly confirming its contents, he has forsaken neutrality. The mist can distort all images associated with her. However, regardless of the intent, this is not a matter for the lamp keeper to engage in, distorting all images related to her. But how is this achieved? Colin found it difficult to fathom the logic behind this. For instance, what if I cast her image to the far reaches of the universe, or to another realm? To what degree must an image resemble her visage to be defined as her likeness? What constitutes an image? Is it related to the medium? What about others' memories of her? He focused on the figure on the paper. Thus, it does not pertain to other forms of records. As for whether it encompasses all, allow me to inform you. The mirror serves as the most potent clue and beacon. If you pursue a list, you may inadvertently overlook an individual. However, if the mirror's aspect is manipulated, there will be no oversights in the material realm. In other words, on a level that transcends geographical boundaries, such as the virtual realm, where the flat image itself is manipulated. Consequently, this could diffuse a certain influence across all material depictions associated with her, casting a suggestion over all her photographs, thereby creating a cognitive fog. Is this what magic and sorcery entail? And if all images and photographs of her become ineffective, then Giulio's face would not spread too swiftly. After all, mere words cannot accurately and three-dimensionally convey a person's visage. Yet, those who know her would still recognize her, thus not affecting her daily life or utterly altering her inherent identity. However, this could prevent those unfamiliar with her from memorizing her true appearance solely through photographs and images. And those who would identify her in such a manner would likely be spies or assassins. Someone is using this method to protect her. Could it be the original lamp keeper of the Caparo family? Chapter 14. The leader. So, do you know how to transform a person into a monster? Colin recounted the harrowing incident at the warehouse and some of his conjectures to the keeper of the lantern. Naturally, he withheld the fact that he and Julian had tested the remnants of that flesh and blood. There are at least 5 methods that could lead to the situation you described, but it's uncertain which one it is, the keeper stated. If it is witchcraft, then the preset triggering mechanism is quite simple. The trigger in the ritual apparatus could very well be your murderous intent or the accumulated pain within that person's heart. Colin reflected on the blow he had dealt with the rifle but, realizing that impulsiveness had led him into trouble. I was scratched by that thing, and the wound has deteriorated rapidly. Colin gestured to his side, where beneath his clothing lay a treated wound. Can you discern anything from this? Perhaps. Colin assumed he would need to lift his shirt, yet the keeper remained stationary, seemingly unfazed. There is no ethereal essence present, he concluded bluntly, as if merely determining whether an apple rested upon the table. Material contact does not equate to a connection with the ether. It is quite common for wounds to be devoid of ethereal essence. The keeper shook his head, asserting, this alone cannot confirm anything. Does that imply I must have him inquire about Julio? However, until the full scope of events is clarified, Colin was reluctant to reveal the location of that inn, not wishing Luca to learn of Julio's whereabouts. In a sense, this was the only leverage he possessed in this matter, as he felt a slight headache creeping in. Luca spoke first. Thank goodness, Luca is leaving now, so there is no need to worry about exposure. Colin found the timing of Luca's statement uncanny. Perhaps Luca genuinely recalled he had matters to attend to. It might also be that Luca wished to distance himself from his hometown and the keeper, thus offloading anything related to Julio onto Colin. Yet, based on Colin's understanding of this man, he harbored a nagging suspicion. Luca had likely sensed and tacitly accepted his wariness. Luca walked toward the vehicle parked along the riverbank road. Observing his retreating figure, Colin suddenly called out, Luca. Nowadays, few dare to call him by that name. Luca turned to face Colin, and it seemed that apart from Colin's height, neither had changed much over the years. I am in trouble. Could you assist me? What do you need? Colin, who nominally depended on Luca, seldom asked for his help. Please spread some falsehoods, suggesting that someone spotted Julio being taken to the abandoned factory near the southern suburbs of Buck. This might expedite drawing out Capello's people, alleviating his passivity. I will remember it. I will see it through. How soon can they hear this news? I cannot allow the group to fall under the gaze of that monstrosity. Luca replied, therefore, the news must take a few turns. It will spread by tomorrow morning. In other words, it is likely that Capello's people will appear at the rumored location by noon tomorrow. That suffices. I will repay you in due time. As long as you continue to trust me, I am willing to assist you, Colin. Luca declared, surviving counts as a debt IOU. The warehouse incident was initially trouble Colin encountered while working for Luca, making Luca responsible. Colin's wariness towards him was justified. Moreover, the situation had escalated beyond Luca's control, sufficient to elicit unfamiliarity and fear. Yet, he refrained from deploying the strength of the Cestaro family under his command. Colin surmised that Luca's thought process was likely. The patriarch has no right to place his people in perilous situations that ordinary individuals cannot withstand without their knowledge. Thus, Luca's actual course of action was to enlist the aid of the keeper, whom he did not yet trust, intending to lend a hand himself. However, during their conversation, he sensed Colin's wariness, prompting him to withdraw under the guise of a stiff excuse. Seated in the carriage, Colin meticulously replayed and dissected Luca's every move during their meeting, contemplating the possible implications behind them. Although Luca had assumed the role of patriarch, he did not embody the essence of a true leader. No one cared for their subordinates as he did. Perhaps it was precisely due to this that no one genuinely appreciated him. Each individual felt he owed them something. Occupying such a position, one should reveal an absence of compassion. Colin adjusted the watch on his wrist, striving to dismiss thoughts of Luca. The keeper sat across from him, enveloped in profound silence, akin to a desolate shore after the tide withdraws. Upon reflection, he had indeed uttered not a single word unrelated to the enigmatic realm. Such individuals must serve as the extraordinary safeguards that ensure the Five Hands maintain their foothold within the alliance. Are they still living as humans? In the evening, Colin found Ricardo at the appointed location, a Sweetwater shop that had been a tavern 2 months prior. Is the juice not to your liking? Colin pulled him into the carriage. Ricardo had only just come of age. Colin recalled their days of circumventing regulations to procure alcohol. Perhaps they relished the thrill of breaking free from restrictions more than the act of underage drinking itself. The trio arrived at the inn where Julio was being held. In the corridor, Colin and Ricardo donned masks. The keeper, seemingly oblivious to Colin's gesture of offering him a scarf, remained unaffected. So Colin chose not to press the matter further. Upon entering the dim room, they could still discern Julio sitting forlornly at the head of the bed, her mouth gagged and hands bound to the iron bed frame. Evidence of her struggles marked the bed, yet she had succumbed to exhaustion and was now fast asleep. Noticing her peaceful slumber, Colin suddenly remembered his own overwhelming fatigue, having not rested a single moment since the warehouse incident. Ricardo found a matchbox, preparing to light the kerosene lamp. The keeper stood in the corner of the room, as if he were invisible. Colin stepped into the washroom, using the inn's towel to wipe his face, only to discover it stained with the rust-colored blood left by an unknown guest. suppressing his revulsion. He thought that the interrogation was about to commence. What would happen if he felt nauseous now? The sound of the match striking ignited Julio's senses. And in her fright, she struggled feebly. The delicate and sensitive princess of the underworld. These descriptors, when stacked together, seemed incongruous. Months ago, she might have held a status equal to Lucas. Now, she could only gaze helplessly and fearfully as Colin placed the bloody towel beside her. After following the protocol of warning her of the consequences of screaming, Colin removed the cloth from her mouth, as if choking on her own breath. She began to sob quietly. I know nothing. Chapter 15. The blue spot. From a tender age, Julio discerned a certain superiority over others. In the dim glow of candlelight, a wounded child lamented, their innocent voice resonating with sorrow, articulating the gravity of the situation. She tried to blind me, and similar proclamations. Naivio remained silent, while the servants present whispered among themselves in a language she could not comprehend, as Julio braced herself for impending punishment. Instinctively biting her lip and clutching her skirt, her father, who had remained silent until then, suddenly struck his child with a sharp slap. She looked up in astonishment. Forever etched in her memory was the abrupt cessation of the child's cries, as if ambushed from behind. Crying is a plea for rescue or a cry for justice. Yet the child, bewildered, could no longer discern who might come to their defense, covering their face, rendered incapable of further tears. It was as if they had been prematurely yanked from the cradle of childhood, cast aside in the midst of a crowd. Thus, Julio understood that the parents of her friends would become her accomplices. For the first time, she perceived the latent power behind certain names, power enough to distort right and wrong, enabling a father to strike his own child without question. Thereafter, none of her peers dared to oppose her, which allowed her words to flow indiscriminately. Yet, Julio found herself haunted by dreams of that fateful night from her childhood. In each dream, the child abandoned before the crowd ultimately transformed into her own self. That night, before she could truly revel in her elation, she was first engulfed by a disquieting emotion that rendered her increasingly restless. For instance, like now, she had anticipated the arrival of this day. Bound for an entire day, fixated on the blood-stained damp cloth, she wept silently. Could Colin assert that the appearance of that cloth was merely coincidental? Yet, since the outcome proved effective, he refrained from providing any explanations. The crux of the matter was to swiftly extract information regarding the monster that had attacked her, as well as details about the lamp keeper across from them. Do you not recognize that individual? He is affiliated with the casino. I merely passed by that night. What about the casino's revenue? I am unaware. Were you not there to audit the accounts? I was merely present, observing them at work. And the freak? I do not know him. Have you not seen him elsewhere? No. Are you certain? I do not know. Where do you usually spend your time? In galleries, parties, and such. More leisurely than Colin had envisioned. Do you know everyone who follows you? I do not. How can you be certain that monster is linked to the casino? A sudden realization, well, I am not sure. A wave of frustration washed over her. There were too many people. I could not distinguish them. Do you feel he is still following you? Upon reflection, it seemed so, but she felt as though this conclusion was entirely guided by her own thoughts. Continuing down this path was futile. Have you encountered anyone resembling him? Colin inquired, gesturing toward the lamp keeper in the corner of the room. She lifted her gaze, as if just now recognizing the keeper's presence, momentarily lost in thought. Have you seen him? Yes, she replied decisively. What did he say to you? He said. Julio's eyes dimmed. He said, I am worthless. To be deemed worthless as a mafia heir did not seem to matter much. Some within the underworld had described her as someone who could tie her own shoelaces, and they felt it was cause for gratitude. Colin sensed an incongruity. He believed that if this lamp keeper were indeed the one he had encountered, he would never utter such words. There was too much emotion encapsulated in that statement. Later, Luca mentioned that the lamp keeper did not even possess a name. Colin found this exceedingly inconvenient. Thus, he discreetly designated the lamp keeper in this room as number 1, and Capello's lamp keeper as number 2. At that moment, Mr. Number 1 approached like a dark cloud. There is no trigger on her, he spoke in a dialect. If you were to protect her, what would you do? Colin asked. Mr. Number 1 pondered for a moment. First, he would not resort to grand sorcery. The traces would be too messy, leading to potential exposure. She was too naive to handle the trigger herself. However, if the activation point was separated from her, complications would arise. What if you did not use sorcery? Colin knew that the flesh bore no remnants of the essence. There is only one method, but it would not be as dramatic as you envision. It bears consideration. A substance known as blue spot. Under fortunate circumstances, certain fish intestines, when cured, would develop blue spots. In the past, some would scrape it off, boil it, and consume it, hoping to survive the most perilous nights of illness. Eventually, some began to recklessly ingest it before battles. Although this led to numerous sacrifices, it was the only means by which the Censerians confronted certain adversities before the arrival of the honor and the invention of firearms. It sounded akin to some microbial secretion with the capacity to awaken latent potential. Under primitive conditions, it was produced in minuscule amounts by chance, and after boiling, most of its vitality would have been lost, yet it still retained considerable efficacy. What if someone, say Mr. Number 2 in the heart of the Alliance, particularly in the highly industrialized state, had specialized in purifying and cultivating that microbe? In fact, just hours ago, Colin had begun to feel a slight headache and an inexplicable exhilaration. He had attributed it to his prolonged sleeplessness. Yet, upon hearing Mr. Number 1's words, he was suddenly gripped by a chill. The irregularity of his wound indicated that whatever it was possessed some degree of infectiousness. Thus, the monster from the warehouse must have contained not merely some secretion but a considerable proliferation of that microbe itself. If a minuscule amount of that secretion could stimulate latent potential, allowing one to endure critical illness or transform into a warrior, what would bacteria that continuously multiplied and secreted substances within him do? In an instant, could he morph into a creature akin to that being in the warehouse? Colin hesitated, instinctively contemplating whether to seek a place where he would not harm anyone, to ascertain whether he would meet a similar fate of disintegration. Yet before doing so, he realized that the entire incident still harbored incomplete pieces. The individual infected by this microbe could not merely be a bomb. They must also be under some form of control. Otherwise, it would contradict Mr. Number 2's intent to protect Julio, albeit that intent was merely Colin's hypothesis. What if the dosage of that blue spot were amplified by hundreds, accumulating over time? Do you know how to control this effect? I do not, Mr. Number 1 mused. I believe no one can achieve that. Colin smirked, finding the situation exceedingly precarious. He could only gamble on the notion that Mr. Number 2 was indeed protecting Julio, rather than merely deploying a bomb for some ulterior motive. After all, it was the only possibility he had to survive. Chapter 16. The other side of the door. After suffering a scratch last night, Colin promptly treated himself, pouring an entire bottle of inferior whiskey onto the wound. Despite spending several hours in the carriage afterward, the state of the injury was a testament to the virulence of that substance. What if, that night, it had not been Colin present, but another individual whose reaction was slightly delayed? Had no one inflicted significant harm on that creature's cerebellum before the upheaval, or redirected its assault, it would have showcased its speed and strength to full effect. In that case, it is likely that within a mere 15 seconds, the majority of those present would have perished or been gravely injured. Given that it could only sustain itself for 15 seconds, there would inevitably be survivors, albeit with wounds of varying severity. They might be delayed until the following night before being taken to the hospital, and due to the lack of timely care, they would soon enter a state of crisis once more, and this time, it would be in a densely populated public space. Should events unfold in that manner, a widespread calamity could swiftly befall Stott. Thus, unless Mr. Number 2 is truly foolish enough to regard the Alliance as some uncivilized nation, he must be acutely aware that should anyone perpetrate such an incident on Alliance soil, annihilation would be their only fate. Therefore, regardless of his intentions to protect Julio or otherwise, some method of controlling the situation must exist, even if it were merely a self-destruct order. Colin felt a sense of suffocation. This room in the inn was also the current temporary storage for cash and jewels belonging to Colin and Ricardo's group. Colin had not placed his share alongside the others, as previously, he and Ricardo were responsible for hiding and transferring this money. If everyone concealed their portions separately, any extravagant spending by one could expose them all. Ricardo, Colin called towards the door, prompting Ricardo to rush in from outside. The cash remained in the room, but it was no longer secure. Colin instructed him, I cannot leave just yet. There is a box under the bed. Take it yourself to room 205 at the Kreuzstrasse Inn. Guard it well, and do not leave until I arrive. Ricardo nodded and moved to retrieve the box from the bed. He believed Colin trusted him as he had a year prior. Unaware that Colin was merely concocting an excuse to send him away, to prevent any sudden changes occurring to himself. After Ricardo departed, Colin's gaze returned to Mr. Number 1, who had once again lapsed into silence, resembling an empty shell in the room, his essence having departed to another realm. If the Capello family comes, to what extent will you assist me? Colin recalled Mr. Number 1 mentioning neutrality. I will purge those who betray the creed and continue to watch over the solitary light. He muttered to himself, beyond that, I am indifferent. Understood. Although Colin was uncertain of the meaning of watching over the solitary light, it seemed to imply that he was only responsible for Mr. Number 2 himself. However, Colin sensed that he might not be Mr. Number 2's match. After all, the latter had operated and stopped for many years, whereas Colin had only recently emerged from his homeland. Perhaps he should summon other lightkeepers for support. Yet, since even Luca was wary of them, Colin felt it prudent not to meddle too deeply in the lightkeepers' affairs. After all, he possessed no knowledge of Stardust lightkeepers. The primary strategy was not direct confrontation but leveraging Julio as a bargaining chip for his survival. If Mr. Number 2 were indeed killed prematurely, it might be Colin who would face the consequences. After feeding Julio some food and water, Colin, disregarding her protests, once again stuffed a cloth into her mouth. He inquired of Mr. Number 1, will you be staying here overnight? He ignored Colin's question. You have heard the rumor, I presume, Colin continued. Afternoon tomorrow. The Capello family's lightkeepers may appear around the news station in the southern suburbs. Will I find you there? One could only hope that Mr. Number 1 possessed a more reliable method of locating Mr. Number 2. As Colin bent to check the ropes binding Julio, Mr. Number 1 suddenly rose silently, glancing in a direction before swiftly exiting the room. Colin realized and hurriedly followed him out, only to find the corridor empty. As Colin walked the streets, he felt his breath becoming increasingly labored. The environment in the Riverport area was relatively pleasant. The summer evening breeze predominantly blew from north to south, preventing the foul odors from the river from reaching the northern bank, while the sounds of water splashing against the embankment could be heard. Gas lamps lined the shore in an arc, reflecting the crescent moon in the sky. This stretch of wooden boardwalks, extending for several kilometers, was quite renowned as a picturesque scene of the common folk in Stott. Perhaps due to the impending weekend, numerous couples strolled hand in hand. Colin pondered that it would be prudent to find a place to hide. But before that, he had matters to attend to. Deep within the Riverport district, the slums were particularly bustling with activity as the prostitutes were at the height of their business, some women dressed flamboyantly like turkeys, cackling artificially as they sat by the street. Colin hurriedly pushed through, entering a decrepit building. Upon reaching the third floor, he knocked on a door. Soon, someone opened it from within, but Colin grasped the doorknob from the outside, preventing her from fully opening the door. Let us hide behind the secret door, Colin instructed. The voice of Julianne, though questioning, did not pry further. Colin waited until a loud noise emanated from deep within the room before he entered. Julianne's room appeared unchanged since he had left that morning. Behind a wooden bookshelf, another door had been installed. Though it offered little protection during a search, it could serve to obscure some sightlines in normal circumstances. Colin figured that should he lose control, it would at least be sturdier than the dilapidated door outside. Is this related to the wound from this morning? Julianne's voice came through faintly, as flat as ever. Indeed, Colin replied nonchalantly, contemplating his words. If, in the coming days, I do not return, you may privately consume the liquor I have stored behind the secret door, and once the situation stabilizes, sell it bit by bit. However, you must destroy the documents I brought. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for either you or my elders. I trust you are wise enough, but if you fail to comply, I may have to enlist others to assist. Why do this? Julianne questioned. To prevent them from being discovered. Do you think I can sell that liquor? If the quantity is small, no one will pay attention, Colin replied. Exactly. Sell it slowly, Julianne said, and then I can slowly wait to die. Should she proceed in that manner, her tuberculosis would lose all hope of healing. Colin felt a sense of confusion. Even if no progress was made in the end, I would likely still perish somewhere, but I refuse to simply sit here and wait for death. Soon, my corpse would rot and stink, discovered by others. Beside my remains would certainly be these documents. For until my last moment, I will not cease seeking a remedy for myself. I do not know where you acquired these documents, but they will undoubtedly be traced back. And soon, your so-called elders will find themselves implicated due to you. All your arrangements are ultimately futile. Julianne, behind the secret door, expressed her thoughts at a rapid pace. You actually have no friends to entrust these matters to. Even if you did, they would be powerless to stop me, for nothing can hinder someone who is utterly determined to survive. Therefore, no matter what you wish to entrust, it holds no significance if you are not alive. Do you understand? After this poignant inquiry reverberated in the air, her voice abruptly ceased, as if she had suddenly clamped her hand over her mouth. Colin had never heard her speak with such fervent intensity before. After a moment of silence, Still no sound emerged. "Julian?" he inquired softly, leaning his head closer to the shadowy door to listen. Yet, there was nothing but silence. Chapter 17. The dreams of the city. Due to her persistent cough, Julian's voice was always delicate and faint. Yet, this did not diminish the youthful quality inherent in her tone. Rather, it added an ethereal quality, akin to whispers drifting through a dream. The hurried stream of her words earlier clearly disregarded her throat's condition, evoking imagery of a bird that pierces its throat with twigs to emit mournful songs. Then, she abruptly fell silent, perhaps overwhelmed by a violent fit of coughing, which she stifled with her own hand. Or perhaps she suddenly felt that such words should not have escaped her lips. For someone like Colin, it had become increasingly difficult to harbor strong emotions regarding death. Setting aside the fact that he had already experienced death once, the first decade of his current life had been spent amidst the acrid scent of gunpowder and the stench of soldiers' decay, while the latter half was spent surviving in the underbelly of Sandsad. Sometimes, people perish simply with a glance. Yesterday it was him, today it is you, and tomorrow it will be me. It is as random and fair as queuing for a toilet, unexpected yet devoid of mystery. Rumors circulated that the previous owner of the five-handed throne had perished in a duel, fighting for his family and leaving behind unfulfilled ambitions. People often preferred to believe in grandiose tales. Yet Colin knew that the old man had merely met his end while squatting over a latrine, shot dead by a few thieves who happened upon him. Life and death are neither a plunge into an abyss nor an escape from filth. They are merely the falling of fruit, the stirring of dust, the clearing of clouds, nothing particularly special. Thus, they are neither worthy of glorification nor dread. However, after contemplating this, one inevitably finds it easier to accept death. When hope dwindles, one gently ceases to struggle, much like Colin at this moment. He began to ponder how he had arrived at this juncture. Perhaps others could embrace death with tranquility, but what of him? Did he possess the right to depart so easily? "I'm fine." Julian's voice emerged from the darkened doorway, seemingly steadied. "You still have matters to prepare, don't you?" After confirming her well-being, Colin fell silent and quietly exited Julian's abode. Mr. One drifted through the streets of Sandsad, evading the gazes that immediately converged upon him upon stepping onto the street. The children of Sinsali peered at him from various crevices and shelters, mocking his voluminous robe adorned with raven feathers. Their speech was in Anha, laced with a Sinsali accent and habitual timidity, though he could not comprehend their words. He was acutely aware they were steeped in obscenities. These children, gaunt and pallid, had lost their dignity to poverty, shedding the traditional upbringing of their ancestors. They could no longer recall the significance of such attire in the eyes of their forebears. They called him the feathered monster, hurling stones that shattered the clay pot he carried, dousing the hem of his tattered robe in clear water. Mr. One had only shouted once at the outset, utilizing an archaic and fragmented language of Sinsali. The former lamp keepers had used such calls to assert their identity, but this time, no one understood him. And thus he returned to silence. As a few older children saw his lack of resistance, they surged forward, half in mockery, half in thievery, tugging at his clothing, tearing away the fabric and feathers. His humble adornments were severed and stolen, with some attempting to strike him senseless and poke at his eyes. Yet, those children all fell to the ground, though none truly stumbled. They realized that before them lay nothing, as if what they had pursued was merely a shadow from a dream. Having similar bloodlines yet not sharing the same path was an evident truth, one only comprehensible in a foreign land. Mr. One resolved never again to converse in that language, lest it be further demeaned. Yet this did not sadden him, for a lamp keeper was meant to live in solitude, eternally watching over the lone light by the shore. The coast was the long, rugged black shore of Sinsali, a boundary between reality and the abyss. The abyss, or as contemporary individuals prefer to call it, the virtual realm. To step into that domain is to relinquish one's human form. The lamp keeper stood at the threshold between humanity and inhumanity, perceiving truths invisible to mortal eyes through the light of the lamp. To avoid being swayed, they castrated all desires within themselves. Without focused intent, without self, they could accomplish nothing. This also sharpened the light within their consciousness. It was said that the Anha had crafted a mirror-like lamp from this essence, stealing a fragment of the coastal light's potency. Yet they were evidently unaware that for humans to perceive the entities within the virtual realm, the most crucial aspect was not the tools or forms, but the observer's inner perspective. Without self, there could be no oversight. He moved like a silent intruder through darkened corners, while the illumination of his consciousness cast light upon the entire dreamscape of the city. He felt a twinge of pain while searching within the inn, and then he realized that everything around him was weeping. He witnessed individuals on the Serber River retrieving swollen corpses, casting hooks that pierced through the hands of the deceased, drawing them aboard as one would fish. A few detectives shone their lanterns into the eyes of these individuals. The insect slaves continued their toil, exchanging complex pheromones within the narrow darkness. Male insects, of human-like stature, transported cargo from ships, only to inadvertently have their limbs crushed by towering females. Yet none of this was what he sought. He inquired of the dirty windows illuminated by gas lamps, the traces embedded in each brick of the old city wall, to glean what had transpired upon this land. Through those traces, he glimpsed countless duels of sorcery, where both holy and unholy spirits led all into chaos. Yet no one intervened to soothe the land's lament. But this was of no concern to him. He beheld tiny spirits, flickering like fireflies, entering reality through innumerable metaphysical fissures. Some ancient, formless giants attempted to converse with him, extending inviting tendrils, yet they merely passed through his body. He sought the eyes of the other lamp keepers, the source of the twinge within his consciousness. Then he beheld the lighted churches within the Sinsali community, where they worshipped their only revered ancestral deity. The Anha had become tolerant of the revealed pagan faith, thus allowing them to worship with instead. The deity bore no exaggerated name, simply the legendary first lamp keeper of the Sinsali, who discovered the light. A woman, sculpted to appear youthful, yet radiating a gentle, maternal glow. Valeria, the Virgin of the Lamp. Mr. One gazed at the statue in bewilderment, and then, as if pricked by a needle, he suddenly shut his eyes. Chapter 18. Dark Flame Colin chose to spend the night atop the steel structure of a bridge spanning the Seber River. If he were to succumb to chaos and lose control before dawn, he would plummet onto the bridge's surface before he could harm an innocent passerby, thus ending it all. Gazing down at the placid, dark water 20 meters below, Colin attempted to regulate his breathing and calm his racing heart, but to little avail. His mind grew increasingly weary while his body surged with agitation. He endeavored to look inward, only to find that the once clear essence of life within his consciousness had devolved into a boiling, viscous mass, filthy and sticky, spreading everywhere. It no longer heeded his command as it once did. What a pity to have wasted a whole morning at the seminary transcribing letters. More lamentable was the delay in deciphering one particular letter, leaving an irreplaceable void in the material he would ultimately obtain. Unable to sleep, he closed his eyes to rest his mind. After all, the brief minutes of the following afternoon would determine whether he could endure this trial, necessitating sufficient mental respite to avoid a moment of folly that could ruin everything. In the subsequent 15 seconds, although it would be the same brain and nervous system controlling his body, it would be entirely something else. A shiver ran down his spine as he squinted up at the moon, which appeared unnaturally large, perhaps due to his elevated position. The people of this world may never have perceived any discord with this moon. No nation would lack poetry praising her. Yet, to Colin, this celestial body appeared grotesquely distorted, evoking an inexplicable dread. Its sheer size seemed akin to a colossal face looming too close for comfort. Unlike Earth's moon, which always wore a veil, here the moon's surface revealed chaotic textures visible to the naked eye, its atmospheric currents forming muddled horizontal patterns interspersed with vast, discolored patches akin to the murky oil stains on the Seber River. Colin knew that each of these was a tempest of unfathomable magnitude, many having roared for millennia. Their size unimaginable, capable of swallowing whole worlds. On the night of the summer solstice, the moon reaches its fullest glory. Tiny shadows traverse its surface, a phenomenon that endures throughout the night. Ancient civilizations have woven beautiful legends around this sight, such as the moon goddess losing her freckles or a sesame seed gliding across her slumbering visage. Yet, no matter how wild one's imagination, none could fathom that these shadows were cast by the vast expanse of land beneath humanity's feet. Colin found himself entranced by the moon. Centuries prior, the Ana people had established that the moon revolves around the sun, the earth around the moon, and the child moon around the earth, with the relationships between these celestial bodies considered a manifestation of a triple veil in the material realm. However, if one were to merely rely on the knowledge of bygone eras, a giant planet like the moon should not have formed so close to the sun, as the proximity would not allow for the accumulation of substantial matter. Otherwise, it would plunge into the sun. Perhaps this moon originated from a more distant orbit, slowly drawn in by the sun's gravitational embrace. Hey, a voice echoed from below the bridge, cold and in the tongue of Naylor, interrupting Colin's descent into darker thoughts. He looked down to see a shadowy figure on the empty bridge. Number 1. No, Mr. Lampkeeper. Number 1 fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering the implications of being labeled as such. It felt somewhat impolite to privately designate someone in such a manner. So Colin attempted to obfuscate. Are you unable to find a place to spend the night? After all, the Lampkeeper seemed antiquated, lacking the demeanor of one who possessed the Orient ass. However, Number 1 appeared indifferent to how he was addressed, ignoring Colin's inquiry. Come down. He must have been aware of Colin's precarious state, yet still uttered those words, perhaps possessing a method to subdue the monster. Yet Colin could not discern his intentions and did not comply. Why? My limbs are frozen. It's inconvenient to climb those rungs, Colin stammered, fabricating an excuse. You were born in Sinsirai, weren't you? Number 1 stated. He was inquiring about Colin's condition, which surprised him. This seemed to be the first instance of the Lampkeeper speaking a sentence devoid of demands or supernatural connotations. Indeed, but I only lived there for a few years, so my memories are hazy. Moreover, you are nearing death, Number 1 remarked. What do you mean? Colin pondered. What did it signify to Number 1 that a dying Sinsirai individual stood before him? So come down, Number 1 insisted. I will teach you how to kill someone. The train rattled forward within the city, and in the cramped civilian carriage, Number 1 sat across from Colin, absorbed in the severed cord he held in his hands. Meanwhile, Colin mulled over the fragmented and ambiguous statements he had heard from Number 1 the previous night. Essentially, because Colin was nearing death, Number 1 could freely impart certain information without fearing its disclosure. What was the purpose? Under the clear moonlight, Number 1 disregarded Colin's question. His gaze fixed on him for a moment. Life is dwindling faster than I anticipated. He delivered his verdict with disappointment. At this rate, you will burn out in less than 3 days. Like a damp pile of firewood, a small, smoldering flame was consuming it. Though the process was far swifter than it appeared, Number 1 used this analogy to convey what he perceived. The quickening breath and heightened body temperature were not mere illusions. Something was indeed transpiring. Yet if a certain process had been set in motion, why did it manifest differently from the scaled creature in the warehouse? Was it due to the accumulation of pathogens? One was a spark igniting a powder keg, while the other fell into a damp woodpile. But what precisely served as that spark? It is irreversible, the Lampkeeper stated. Even if you manage to halt the spread of this dark flame and survive these 3 days, your damaged life will not last beyond this month. Dying in 3 days is too tight a timeline. Even if I teach you, you will be unable to act, Number 1 continued. However, if you could delay your demise for about a month, that would be ideal for me. Is that even human? Colin felt a sense of discomfort at this exchange. So let us try to survive these 3 days first, Number 1 declared. I will be watching. Chapter 19. The eyes behind you. Colin nudged a leather bag beneath his seat with his heel. It was heavy and required considerable effort to shift. Carrying such a large bag on the train within the city was somewhat conspicuous. Yet, no one paid him any undue attention. In this era, there were not an abundance of indiscriminate extremists, and thus security checks were exceedingly lax. Had he been on a train at a small station, he could have quite brazenly stepped aboard with a bag filled with firearms and ammunition. The throng of passengers ebbed and flowed, accustomed to shoving and shouting. The few attendants present could barely manage the chaos. In the aisle to Colin's left stood a small girl, who, if not tethered to an adult, might have struggled to maintain her balance in the crowded, swaying carriage. She was sucking her left thumb, her curious gaze fixed on Colin's back. Colin quietly gestured for her to be silent, yet for some reason, this elicited giggles from a passenger across the aisle. For hours prior, as dawn broke, Colin had felt a slight improvement in his condition, though it could merely have been an adaptation to his malaise. After a brief period of wakefulness, he refrained from visiting Julio, for Colin had never intended to escort her to the rumored location. Instead, he hailed a carriage to the Astor Hotel, where Luca's office was situated. However, he was not there to seek Luca, but merely to retrieve some of his belongings. Colin had maintained a room at that hotel for years. It may seem extravagant, yet it only cost him 5 or 6 aurei each month and provided significant convenience. The establishment belonged to Luca, and neither thieves nor detectives frequented it often. The immigrants who stayed there typically relied on Luca for their arrangements and dared not offend the hotel staff. Thus, if he merely wished to store items of Luca's that required no concealment, this was undoubtedly the most cost-effective hiding place available. Various firearms, wrapped in oilcloth, lay openly on the floor of the room. Colin paced among them, patiently selecting his arsenal while contemplating the potential scenarios he might face. He intermittently disassembled one weapon and then another, The gaps in the room's partition allowed light to filter through, rendering it poorly soundproofed, compelling him to handle the gun parts with utmost care to avoid any noise. Mr. Number 1 waited outside the hotel, seemingly indifferent to Colin's intentions. Ultimately, Colin chose 3 weapons: a reliable bolt-action rifle, a pump-action shotgun, boasting nearly a 20mm caliber, and a spread pattern that would obliterate rather than merely puncture the monster's face. And lastly, a .45 caliber pistol for close-quarters defense. After inventorying his selections, Colin's satchel weighed over 20 kilograms. He locked his room once more, glanced at the staircase leading to Luca's office, and suppressed the urge to request a few accomplices from Luca. Firstly, he did not wish to involve the Chestaro family. Secondly, he reminded himself once again not to place too much trust in Luca. The old train, lumbering along at a speed of no more than 30 kilometers per hour, approached the news station in the southern suburbs of Bucher. The tranquil lives of the passengers remained blissfully unaware of the events that would soon unfold in the nearby dilapidated factory. Colin descended the metal steps with the leather bag in hand, accompanied by Mr. Number 1. In contrast to the filth that pervaded the city of Stott, the natural scenery and air in the southern suburbs were genuinely refreshing. Fortunately, it was the weekend. Otherwise, he would have had much to explain regarding his absence from the reporting office. However, given his current condition, even without considering the peculiarities of the bacteria, he could be said to be suffering from septicemia, making it quite reasonable to take a brief leave. Come Monday, he would face a pile of documents awaiting his translation. While lost in thoughts of triviality to steady his nerves, Colin unexpectedly encountered someone at the platform. Ricardo? Hadn't he sent him away last night, instructing him to keep his eyes on a bag of money? I'm not that foolish. If the money were truly unsafe, you wouldn't have let me take it alone, Ricardo said with a grin. That's everyone's livelihood at stake. Colin inquired how he had come to know of this location. In the Sweetwater Tavern this morning, I heard everyone talking about Capello's useless princess being kidnapped to the southern suburbs. The moment I heard, I knew it was your doing, he replied. The Sweetwater Tavern. Ever since Prohibition was enacted, it seemed all the pubs had transformed overnight into effeminate establishments. Thus, the Stott Sweetwater Tavern often featured bizarre scenes. Burly men, adorned with chest hair, sat among children sipping sweet water and listlessly discussing manly topics. Yet, it was precisely in such lowly venues that one could swiftly hear the rumors that were deliberately spread, rather than being mere conduits for gossip. They embodied the very essence of rumor itself. Ricardo was most familiar with such places, enabling him to glean information hidden within the rumors more swiftly than Capello's people. This was somewhat surprising to Colin, as he had not anticipated that, after the chaotic events of the previous night, Ricardo would still possess the temerity to show up. In Colin's memory, Ricardo had always boasted of his bravery, charging ahead with a gun, yet it was often the most cowardly who felt the need to emphasize such traits, serving as reminders to both others and themselves. I just came to try my luck, Ricardo said, patting the belt concealed beneath his shirt. His prized firearm, a gift from Luca, rested in that belt. I can't believe I actually ran into you, he feigned nonchalance, straightening his legs and hiding his trembling hands behind him. He was now of age. Colin felt he had no right to tarnish his resolve. And what can you contribute? Colin asked earnestly. What is your value to me? Ricardo's smile faded. He had pondered this question countless times in his mind. Luca and Colin were both so formidable, and he, with limited abilities, wondered what he could possibly offer them. He contemplated the mysteries of the universe, and thus, without hesitation, he provided the answer, no matter how strong one may be. Another person is always needed to watch their back. I am your eyes behind you. Chapter 20. Suspicion. Colin chose this dilapidated factory area as the rendezvous point for 2 reasons, its seclusion and his familiarity with the place. In the early days when he and Ricardo were still relatively unknown, they were employed by certain factory owners to surveil the slothful workers, acting merely as informants for some ruthless figures. He recalled the vast expanse littered with large spools, the deafening noise of leather belts spinning, instilling a constant fear of having his hair caught. Steel bars and coal were haphazardly piled, while mechanical pistons and gantries rose and fell amid the steam. Colin tossed a leather pouch into the center of the yard, which landed with a dull thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. He covered his mouth and nose, surveying the area, overall content with the setting. Only some obsolete equipment remained, leaving the thousands of square meters of factory space feeling particularly vacant. Pipes stood like columns around him, their metallic surfaces peeling and rusted. Large glass windows were smeared with grime, casting a dim light. A section of the roof had collapsed, allowing a cascade of pure white light to pour through, illuminating the fine dust in the air in stark contrast. The emptiness of the factory could provide a sense of security for the other party, yet the intense interplay of light and shadow created significant visual blind spots. Once the Capro family arrived, Colin would still be the one to handle the negotiations. Mr. One maintained an air of indifference towards everything, showing no interest in the achievements wrought by industrial civilization. He merely drifted around the factory like a black goldfish in a tank, eventually settling quietly in a corner after acknowledging an unseen presence. Colin conducted another inspection of the premises, shooing away a few wild cats and dogs that had made this place their home. He then retrieved other items from the leather pouch, further preparing the venue for the imminent arrival of unknown guests. Scar Giovanni, tasked by someone, ventured to an old factory in the southern suburbs to verify certain rumors. His full name was Giovanni Casado, and he had suffered facial injuries over 2 decades ago while working as a child laborer in a machine factory. A sharp metal component had halted perilously close to his left eye, and it was a stroke of fortune that he had retained his sight. Otherwise, he might have been known as the one-eyed or half-headed man. With the issue of succession unresolved, the Capro family was brewing new turmoil. With a patriarch in place, the several lieutenants under him would refrain from mutual slaughter. They were born anarchists, rejecting any form of official governance and only loyal to their clan, rendering a fierce patriarch a necessary evil. However, the old patriarch had died, and a new one had yet to be determined. The moment it was confirmed that Giulio had been kidnapped, several lieutenants and former aides to the mastermind Navio fell into mutual suspicion. After someone intervened to mediate, only a few were permitted to inspect the site of the incident, and Scar Giovanni was one of them. Upon seeing the powder and bones, the exaggerated marks on the walls and floor, he knew he had to take charge, for he was the fangs of Capro's sentinel. An inside man had been planted in the warehouse gambling den. This was the most crucial clue. However, by the time they uncovered the informant's name, the individual had already boarded an express train, speeding away at 80 kilometers per hour into the heart of the Alliance, severing the lead. The one who recruited the informant was merely a wastrel, deeply in debt from gambling, willing to do anything for a bit of change. Just as despair began to set in, whispers regarding the disappearance of Capro's daughter began circulating in the tavern. Giovanni, nearing 40, was well-versed in handling such matters. It seemed yet another bloody battle loomed, yet his heart remained largely untroubled. There was work to be done, and that was all. He had long since ceased to be like some young lads who, after taking a life or two, became sentimental or felt superior to their peers. To shoot another was merely a task to be carried out when no better options were available. A killer who could maintain such a perspective was truly mature, and he wholeheartedly accepted this notion. Yet, at times, Giovanni found himself alone at night, introspectively questioning, and he could not help but shyly admit, though it might seem immature and twisted, that killing was rather enjoyable. Colin, concealing his face in the shadows, was taken aback to find a single individual approaching. The man, with a shotgun slung over his shoulder, strode confidently into the workshop, casually surveying the machinery, his demeanor rife with flaws. Colin glanced upward at Ricardo, who quietly and slowly gestured that there were no others outside. Unanticipatedly, the Capro family appeared more earnest than he had imagined. Colin had initially contemplated leaving behind a note claiming Giulio had been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin, should there be too many adversaries. Perhaps Mr. 2, the Sentinel, would come personally, allowing him to find an opportunity amidst their confrontation. However, given the current demeanor of this individual, if Colin signaled Ricardo to shoot, the man's chest would blossom with gunfire. Yet, that would preclude any possibility of dialogue, and thus Colin refrained from such an action. The other party seemed to have considered this as well. In other words, he had come in a conversational capacity. This was the wisest choice. If everyone could harbor a little less suspicion, matters would not be so convoluted. As he contemplated this, Colin emerged from the shadows, shotgun in hand, and the man immediately turned to face him. The casual pose of resting the gun against his neck appeared nonchalant, but hindered the owner from taking aim swiftly. Meanwhile, Colin had his sights trained on the man's chest, ready to fire at the slightest movement. This indicated an overwhelming advantage on his side. However, was it necessary to display such weakness merely to assume a conversational stance? As Colin pondered this, he noticed a faint smirk forming at the corner of the man's mouth. Just as his alertness heightened, Colin spotted a gleam of cold light gliding along the man's fingertips hidden behind the gun. Danger! An alarm rang in his mind, prompting him to evade instinctively, and he squeezed the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Countless pellets shot forth with devastating force. Yet, the man had already vanished from sight. With no time to assess the outcome, as Colin attempted to chamber another round, he felt an excruciating pain in his left hand. A fleeting glance revealed that a throwing knife had pierced through his palm, the tip embedded in the gun's forend. Chapter 21. Giovanni. The sensation of his palm being pierced was not as excruciating as Colin had envisioned. Perhaps his pain receptors had been numbed by the bacteria, transforming his body into something more suited for combat. At this moment, he had retreated to a relatively safe distance, his injured hand still firmly gripping the shotgun's forend. He released the grip with his right hand and drew the knife from the back of his left hand, blood splattering forth as it fell. Simultaneously, the shotgun emitted a crisp sound, the shell already chambered, the stable muzzle once again locking onto his adversary. TSK. The figure before him was crouched low, having seemingly evaded Colin's line of sight with that very maneuver. Yet, his left shoulder bore the brunt of the attack, his clothing torn and stained crimson, leaving Colin uncertain of the true extent of his injuries. Alive, after all, the man spoke with an exaggerated tone of disappointment. Moments ago, he had feigned carrying the shotgun with both shoulders. In reality, his right arm had been suspended in the air, as Colin's adversary braced for the muzzle's threat. The knife had remained concealed behind the weapon, requiring only a slight dip of the forearm to assume a standard throwing stance, allowing for the perfect release of the knife's trajectory. However, Colin's response had been too decisive. He fired instead. The man, attempting to evade the lethal arc, had inadvertently allowed the knife to penetrate Colin's left hand. It was then that Colin discerned the face across from him. A scar, or perhaps more aptly termed a gash, cleaved from the right lower jaw, nearly splitting the entire cheek in two. Now, the figure aimed the shotgun at Colin from below. "I am Giovanni," he declared. "You are quite impressive. What is your name?" Colin ignored the man's frivolous inquiry, aware that as a kidnapper, he could not reveal his identity. Giovanni? A name unfamiliar to him. Was there still room for negotiation? Colin inquired. The brief exchange had concluded with both parties sustaining injuries, providing them with some insight into each other's capabilities. Now, they had entered a standoff, each pressuring the other with their firearms, making dialogue once again the most prudent option, at least on the surface. Colin observed Mr. Number One's demeanor. Noting his complete lack of agitation, he remained seated. This implied that Mr. Number Two had yet to arrive. Colin felt a twinge of anxiety, while this alleviated the immediate pressure he faced. Failure to resolve the infection issue rendered all else meaningless. "Don't be so cold," the man said lazily, rising with a demeanor that belied his apparent age of around 40. Behaving with the levity of a petty thug, the muzzle of his weapon swaying deliberately. "I merely wish to make your acquaintance." As he uttered these ambiguous words, Giovanni approached Colin. Cautiously, Colin retreated, maintaining distance while surveying the surroundings, calculating the potential changes in the dynamics of their positions. He soon realized that such movement would only provide Ricardo with a superior angle for shooting. Simultaneously, he could close in on a piece of machinery that could serve as cover. As he continued to back away, Giovanni approached the spot where Colin had drawn the knife from his hand, leaving behind a trail of blood. Fixated on Colin, Giovanni used the sole of his shoe to smear the still wet bloodstain. Watching Giovanni's suspicious actions, Colin felt an ominous premonition wash over him. "Ah, no wonder you abducted that fool," Giovanni remarked, glancing at the blood and appearing to comprehend. "So, you've contracted that infection." He was aware of the blue spot bacteria's existence. Colin was completely taken aback. Merely observing that small pool of blood had allowed Giovanni to ascertain his current condition. "Tell me how to manage the infection, and I will disclose Julio's whereabouts to you." With the other party already aware of his limits, Colin decided to state his terms directly. Yet the initiative was no longer in his hands. "Managing that is quite simple. Do I really need to teach you?" Giovanni stood relaxed, his tone dripping with mockery, as if jesting with an old friend over drinks. But then, without warning, his fingers squeezed the trigger. Boom! The shotgun erupted with a thunderous roar. In that instant, Colin felt his heart race uncontrollably, the surrounding air thickening, as if he could visualize the hundreds of steel pellets dispersing in their trajectory. Acting purely on instinct before thought could crystallize, he summoned the strength of his legs and core, propelling himself behind the machinery on his left. The hail of steel struck the machinery and the nearby wall with a cacophony akin to a tempest. Almost simultaneously, Colin raised his hand to signal Ricardo to fire. Bang! Unlike the crisp report of the shotgun, a different sound erupted as blood blossomed on Giovanni's left arm. However, as Giovanni had already been leaning forward, Riccardo's shot failed to find its mark on his chest. Unperturbed, Giovanni didn't even spare a glance at the source of the bullet, displaying no signs of panic. As if he had anticipated the cold shot from the moment he entered the factory, seemingly controlling every aspect of the encounter. Riccardo swiftly cycled the action of his weapon. But before he could place his finger back on the trigger, Giovanni had moved like a cheetah to the side of the machinery. As his gaze swept around the edge of the machine, he was met with the glint of Colin's gun barrel, almost able to see the smooth, rifled wall. Colin had been waiting here for some time, so he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom. Yet, in this common scenario of close-quarters gunplay, Giovanni was undoubtedly prepared. He tilted his body slightly to the right, evading the shot's path, even preemptively covering his left ear with his hand to shield his eardrum from the concussion of the gunfire. The cover provided by the machine was too narrow. At such close range, the shotgun's lethality was limited and easily avoided. Giovanni instinctively lowered his position, swinging his weapon upwards like a golf club. The walnut stock aimed for Colin's jaw. Colin could only pivot his weapon to block, ultimately losing his shotgun as Giovanni's stock struck his gun's receiver, sending it flying from his grasp. Colin felt his breath grow increasingly labored. Using the momentum from Giovanni's strike, he stepped back slightly, preparing to draw his handgun, only to witness Giovanni discard his shotgun, swiftly bending down, his imposing figure closing in with remarkable agility, his right hand sweeping behind him to grasp a short knife. With the distance too close, Colin abandoned his handgun in favor of drawing his dagger. The two short weapons clashed, their combined force igniting sparks that illuminated the dim corner. Colin and Giovanni emerged from behind cover, yet in this close-quarters combat, Riccardo could not aim to shoot. Colin felt his blood boiling, his senses sharpening. What began as an inability to counter Giovanni's assault had transformed into a keen awareness of his opponent's most significant moves. "Move, come on, move," Giovanni murmured, relentlessly slashing at Colin with his knife, his assault unyielding. Even as Colin began to discern Giovanni's motions, he remained under pressure. A low, discordant whine emanated from Colin's throat as he abandoned all pretense of parrying Giovanni's blade and lunged forward with his dagger. The speed was astonishing, forcing Giovanni to miss his strike and sidestep. In that fleeting moment of imbalance, Colin landed a solid punch to Giovanni's side, causing him to retch slightly. Yet he managed to block Colin's dagger thrust with his short knife. Giovanni was being suppressed, yet a sinister grin spread across his scarred visage. The more you struggle, the more they revel. Chapter 22, The Strong Colin. After Riccardo's initial shot, he found himself unable to provide support due to Colin and Giovanni engaging in close combat. He crawled to a different position, concealing himself once more as he awaited an opportunity. However, Colin's appearance struck him as profoundly unfamiliar. His attack lacked any discernible technique. Showing no regard for his own safety, this was not the Colin he knew. Colin was losing control, and it was undoubtedly linked to the fierce battle at hand. If the conflict could not be swiftly resolved, Riccardo recalled the gelatinous mass of blood and flesh he had seen the previous night, sending a chill down his spine. It was imperative to eliminate his opponent quickly, by whatever means necessary. Colin felt as though his consciousness was being consumed. The only instinct that remained was to drive the dagger in his hand into his opponent's vital points, regardless of the cost. Giovanni staggered backward, his body marked with splotches of blood. Though seemingly in disarray, he adeptly evaded all significant harm, his movements as fluid as they had been at the outset. "Phew. This is even more exhilarating than I anticipated," he exclaimed, as if he had merely finished warming up. He exhaled sharply, reminiscent of a seasoned addict relishing his fix. In the next moment, Colin closed in on him once more, attempting to thrust the dagger into Giovanni's chest using the momentum of his body, but Giovanni deftly sidestepped. Giovanni's blade grazed Colin's back, leaving a long, painful gash. Stimulated by the agony, Colin's attacks grew increasingly frenzied. Their blades clashed repeatedly, now marred with nicks and dents. Colin's dagger had even begun to bend due to the imprecise angles of his strikes. Giovanni continued to retreat, seemingly intending to create distance. Yet Colin pursued relentlessly, his dagger poised to pierce Giovanni's flesh at any moment. Riccardo was prepared to fire at any instant. But the proximity of the two combatants, never more than 2 body lengths apart, made him hesitate. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the obstacle he faced might be Giovanni's intention. As Colin lost his sanity and relentlessly pursued Giovanni, he unwittingly provided the perfect cover for Giovanni to target Riccardo's concealed position. Realizing this, Riccardo noticed that Giovanni was indeed moving toward his hiding place. Despite having changed positions after firing, Attempting to crawl away slowly, his movements had been detected, and Giovanni had tracked him down. The factory was surrounded by pipes suitable for climbing. If Giovanni approached from directly below, he would be in Ricardo's blind spot. Just as Ricardo contemplated this, Giovanni dashed into the elevated walkway beneath him, slipping out of sight. Ricardo sprang to his feet and ran, determined to distance himself from his previous location. In less than 4 seconds, Giovanni had vaulted over the railing, landing firmly in the center of the walkway with a dull thud. Colin followed closely behind, ascending to the second floor. Ricardo faced Giovanni, gun raised. The distance between them just a few meters. The rifle Colin had chosen, intended for sniping, possessed immense penetrating power. At this range, it would almost certainly pierce Giovanni's body and injure Colin behind him. However, Colin's situation could not be prolonged. He needed to resolve the conflict swiftly. If he could aim for the steel pendant hanging from Giovanni's neck, it would surely hit. In that fleeting moment, a realization surged within Ricardo. Acting on instinct, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, coinciding with an odd sound, causing time to momentarily freeze. The muzzle flash dimmed, and Ricardo was left bewildered by the events that had just unfolded. Giovanni's expression seemed one of surprise, while the short knife in his hand had vanished. His right hand twisting awkwardly behind him, fingers contorted into strange shapes. Then, Ricardo beheld Giovanni's torso completely unscathed. At this distance, Giovanni had deflected the bullet's trajectory with his knife. Although it cost him his right hand, could a human truly achieve such a feat? As Ricardo's right hand dipped to draw his dagger, Giovanni lunged at him, his left fist carrying tremendous momentum, landing a crushing blow to Ricardo's solar plexus, driving deep into his body. The sound was akin to a heavy punching bag hitting the floor. Ricardo expelled the breakfast he had consumed that morning, the intense pain and sudden loss of blood rendering him immobile. Giovanni seized Ricardo's clothing, using him as a shield against Colin, while simultaneously exerting force to propel them both down to the ground floor. Colin's dagger hesitated momentarily, remaining unthrust, even if he had struck. The sudden obstruction of Ricardo's body would have prevented harm to Giovanni. Giovanni descended from the second floor, using the incapacitated Ricardo to cushion his fall and mitigate the impact. Ricardo hit the ground and lost consciousness entirely. At that moment, from a distant corner of the factory, the sound of metal clanging echoed. The short knife Giovanni had used to deflect Ricardo's shot falling away. As Giovanni composed himself, he gazed with interest at the silent Colin on the platform above, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Why was he not dead yet? In Giovanni's initial estimation, Colin should have succumbed to exhaustion rather than appearing to regain his senses. If that were the case, complications might arise. Despite seeming to have the upper hand during their recent skirmish, Giovanni had experienced far more discomfort than he had anticipated. Colin's agile responses, the enhanced speed and strength from the blue-spotted bacteria, and Ricardo's precise shooting had inflicted unexpected damage upon him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, it was quite exhilarating, wasn't it? He nonchalantly retrieved a small dark green glass vial the size of a bullet, tilting his head back to apply its contents to his eyes. Chapter 23. The unnecessary to be precise. The blue spot bacterium does not awaken the body's potential. If it merely did so, it would likely provoke immediate poisoning and widespread organ failure. Capello's lamplighter discovered that its target lies within the veins, drawing from powers of the past. When the secretion concentration is excessively high, some individuals may develop scales on their bodies during an episode, unexpectedly validating the rumors of the Sensorian ancestors mingling with the bloodline of the scaled beings. Giovanni had grown accustomed to coexisting with these minuscule entities, producing antibodies within himself to maintain their concentration within a safe range, temporarily compelling them to obediently become part of him. Now, he prepared to ignite the spark within them and dropped it into his eyes. Upon opening the box, few could master this force. Power surged from the depths of his being as Giovanni moved his limbs, exclaiming, "What a fortunate encounter to meet someone like you today." He mused about the boy's ability to retain his sanity. If one does not know how to halt them, the end would merely be death. Colin stood on the elevated walkway, slowly retrieving Ricardo's bolt-action rifle. The gun had slipped from Ricardo's grasp when he was struck, and due to Giovanni's injured right hand, there was no time to tend to it. The rifle had a 5-round magazine. Ricardo had fired twice, leaving 3 bullets remaining. Colin nonchalantly gripped the weapon with one hand, his gaze seemingly devoid of warmth. As Giovanni began to feel something amiss, Colin unabashedly fired at the ground. Bang! Giovanni tilted his head slightly, the bullet grazing his cheek and leaving a faint trail of blood. His vision and reflexes sharpened significantly, as long as he maintained a safe distance. It was nearly impossible for him to be struck again. Yet, standing there as a target was ill-advised. He could no longer use Ricardo's body for cover. So he prepared to maneuver. At that moment, the second bullet arrived. The recoil of the rifle seemed non-existent as Colin expressionlessly chambered another round, then fired again. A muffled thud resonated as Giovanni felt a warmth erupt from his shoulder, a burst of blood spraying forth. The bullet had penetrated his limb. Had he not been ignited by the bloodline, he might have faced permanent disability. Now, his muscles appeared to possess a will of their own, contracting and moving to seal the wounds in his flesh. Why had he been hit? It was not that the bullet had accelerated. Rather, his movements had been anticipated. He recalled Colin's vacant gaze, a stark contrast to the frenzy of half an hour earlier. That expression was not merely one of regained sanity. The blue spot bacterium could awaken powers belonging to the past. Bloodline. Was he not Sensorian? What had he truly summoned? The sound of the bolt being drawn echoed. The third shot was imminent. Giovanni suddenly felt transported to an unfamiliar realm. What had once seemed surprising now felt utterly incomprehensible. The unknown. The next shot could strike a far worse location. This thought flashed through his mind as he quickened his pace towards safety. Below the elevated walkway lay Colin's shooting blind spot. How had he allowed someone with a reflex speed akin to his own, positioned above him, to acquire a firearm? He had been overly complacent. Had he been injured in his right hand by that cowardly ambusher? Or had he assumed that the little creature should have perished moments ago? As Giovanni entered the shooting blind spot, an instinctive thought crossed his mind. It is impossible to be hit. Immediately following, he pondered a second point. The target was not me. Pressing Giovanni into the shadow of the elevated walkway, Colin raised his rifle, aiming at the cable suspending the iron walkway, firing without the need for precise aim. The cable was severed by the bullet. Colin then turned, swinging the rifle but to strike the already rusted support between the walkway and the wall. The force was such that it warped the barrel, rendering it unusable. The support bent slightly before warping and snapping under the pressure of the other components. The sudden removal of two crucial supports caused the walkway to emit a grating creak, and it began to collapse at what appeared to be a slow pace yet was, in reality, exceedingly rapid, disintegrating into large steel components mid-air. Years of exposure to the elements had left this metal walkway, situated near a previous collapse of the factory roof, in a state of decay. Thus, Giovanni, who had just entered this factory, had no means to ascertain the condition of the supports. Colin, however, had inspected them all beforehand, entering a state of emptiness. All conditions lay clearly before him. Of the 16 supports of the walkway, 9 could no longer bear weight, with an uneven distribution of load. The 2 that provided the majority of support were within arm's reach, and 1 could be shot. The plan solidified in the instant he bent to retrieve the rifle. The collapsing walkway crashed onto the factory floor with a deafening roar, akin to a landslide. A cloud of dust billowed up, briefly obscuring the beam of light from the gaping roof, plunging the factory into complete darkness. Colin helped Ricardo's arm over his shoulder, assisting him to the location where the leather bag had been stored, and slowly sat down. He checked Ricardo's condition. He was still alive, but it was uncertain whether his spine had been injured. Colin prepared to retrieve water from the bag when suddenly, a noise emanated from the nearby debris, the sound of metal being shifted. Is it never-ending? Colin thought. Your luck is quite poor. Giovanni's voice called from afar as he moved a metal plate aside, gradually standing upright. I thought I was dead. Giovanni approached Colin with steady steps, wielding a metal rod twisted from the wreckage of the walkway. The rod was raised high, and Colin, seated on the ground, stared at it as it was about to descend. You never attack the head, he suddenly inquired. Is it true that lamplighters can obtain information from the brains of the dead? Colin replied, and upon realizing he was correct, Giovanni shook his head with an expression that suggested amusement at the absurdity of the claim. That fool is of no use to us. This is explosives, Colin suddenly stated, holding a small box wrapped in black cloth. If we both perish, your lamplighters will gain no clues. Giulio is doomed. 2 people? Giovanni tilted his head in confusion. Aren't there 4 of you? Colin paused. Himself, Ricardo, Mr. One who was the 4th? At that moment, footsteps approached from a nearby shadow, and a figure emerged, hands raised and face uncovered. Colin recognized him. It was Luca. I just arrived, Luca casually remarked. I couldn't sleep last night, so I thought I'd come take a look. He held a broken blade in his hand, a remnant of the knife Giovanni had wielded, which had been sent flying by a bullet, perhaps fortuitously picked up by Luca. You are the old friend of Cestallo, are you? Giovanni pondered aloud. If the opposing side also consisted of five-handed beings, and even an old acquaintance had come forth, the methods assigned to him by the lamplighters might not be the optimal solution. He did not know where Julia was, so it mattered not whether he arrived or not. Colin spoke plainly. Tell me how to control the bacteria. Otherwise, it is all the same to me. I will detonate this now. Very well. Giovanni, with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, I was just curious to see if you are the sort of person who dares to ignite explosives, or if you possess the audacity to bring such materials aboard a train. Before entering the warehouse, Giovanni had surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of carts or automobiles, and no horses in sight. The southern suburbs were exceedingly remote, particularly near the station, suggesting that they must have arrived by train. Given that it was Saturday, the train in this direction was likely filled with families and children venturing out for camping. Are you the type of individuals who would carry explosives to such a locale? He inquired with curiosity. His old friend Luca might associate with such people, but would he personally come to their aid? Moreover, just moments ago, the two had appeared hesitant, unable to muster the courage to fire upon their companions. They were too inexperienced, still burdened by unnecessary encumbrances. Giovanni revealed a slight smirk, poised once more to bring the iron rod crashing down. Chapter 24. Blood Oath. Colin found himself lacking the strength to evade, staring helplessly as the iron rod descended towards his body. If I were you, I would never do this. Luca's voice cut through the silence, halting the impending strike. Giovanni, visibly irritated, paused, contemplating the limits of his restraint. He thought to himself that next time, even if his intellect, naivio, were to resurrect and plead for mercy, he would not hesitate to reduce those two to mere pulp before his very eyes. Why? Simply because you have the prefix before your name? Luca, now fully known as, carried a title that signified leadership, a prefix that belonged to every clan patriarch. A refugee who suddenly emerged would hardly believe he had secured his position among the five hands of power, if not for the internal strife within Capello. The name Cestaro would be inconsequential. Once the various leaders within the group determined their fates, Luca's prefix would surely be erased. Yet, from the homeland of Sinchiri, a guardian had been appointed to him, the meaning of which remained unclear. A shadow of unease crept into Giovanni's heart. The guardian, though a creature of the extraordinary, had maintained a respectful silence, sitting quietly without interference. Such beings, emerging freshly from Sinchiri, were remarkably compliant. The nameless guardian spoke. Are we not to act? Luca, reluctant to engage with the guardian, recognized that their very existence was a testament to the constraints imposed on every patriarch seeking to expand their dominion. Giovanni couldn't suppress a derisive laugh, mocking himself for once believing that this young leader possessed any truly sound strategy. In the end, do you not even comprehend their tenets? He taunted. The solitary lighthouse guarding the coast. Does the patriarch's mind belong solely to himself? That is merely a generalization, Luca countered, contemplating the absurdity of his homeland's expectations that he instruct the newly appointed patriarch. First, discern the sorcery aimed at the group. Second, ensure that those on the list remain unscathed by the supernatural. Third, refrain from unnecessary actions, particularly maintaining neutrality in conflicts between groups. So, you have inscribed these two little nuisances on the core list of Cestaro? Giovanni inquired. No, Luca replied. The list was established 2 months prior, with only 5 slots available. Besides, Colin and I share merely a nominal affiliation. Oh, is that so? Did you think your homeland assigned you a mere caretaker? Giovanni scoffed. But I am on the list, Luca stated. Colin was taken aback, struggling to grasp the implications of Luca's words. Even if Luca were indeed on that list, as long as Giovanni refrained from attacking him, there was no need for protection. Such matters were beyond the guardian's purview. At that moment, Colin noticed that Mr. One had risen from the shadows, silently stepping forward. To their surprise, he seemed poised to intervene. Giovanni, maintaining his composure, asked, Are you planning to betray the tenets? Mr. One replied, Perhaps Capello's associates would do so, but I am not one of them. I am merely fulfilling the tenets. Nonsense, Giovanni retorted. Colin instinctively glanced at Luca and then noticed the clue. Since his appearance, Luca had been holding the short blade that Giovanni had knocked from his grasp, though Colin could not recall when he had picked it up. At first glance, it seemed Luca intended to use the blade for defense. In reality, he gripped the blade by its edge, his blood trickling down the blade's length. Could inflicting a wound upon himself with Giovanni's knife be construed as an attack by Giovanni? Colin pondered instinctively. No, Mr. One would never permit such self-deception to circumvent the tenets. Blood dripped onto the dusty ground, producing a faint sound. Colin suddenly realized that it was not merely Luca's blood. The knife had previously sliced through Colin's own flesh during their earlier scuffle, now tainted with Colin's blood. And it was pressed against Luca's self-inflicted wound. Blue-stained bacteria. Luca discarded a fragment of the broken knife onto the ground, grasping the handle with his freed hand. The blade was riddled with nicks from countless encounters, the breakage further distorted by the impact of a bullet, resembling a serrated weapon. Luca pressed his palm firmly against the blade, slowly drawing it outward. A horrifying sound of flesh being severed echoed, leaving numerous deep lacerations on his hand, allowing even more blood and bacteria to intermingle. Luca's hand spasmed in agony, losing its grip on the broken knife, which fell to the ground. He had heard Colin recount the events of the warehouse casino night and should have been present to hear Giovanni mention that few could control themselves once the box was opened. Thus, he understood the peril that the bacteria posed. Luca had ascended to the rank of a significant figure among the Five Hands. Yet he still chose to take this risk. Now, I am afflicted by the extraordinary, he declared. Nameless guardian, fetch me the antidote. What could a toothless guardian possibly accomplish? Giovanni mused. Although aware of the guardian's limited combat prowess, he felt an inexplicable unease as he gazed into the guardian's vacant eyes. If he were to kill him here, it would not bode well for his standing with the homeland. He sought to justify his reasoning, attributing the predicament to the strategies of the individual behind him, concluding that the situation was a costly blunder. Thus, he cast the iron rod to the ground, raising his hands in surrender. His capitulation was decisive, a trait that contributed to his survival through 4 decades of conflict. I possess my own emergency suppressants. It should allow me to survive for another week. That will suffice, Luca stated. I will vouch for the fact that within 3 days, they will hand over Giulio's location to you, in exchange for the means to cure this affliction. Though he claimed to act as a guarantor, the true assurance lay with the nameless guardian behind him. Luca reflected that he had initially resolved not to overly depend on him, lest he be infiltrated by the homeland. Yet he found himself breaking that resolve sooner than anticipated. Very well, Giovanni concluded, believing that his associates would find the outcome acceptable. Initially, they had assessed that the opposing party must have some extraordinary connection, hence their willingness to engage in a mutually destructive gambit. Thus, when Giovanni discerned that the opposition did not involve the extraordinary, he was surprised yet continued to adhere to his original decision. Now, with the intervention of another guardian, the situation had become increasingly complex. In light of this, a transaction seemed feasible. But if that were truly the case, how had the switch to guard Giulio been activated that night? Never mind, let him deal with that headache. Chapter 25. Ambition. Surely you do not intend to select that monster as your fangs? As another set of fangs, I offer you a piece of sincere advice. Giovanni continued. Lost in his thoughts, you witnessed his demeanor just now. Are you certain you can manage him? For as soon as he ceased pondering, the chilling void of those soulless eyes resurfaced in Giovanni's heart, alongside the madness that would bury both himself and his foe within the ruins of the corridor. He could not discern whether his words to the lamp keeper were rooted in genuine concern for another, or merely a response to an instinctual threat. If that creature already fought with such ferocity driven by instinct, well, what would it be like to become a fawn? Would it truly benefit the Five Hands and the old home, teetering on the edge of delicate equilibrium? Colin's satchel contained essentials for first aid, bandages, iodine, sutures, and morphine dressings. Lucas silently wrapped bandages around his own hands, observing Colin skillfully tending to his and Ricardo's wounds. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Have you ever been on the battlefield? Did we not all escape from there?" At that time, the entirety of Sonera was akin to a battlefield. And Colin was momentarily puzzled by Luca's question. I mean in places like an army, Luca clarified, perhaps detecting something in Colin's method of treating wounds. No. Colin replied with a laugh, you must be joking. I was far too young then. Indeed, Luca felt a peculiar curiosity about his unfounded notion. Despite Colin's growing weakness, the myriad wounds upon his body had already healed significantly. His body seemed oblivious to fatigue, exhausting its very life force. Both he and Luca gazed at the vial resting on the ground, containing a dark brown liquid, no more than 2 milliliters. You should use it first, Lucas said, as Colin's condition was more critical. At that moment, they could only place their trust in Giovanni. If the substance was a deception, they might never locate Giulio again. Colin picked up the syringe. This device lacked a disposable alternative and was primarily intended for reuse. The glass tube bore measurement markings, with brass encasing both ends. The dual jaws and push handle were exquisitely crafted in a circular design, and the push core featured threads for precise dosage. Fortunately, The craftsmanship of the needle was sufficiently refined, preventing it from being overly thick or unevenly distorted. Finding a vein, Colin inserted the needle, and with a gentle push, the plunger slowly rose, delivering the suppressant into his body. He then cleaned the needle with alcohol and handed it to Luca. At this juncture, hygiene concerns were secondary, especially as Colin's blood had long since stained Luca's wounds. As Luca injected himself in the arm, Colin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "I did not anticipate you would take such a risk," he finally remarked after a long pause. "The lead on my end has proven faulty." "I cannot afford to show no sign of effort," Luca replied matter-of-factly. The two conducted a cursory examination of Ricardo, confirming that at least his bones were uninjured, though the condition of his head remained uncertain. Colin recalled that it was not a head injury from a fall, so he surmised there should be no significant harm. Even in prison, Ricardo had maintained his exercise regimen, and his robust muscles provided ample protection for his body. By the time they moved the unconscious Ricardo into Luca's vehicle, the afternoon had waned. Having grown accustomed to the rancid odor of the factory, the fresh air of the southern rural outskirts felt remarkably invigorating. Surviving the ordeal in that decrepit factory left Colin with a surreal sensation. Luca, seemingly casually, remarked, "How about working for me in the future, Colin? I have always been assisting you, have I not? What I seek is not this current form of subservience, whether nominal or substantial, nor a mere collection of disparate individuals united by commissions and dues. What I aim to construct is an organization that suits this era, like that of a boss and employees, or a prime minister and his government, a commander and a modern army. This is a considerable undertaking. I need to contemplate it further," Colin replied. Perhaps Luca could prove to be a formidable leader, yet Colin was not one to relinquish his autonomy lightly. "I assure you, you will receive more than you currently possess. In some respects, you might even live as well as a mayor," Luca said in a low voice. "Those antiquated relationships from centuries past have long since reached their conclusion." Luca might possess ambitions and instincts greater than Colin had ever imagined. "Consider it carefully, but as long as I obtain the suppressant, you shall have your share," Luca stated. "A deal is a deal. This is compensation for the misinformation." Colin held no interest in ruling the underworld. He merely desired to amass sufficient funds from the impending era of illicit spirits to restore memories and secure a path into the extraordinary. Thus, there existed no conflict of interest with Luca. If he were to seize greater power, it could even serve as a boon for Colin. Moreover, Luca had just saved his life. Regardless of the underlying motives, if it was Luca who ascended to power, it would be far preferable to any alternative. When necessary, perhaps it would be prudent to offer some assistance, Colin mused. As the vehicle continued its journey, Colin felt his breathing gradually stabilize. The suppressant was taking effect. Subsequently, Colin deliberately chose to disembark at a location far from Julien's residence. He had concealed Julien's existence from Luca all along. Since Giovanni had provided the suppressant in the factory, Mr. One had remained silent, refraining from aiding in treatment or lifting anyone, simply sitting quietly in the back seat. Colin was aware that at some unexpected moment, Giovanni would reappear before him. Observing Colin supporting Ricardo, Luca lit a cigarette, remarking, "It would be wise to have someone examine him. If the situation is severe, contact me again." He referred to the unconscious Ricardo. Colin nodded in agreement. Before Luca, he entered a modest inn. After watching Luca's vehicle depart from the second floor, he exited through the back door, making his way to another avenue where he flagged down a carriage, arriving deep within the slum of the Riverside district. Upon opening Julien's door, the ethereal, distorted voice of an opera singer wafted forth, intermingled with faint popping sounds. Colin paused, then noticed a small phonograph playing a record. The brass horn unfurled like a blossoming flower. The craftsmanship was simple yet aesthetically pleasing. Colin surveyed the scene, saying, "I did not realize you possessed such an interest." "Purchased from the people downstairs," Julien replied. "I do not wish to suffocate in this place." The so-called people downstairs were likely those working girls. Julien maintained a decent rapport with them, occasionally receiving assistance from the girls in delivering items when she could not venture outside. Colin carefully laid Ricardo on a chair without arms, asking, "Could you check on him?" By some twist of fate, Julien and Ricardo had long been acquainted. Ricardo's parents had spared no effort in sending him to a church school, and he had even attended classes with Julien, albeit prior to her enrollment in a specialized training group. Julien herself seemed to harbor no recollection of this, as Ricardo had been rather unremarkable at that time. "Have you had a look?" Julien inquired. "The bones do not seem to be an issue, but I am uncertain about here," Colin indicated at his head. Julian prodded Ricardo's upper limb with tweezers, seemingly reluctant to touch him. As for the head injury, I am at a loss as to how to assess it. Chapter 26. Twisted Mundanity. Colin handed the syringe left by Giovanni to Julian, requesting her to conduct a simple analysis. There were remnants of the substances inside. Although he held little hope, it was worth a try. So, is everything all right now? Yes, it is. What I just gave you is the treatment. Since it was also a bacterial infection, checking its nature might provide insights into curing your ailment. Colin withheld the full truth, and Julian silently tucked the syringe away. At that moment, Ricardo awakened groggily, initially surveying his surroundings before suddenly leaping up from his seat. Where's that scar-faced man? What scar-faced man? Julian inquired. The one. Ricardo seemed to realize he was in Julian's home. Confused about how he had come to be there, he instinctively concealed his bewilderment, saying, I watched a play. And there was a scar-faced character. Colin had previously deceived Ricardo, claiming that Julian was unaware of their involvement in gang activities, and he had believed it. He thought Colin was trying to shield Julian from the dangerous and sordid truths. Nearly contemplating this notion, Ricardo felt a tragic sense of duty to protect the delicate woman from darkness and disputes, thus he refrained from mentioning anything about Julian. That must have been terrifying. Julian acknowledged the truth without exposing him, continuing the conversation. After several years apart, why is your head bald? It's too stifling to keep hair in the summer heat. Ricardo replied, touching the top of his head. One had to admit that his ability to adapt was quite impressive. Observing him springing from the chair, Colin sighed with relief. At least there were no serious issues within his skull. Although Julian did not have a deep connection with Ricardo, joking about someone else's imprisonment felt somewhat excessive. Perhaps she simply disliked being kept in the dark or being perceived as someone in need of protection, leading her to retaliate lightly. Ricardo attempted to move a bit more, but winced in pain. After all, he had a broken rib. Once his tension eased, the sharp agony surged back. Fortunately, it wasn't displaced, and he merely needed a chest strap to stabilize the fracture. Julian even thoughtfully devised an excuse for him. Did you fall? Yes, from the second-floor stairs. Ricardo grimaced. The following 2 days passed in tranquility. Due to Colin's injured condition requiring rest, the responsibility of monitoring and caring for Julio fell to Ricardo. While Colin stayed at home with his uncle, Colin indirectly inquired whether Craig had any knowledge about a peculiar fish species in the Cenarian Sea. To his surprise, his uncle actually named the species the black-striped silver shark. However, being outside his field of expertise, Colin's understanding of this fish was limited to encyclopedic entries. The books permitted to be taken from the seminary library naturally did not delve into information related to the extraordinary. They merely introduced that the black-striped silver shark typically inhabits the deep sea, congregating nearshore during the winter of hot years, throughout cold years, and during its breeding season. Some coastal residents would pickle it for medicinal use as a stimulant. Only in a source without a cited publisher was there a note mentioning the symbiotic relationship between this fish and a specific bacterial community. Colin was taken aback. He was unaware of the naming conventions for bacteria within the academic community, yet he felt a strong dissonance regarding that hive-forming species. It was evidently not a conventional nomenclature. He further researched the caribou species but found no other bacteria bearing that suffix. It seemed that the hive-forming caribou bacterium had been inadvertently omitted from that document. Through years of eavesdropping on the seminary, Colin had learned that the ether of the planet itself constitutes the most stable and expansive conduit for the flow of spiritual essence into reality. It was precisely for this reason that celestial magic became the most universally reliable magical system. The deep sea, being closer to the planet's core, housed a more intense spiritual environment than land, birthing a greater variety of spiritually related life forms. However, whether through Julian's saline observation method, the seminary's lantern, or Mr. One scrutiny, none could discern traces of spiritual essence in their own blood. Thus, the high-forming caribou bacterium might represent a paradoxical existence. It was both extraordinary and purely material. Perhaps it was not significantly different from other mundane creatures, but through the brutal survival competition with other deep-sea spiritual beings, it had evolved a distorted yet remarkably effective means of existence that should not normally arise, a survival that drew from both the future and the past. Gazing at the description of this fish, Colin suddenly thought of himself, or rather, of all ordinary individuals living in the subterranean world of Stott. After consuming the suppressant, the vibrant life within his consciousness regained its previous stability akin to that of a star. Yet, the number of particles it manifested had diminished by more than half. This likely explained why Mr. One claimed he would not survive the month. Colin attempted to divide those particles into 30,000 parts, allowing for the recording of 15,000 letters of text. If he were to abandon all other correspondence he had been tracking and focus solely on the words of that scholar from the Cairo continent, he could barely manage to document most of the files. The question was, since he would perish in a month, why exert the effort to pursue these tasks? No, I shall continue, Colin thought. After all, what if he survived? Heinrich did not mention Ricardo's involvement in gang activities again, nor had he spoken to Colin at all, leaving Colin uncertain whether Heinrich had discovered his continued peril, having recently endured a life-and-death struggle. With few records to be made, Colin quickly cleared the accumulated letters from the weekend and departed the news office. Before tomorrow, the suppressants provided by Giovanni would lose their efficacy. Thus, the transaction with Capello had to occur that very night. Chapter 27. Fangs indeed. On the night of that fateful Monday, Mr. One approached Colin. Colin was not surprised that he had found his way to him. Unlike ordinary individuals, they possessed sources of information that were far more elusive. Colin spoke directly. So, take a look again. How many days do you think I have left? The flickering momentum had ceased, but due to the depletion from 2 days prior, he still had 20 days to live. Mr. One remarked, that should suffice. You wouldn't have come to me with the intention of ambushing me during the transaction tomorrow, would you? It is the day I am to meet Giovanni, and that enigmatic Mr. Two is expected to make an appearance. Colin recalled that in the hotel where Giulio was detained, Mr. One had mentioned a desire to eliminate certain individuals. I never said the one I meant to kill was him, Mr. One replied, his expression impassive. 3 days prior, Mr. One had lectured him on the bridge about killing someone. If it was not Mr. Two, then whom was he referring to? Colin had initially been puzzled as to why his colleagues did not execute those who betrayed their creed. However, after leaving the hotel that evening, he had seen certain things and had begun to understand the underlying reasons. Mr. One recounted monotonously, as for who your adversary is, that is of little consequence. Colin struggled to grasp the meaning behind his words. It appeared that Mr. One seldom engaged in normal conversation with others. Hence his habit of speaking from a position of superiority and offering only half of his thoughts. Likewise, he lacked the understanding of how to collaborate effectively with others. Thus, he had told Colin, since you are nearing death, I can, without hesitation, share certain matters with you and seek your assistance. He seemed oblivious to the fact that anyone with a sound mind would find such reasoning unacceptable. Moreover, prior to addressing the matter of wording, Mr. One had overlooked a more fundamental issue. Have you ever considered why I would assist you? Colin questioned. After all, I am about to die. Anyone could aid us. Mr. One spoke as if discussing some form of grace. Spare me that, Colin replied. You're not suggesting that helping the lamp keeper might earn me a place in some heavenly realm, are you? Indeed, that is the case. I am indifferent to your creeds and heavens. Colin was disinclined to become entangled in such ideological disputes. For a man facing death, the most compelling motivation is to tell him, I have a way for you to survive. Can you truly achieve that? There exists indeed a method, the lamp keeper hesitated. But to divulge it would undermine the original premise. For if I were to enable your survival, it could lead to a breach of confidentiality. Therefore, this proposal has been untenable from the outset. Colin pondered, is there truly no one else entitled to know these matters and continue living? There are those from my homeland, as well as our fangs. Very well, Colin said, then I shall become your Fang. By the standards of the Anha. To become a Fang did not equate to entering the realm of the extraordinary. While they would systematically delve into certain esoteric knowledge, it was solely to confront adversaries. Out of some ancient obsession, they felt compelled to reject communion with the ethereal and the spirits. Hence, when Fangs engaged in battle with those who traversed the abyss, they inevitably found themselves blind or vulnerable to spiritual interference and curses. Consequently, while they served as the Fangs of the lamp keepers, they too required the lamp keepers as their eyes and talismans. Yet, in the face of certain temptations, how many could still adhere to those ancient tenets? Mr. One contemplated Colin's unusual traits displayed during the factory battle, as well as Giovanni's counsel, and fell into contemplation. This individual bore no extraordinary talent, which implied a lack of risk of corruption. He possessed strong combat awareness, and it was likely he would exhibit commendable qualities as a Fang. Although during the previous battle, he had elicited some discomforting and peculiar feelings, as long as he lacked talent and could not communicate with those abominable entities, he would essentially have to rely on himself. In other words, he would remain under control. Moreover, given the current circumstances within the city, did he still possess the luxury of choice? Not hesitating for long, Mr. One made his decision. Let us converse as we walk. In the bustling market of North 7th Street in the Old District, Mr. One led the way. He had initially assumed that these enigmatic individuals would only discuss matters of the arcane in some candlelit chamber. Yet Colin was taken aback that he would bring him to such a noisy thoroughfare. Ever since the black robe had been inexplicably torn, Mr. One had donned a nondescript outfit. Thanks to this, they walked among the crowd without drawing too much attention. Colin understood that engaging in whispered discussions while in constant motion was less likely to attract eavesdroppers than remaining in a fixed location. As long as one remained vigilant about those in proximity, the passers-by could hear only fragmented and ambiguous snippets of conversation. Moreover, the lamp keepers communicated solely in Nal, a language that would likely be perceived as a distant indigenous dialect to the Onha residents of the Old District. What about on the level of sorcery? Is no barrier necessary for protection? Colin inquired, stepping aside for a few boisterous children. The more chaotic and muddled the surroundings, the less effective sorcery becomes, the lampkeeper replied. Just as one cannot discern whispers amidst a cacophony, rituals will struggle to maintain clarity of meaning amidst complex background noise. Thus, these diverse crowds in the myriad events unfolding on the streets serve as their natural shield. Sorcery, mysticism, magic. Although distinctions certainly existed, they were largely different labels applied by people of varying eras and different contexts to describe the same phenomenon. Colin began to suspect what the lampkeeper was about to say next, as a Fong assisting the lampkeeper in safeguarding the Sinsalai community on an extraordinary level. The first task would undoubtedly be to understand the adversaries they would face. To comprehend the extraordinary, one must begin with the study of the arcane. Modern theories of mysticism essentially equated to the Onha's discourse on extraordinary mysteries. After all, following the decline of the ancient, primitive era of sorcery, it was their discoveries and insights that laid the foundation for everything related to the extraordinary in contemporary times. Therefore, even the lampkeepers of Sinsalai, when discussing the extraordinary, could not evade the Onha's teachings. Colin felt a tinge of anticipation, for although he had gleaned some knowledge of the subject through clandestine listening at the seminary, no one had ever presented to him a comprehensive and systematic portrayal of that world. Though Gillian had received some education in this field during her childhood in a select group of a certain sect, what she had learned was merely a carefully edited version, bearing evident signs of distortion. Colin, the current lampkeeper, called him by his name directly. He seemed to muse upon some enigma. Did you know that the essence of the world is contradiction? An announcement here for December 9th, Monday, tomorrow. The title will be changed to Remnants of the Old Gods, Chapter 28. The Ineffable in his youth, under the guidance of his father. Colin came to understand the annals of world history. He recognized that the Cincerians' wariness of rulers in the extraordinary was not merely a facet of their character, but rather a consequence of historical fate. Nal, situated in the heart of the continent, was surrounded by adversaries. In contrast, the Cincerian Peninsula, located on the northern shore of the narrow sea in southern Nal, had, due to its geographical predicament, endured countless dominations over the centuries. Since the inception of the Old Calendar, the initial masters of Cinceria were the demon-blooded Ulza dynasty. Subsequently, it fell under the protection of the successful slave king, Gloria. It was then that the Cincerian Peninsula was incorporated into a broader geographic concept, Nal, as the glory of the first empire of Nal waned. The gem-like peninsula was seized by the Ottos crossing the narrow sea, becoming a fulcrum for the desert tribes' invasion of the continent. Repeatedly changing hands amid the tug-of-war between two great empires, the new calendar commenced with the coronation of the first holy king of the Onha. In the year 217 of the new calendar, the Onha alliance from the eastern continent conquered all of Nal, thus bringing a new lord to Cinceria. However, 8 years ago, in May of the year 623 of the new calendar, the alliance officially recognized the independence of the kingdom of western Nal, leading to the Cincerian Peninsula's nominal severance from Onha rule. The ever-shifting conquerors rendered the Cincerians apathetic towards governance, fostering a tradition reliant on familial bonds to ensure the continuity of their kin. Concurrently, these invasions introduced them to starkly different systems of magic, deific representations, and cosmologies from various cultural spheres. Consequently, they became acutely aware, much like the original Ulza dynasty that governed the continent, of the absurd reality. The depictions of deities and the essence of the world across civilizations were rife with contradictions. On the meticulously paved stone streets, gas lamps gently erased every shadow. Mr. One recited, as if rehearsing an ancient adage, the world as perceived through the eyes of the Cincerians. Nowadays, those pagan deities and philosophical notions have transformed into something akin to fables and fairy tales, permeating every facet of ordinary life. with most Alliance members having grown up listening to those tales. In a previous life on Earth, such scenarios were commonplace. Thus, before Mr. One mentioned it, Colin had not even realized how peculiar this situation truly was. Reflecting upon it, this realm was not akin to Earth. It was a world where the extraordinary genuinely existed. What then could the existence of these contradictions signify? The Sensorians' understanding of this phenomenon was simple yet vague. For only the current Anha Alliance possessed the capability to compile and analyze the mythologies from around the globe. The Grand Lighthouse Library of their homeland diligently archived the findings of Anha scholars. 50 years ago, the Anha had catalogued 67 pantheons and cosmological models from known ancient civilizations. Among these, there were 41 different versions regarding the creation of the world, 25 concerning the origin of humankind, and 61 regarding the apocalyptic visions. If such occurrences were to unfold on Earth, it would be remarkably ordinary. After all, the imaginations and beliefs of people vary across regions, and it is only natural for interpretations of the non-existent to diverge. Yet, in a world where the extraordinary and deities genuinely exist, myths ought to represent historical truths that have transpired. If that is the case, how could there be such a plethora of mutually contradictory accounts? Colin pondered, vaguely anticipating what the Lamb Keeper was about to convey. Regardless of their incompatibility, the magic and sorcery based on these pantheons and philosophical frameworks were largely effective, signifying that they contained empirical truths. In other words, each myth held elements of veracity, albeit coexisting in contradiction. This revelation unveiled a fundamental truth. Everything related to the unseen extraordinary was, in essence, an unordered chaos. Thus, the Sensorians, much like the original Olza dynasty, perceived the undirected, unknowable chaos pulsating behind the material world. However, unlike their predecessors, who unconditionally worshipped such an existence, the Sensorians chose to approach all extraordinary entities with caution. Before the coronation of the Holy King of Anha, the entire continent had, to varying degrees, succumbed to chaotic beliefs, a riddle that remained unanswered, an inextricable conundrum. The Lamb Keeper remarked, those remaining were either ensnared in their corners, unable to comprehend other civilizations, or buried their heads in the sand, forsaking all contemplation and proof. Steadfast in the belief that only their own views were correct, condemning the doctrines of other cultures as heretical. Thus, for those living in that era, two paths lay before them, to choose absurdity or to opt for ignorance. Yet, the inaugural Holy King of Anha offered a third choice. The Lamb Keeper spoke softly, even if the Sensorians did not acknowledge his doctrines, they could not deny his greatness. This choice, to a large extent, spread alongside the Anha's 500 years of expansion. Contemplating the current state of various sects within the Alliance, Colin mused whether the Holy King had invented some new religion. Perhaps he had received revelations regarding the triune nature of the light, life, and spirit? Colin inquired. Since arriving in Stott, he had heard that phrase from the teachings countless times. Surely, the third choice proposed by the inaugural Holy King could not merely be a doctrine asserting the triune essence of the supreme deity? Such assertions were but misinterpretations by later generations. The sects would interpret his teachings in such a manner because the common populace could hardly accept his proposed notions. It would be challenging for them to genuinely comprehend and revere the deity he envisioned. The corners of the Lamp Keeper's mouth twitched as he uttered that name with an awkward expression, the ineffable. Chapter 29. The cosmic model of the Anha people. It seems that a celebration of the repeal of prohibition is taking place, with housewives adorned in their finest, wielding staffs and flowers, parading joyfully to the cheerful sounds of trumpets and the explosion of fireworks, proudly showcasing their triumph in the assembly. Though walking on the same pavement and gazing upon the same sights, Colin feels as though he exists in a world entirely distinct from the others. As he observes the raucous and crowded throng, he wonders how many among them merely use this vibrant fade to conceal their true selves. It is said that the Saint King single-handedly assassinated all deities. This is merely a metaphor, yet it is by no means an exaggeration. Mr. One seems to be speaking to himself, for after his arrival, the gods of the past have vanished forever. They are no longer regarded as awe-inspiring entities but rather as mere reflections in the water. The pace of the Lamp Keeper's speech quickens. Whether it is out of confirmation that Colin can keep up with the thoughts or due to his own fascination with something, the so-called ineffable is merely a hypothesis. The Saint King believes that the essence of the world is not chaos. Rather, a solid and stable truth must always exist, which he refers to as the primal phenomenon. The divergences in narratives across different civilizations arise from humanity's inherent flaws, allowing them to perceive only a limited aspect of the primal phenomenon. This is also due to the inadequacy of language, whether it be symbolic or intangible. Certain existences, when one attempts to express them through language, collapse into mundane shadows. Should someone have once glimpsed the complete truth, they could only convey what they saw through language, which would inevitably be incomplete. Thus, upon their death, what they witnessed would be eternally buried, leaving behind only fragmented images. In this light, humanity, despite its utmost efforts, can only obtain a collection of contradictory shadows. However, the Saint King believes these are not devoid of significance. For even though the perspectives and standards of observers differ, they are still recounting the same cosmic tableau. It resembles the fable of the blind men and the elephant. Collins suddenly recalls this idiom from a previous life. Humanity's primitive perception cannot directly observe that which lies beneath the material plane, originating from the depths of the world. Thus, they are entirely blind. Although each individual's conclusions are erroneous and incomplete, when pieced together, they might just manage to sketch the outline of an elephant. This also suggests that all shadows emanate from a singular source. This source is the primordial enigma of all concepts in the world, as well as the ultimate answer. The reason for refraining from any description of it is twofold. First, to prevent people from indulging in baseless speculation, and second, to acknowledge that any attempt would inevitably lead to omissions, rendering it incomplete. For instance, to describe it as existence would neglect the concept of non-existence. Hence, the Saint King designates it as the ineffable. At this juncture, the world model proposed by the Anha people becomes clearer. The ineffable resides at the center of the world, with concepts and powers emanating infinitely from it. These emanations constitute the primal phenomenon of the world, yet when perceived by humanity, they collapse into incomplete shadows, recorded as intricate myths. The creation must be the first event of significance in time, the earliest emanation that's separated from the ineffable. Thus, from the shadows of this event, we can glimpse the image closest to the ineffable itself. Consequently, the Anha people first chose to further categorize 41 creation myths, which have now been clarified into 6 forms. These may represent a collective depiction of origins. Each of the 6 forms corresponds to 6 fundamental rules. I shall present to you the most succinct and pure examples from each mythological cluster, as well as the rules that are believed to lie behind them. The Anha people also utilize these examples to name the forms, as in other instances, the forms often exist in complex combinations, making differentiation difficult. Form 1. The twin siblings E and Su give birth to the world through their union. What they depict is the duality of separation, a balance between opposing differences. This serves as the archetypal mirror of all deities of day and night, light and dark, father and mother. Form 2. The giants remains Orlin, which decay and differentiate into all things. What it depicts is the eternal separation and degradation of divinity. The ineffable eternally radiates outward, while the emanations continue to undergo a process of division. Form 3. The sacred geometry mat, which derives all things from its own structure. What it depicts is the archetypal mold of all existence, wherein the Creator drafts the blueprint, establishing all mirrors in the world. Furthermore, it symbolizes cycles, for a cycle is a reflection in time. The above 3 examples are considered to be genuinely close to the ineffable in form. They themselves embody a certain perfection. The following 3, however, belong to past misinterpretations or meanings yet unknown. Form 4. The void body, wherein the world emerges inexplicably from nothingness. What this form depicts remains a matter of speculation, dreams, contradictions, the unknown, or perhaps it bears no relation to any of these and is merely a human fabrication. Form 5. The bewildering dark mud Sanahali, wherein the world emerges from the sediment at the ocean's depths. The Anha people believe it to be perceived as a creator deity, reflecting humanity's ignorance. For what it depicts is the triple veil that blinds humanity. A circle, from its inception to completion, signifies the culmination of results, the establishment of cycles, and the manifestation of mirrors, implying the solidity of materiality. Thus, what this form truly depicts is the process by which the master builder Demug constructs the material realm. Equating the formation of the material realm with the birth of the world is a common misconception among humanity before they encounter the virtual realm. Consequently, the circular structure of the world becomes clear. At the center of the circle resides the ineffable as the cause, while the material realm lies along the circumference as the effect, with countless emanations and shadows filling the space between them. The ineffable constantly radiates outward. Thus, the act of creation is perpetually ongoing, with the circular structure further delineated into the realms of prototypes, the virtual realm, the etheric layer, and the material layer. And all of this represents the appearance of the world as envisioned within the hearts of the transcendent. Chapter 30. The Path of Ascension. He grasped the brass handle of the attic bedroom, pausing involuntarily before turning it. The cold, solid sensation stirred within him an ineffable feeling. According to the Anha theory, tangible matter is merely a thin film on the surface of the world bubble, regardless of the vastness of the material universe. It is but a trivial facade in the face of the deeper realms. Thus, this doorknob represents merely the tip of an iceberg of certain existences. It is no wonder that he often felt an inexplicable sense of constriction. Perhaps his instincts had grown dissatisfied, merely existing upon this thin membrane. At the same time, Colin noted that during several encounters with the lamp keeper, the latter had failed to perceive the traces of spiritual essence within him. The lamp keeper could discern the state of life's bounty diminished, yet remained oblivious to the fact that his heart's shell had once been opened, and that somewhere in Colin's consciousness, a ritual continued to operate, one that had disrupted 5 years of his memories. Perhaps Mr. One had also been affected by this ritual. The lamp keeper's expertise lay in insight, but it must be limited. The ability of the individual who tampered with his memories evidently surpassed Mr. One's observational skills. At this moment, Colin no longer harbored much confusion about how to enter the extraordinary. After all, thanks to the lamp keeper's explanations, each step of the journey was now vividly laid before him. Mr. One had yet to introduce any intrinsic principles of sorcery or magic, but merely having heard the overarching introductions proved immensely beneficial to Colin. The chaotic information he had previously acquired through eavesdropping could now finally be systematically integrated. There exist countless paths to the practice of magic, yet they all converge towards a singular destination, to enable the spirit to transcend the material layer, delving deeper to reach the ineffable truth at the heart of existence. Thus, they are collectively referred to as the Path of Ascension. Demug, the master builder of the material realm, is an ancient figure originating from the magical Uruju dynasty. The Anha believe that he constructed a prison to confine humanity, while the Sinceri hold an entirely opposite view, believing he provided the soul sanctuary. The material body protects humanity while simultaneously binding it. A similar contradiction occurs within the realm of the mind. The self occupies only a small fraction of the totality of consciousness, yet it serves as the gatekeeper of awareness. Certain perceptions, concepts, and feelings, if not accepted by the self, shall never penetrate consciousness. This intricate filtering and distillation mechanism is what is referred to as the heart's shell. However, while it obscures the illusory realm, it also veils the more authentic self within the subconscious. The first step on any path of ascension is to gain control over those structures that operate unconsciously and to create a fissure within the protective layer of the self, allowing for a connection to the illusory realm or deeper consciousness. Hence, the Sinceri would assert, all power comes at a cost. For once the door is opened, the self may venture forth, yet one cannot guarantee what may enter from the outside. Moreover, recklessly disturbing the intricate workings of the inner structures may lead the mind towards chaos. This is merely the most inconspicuous beginning of various costs. The starting point of the path of ascension often requires the aid of spirit magic. This does not refer to magic created by spirits, but rather spells that harness the powers of holy spirits, malevolent entities, and fairies, beings imbued with consciousness. This is also the oldest form of magic employed by humanity, reminiscent of certain ancient shamanic rituals. Travelers preparing to embark on their journey often must engage in communication rituals to summon specific spiritual entities to become their guides. For it is exceedingly arduous to breach the heart's shell solely from within, and certain experiences cannot be conveyed through words by others. Colin possessed 2 such communication rituals to attract spiritual entities, as recorded in the materials he had gathered. However, until tonight, he remained unaware of their specific functions. Thus he had sealed them away without daring to use them. Yet now, the path had become clear. Colin first transcribed the letters recorded in the seminary's reporting room, yet did not rush to decipher them, for that would require considerable mental effort. Instead, tonight's focus needed to remain on a matter of greater importance. The process of transcribing the disordered letters resembled a form of meditation, gradually calming Colin's restless mind. The ritual for communicating with spiritual entities was now ready to be executed at any moment. Chapter 31. The Ritual of Communication. Colin rummaged through the heap of old papers, repeatedly confirming the details of the 2 communication rituals. Any ritual, regardless of its system, can be deconstructed into 3 elements: intention, space, and fuel, which can be arranged in a random order without a specific sequence. Thus, The temporary absence of any one element can serve as a trigger for controlling the timing of the ritual's efficacy. The first step is to delineate the ritual space, allowing the abstract and succinct meanings of the symbols to emerge from the murky reality. Colin gathered the papers and inkwell from the table, cleaned the surface, and sprinkled a circle of salt, extinguishing the dirty oil lamp. He then arranged 5 candles around the table and in the center. Using scissors found downstairs as the sword of air, a coin as the disk of earth, a pin as the staff of fire, and a teacup symbolizing water, he constructed a diminutive universe on the makeshift altar. Placing these elements in specific positions expressed the genesis of all phenomena, returning everything to a point of zero, thus canceling the noise of the ritual. Next, he introduced the fuel. 10 grams of ground redstone were sprinkled within the salt circle, causing Colin a slight pang of regret. Utilizing redstone here was not the optimal choice, and its efficacy was questionable, yet he had no alternative fuel to offer. The dust of the redstone connected to the ethereal realm, providing an outlet for the absent elemental essence to manifest in the material world, flowing autonomously to lower realms. Finally, he expressed his intention. Contrary to common perception, this step must avoid ostentatious incantations or performances, as they would only confuse the spirits or obscure the meaning of the reflection. What Colin needed to do was simple. Placing his hand beside the central candle symbolized his presence. He lit the surrounding candles, then extinguished the 3 positioned to the west, north, and south, thereby expressing the opening of specific directions. His palm, held sideways in a gesture of virtual grasping, signified his soul's yearning to be illuminated. With the central candle lit, the forces from the depths of the world began to operate. This served as a guidepost, indicating the direction for distant spirits. The mirrored events within this microcosm would resonate profoundly with Colin himself due to the infusion of deep-seated fuel. Thus, a ritual, though tenuous in every aspect, was completed. 5 minutes elapsed with nothing occurring. Yet, this was merely superficial. Closing his eyes, Colin easily envisioned a flame forming before him, akin to a lucid dream under his control. This imagery was not easily dispersed, as though a real fire ignited within his consciousness. The ritual had attuned Colin's awareness to a specific frequency, amplifying his intention manifold. He patiently awaited, quietly focusing on the darkness at the other end of the flame. The ignition of the flame delineated a boundary between the inner and outer worlds. One side of the flame belonged to Colin's inner realm, while the other was the distant external world. However, all of this was merely a manifestation of Colin's scattered thoughts. He coughed gently, and the illusions dissipated like pigments diffusing in water. The room fell into profound silence, almost allowing one to hear the ticking of the watch's mechanism. After a few more minutes, without warning, the redstone powder on the table emitted a hissing sound. Its evaporation intensified abruptly, signifying that the elemental essence was flowing through it. This was evidence that something far away was observing him. Colin gazed into the darkness beyond the flame, yet he still perceived nothing but silence. Striving to capture a fleeting insight, he relinquished his grip on the imagination, permitting it to instinctively sketch the image of the other. As a result, the flame began to waver. The previously diminished illusion surged again, and within mere seconds, thick moss had already crept up to Colin's jaw. The failure of this attempt was somewhat anticipated. After all, it was merely the first direction he had randomly chosen, the east. It would be fortunate if he succeeded outright. Even in failure, he still had 3 other directions remaining. With such self-reassurance, Colin adjusted his mindset. He lit the 4 candles once more, this time directing his efforts toward the south. Half an hour later, there was almost no reaction from the redstone dust. For the 3rd attempt, he turned to the west, and the outcome mirrored that of the first attempt in the east, with all the redstone evaporating into a chalky white residue. Without the ability to conjure an image comprehensible to human thought, communication remained elusive. Mr. One had claimed his perception was dull, preventing him from connecting with the ethereal spirits. This may not have been a misjudgment. What he could achieve 15 years ago did not necessarily guarantee he could do so now. Perhaps it was related to the seal that had obliterated his memory, Colin pondered. He replaced the redstone powder, feeling a slight pang in his heart. After all, 10 grams of redstone equated to 7 days' worth of earnings. A seemingly inconspicuous ritual had already consumed more than half a month's salary in just 2 small attempts. Finally, he prepared to explore the north. After repeating all the steps, he lit the central candle. However, just as Colin extinguished the flame on the matchstick, he found himself submerged in water. Or perhaps, the air had suddenly grown viscous, creating the illusion of walking through a liquid. In an instant, the floor of the room became inexplicably damp. When Colin became aware of this, the backs of his shoes were already soaked. The flame quietly flickered upon the water's surface, appearing on the verge of submersion. The water remained still, resembling a mirror reflecting the firelight. Colin glanced at the redstone powder on the table, yet it remained unperturbed. He assumed this was yet another of his illusions, and gently coughed, only to find he could not dispel it. The physical body could not perceive those profound inner truths. However, when viewing the world solely with the eyes of the heart, one would forever struggle to discern which were mere fantasies and which were unfolding realities. This confusion would only intensify as the seeker progressed along the path of ascension. Colin stood, the water now rising to his elbows, yet he felt no panic. After all, as long as the redstone on the table had not evaporated, it indicated that his spirit remained disconnected from the external world. He quietly attuned to the sensation. Although the water continued to rise slowly, it did not evoke feelings of disorder, and he even felt it was as it should be. Compared to the solitary vision of flames recorded in the ritual, the scene before him appeared far more balanced and tranquil. Perhaps something was aiding him. Standing before the flame, the water flowed past him, and the dual images of revival and cooling blossomed simultaneously within Colin's consciousness. He awaited the right moment, then silently stepped forward, just one step, into the void. Some sense was awakened once more. After a decade, he beheld his heart's shell anew, solid and unblemished, like a curtain concealing all that was unaccepted. Moreover, upon it, traces of repair were distinctly visible. The shell and the marks he observed were metaphors constructed by his inner self. However, this was Colin's first experience of perceiving, not through intuition but through the eyes of the heart, the marks left by the one who had altered his memories. All his efforts over the years had ultimately aimed at unveiling it. Despite his continuous progress, he had always felt as though he were battling some intangible force, which had burdened him with excessive pressure. Until now, being able to concretely see the object he needed to overcome, though it had not yet yielded tangible progress, rendered the goal less elusive and more graspable. It sat quietly, arms wrapped around its knees, just outside the foot of the bed, as if it had always been waiting there. Colin glanced at the redstone powder on the table. It remained as vibrantly red as ever. Chapter 32. The forgotten past. The complete shell of the heart constrained one's perception, rendering the spiritual entity invisible. In other words, Colin pondered with a shiver. It resided within his consciousness? From when did this begin? The figure before him was indistinct, merely a vague silhouette. Yet, Colin felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards it. Up until this moment, he harbored no wariness towards it, for it exuded an elusive sensation, akin to inadvertently catching sight of an unnoticed mole on his back while gazing into a mirror. Whether he acknowledged it or not, it had coexisted with him all along. Thus, even his subconscious had adapted to its presence. "Who are you?" Colin inquired. Perhaps it was due to his ignorance of its form, he mused. An extraordinary being could not communicate with a spiritual entity devoid of a human-like representation comprehensible to the mind. Furthermore, this representation was not born of mere randomness. The process of bestowing form resembled a blend of sketching and directed creation, heavily reliant upon the inspiration and experience of the practitioner. Hence, this ability was known as imaging capability, a vital component among various perceptual faculties. The process of manifesting a spiritual entity was akin to introducing translation and mediation, gradually constructing a bridge for communication between the spiritual and the extraordinary. This also implied that no one had ever truly witnessed the genuine nature of these entities dwelling in the depths of the world. Humanity merely draped a familiar veil over them, utilizing memories and experiences belonging to the material realm. However, the spiritual entity in the room appeared without any imaging, seemingly having dwelled within his consciousness even before the ritual commenced, patiently awaiting his touch. The anomaly in the visualization of flames during the ritual might have been its subtle nudge, elevating his perception to further discern its existence. "You have been following me?" Colin queried, only to recall that they remained unable to communicate. Following was a euphemism. A more accurate description would be imprisoned. Had he been oblivious to its form from the very beginning? Or had the destruction of those 5 years of memory caused him to forget it entirely? The sound of rainwater tapping on fabric echoed from somewhere, momentarily leading Colin to believe it was raining outside and that he had neglected to close the window. After a brief glance around in confusion, he discovered that his collar was wet. Why? He touched his cheek, realizing that tears had begun to flow from his eyes unbeknownst to him. Yet, his heart had remained tranquil throughout. Perhaps the sealed memories still lingered and operated within his subconscious. Some awareness, unbeknownst to Colin, felt a profound sorrow from the earlier scene. Thus, it manifested now. as if his body wept of its own accord. If the reality aligned with his suspicions, what solitude had it endured over the past decade? No one could perceive its existence. It could only silently observe everything within his consciousness, waiting through over 4,000 days and nights. What did it signify for himself during those 5 years? Before the memory was shattered, why had it been permitted to enter the shell of the heart? Given Colin's understanding of his own character, the most reasonable explanation seemed singular. It had once been the teacher who had assisted him from the outside in opening the shell of his heart, guiding him upon the path of ascension, the only one with whom he could share unreserved trust. And now he had lost its form. It would remain forever imprisoned. While he would be unable to breach this impenetrable shell, forever estranged from the path of ascension. The candle on the table gradually burned down to its end, extinguishing the flame and forcing the ritual to a close. The once surging waters that had reached his chest, the immense flames and other illusions, along with the shell of the heart and the spiritual entity nestled in the corner beside the bed, faded away as Colin's consciousness withdrew from a certain frequency. Only the silent chaos of the table remained, accompanied by a damp stain upon his collar. The following day, at the inn where Julio was confined in the Riverport district, Ricardo spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, after she exhibited a willingness to cooperate. Although her hands and feet remained bound by ropes, they had ceased to gag her with socks. Of course, the primary reason was that Ricardo had been present to guard her for the past 2 days. Upon confirming that Colin and his companions would not ill-treat her without cause, Julio had ceased her struggles and thus endured no further suffering. The small wounds on her hands, incurred from her attempts to break free, had begun to scab and heal. Yet, a certain self-centered trait remained unchanged. With their father gone, everyone had transformed. Did anyone truly believe she could inherit the family? She had never engaged with such matters. So why was she dragged into this? As long as one bore that surname, it implied both threat and opportunity. Who would care for her thoughts? Colin, displaying rare kindness, suggested that, after all, Mr. Number 2's efforts on Julio's behalf were evident. Although he had made himself suffer, it was clear he had considered her meticulously. He is a fraud, Julio spat vehemently. Colin sighed, suddenly reminded that compared to the naive mindset of placing Julio in the position of heir solely for selfish reasons, Mr. Number 2, who had drawn her misunderstanding and animosity through his protection of her, seemed to embody a paternal role. The prearranged meeting place had been proposed by Luca and accepted by both parties. It was situated in a theater owned by the formidable Maurizio. In his territory, no member of the Sinceri group dared to resort to violence, making it an ideal venue for discussions. Upon disembarking from Luca's vehicle, Colin's gaze fell upon the towering structure, exceeding 30 meters and sprawling over thousands of square meters. For the majority of the impoverished residents of Sandstad, it resembled a prehistoric beast. The opulent vertical signage, adorned with a multitude of flickering bulbs, would surely be deemed overly ostentatious by the conservative Anha people of the old town. Thus, this establishment belonged to the Sinceri community, unabashedly showcasing the revelry expected of an entertainment venue. This property, named the House of Nala by Maurizio himself, welcomed them into its grand hall, where every decoration catered to the fantasies surrounding the ancient Nala, column capitals swirling like shells, classical armor standing in the corners, and walls composed of fragmented geometric stones seamlessly pieced together. While everything appeared meticulously curated, it still evoked a sense of incongruity. Perhaps it was because true ancient Nala would never adorn such frivolous entertainment venues with these artifacts. Only 3 individuals attended the meeting that evening: Colin, Mr. Number 1, and Luca. Luca had yet to bring along any members of the Cestaro family. The elevator attendant, donning a flat cap, instructed guests not to place their hands on the operating lever, then raised the folding gate. Upon pressing the lever, the elevator emitted a clang before ascending slowly, reminiscent of freight elevators from a past life. Upon entering a private room, they found themselves facing a small balcony suspended over the theater hall. Given Luca's penchant for frugality, the room was modest in size. However, no one minded, as long as it shielded them from prying eyes and muffled their conversation. Colin surmised that Mr. Number 2 must be present. He felt somewhat surprised, for the impression he conveyed was starkly different from that of Mr. Number 1. Giovanni did not make an appearance, indicating that Mr. Number 2 possesses considerable confidence, either in himself or in the security of Mauricio's territory. As Mr. Number 2 entered the room and noticed that Giulio was absent, he did not exhibit any signs of dissatisfaction. He stood and offered a slight bow to Colin and the others, stating, "You may refer to me as Orisio. Please do not mock. This is the name I have chosen for myself." Indeed, my other identity is that of the lamp keeper for Capello. It is rare for a lamp keeper to step into the limelight. I am one of the few exceptions. Degenerate, murmured Mr. Number 1 softly. Colin, intrigued, wondered what had prompted Mr. Number 1, who had recently spoken of a purge, to now resort solely to verbal condemnation. Are you the newly appointed lamp keeper? Horatio scrutinized Mr. Number 1. I presume you are already aware of my predicament. Furthermore, as someone who has been in this city for over 30 years, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Consider adopting a name for your convenience. Lamp keepers do not require names, Mr. Number 1 replied. A name only breeds desire, obscuring the light. Indeed, but it can also be quite troublesome, can it? This place is not like Sin City. Alternatively, you could, like that one from the Caruso family, delude yourself into hundreds of names. Still, having one is better than none. Mr. Number 1 disregarded his suggestion, and Horatio did not press the matter further. He turned to Colin and Luca, stating, as long as the issues can be resolved, all will be well. Luca remarked, so far, no one has died, except for the creature you yourself caused to perish in the warehouse casino. This is fortunate for both you and me. As long as they remain in a non-stress state, the swarm-forming Vibrio parahemolyticus is entirely harmless, even in the bloodstream. A miraculous and perfect symbiosis, Horatio noted. The problem is that something did induce stress in them that night, Colin said. What exactly is the switch? If you wish to protect Julio, it would be unwise to place a potential bodyguard beside her who might go out of control. Horatio fixed Colin with a penetrating gaze for a moment. It seems you have acquired quite the understanding of them. Indeed, a reliable switch does exist. Vibrio parahemolyticus can enter a stress state collectively under specific conditions, which is the origin of the term swarm forming. However, before my arrival, no one knew the precise mechanisms involved. Within the population of the black-striped silver shark, certain unique individuals emerge at a specific ratio. It is difficult to distinguish them. It took me 2 years to acquire one. The symbiotic bacteria within it have undergone regular differentiation, resulting in functional changes. The relationship between the black-striped silver shark and Vibrio parahemolyticus evolves in response to ecological competition with spiritual beings, with the shark's strategy being to exploit the symbiotic bacteria to overdraw bloodline power. However, if this overdrawn state persists, the population will likely head towards self-extinction. Thus, the role of these differentiated bacterial populations is to induce stress in response to changes in spiritual essence, releasing pheromones that allow other symbiotic bacteria to temporarily enter or exit a state of special substance secretion. Does this not remind you of the lamp keepers? This is also why I became interested in them. The bacterial colonies are nearly devoid of consciousness, making them the ultimate version of a lamp keeper. Within Julio's pendant lies a miniature culture of these unique individual symbiotic bacteria, along with a specially designed volatilization device. Upon sensing the transformation and annihilation of spiritual essence, they enter a state of stress, leading to the release of pheromones, igniting the powder keg surrounding her like Mars. Simultaneously, individuals infected with swarm-forming Vibrio parahemolyticus will not attack the source of the pheromones. Colin pondered something, glancing at Luca and Mr. Number 1, only to find similar expressions of confusion on their faces. Therefore, gentlemen, before we engage in formal negotiations, we must first clarify one matter. Horatio proclaimed as he seated himself on the couch, sitting upright and deftly adjusting the creases of his cuffs. My protection of Julio was originally designed to counteract witchcraft. Thus, among the 3 who entered the warehouse casino that night, who among them bears the suspicion of witchcraft? Chapter 34. A new proposal that night. Only 3 individuals were involved, with myself being the sole link to the extraordinary. The peculiarities of the Theological Institute's lantern apparatus, unnoticed by the adept sorcerers like Heine, were instead perceived by those ignorant, lesser beings. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Colin's mind as he lifted his gaze to meet Alessio's. He discovered, indeed, that Alessio was fixated upon him. If he bore a device akin to Julio's pendant, he could unmask my connection to the supernatural on the spot. After Julio was captured, you must have been the one to watch over her. When you met Giovanni on the 3rd day, the symbiotic bacteria within you were in a state of stress. Who provoked them? The lack of repercussions from this morning's encounter might be due to the efficacy of the emergency suppressants still at work. The others in the room turned their attention to Colin. Have you examined his condition? Alessio did not turn, but inquired of Mr. 1. Can you discern nothing? Aside from the diminished life force, he is an enigma, Mr. 1 replied. Perhaps you misjudged? Alessio paused before continuing. Colin suddenly realized that Ezekiel, at this moment, likely lacked sufficient confidence in this conclusion. Without other devices for reference, Colin remarked, "How can you ascertain that those bacteria are infallible? One can only measure with another measuring tool. If something can only be quantified by a singular measure, the reliability of that measure itself remains unverified." "You are indeed correct," Ezekiel responded with a smile. "Moreover, even if the device is reliable, it does not necessarily imply that the issue lies with the three of you. If a certain spirit happened to cast a spell nearby, it could certainly trigger them. Why not see for yourself?" Mr. One queried. "Because I have already been forsaken by the light," Ezekiel replied. "Thus, you ought to trust what I perceive, an emptiness." Regardless of whether Colin bore any suspicion of witchcraft, this was our concern. Luca, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Knowing you are the adversary, such words are ill-advised. For the listener may presume you are resorting to unnecessary tricks, rendering you rather unseemly." "Indeed, I have been discourteous," Ezekiel conceded. "I was merely conducting a minor verification for the forthcoming proposal." A man who had been closely following Ezekiel placed a small case upon the long table and opened it. Inside lay neatly arranged suppressants. Colin scrutinized every subtle change in Ezekiel's expressions and actions, seeking to confirm whether he spoke falsely. Given the current medical knowledge of this world, it is entirely commonplace for individuals to remain unaware of a definitive cure for certain bacteria. The cost of suppressants is minimal, each merely a few aurei. And surely the patriarch of the Cthulhu family would be willing to bear that expense. "I am pleased to provide the two of you with these suppressants regularly, and I can largely assure their safety," Ezekiel stated. However, Colin mused, regardless of Ezekiel's intentions, he would hold leverage over Luca. "If you aim to blackmail the Cthulhu family, your efforts may be in vain," Luca remarked. "At worst, my life is forfeit. I have instructed my followers that they must not jeopardize the interests of our group for my sake. Family comes first. Of course, I would never do such a thing. I am somewhat familiar with the ways of my old friend Luca," Ezekiel replied, a hint of sentimentality in his tone. "Compared to the Capello's doctrine of absolute patriarchal supremacy, your approach is indeed far more sagacious. Ironically, this has rendered the patriarch's position more secure. Thus, I have no intention of using this as leverage against you. Rather, I wish to seize this opportunity to propose something beneficial to you," Ezekiel declared. "This is merely a proposal, yet I firmly believe the Cthulhu family will not refuse." Ezekiel, the former lantern keeper of the Capello family, continued to silently protect Julio after the demise of the previous patriarch. What, one wonders, are his true intentions? The Cthulhu family has yet to firmly establish their seat upon the five-fingered throne. Once the Capello clan resolves their internal conflicts, their power will once again overshadow yours. Although the Capello lineage has maintained the same surname for 5 generations, it seems inevitable that a change will occur, with several leaders poised to ascend. Julio has already been abandoned. Aside from Giovanni and myself, no one dares to openly support her. The lineage of the patriarch spanning 5 generations has not lent much credibility to Julio's claim as heir. Yet it has rendered her a perceived threat in the eyes of the new patriarch. Thus, she remains in peril. You were originally outsiders, but should you leverage her name, you could intervene in this conflict, even assimilating the fractured forces of the Capello. The only price to pay would be to ensure her safety. What do you think of this proposal?" Ezekiel pressed, his hand resting firmly on the long table, his gaze intense and penetrating. Chapter 35 Negotiation. It is highly probable that Luca will acquiesce. The moment Ezekiel articulated his proposal, Colin made his assessment. Cthulhu needed to take action to prevent the fractious Capello from reuniting. Hence, it is now time to earnestly consider my speculations regarding the truth of the warehouse casino night. Ezekiel pointed at Colin, alleging he has suspicions of witchcraft. I have consistently raised this issue, for I would never permit one who conceals their involvement in witchcraft to remain close to Julio before discussing any collaboration. Should my suspicions prove accurate, this individual poses a threat to you as well. After a brief pause, he continued, "This person may not be essential for us, as long as you are determined. You should easily ascertain where Julio is hidden." The menace in his words was palpable. If Luca could discover Julio's whereabouts on his own, Colin's fate would become less significant. Ezekiel's statements were clearly intended to make the elimination of Colin a prerequisite for collaboration with Luca. At this juncture, both the group's interests and Luca's own life were firmly in Ezekiel's grasp, leaving Colin uncertain about Luca's potential choices. Luca indeed fell silent, his left hand resting on the armrest of the sofa as his elongated fingers caressed his temple, lost in thought. Colin felt a heaviness in his heart. If the worst were to unfold, and Luca ultimately chose to doubt or betray him, what course of action could he take? Would he continue to use Giulio as leverage? The oppressive silence lingered for too long, causing even Colin to believe that his old friend had wavered. Yet, Luca suddenly chuckled softly. If you were aware of his other identity, these unnecessary doubts would dissipate. Another identity? I am not so presumptuous. Alessio mumbled, subconsciously contemplating the possibility of a miscalculation. I cannot afford to let him find Giulio just yet, so it would be prudent to discuss some tangible collaboration instead. Luca reclined against the back of the sofa, stating, Your earlier words have likely made my little brother reluctant to hand Giulio over so readily. They continued their discussion for another half hour. However, Alessio no longer held the initiative, as his demands regarding Giulio's safety had become glaringly obvious. He excelled in duels of witchcraft, yet the threat posed by gang members might not be any less significant than that from the extraordinary. Firearms, swift and decisive. Leave behind no forewarning, only the echoes of gunfire and spent shells. If properly arranged, a mere trio of shooters could ensure Giovanni's demise. As Colin had almost accomplished 3 days prior in the southern suburbs, Alessio urgently required Luca's strength, yet could not provide a remedy for the symbiotic bacteria. Thus, he was left with one final request, to inscribe Giulio's name on Cestaro's core list. Consequently, Giulio would receive protection from other lantern keepers, and Cestaro would be entitled to intervene in the Capello inheritance dispute. Luca acquiesced, and the parties reached a consensus on their mutual interests, leading the conversation towards its conclusion. After agreeing on the location for the exchange of suppressants next month, Alessio made a hasty exit. At that moment, the curtain on the theater stage slowly ascended. A strangely garbed clown stepped to the forefront, narrating absurd jokes in a tone that was both comical and rhythmically peculiar. From Colin and the other's vantage point, they could discern the deliberately ill-fitting seams of the clown's costume. However, Colin was disinterested in the performance, preoccupied with contemplating how to manage a potential scenario should his allegations of witchcraft be substantiated. Luca appeared quite captivated by the clown's antics, occasionally chuckling, though never laughing as boisterously as the other spectators. Then, without warning, laughter ceased, and Luca placed his cup upon the long table. Colin recognized that serious matters were about to be discussed. At such moments, Luca would always set aside whatever he was holding. After a moment of silence, Luca calmly began. I did not expect you to join Cestaro in this manner, becoming a Fong. Nonetheless, my family will always welcome you. The reason I believe Alessio's suspicions are unwarranted is not solely due to your background in the seminary or the fact that Craig Delazzo would not allow you to encroach upon those matters. As Luca spoke, he momentarily drifted into reminiscence. When my business first took off, you assisted me immensely. You must have been only 14 or 15, hardly reaching my chest. Sometimes jokingly lifting the remuneration you were owed, unable to reach it. A vibrant boy, a lucky star, as if you had just jumped out of a children's adventure comic. Thus, I have always held high expectations for you. Even now, I occasionally feel inexplicably that my fortune stems from you. If I were to advance further, it would undoubtedly be due to the magic that resides within you. Whoever possesses you will be capable of anything. I understand that such trust is blind, akin to superstition. Yet one must believe in something. And you, will you betray my trust? Unbeknownst to Colin, the clown on stage continued to spin captivating tales, eliciting waves of screams and applause from the audience. Suddenly, Colin could no longer hear Luca's words, merely observing the movement of his lips. He could, however, infer what Luca intended to convey. Thus, before the noise fully subsided, Colin spoke directly. Luca, perhaps it is not my place to say this, but you can trust me as you once did. He hesitated slightly, realizing he had no other words to offer. He had indeed deceived Luca regarding the suspicions of witchcraft. Fortunately, this matter bore no relevance to Luca's interests, allowing him to speak with a clear conscience. Luca perceived the sincerity in Colin's eyes, leading him to exhale in relief as he rested his hand on the armchair. Within the Capello family, there would not be many who could be assimilated. After all, their ideology diverges from ours. Some refer to them as the beasts of Capello, the most aggressive and impatient among the 5 factions that previously existed. The reason Nevio is considered the intellect is that he resembles the sole thinker, his voice drowning out all discord, instilling his will into the entire violent apparatus. Now, or rather since his gout exacerbated and rendered him bedridden, the pack has lost control. Giulio remains in your custody, and I shall dispatch someone to assist you. However, the primary objective is to weaken Capello as much as possible. Recruiting their members is secondary. Thus, you must keenly discern who is reliable and who is utterly ineffectual. Keep a sharp eye when gathering your people, for after this matter concludes, they will form your foundation. Subsequently, you shall depart from Stott, venturing to another city under the banner of Chestaro. Colin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luca had begun to strategize beyond Stott, preparing to elevate him to the status of a regional governor. The destination is Dinero. You may take Craig with you. Once I have seized control of Stott, you will live as though you are the newly appointed mayor. Suddenly, Luca halted mid-sentence, directing his gaze towards the door. Despite the cacophony within the theater, the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct. There were many, moving in unison, approximately 7 in total. One among them struggled, the commotion alerting those within the room. Their footsteps halted before the box, and Colin cast a glance at Mr. One, finding him unmoved in his seat. This was somewhat reassuring, indicating that the newcomers were at least unrelated to the extraordinary. Luca abruptly stood, looking at Colin. With composure, Colin retrieved the revolver from his holster, adjusting the chamber to the firing position, rising while keeping his gaze fixed on the door. However, he soon abandoned the notion of confronting the assailants outside with his pistol, instead opting to pin Luca to the ground. He shouted towards Mr. One, urging him to take cover. For the unmistakable sounds emanating from outside were those of a large drum being set in place and the distinctive clattering of a gun bolt being drawn back. Colin recognized that it was a rare portable machine gun, with only a handful of models currently in production, some already affectionately dubbed the typewriter. No one dared to take action on Mauricio's territory, save for the untamed beasts. Coincidentally, thunderous applause erupted from the theater on the first floor, only to be swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of 6 gun barrels simultaneously discharging as a torrent of brass bullets pierced through the door, flooding the small private room. Chapter 36. The typewriter after Orizio exited the room. He reached for his coat from the man who had been trailing him and retrieved a glass shard from his inner pocket. It resembled a small petri dish akin to Giulio's pendant. He approached a corner and held the glass up to the light, observing it for a while before confirming that the reagent had indeed changed color. The peculiar corynebacterium had once again entered a state of stress. The young man named Colin might be linked to the extraordinary, as the microbial community had verified this twice. Strangely, both the Holy One Academy and the new Keeper of the Lamp seemed oblivious to this fact. Which side had misjudged, the microbial community or the traditional testing methods? On the other hand, if Colin were indeed an extraordinary being, the essence would continuously flow into reality through him. Yet it wouldn't necessarily be in a state of transformation or obliteration at all times. Unless, of course, some ritual was perpetually at work within him. If the microbial tests were accurate, it would imply that someone had deliberately concealed this ritual, employing methods sophisticated enough to bypass the conventional defenses of various sections. Had Colin orchestrated this himself, or was it the doing of another? If such a person existed, what could their intentions possibly be? Orizio was reluctant to entertain this line of thought, as it suggested that matters had delved into a realm best left untouched. Could it truly be a misstep by the microbial community? Yet, regardless of the accuracy of the results, he was relieved that no volatile apparatus had been affixed to the glass shard. Otherwise, as he pondered this, he tucked the glass away. At that moment, a gun was pressed against Orizio's head. The bizarre discoveries had ensnared his thoughts too deeply, rendering him unaware of an approach from behind. The man who had been following Orizio and carrying his coat had been easily subdued and now stood like a marionette, utterly compliant and silent. Orizio slowly raised his hands, waiting for the person behind him to speak. "Why didn't Giulio come out with you?" Someone whispered. "I didn't bring her out," Orizio replied, distractedly contemplating the name of his interlocutor. For reasons unknown, the location of the meeting agreed upon with Colin had been compromised. Perhaps he had inadvertently leaked information. Or perhaps the Chiestarolo family had acted carelessly. But now was not the time to dwell on those concerns. This scoundrel was the one most eager to see Giulio dead, as he was the adopted son of Navio, yet lacked the strength to claim the position of patriarch, even if Giulio were to perish. The source of his inexplicable animosity was unclear, akin to a dream one is reluctant to awaken from while clutching at straws. Orizio cast a brief glance at the men he had brought, 5 seasoned operatives who had smuggled a compact submachine gun into the theater within a suitcase. Since the decision to go to war, several of Capello's lieutenants had stockpiled these weapons at great expense. The scoundrel surveyed the layout of the floor with the discerning eye of a gambler. "She is in the room you just exited?" "Yes, she is." It appeared that these men intended to make their move here. A slight commotion in the corridor would suffice to alert Luca and the others. If Colin indeed matched Giovanni's description, Even if Luca and the keeper of the lamp could not be protected, he would not be killed immediately. As long as he survived the initial skirmish, he could still hope to rescue him and retain Giulio's whereabouts. The pressure from the 6 submachine guns was just about right. Ezekiel calculated that this would provide the perfect opportunity to test Colin's connection to the extraordinary. Countless stray bullets ricocheted throughout the room. The bulbs shattered instantly, and the door was riddled with dozens of bullet holes, allowing an increasing amount of light to pour in, illuminating the swirling clouds of wood splinters and dust in the air. The small balcony facing the stage likely had bullets flying from above, and the theater hall was filled with the panicked screams of men and women. Whether from the sudden gunfire or the genuine fear of casualties was uncertain. Mr. Number 1, trusting his instincts, believed Colin's words and curled quietly in a corner. Colin remained vigilant, waiting for the gunfire to cease. In such a confined space, survival amidst the hail of bullets depended almost entirely on luck. Luca emitted a muffled grunt, indicating that his fortune was not particularly favorable, yet he remained prone and motionless. Colin shot a glance in his direction, noting that he seemed to have been struck in the leg. As Colin understood, the submachine guns manufactured by the Duchy's armory still had design flaws. Their rate of fire was excessively rapid, depleting the magazine in under 2 seconds, making it difficult to sustain suppressive fire or avoid running out of ammunition. Although custom-made magazines with a capacity of 100 rounds existed to alleviate this issue, their operational duration was limited to around 5 seconds. The process of changing magazines was cumbersome and significantly reduced reliability. This might explain why they had brought 6 guns with them. The combined weight of the firearm and the homemade magazine exceeded 8 kilograms. It was already quite extraordinary for each person to sneak a magazine inside, but given the current rate of fire, it would not last long. And therein lay the opportunity for a counterattack. However, at this moment, Luca grimaced in pain and spoke. "Colin, put the gun away." "Why? There are only 2 handguns here. It's too much of a stretch," Luca replied, gritting his teeth. "They're likely Capello's men, and they're not coming for us." Perhaps due to the excruciating pain in his leg, Luca pressed his lips together. "I assure you they will pay for this, but not now." 10 seconds passed from the onset of gunfire to its cessation, feeling as if a century had elapsed. The already battered door was kicked open, and 2 individuals with handguns entered, their movements clumsy and amateurish. If not for Luca's warning, Colin would have certainly dispatched them. Yet following closely behind were 2 others wielding submachine guns. At least these men were astute enough not to exhaust their ammunition. Should fortune favor him, Colin could eliminate them, but he would undoubtedly pay a price. The last 2 to enter were directing their handguns at Ezekiel and the man who had originally accompanied him. It seemed the location of the transaction had been compromised. How could Ezekiel, as the keeper of the lamp, have been so easily subdued? Was it due to his weakness? Or had he intentionally lured these men inside? The intruders aimed their weapons at Colin and Luca, who lay on the ground. Colin raised his empty hands, though his gun was hidden nearby, ready to reach for it at any moment. The intruders searched every corner of the room, then moved to the balcony to glance into the chaotic theater hall, where people were frantically rushing out in a state of utter disarray. "Where's Giulio? Where's that bitch?" Creating such a ruckus at Mauricio's stronghold, he knew he could not linger here any longer. Colin suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for these brash fools. Chapter 37. On the other hand, Julius was conspicuously absent. The mangy dog finally realized he had been manipulated, casting a resentful glance at Ezekiel, who stood innocently at the door. "Hey, Alonzo," one of the armed subordinates said, his voice trembling. "What now? Doesn't this man look like Luca the mangy dog's heart sank?" He approached and, after a moment, recognized the man on the ground as his old friend, Luca. Blood flowed from Luca's leg as he regarded him with an icy demeanor. Alonzo took 2 steps back, his emotions in turmoil. He was uncertain whether to feel relieved that Luca had survived the chaotic gunfire or to lament that he had angered 2 powerful clan leaders overnight. Firing a weapon in Mauricio's territory and subsequently injuring Luca Sestalo, he had, without exaggeration, turned the night upside down in Sandstadt. Alonzo had initially intended to use heavy firepower to eliminate Julius along with everyone else in the room, erasing all evidence before fleeing, burying the weapons in the wasteland along the way. However, not only did Julius survive, but the witnesses present were individuals he could not afford to harm. If Luca were to die, he would not mind the Sestalo family's pursuit, even if it persisted until the end of his life. 4. Compared to the so-called death threats, Luca's demise would bring about another intolerable consequence. The killer of a clan leader could never ascend to that position themselves. After all, in Sandstadt, The five hands were nominally one family. This was also an ironclad rule that all Sinsiri groups adhered to. Yet, a fool had just shouted out his name. If Luca were allowed to live, he would face retaliation from both prominent families. Luca had to die, and he could not be the one to do it. Alonso glanced at his subordinates and suddenly conceived a rather wicked yet mutually beneficial plan. This man is not really Luca. He feigned ignorance, saying, "Think about it. How could Luca possibly come to the house of now? Let us just kill this man and be on our way." Upon hearing his words, the two men wielding submachine guns exchanged glances, realizing that Alonso was treating them like fools. Most of the time, Alonso preferred to evade responsibility. But when it came to murder, he always sought to be the first. Thus, his reluctance now appeared unnatural, clearly indicating he wanted to use others' hands to eliminate the real Luca, though they had always worked for him. No one wished to spend their remaining days under the shadow of the Sestalo family's vengeance. Consequently, none of them acted, finding themselves in a stalemate. Cough, cough. Luca, propping himself up on the battered table, struggled to stand. He spoke in his usual calm tone. "If you leave now, I will not pursue this matter. I will merely assume you entered the wrong room. Maurizio will place the blame on me." His response was astute. In fact, when this group recognized Luca's identity, Colin felt a slight heaviness in his heart. This unexpected turn would bring them excessive pressure, sending the situation spiraling into an uncontrollable abyss. Sometimes, the perpetrators felt more anxious than the victims, and this was certainly not a favorable sign for Colin and his companions. Thus, Luca's words were likely an attempt to alleviate their inner turmoil. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Colin pondered how to resolve the deadlock. If violence were to ensue, how should he proceed? He calculated the distance between his fingers and the gun, how to stabilize his arm while shooting from the ground, and whom to target first, Alonso or the two men with submachine guns. Or was the only option the pistol? Mr. One remained quietly in the corner, seemingly ignored by Alonso and the others. Yet, he did not appear inclined to take action. Colin inadvertently glanced at Alessio, who stood near the door, only to find that despite having a gun pressed to his head, Alessio's gaze was fixed directly on him. Indeed, he was the one who had led these men to the room. His suspicions had never waned. He was still probing my relationship with the extraordinary. Colin offered a wry smile. Before any lives were lost, one should arrive at a conclusion. Alessio had indeed confirmed one thing. Even if some brilliant ritual truly existed, it would never originate from Colin. Otherwise, he would not be in a position to passively lie on the ground, resorting to such a desperate response when facing heavy firepower. Although this strategy proved effective and Colin ultimately survived, the associated risks were exceedingly high. Thus, it seemed that his capabilities aligned closely with Giovanni's description, indicating he had not engaged in sorcery. Therefore, before Maurizio's men arrived, the farce needed to reach its conclusion. Noticing Colin looking at him, Alessio's lips moved slightly, conveying a message through lip reading. The content was a short phrase, repeated twice. Colin momentarily failed to grasp it until Alessio enunciated it a third time. Finally understanding the signal he was transmitting, he was asking, "Have you used the suppressants? What does that mean? Is he preparing to push me into a state of distress? Wait, if I cannot maintain my composure, it will only exacerbate the situation. But upon reflection, he should not place his hopes of escape upon me. So, would he himself enter a state of distress? Or was it the man who had been assisting him from behind?" Before this, Colin had nearly forgotten that person's existence, as he had remained silent, his dullness making him easy to overlook. Now that he thought about it, this individual bore a striking resemblance to the creature he had encountered at the warehouse casino. Colin shook his head at Alessio, signaling that he had not used the suppressants. The emergency medication left by Giovanni had just reached its expiration. At some point, Alessio had grasped a small glass vessel in his hand. With just a slight exertion, he could open it. As the pheromones within began to disperse, his subordinates would instantly transform into bloodthirsty monsters, obliterating everything in the room within 15 seconds while burning themselves out. Since Alessio was the source of the pheromones, he himself would remain safe. Would an infected individual attack another infected one? Colin recalled his frenzied assault on Giovanni when he had lost his sanity. Perhaps infected individuals did not restrain their murderous impulses towards one another. Thus, he and Luca would be directly confronted by that creature. One would be forced to act to protect Luca, while Colin would remain exposed to danger. Therefore, Alessio's implication was clear, without suppressants. One could also enter a state of distress, so one should prepare for the worst. Alessio stood by the door, observing that Colin had received his signal, smiling slightly. unconcerned with whether Colin agreed to accept it, and prepared to open the vessel. However, just as he was about to apply force, he felt an emptiness in his hand, accompanied by a sensation akin to a needle prick from behind. In that fleeting moment, another hand reached silently from behind the door, snatching the object from Alessio's grasp. Chapter 38. Do not sully this place with your filth, Alessio, came a low, gravelly voice from outside the door. Colin had heard this voice on numerous occasions, both privately and during the high-level meetings of the Five Hands. It bore the unmistakable rasp of someone perpetually afflicted by laryngitis, a consequence of some bygone custom. Some mothers in Century, in their concern for their children, would opt to remove their tonsils at the first sign of a cold. Unfortunately, the doctor's skills were often lacking, and a minor error could render a child's voice forever hoarse and lifeless. Yet, because the speaker outside shared this same flawed vocal quality, some unwittingly began to perceive it as a badge of honor among the old-school mobsters. Indeed, some youths would even deliberately harm their own throats to emulate it. The arrival was swift, perhaps because Maurizio Caruso, the underground emperor of Sandstad for over a decade, happened to be at the theater tonight. The two guards at the entrance, originally loyal to the mangy dog, now felt weak and instinctively stepped aside. Alessio, however, wore a sly grin, seemingly relieved that he would not have to act. As Maurizio entered the room, he sported a beard, understated in style, and donned clothing that was both dull and antiquated, exuding the elegance and habits of the ancient Nala. Trailing behind him was a figure who appeared to be a woman, discernible only by her excessively pale and delicate hand, which was visible as it grasped a shard of glass taken from Alessio. Instead of a firearm, she bore a slender sword at her waist, a somewhat anachronistic accessory for someone of her era. Nevertheless, her presence radiated a sharpness that deterred any would-be assailants. Don Maurizio, Luca remarked, gazing at the newcomer. I am deeply embarrassed that such an incident has transpired in my domain. Maurizio surveyed the disarray of the room with a sorrowful expression. His own carefully curated decor shattered and ruined. Each piece had been selected with meticulous care, inspired by the customs of the ancient Nala emperor, and this theater, named the House of Nala, was a reflection of Mauricio's nostalgia for that long-gone empire. Among the five patriarchs, Maurizio was perhaps the most recognizable name to the common folk. It was said that even the drunken slumbering on the streets would mutter his name and curses, for his errant subordinates were ever present. Rumor had it that a neighbor engaged in a small poker game in his kitchen would find Mauricio's men materializing out of thin air to collect their share of the winnings. These seemingly trivial occurrences underscored his profound and intimate control over the Century community, bolstered by an extensive network of informants. Enough, my children, he said, his tone imbued with an emperor's compassion. I hold a fondness for this place, and although it incurs losses, I do not wish for it to be desecrated. Thus, there shall be no more deaths tonight. I concur, Luca replied. While there will be no fatalities tonight, come dawn, several armed men will cease to draw breath. No need for me to intervene. Mauricio's men will see to that. The mangy dog, Alonso, wished for mutual destruction with those in the room. Yet his subordinates had lost their resolve to heed his commands. The influence of Naivio loomed too large in their minds. They had heard whispers of Naivio facing Mauricio's merciless reprimand in a meeting, the exchange resembling more of a mentor chastising a dull pupil than a dialogue between patriarchs. Before these men departed, Colin called out to them from a distance. Relay a message for me. Tell them Giulio is preparing to inherit everything from his father. The following dawn, they would all meet their demise, serving as a powerful proclamation of Giulio's return. Instinctively, they refrained from drawing their weapons, entering in a daze and leaving in a haste. Unaware that they had brushed with death on multiple occasions, their fates already sealed. Maurizio mournfully inspected the damage to the room, as if a patriarch of the Five Hands had bled, causing him more pain than the bullet holes in the marble balustrade. The outcome of the clash between Caparo and Cestallo paled in significance compared to the destruction of the artworks within. You are here as well, lad of the Deloso family, Maurizio remarked, placing considerable value on Craig Deloso, to whom he had once extended financial assistance. Having received a substantial education himself, he believed Craig's accomplishments were a testament to the intellectual prowess of the Century people. Yet Colin could not acclimate to the moniker of lad of the Deloso family. For convenience's sake, perhaps you could simply call me Colin. No, I shall not refer to you in that manner, Maurizio replied. I do not blame you for bearing an Anha name. After all, that is the fault of your parents. However, I wish not to hear such a title again, for it serves as irrefutable evidence of Nala's subservience to foreign powers. His obstinate attachment to Nala and his emperor-like arrogance colored his judgments. I am unaware of what you may be discussing with the Patriarch of Chestalo and the Keeper of Capro, but I shall not inquire. Proceed as you see fit. Without naivio, Capro is indeed ill-suited to remain among the five hands. More pressing than Capro is another matter, Luca interjected. I did not anticipate encountering you tonight. So I will take this opportunity to inquire. It has been nearly a week since the prohibition was enacted. Is it not time to declare our stance? Everyone had witnessed the potential profits from illicit liquor, and the underlings were restless, waiting for a signal from the patriarchs before making their move. Yet their patience had its limits. Colin instinctively perked up, as this matter bore significant relevance to him. Indeed, you speak the truth, Maurizio conceded. I have been discussing this matter with others in recent days, yet I alone cannot reach a conclusion. During the Patriarch's meeting 2 days hence, we shall deliberate further. However, I can assure you that a decision will be made within the week. At this moment, no one could ascertain the extent to which the Allied authorities would enforce the prohibition. Once the decree reached the duchy and the city of Stad, its seriousness would be a blend of earnestness and mere formality. Because Maurizio maintained the closest ties with the authorities, everyone looked to him for the most accurate signals, enabling the patriarchs to determine how the five hands ought to respond to the burgeoning illicit liquor trade. In the mere week since the prohibition's announcement, the underground market for contraband alcohol had already begun to sprout amidst a series of heists, descending into chaos with marauders ravaging the streets. Should the patriarchs, after their meeting, formally decide to participate in the illicit liquor trade, the current disorder would swiftly be rectified, establishing a relatively stable order within the underground market. Only through this could they hope to enlarge the enterprise and secure promising, stable profits. In recent days, Colin had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of that moment. Chapter 39, the fairy tale of the fireworks. The theater shooting incident tonight is likely to make headlines in the major newspapers of S. But it certainly will not be on the front page. After all, the Sin City community is perpetually shrouded in darkness and chaos in the eyes of honest citizens. And such occurrences are all too commonplace to be deemed newsworthy. Throughout the ordeal, Luca remained silent, his expression as dark as the depths of water. Colin assumed he was merely upset about the unexpected attack or the complications that might arise from the gunshot wounds, but that was not the case. Did you hear the tone in his voice? Luca mimicked Mauricio's intonation. My children. Fortunately, he refrained from quoting any classical Neapolitan proverbs. Otherwise, I might have been unable to restrain my anger. Maurizio was not as deplorable as Luca portrayed him. Yet it was evident that he did not afford Luca the respect he deserved. After all, Luca firmly believed that he would eventually supplant Maurizio. Thus, there was no need to be incensed by fleeting disrespect or humiliation. Perhaps it was also true that Luca harbored a natural disdain for those who assumed elder roles, especially if such individuals were indeed superior to him in some trivial knowledge or refinement. After venting his frustrations, Luca finally broached the subject of the attack that had threatened his life. I didn't inform anyone about tonight's deal, and ultimately, I didn't bring anyone along. I trust there were no slip-ups on your end, so the issue likely originated from Alessio's side. Luca frowned, adding, we must keep a closer watch on them. I will increase the number of guards stationed around Giulio. Indeed, he continued, acknowledging the dual threats posed by Alessio and Capello. The more allies there were to safeguard Giulio, the better. Following their earlier discussion regarding the prohibition, Colin inquired further, what do you anticipate will be the outcome of the Patriarch meeting in 2 days? What? Do you also wish to procure liquor? It is too late for that. Luca chuckled, suggesting it would be wise to refrain for now. Those who are hastily emerging are reckless and devoid of common sense. As for the results in 2 days, it is difficult to predict. I have already heard 4 or 5 different accounts this week. The car revved to life, bumpily departing the parking lot and merging onto the road, slowly advancing among the wagon train. The flickering streetlights outside the carriage cast shadows within, prompting Colin to question, I've heard that black market liquor prices have skyrocketed tenfold. Is there still hesitation in light of such profits? There are numerous factors at play, Luca replied as he lit a cigarette with a match. For those old-timers, the pursuit of profit is not the sole consideration. However, Luca personally believed that regardless of whether one engaged in illicit liquor dealings, the current chaotic state of affairs must be rectified. After all, outsiders indiscriminately attributed blame to us, tarnishing our reputation. The criminals responsible for robbing liquor transporters were all immigrants. Although not all were from Sin City, in the eyes of the native citizens of Anha, all immigrants were seen as the same. Colin found the situation absurd. If 5 factions were genuinely intent on preserving their reputation by targeting liquor offenders, It would be akin to gang members absurdly stepping into the role of detectives. The items you requested are in the trunk. Take them with you when you exit the car, Lucas stated. Is the demand really that high? My uncle wishes to conduct some experiments, and the requirements for illumination are quite stringent. The goods comprise 5 ounces of red stone, offered at a friendly price of 125 aurei. Of course, my uncle is merely a facade. Luca nodded, refraining from further inquiry. The car routinely halted in the Riverport district, where Colin retrieved a small box from the trunk, meticulously packaged to resemble an innocuous gift, thus avoiding any suspicion. 5 ounces, roughly equivalent to 130 grams, felt weightless in his hand. Yet, even at a friendly price, it would still cost an ordinary person approximately 3 months' worth of income. Colin contemplated the need to quickly find alternative sources for acquiring redstone, as his recent purchases from Luca had been rather excessive, inevitably raising suspicions. After watching Luca's vehicle depart, Colin navigated through the alleyways before boarding a wagon bound for Julian's residence. Those acquainted with Colin often found it peculiar that, aside from his income from the seminary, he had worked diligently for Luca over the years, securing numerous substantial deals. Logically, he should have been far more affluent than his peers. Although he managed significant sums of cash for others, he never mixed his share with theirs. Some believed this was to avoid suspicion, yet could not articulate what he was guarding against. Others claimed he was frivolous with money, spending it as soon as it came in. But his clothing and belongings always bore the marks of poverty. As he approached Julian's building, the lively courtesan spotted Colin carrying something and immediately surrounded him with playful banter. Colin raised the box in his hand, declaring, "A small gift. If you don't bring any liquor, even buying Jules one tea when or over, you know," a young girl teased, to explain his frequent visits to Julian's room. Colin simply stated he was a lovesick suitor. Initially, it was Colin who mentioned Julian's desire for liquor, but over time, they all came to believe that Julian was a heavy drinker, impervious to intoxication. "Blame the authorities. I can't dare to buy liquor now," Colin replied, his expression downcast. The courtesans began chattering among themselves, attempting to devise a safe method for him to procure liquor. Though outwardly, one could hardly imagine Julian's demeanor when indulging in drink. She herself later confessed that alcohol was the only key to unlocking her heart. Consequently, every time the courtesans saw Colin arrive, they noted him carrying several bottles of aniseed liquor. Although it was not inexpensive, Colin had been doing so for years. They were particularly enthusiastic about discussing the matter. On one hand, they admired Julian's masculine charm and her unabashed drinking, while on the other, they envied the doctor for having a patient admirer willing to indulge her peculiar vice over the years. For those living amidst the ephemeral pleasures of life, they often needed a fairy tale fantasy to find solace. Although at times they would wonder, this doctor, who treated them with such care, how much liquor had he consumed over the years? Perhaps it was the excess that rendered him so perpetually unwell. Such speculation could not escape the notice of the astute. Julian, slightly vexed, remarked, "What significance is there other than to have them spout nonsense about the heavy-drinking doctor?" Colin responded, "First, let us unlock the hidden door." Chapter 40. An extravagant rite. As Colin entered, Julian was sanitizing her utensils. Plates and silverware simmered in a small pot, the boiling water sending up a cloud of steam that flushed her fair cheeks a delicate rose. After retrieving the utensils, Julian would proceed to boil her washed masks and handkerchiefs. To prevent the transmission of her misfortune, she performed these ablutions with meticulous care. At times, Julian sensed Colin's appraising gaze with subtle unease, not out of concern for privacy, but because, despite their 4 years of collaboration, she still detected a guardedness, a lack of complete trust in his eyes. Colin roamed the room with feigned nonchalance, touching and examining various small objects. In reality, he had subtly marked several locations to track any unauthorized entry and estimate the duration of any intrusion. Besides enlisting the aid of prostitutes to procure supplies, Julian occasionally allowed them into the room for minor diagnoses and treatments. Colin disapproved of this practice, but after voicing his concerns, he relented. Realizing that Julian's prolonged isolation could be detrimental, he ultimately conceded with certain reservations. The concealed door was merely a bookcase serving as a visual barrier, behind which lay a small, 2 by 5 meter chamber. Colin entered, brandishing a lantern. 2 rows of shelves lined the walls, laden with countless bottles of absinthe. All were pristine, original imports from the distant island nation of Ecstasy, crafted from distilled spirits and anise oil at their origin. Even before Prohibition, a single bottle commanded a price of at least 1 aurei. Now, they were virtually unobtainable. In the current climate, Possessing even a few bottles on the black market could incite a bloody conflict. Yet, this small room likely contained around 1,000. The pale amber liquid cast a luminous glow in the lamplight. He was, after all, no connoisseur. Nevertheless, he had invested nearly all his assets into this venture over the past 2 years. Colin opened a small box, revealing 5 ounces of redstone, a collection of misshapen fragments that, when combined, barely equaled the volume of an adult's 2 fingers. He weighed the redstone, then carefully wrapped it in paper, marking it accordingly. He retrieved a small notebook hanging nearby and recorded the new weight. Next, he reweighed the redstone already stored there, accounting for natural evaporation, and verified the total. Currently, the shelves held 237 grams of redstone. Since the market had dried up, Colin had turned to purchasing redstone, retaining minimal cash. These minerals represented his income for the past month. Barely half a pound, Jillian mused, her voice tinged with wistfulness. Colin's current occupation was fraught with peril, making his earnings quite substantial. Yet, when converted into redstone, a month's wages amounted to a mere handful. Moreover, the substance was constantly dissipating. The 5 ounces of redstone placed here at the beginning of the month had already lost over a dozen grams to evaporation. Rather than lamenting the loss, Colin said, "We should refine the ritual further to reduce that exorbitant consumption." The ritual, of course, was intended to unlock the memory seal within Colin's consciousness. Jillian had exhausted all her known methods without detecting even a trace of the ritual. This was hardly surprising, as even the Theological Academy had failed in this endeavor. Furthermore, Jillian's training at the church school as a refugee was solely aimed at filling the ranks of the lower echelons. However, unlocking the lock did not necessarily require understanding its nature. Some problems could be resolved through brute force. Since Colin had revealed the existence of the lock, she only needed to pinpoint his coordinates to determine its location. The elusiveness of the seal within Colin's consciousness stemmed partly from its self-sufficiency, requiring no external energy exchange. This indicated its exquisite intricacy, yet also its minuscule scale, providing Jillian with a crucial advantage in designing a decryption ritual. According to Inherian theory, all rituals, save for those of supplication based on ancient pacts between mortals and spirits, were fundamentally rooted in the principle of similarity, also known as the law of resonant mirrors. This could be interpreted as a distorted form of causality, akin to like begetting like, or the inevitability of similar causes producing similar effects. Inherian mystics conceived of rituals as a means of isolating and amplifying specific mirrors against a relatively blank backdrop, thereby minimizing the interference of extraneous factors in natural events. Jillian's ritual, currently half completed, drew its primary mirror from the tale of the demigod Thebes, widely known in humorous stories, who stole from the gods. In the story, Thebes, blindfolded, shattered the most exquisite and expensive lock in the world, only to find a handful of straw within the broken coffer. Of course, considerable refinement was required to render this somewhat ludicrous mirror effective. Its utility lay in its capacity to unlock the lock through sheer force, without knowledge of its specific form. By partially recreating the Thebes narrative within the ritual, they could achieve the outcome of obtaining the straw from the coffer without understanding the nature of the lock. To ensure safety, other mirrors were incorporated into the ritual to provide moderation and adjustment. Several years prior, they had attempted this half-finished ritual, vaporizing 100 grams of redstone and successfully extracting a fragment of Colin's fragmented memories, proving its efficacy. However, it required further refinement, particularly in terms of redstone consumption. 3 years ago, they had roughly calculated the amount of redstone required to unlock the seal in Colin's memory using the ritual in its current state. The result was disheartening. Based solely on the initial ritual's effect, achieving their goal would necessitate at least 2,000 pounds of redstone. To provide a clearer perspective, this could be expressed in monetary terms. At a friendly rate, this would amount to approximately 800,000 ori. Chapter 41. The lengthy preparation. What does 2,000 pounds of redstone truly signify? Perhaps it equates to the consumption of an entire medium-sized fleet in a single battle. Meanwhile, 800,000 ori, when calculated at a daily income of 2 ori, would require an ordinary citizen to labor without sustenance for 400,000 days, an arduous endeavor that would necessitate a millennium of frugality. Such a staggering figure is nearly unattainable for the average individual. The technology and commerce of the Alliance have flourished to an advanced degree, reminiscent of the post-World War I era on Earth. Colin, lacking specialized knowledge, finds it arduous to discover any means of sudden wealth. Thus, the enactment of the prohibition represents an opportunity not to be squandered. However, the 1,400 bottles of absinthe currently in Colin's possession even if sold at the exorbitant price of 10 ori each, would yield only 14,000 ori, leaving a significant gap to the ultimate goal. Consequently, these 1,400 bottles merely mark the beginning. The necessity of remaining active within the underworld over the past 2 years was not solely to secure initial funding, but also to establish connections with individuals such as Luca and Maurizio, thus laying the groundwork for the impending prohibition. When did you first ascertain that the prohibition would indeed be enacted? Julian asked, perplexed, as news of this decree only began to surface earlier this year. Furthermore, due to the ever-shifting allegiances within the parliamentary seats, even a month prior to the prohibition's implementation, no one could assert with certainty that it would not fall through. I have never been certain of its enactment. The catalyst arose from my awareness of certain discussions within the academic community. The intelligence was gleaned from eavesdropping on the seminary, where, 3 years prior, the academic world engaged in a protracted debate lasting 6 months regarding the correlation between intoxication and widespread parasitic spirit infection. Colin remains uncertain of the event that instigated this research and discourse. Yet the consensus among the Alliance scholars was that severe intoxication significantly increases the likelihood of parasitic spirit infiltration. Moreover, no era has witnessed individuals living a life of despair, laboring tirelessly for hours on end, as today's society does. Their sole reprieve lies in the taverns, where they indulge in copious amounts of alcohol with either exuberant or reticent companions, seeking a fleeting escape from their burdensome existence. These individuals, emotionally fragile and defenseless in their inebriation, thus present an opportune moment for parasitic spirits to invade. The human ether serves as one of the conduits through which deep-seated forces flow into reality, particularly in densely populated urban areas. The rampant alcoholism breeds countless parasitic infections, which in turn precipitate a widespread alteration of the ether. Ultimately, all ill effects will be reflected back upon this land, leading to further pollution and chaos. Colin has always believed that, beyond the Alliance's superficial claims regarding the women's anti-domestic violence movement or their counteraction against the degrading lifestyles of foreign immigrants, the issue of parasitic spirit infection represents the true impetus behind the prohibition. Therefore, the question of whether the prohibition will be enacted has never merely been a matter of contention among puppet factions, but rather pertains to significant matters of the extraordinary realm. Consequently, he commenced his meticulous preparations 2 years ago, establishing early connections with overseas merchants to stockpile illicit spirits. However, his greatest fortune arose from an unexpected turn of events 2 weeks prior. It was at a small distillery on the outskirts, which had been seized and was on the verge of failing to sell at auction, that Colin, adopting a temporary false identity, acquired it for less than 700 ori. Within that distillery, resembling more of a family workshop, he discovered a complete set of distillation equipment. Even more astonishingly, the authorities had locked away 300 crates of whiskey in the warehouse. Thus, he has now completed all preparations, awaiting the outcome of the clan leaders' meeting in 2 days, which will enable Maurizio and Luca to establish a stable underground market for illicit spirits on his behalf. Colin had hesitated last night, pondering whether to share the knowledge acquired from Mr. Number One with Julian. However, upon reflection, he chose to refrain. Julian already possessed a systematic understanding of ritualism. Revealing the specific pathways to transcendence would not significantly aid her in ritual design. Moreover, possessing an additional choice may not necessarily be advantageous. Should he divulge the methods, there remains the risk that, in a moment of despair, she might pin her hopes on the extraordinary. After all, the extraordinary embodies infinite possibilities, fostering false hopes in those who perceive no viable path forward. Yet, such aspirations are merely illusions, akin to sweet, yet insatiable mirages that entice the birth of countless tragedies. For the extraordinary has never been a gift. To seek from it what one does not deserve inevitably incurs a corresponding price, setting aside the possibility of healing. Her current frail condition renders it reckless to open her heart's shell, akin to a death sentence, in such a hasty and shattered state of mind. Even if she were to successfully embark on the path of ascension, it would undoubtedly invite a multitude of parasitic spirits to invade and consume her entirely. After several years of refinement, Julian has managed to reduce the required amount of redstone for the ritual to approximately 1,500 pounds. However, they later realized that introducing a substantial quantity of redstone in a single ritual could lead to another dilemma. Redstone is not a fuel. It merely serves as a conduit to certain layers of ether. If the land itself lacks sufficient spiritual essence, no amount of redstone will augment the fuel supply. At best, the flow of spiritual essence would merely slow down, ultimately preventing the extraction of adequate fuel from the ether layer within the limited time frame of the ritual. Through years of correspondence from the seminary, Colin has gradually grasped some numerical intelligence regarding the land of Stott. In recent years, the width of the channels where the flow of spiritual essence has begun to diminish within the confines of Stott City can be equated to around 400 pounds of redstone. If the channel width corresponds to 800 pounds of redstone, the total flow value will no longer fluctuate. In other words, should they introduce more than 400 pounds of redstone at once, the efficacy of the fuel will begin to wane. Any excess beyond 800 pounds will no longer yield any effect. Thus, under normal circumstances, a ritual that necessitates 1,500 pounds of redstone is fundamentally a flawed endeavor that cannot materialize. Chapter 42. The simple title, Fundamentally Speaking. The ether is a realm of illusion that has been tainted by the material world. The most significant distinction between the two may lie solely in the proximity to the physical realm. Geographic location and spatial coordinates are characteristics inherent to the material world. A portion of the ethereal realm, upon nearing and overlapping with reality, acquires a definite position and is referred to as ether. Thus, ether can be perceived as the illusion anchored to specific objects. However, it may also represent the very essence of those objects, extending into a deeper world. Currently, only a few categories of entities have been confirmed to possess ether, including planets, living organisms, and certain unique minerals such as salt. Perhaps these are the sole bearers of ether in the world. Among them, the ether of planets serves as the broadest and most stable conduit between the ethereal and the material realms. The ether of living beings, particularly that of humans, is the most familiar to us, such as the ether inherent within the human body, due to the transformations between life and death. The ether undergoes self-dissolution or collapses into the material realm, making the ether of living beings the most economical source of redstone. The ether of minerals is particularly convenient for ritualistic use. A single piece of land may simultaneously harbor countless ethers, which may either connect or remain isolated, forming the foundational etheric field of that land. The etheric field serves as a conduit for various forms of spiritual essence flowing into reality or a temporary sanctuary. Ether can undergo transformation for numerous reasons, leading to alterations in the direction of the etheric conduits, pointing towards unknown aspects of the ethereal realm, thus allowing uncontrollable factors to infiltrate the land. Consequently, the etheric field is subject to continual change, and the capacity of spiritual essence within a piece of land is not constant. Therefore, the upper limit of 800 pounds of ritual redstone is not entirely unbreachable. Yet the opportunity remains singular. As the Earth orbits the female moon, it inevitably enters the vast shadow of the female moon during the winter solstice, obscuring all sunlight. This process endures for 25 hours, during which most of the Earth's inhabitants will observe the sun failing to rise, merging two previously distinct nights into one. Almost every culture designates this day as the day of the sun's extinction or, in a derivative sense, the day of the sun's rebirth. Additionally, every few years, when the sun's extinction occurs, the male moon will precisely position itself between the female moon and the Earth. At that moment, the sky that should be illuminated by day will be engulfed in darkness. In the frigid expanse of space, the two moons and the sun will align in a straight line. This signifies that the three celestial bodies closest to humanity are overlapping, directing their exits towards the same point, Earth. Thus, an unparalleled tide of spiritual power will inundate every corner of the Earth on that day. The capacity of spiritual essence across all lands will surge dramatically, far exceeding current levels. And the possibility of conducting large-scale rituals requiring over 800 pounds of redstone will become feasible. Astronomers have calculated that this winter solstice marks the arrival of a tidal cycle that occurs once every decade. If Colin wishes to avoid waiting another decade, he must amass 500 pounds of redstone before that time. Coincidentally, this year also sees the formal enactment of a prohibition aimed at addressing etheric field pollution. The simultaneous arrival of both phenomena may indeed bear a certain connection. For Colin, however, this is merely a serendipitous coincidence. Have you discovered anything regarding the inhibitors I previously entrusted to you for analysis? The sample was too scant, and we could only ascertain that it is a form of active substance. Colin nodded, acknowledging that it was merely residue scraped from the syringe. Without any direction for speculation and lacking modern instruments, he had exhausted all attempts after a couple of miscalculations. As Colin packed his belongings to depart, Julianne called out to him once more. Have you come across any new materials lately? According to their agreement, Colin was to periodically supply Julianne with information related to her ailment. Progress in the field of epidemiology would be ideal. But even any medical-related information or spiritual healing methods would suffice. However, due to Colin's diminished capacity for record-keeping stemming from the depletion of his life force, he had recently been preoccupied with tracking essential documents from Cathedral and had been unable to prioritize gathering materials for Julianne. Colin promised to make up for the current deficiencies in text, and Julianne seemed to take little offense to this matter. Records, she gestured, seeking a harmless form of compensation. Next time you come, bring a record with you. It was then that Colin noticed Julianne had put away the phonograph, perhaps weary of its incessant clattering after these days. Understood, Colin replied. What artists do you enjoy? I don't know any stars, so just bring what you like, Julianne said. Just don't make it too mournful. In the days that followed, Colin experienced a period of relative tranquility, despite the bizarre death of the Mutt Alonzo. Whispers of Giulio's return had begun to circulate among the various branches of the Capello family. If it were merely Giulio, perhaps the leaders of the Capello family would not feel threatened. However, what truly instilled fear in them was the shadow of Maurizio lurking behind this incident. Was the formidable Maurizio preparing to meddle in Capello's affairs, placing Giulio in her father's position? For days prior, Giulio had mysteriously vanished. Was this part of a self-orchestrated scheme? According to Nevio's assistant, Alessio, Giulio's sudden disappearance was a tactic to evade relentless assassination attempts from the Mutt. Her ability to navigate through peril and even successfully make contact with Maurizio was attributed to the assistance of a mysterious man. Now, those who had fired upon her had all met their end, supposedly by his hand. Do you know what title they have bestowed upon you? Luca chuckled heartily from his office atop the Astor Hotel. Colin stood before his desk, somewhat at a loss. Due to his past involvement in clandestine activities, which he had never attributed to his name, he had remained obscure. He had not anticipated receiving a title in such a manner. For reasons unknown, Alessio had publicly proclaimed his name. They call you the man, the protector of women. Haraha. Chapter 43. The method of substitution and transfer. The tales that circulate among the masses are invariably more wondrous than the truth. A captor suddenly transforms into a protector. Little do they realize that the so-called manly figure is the very one who once stuffed a sock into Princess Giulio's mouth. The suppressants previously brought by Alessio were sufficient for Colin and Luca to use for 2 months. As per the final agreement, the Cestaro family was responsible for Giulio's protection. Thus, the following day, he delivered several vials of what he termed pheromone extracts. These were the very substances Giovanni had instilled into his eyes during the confrontation at the old factory in the southern suburbs. They could induce a state of stress in symbiotic organisms, but due to the lingering effects of the suppressants, this state would only last for 5 minutes. A row of bullets arranged like emerald glass vials, each containing a transparent, unidentified liquid. If there is no threat to your life, refrain from using this. Luca advised as he handed 3 vials of pheromones to Colin. Colin nodded, fully aware without Luca's reminder that, given his currently depleted state, recklessly using such substances would be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, this predicament would soon be resolved. A day prior, Mr. One had sought Colin out, directly revealing the method to restore his vitality. I had thought you would only divulge this after eliminating your intended target, Colin remarked in surprise. The meeting took place at the very dark corner where Colin had become a Fong, and Mr. One's gaze remained as hollow as ever. He simply stated, I do not comprehend the need for threats as you do, besides the inherent simplicity of the Watcher's nature. Another reason may be that Colin's continued compromised state would hinder him from being of service. Returning to the issue of Colin's diminished vitality, consciousness is but an isolated island, while the dark ocean beneath, known as the subconscious, continuously surges with life. Thus, what Colin faced was merely a matter of depletion rather than permanent damage. Yet, some individuals possess inherent fissures in their hearts, allowing external energies to naturally flow into their consciousness, significantly enhancing their self-healing abilities. This is why certain sects dare to use their vitality as ritualistic fuel. However, Colin's heart is wholly intact, rendering his internal cycle incapable of external replenishment. Once disrupted, it becomes exceedingly difficult to heal, often leading to further deterioration. Yet, the solution appears to be rather straightforward. By circumventing the heart's shell to introduce energy, the Watcher proposed his method, substitution and transfer. Ignoring the heart's shell, the energy would be directly transferred into Colin's consciousness. This might indeed be the optimal solution to Colin's quandary, yet it raises 2 concerns. First, the process of the subconscious accepting external energy will gradually deplete itself. This is a long-term, chronic issue that warrants little immediate concern. As for the second point, it is likely the reason Mr. One proposed a solution so swiftly. To employ the method of substitution and transfer, one must ascertain their coordinates. Mr. One stated matter-of-factly. Colin found it difficult to discern whether this was a premeditated calculation or a mere coincidence. Should he truly know Colin's coordinates, the likelihood of uncovering Colin's peculiar secrets would significantly increase. Moreover, much like possessing the true name of certain lineages, knowing a person's coordinates provides a definitive direction for countless curses and bindings. What are coordinates? Colin feigned ignorance. Your consciousness's position within the virtual realm. I am unsure how to measure such an elusive coordinate. I shall return here in 2 days. Then you can provide me with the measurement results. Giulio is currently situated not far from the S Hotel, in a relatively decent standalone apartment. Ricardo need not remain vigilant here, for Luca has already stationed 7 marksmen in the vicinity. After leaving Luca's office, Colin made his way directly to Giulio's location. However, at a nearby corner, he encountered an unexpected figure. Scar Giovanni, his cap shading half his face, stood awkwardly by the roadside clutching a brown paper bag. Yet, Colin recognized him instantly and instinctively reached behind him, preparing for defense. There's no need for alarm. Come closer, Scar Giovanni said with an air of ease. As he spoke, the muscles around his mouth contorted, deepening the crevices on his face. He gestured towards Giulio's apartment with a nod, saying, "They can see us from here." Colin glanced up to confirm that, although Giovanni stood at the corner, he had intentionally exposed himself to the marksman's line of sight. This blatant display of vulnerability seemed designed to reassure, yet Colin could not forget that in the old factory in the southern suburbs, Giovanni had successfully ambushed him using this very tactic, embedding a flying knife into his palm before he could react. Giovanni appeared to read Colin's thoughts. I didn't come here to commit suicide. He opened his arms, revealing the oiled paper bag in his left hand. See? I'm unarmed. As long as you do not mistreat or insult her, that will suffice. Additionally, I can help you identify any defensive lapses. Having gained an additional 8 or 9 seasoned allies, Colin couldn't help but admire Alessio's strategy in this regard. Ignoring the implications of Giovanni's words, Colin directly inquired, "What is your purpose for coming here?" Chapter 44. The paintbrush. Giovanni slowly bent down and opened the package on the ground. Once he ensured Colin could see the contents, he stepped aside. Laid upon the oil paper were several paintbrushes, an array of pigments, and small folded pieces of white cloth. Merely some art supplies. Horatio asked me to bring them over, Giovanni remarked. He feared the young girl might find her days too tedious, so he sent her the items she usually used. It's rather considerate, perhaps to a nauseating degree. I could dispose of these things into the gutter, and you could take the blame for me. How does that sound? Why? Aren't you concerned these items might bear his fingerprints? But why do you resist Horatio, not wanting them to reach Giulio? Colin countered. After a moment of silence, Giovanni replied. Colin found the exchange perplexing and chose to disregard their differences in upbringing. I will procure another set of these items for her. For us. It suffices as long as she doesn't go insane with boredom. With that, he ignored Giovanni and walked directly into the apartment. Colin had come today merely to check if Luca's protective measures for Giulio were still intact. Additionally, he intended for Giulio to begin drafting a few handwritten letters to inform the Capello leaders of her intentions to inherit her father's legacy. Initially, Colin had little interest in intervening in Capello's internal disputes. After all, his involvement stemmed solely from Giulio's safety being intertwined with the suppressants. However, ever since Luca made a new promise, claiming he could seize 50% of the assets from the Capello estate, Colin's perspective had entirely shifted. The apartment still seemed rather empty, even after some household items were moved in. Colin couldn't help but reflect on how Luca had gradually shed his previous air of poverty and was now increasingly extravagant. Giulio sat quietly, curled up on the sofa, having changed into a light yellow chiffon dress that somehow rendered her even more fragile. Upon seeing Colin enter, her body trembled slightly, yet she offered no further reaction. In truth, she was quite perceptive during the night at the warehouse. She had quickly realized the masked figure had appeared at the funeral and even guessed that he was sent by Luca, which spoke volumes about her intuition. Yet, she also exhibited a certain clumsiness. Though she might feign strength at most times, she resembled a frightened little beast. Some awkwardness might not stem from dullness, but rather from an excess of sensitivity. Will Horatio still come to see me? Giulio asked cautiously. Colin had presumed the prolonged, stifling atmosphere would provoke her temper. Yet she seemed to have become more tranquil, often lost in thought. But why would he use that kind of thing? Giulio referred to the monstrosity from that night. Perhaps he had no other choice. Then, isn't that akin to murder? The beastly Capello family somehow raised a daughter who feared killing. One could only wonder how Naivio educated his children. Perhaps he never did at all. Yet, Orecchio's actions might be even more reprehensible than murder. Luca had investigated the identity of the dull man he brought to the theater. He was merely an immigrant who had recently arrived in the Alliance without having registered his identity. It was unclear whether he was first stripped of his consciousness or infected with the symbiotic bacteria. He taught me that only kindness is true strength, Giulio stated. Colin was momentarily taken aback. He had always believed that only parents impart such unrealistic lessons, words they themselves scarcely believe, yet undeniably beautiful, merely to showcase their best selves, thus avoiding mention of the sordid and vile. If Orecchio had children, they would likely be around Giulio's age. As a keeper of the flame, he was inexplicably developing an affinity for family as he meandered into the latter half of his life. How tragic. Was he not simply stepping on the very principles he had steadfastly upheld? So, you can paint? It wasn't Orecchio who taught you, was it? Well, I haven't painted in quite some time, Giulio smiled. After seeing so many works in the gallery, I've become hesitant to put brush to canvas. When I do, I feel utterly inadequate. Sensitive souls often impose such unwarranted pressure upon themselves. He merely hoped you could find some relief from your ennui, Colin remarked. But what can one paint while confined here? Perhaps the sofa, the leaf-shaped floral ornament on the table leg. Colin surveyed the room, attempting to cite a few worthy examples, but ultimately had to concede that the furniture was indeed dreary and uninspiring. Then you may freely paint whatever comes to mind. Consider it childhood scribbles. Indeed, it seemed that whenever Orecchio was mentioned, Giulio became particularly docile. After some light conversation, Colin nonchalantly broached the topic of drafting a declaration. Giulio's eyes widened. Is he urging me to do so? To inherit the Capello family? Her? Indeed, Colin replied candidly. Though Orecchio's proposal aimed solely at leveraging Luca's strength to mitigate the threats from the family heads towards Giulio, I hardly recognize him any longer. He was the one who once claimed I was unworthy of being the family leader. Giulio had always possessed little understanding of the internal dynamics within Capello. Thus, while she sensed something amiss, she failed to realize that Colin and the others merely sought to exploit her name to disrupt the power transfer within Capello, ultimately toppling the beast in one fell swoop. Chapter 45. Covert assistance. As Colin stepped out of the apartment, Giovanni was still waiting at the corner. It seemed that his purpose for this visit extended beyond merely delivering art supplies to Giulio. I thought I'd stop by to greet you, Giovanni remarked. Regardless of what has transpired in the past, now that you have become a Fong, we are colleagues. Colin felt a sense of skepticism towards Giovanni's current demeanor, recalling how Giovanni had once warned Mr. One about him, expressing that Colin was excessively dangerous. Sensing Colin's confusion, Giovanni continued. I truly did not wish for you to become a Fong. One reason being that I have wronged you in the past, but since you have been chosen, there is no turning back. After all, we will have much interaction moving forward, and if we remain in this awkward standoff, it could pose a risk eventually. Therefore, consider it a favor owed to you. You may ponder how to utilize it, but do not take it too far. Giovanni was indeed a carefree and swift individual. Colin did not harbor any disdain towards associating with someone of his nature. Although they had clashed fiercely in the old factory in the southern suburbs, Giovanni, in essence, was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Colin himself had often taken money to assist others. Thus he understood the hostility they exhibited towards their targets. It was merely business as usual. As for Giovanni's remarks to Mr. One, they were simply actions befitting his own position. Nonetheless, Colin was not one to decline a favor offered on a silver platter. It's a favor, but I assume it doesn't entail any troublesome obligations, he said, not anticipating any significant recompense. So, if you ever see me erring in my ways, do remind me. This notion held great significance for the newly initiated Colin and posed little inconvenience for Giovanni. In the realm of the five hands, Colin had witnessed numerous newcomers committing foolish acts without awareness, while the experienced veterans often regarded them as mere jokes, never taking the time to offer caution, allowing them to perish in ignorance. Your choice is rather prudent, Giovanni commented. However, the relationships among the Fangs are not as frigid as you might presume. In comparison to our respective lamp keepers, we actually have more frequent interactions. After all, we are colleagues. Whereas the relationship with the lamp keepers resembles that of a superior and subordinate. Moreover, they do not initially seem very human, making it difficult to forge closeness. Even though we must collectively confront those damned and insane entities, the lamp keepers are not entirely our comrades. To them, fangs are, at best, mere expendables. Hence, if we do not support one another, we shall have no one else to rely upon. Giovanni expressed uncertainty about when this tradition of covert assistance among the fangs began. The rationale was humble, merely to ensure that everyone could survive a little longer. In earlier days, Giovanni had also received care from others, and according to tradition, it was now his turn to pass on that kindness to Colin. This is not a repayment of your favor. If, in several years, you find yourself still alive, simply relay the advice I have given you to those who come after. Giovanni spoke slowly, stepping out from the shadow of the corner. He glanced at the hidden gunmen observing from various locations, then smiled at Colin. Let us change locations. Standing here will keep drawing their attention. And it would be unfortunate if someone were to exploit the situation at the apartment. According to Luca, there had never been a precedent for mutual killings among the fangs. Thus, Colin found Giovanni's words to be credible. Most importantly, Giovanni no longer had any reason to oppose him, and so Colin relaxed his guard, allowing Giovanni to lead him out of the neighborhood. Though the fangs could not escape the lamp keepers, neither could they divulge everything to them. Keeping certain things concealed from them was essential for prolonging one's survival. Giovanni, who had occupied this position for 20 years, weighed his words carefully as he imparted wisdom from both his own experiences and those of his predecessors. I suspect it is nearly time for him to request your coordinates. The reasons could be numerous and peculiar. Giovanni scrutinized Colin. Given your current situation, it is likely he will claim to assist you with mitigating your compromised life. Having just emerged from his hometown, Giovanni noted that the individual likely had not yet developed a habit of concealing his intentions. In truth, even without a suitable reason, he would directly ask for what he desired. Colin's thoughts were confirmed. Indeed, Mr. One had approached him regarding this matter the previous day. There may be other matters we can negotiate, Giovanni asserted, but under no circumstances should you divulge your coordinates to them. Colin understood well. Or perhaps anyone with a modicum of understanding regarding the extraordinary would recognize this truth. To have one's coordinates known was akin to exposing one's vulnerabilities to an unguarded foe. The consequences could be dire. Death or coercion were merely the beginning. However, if one's coordinates were discovered, the ramifications were far more unpredictable. Compromised lives were an inevitable reality, especially since Ezekiel had begun utilizing those symbiotic fungi. Consequently, they had long since developed methods to address such issues, termed the substitution transfer technique. I can teach you this, Giovanni offered. However, you must be cautious in your dealings with the lamp keepers. As long as you do not leave any traces of sorcery, it is generally impossible to ascertain your coordinates. For outsiders, it is common to miscalculate. Simply insist that you are unable to measure your coordinates, and they will have no recourse against you. Then, you can secretly employ the substitution transfer technique to resolve your own issues. As for how to explain the restoration of your compromised life, Giovanni hesitated, unsure of how to navigate this. Colin pondered for a moment and suggested, what if I claim it is some elixir you provided? Being new to this world and lacking connections to Ezekiel, he was unaware of the various oddities Ezekiel had produced in recent years. So suspicions regarding a secret potion should be minimal. Originally, the substitution transfer could not rapidly absorb too much essence. If disguised as a new drug's effects, it would likely pass muster. As dusk began to fall and the streetlights flickered to life, Giovanni remarked, I can share the methods for measuring coordinates and the substitution transfer technique with you. Let us reconvene here tomorrow at the same time. I have certain matters to attend to. If you are willing to trust me or wish to learn more, just follow me. Chapter 46. The Strings of Spellcraft in the Dead of Night. Colin found himself in the confines of a small attic room. The so-called method of displacement transfer appeared to be a widely utilized spell within a considerable scope. Spells, in essence, are but lighter forms of ritual. Due to their incessant application, the displacement transfer has become sufficiently stable to operate autonomously without intentional participation. Its fundamental purpose is merely to facilitate the positional exchange of two unrelated spiritual essences, serving as a foundational unit within numerous larger spells. After centuries of continuous refinement, it has become increasingly difficult to ascertain the specific mirrors upon which it was originally based. Perhaps due to countless repetitions, it has solidified into a mirror of its own accord. Some assert that at the moment a spell is completed, it becomes a distinct mirror. Others contend that it must undergo repeated utilization before it can gradually detach from its original reflection. Colin recalled someone once saying, in truth, there was never a path on the ground, It is only through the multitude of footsteps that a path is forged. A spell resembles a path or a winding riverbed. Yet both are subject to change. The riverbed dictates the flow of the river, while the river represents the myriad events that transpire over time. As individuals utilize it through various intentions and understandings across the river of time, the riverbed is altered, and the essence of the mirror is gradually rewritten. For deep within the world, the infused spiritual energy possesses the capacity to wield genuine influence. In the realm of prototypes above the virtual domain, where the mirrors are stored, a spell transcends its mere representation in the material world, evolving into something akin to a living entity. For there, the true essence of each spell's mirror resides, encompassing the collective molds and blueprints of its countless projections within the material realm. The projections shift in accordance with the changing blueprints. As a product of human creativity, spells are far less stable than their natural mirrors, rendering them relatively susceptible to influence. Each time a resonance of the mirror occurs, a force directed in a different manner can similarly resonate with the core of the mirror, albeit its impact is exceedingly minute. Yet, it is akin to countless streams gradually etching their marks upon the riverbed. The riverbed is ever widening and deepening, inevitably altering its original course unbeknownst to itself. Thus, a spell may stabilize, mature, and solidify under external forces, while also undergoing corruption, degradation, or dormancy for various reasons. Much like how the same phrase may convey entirely contrasting meanings across different eras, the evolutionary process of a spell seems remarkably akin to that of language. It is reminiscent of a meandering and expansive river. Consequently, scholars of the Alliance have grown accustomed to referring to spells not as magic or witchcraft, as the ancients did, but rather as spell strings. Alternatively, due to their characteristic of being triggered by mental intent, they are often called spell courts. In the present day, the first sect has established a fictional temple within the prototype realm, enabling precise observation of the most stable and profound spell strings. Thus, the complete prohibition of a particular spell has become feasible. The 7 instant death spells and 15 mental interference spells, once widely known and easily employed, now fall under the scrutiny of various sects throughout the material realm. Should a resonance occur on any of the monitored spell strings, the sect can accurately trace the spellcaster's position within the material world. If the spellcaster's concealment of consciousness is inadequate, they may even be pinpointed with exact coordinates. Colin commenced the ritual. The method of delineating the ritual space need not be elaborated further. It is merely the process of creating a blank slate. The displacement transfer spell is nearly the most fundamental of spells, now expressible through a single symbol, 2 opposing arrows. The so-called coordinates vary in expression across different systems. Colin speculated that the concept of one's birth chart in a past life may also serve as one such description of coordinates. Giovanni's method of expression, however, seemed to denote a specific ratio of the 4 elemental symbols of wind, fire, water, and earth. The coordinates Colin measured for himself were wind at 46, 1, fire at 53, water at 27, 0, and earth at 15. As he had yet to study spiritual mathematics, he was unaware of the implications behind these numbers. At one end of the arrows, he inscribed the coordinates, while at the opposite end, he placed a whole piece of red stone soaked in animal oil. It is said that this would hinder the flow of spiritual essence, leaving a portion retained within the ether of the redstone. Given his current conditions, he was unable to achieve precise control over the displacement transfer. The redstone employed for this purpose was reusable, prompting him to select a higher-grade specimen. Another 5 grams of ground redstone served as fuel, sprinkled within a salt circle. Finally, the act of lighting a candle served as a trigger, signaling the commencement of his ritual. Colin drew his consciousness inward, perceiving the bountiful essence of life. It remained as radiant as the starry sky, albeit significantly thinned out. As was customary, Colin cautiously separated the minutest particles, then focused upon them. The next moment, a sound akin to the shattering of a bubble resonated. It was expelled from Colin's consciousness and extinguished within the ritual space upon the table. In its stead, a more coarse, rigid, and indistinct force materialized within Colin's awareness. Approximately half of the red stone within the salt circle, serving as fuel, instantaneously transformed into white powder. Colin felt a piercing sensation deep within his soul. This was the after-effect of directly transferring spiritual essence into his consciousness via displacement transfer. His self was repelling it, as the complete transformation of this essence consumed vitality. Colin estimated that after 3 more transfers, his life essence would be restored. However, the prior dark burn had persisted for nearly 2 days. In retrospect, The expenditure induced by the hive-like response of the Colobacter was not insurmountable. Yet, given the unknown consequences of depleting the source, caution would be prudent in future applications. The following evening, he met Giovanni once more at their agreed-upon location. Giovanni scrutinized Colin from head to toe and nodded, stating, "You appear to have recovered considerably. Prepare yourself." He continued, "Tonight, our adversary is a true sorcerer." Chapter 47. Innocence. Although Giovanni referred to us, Colin had no intention of intervening until the situation became clearer. It seemed Giovanni merely wished to familiarize him with the concept of extraordinary-level combat. The reality was far less thrilling, indeed considerably more mundane. Have you heard of Richie from Gunai? Nowadays, one must also account for Naivio's 3 assistants, which renders Richie merely 1/8 of the equation. He could not recall how the individual from Gunai made a living, although it was likely unrelated to the events of this evening. After spending 2 hours in the carriage, Colin and Giovanni arrived at a secluded alley near South 15th Street, the very territory of Capello. The domains of several families intertwined intricately, with each territory potentially hosting businesses from another clan. Colin glanced at his old watch, noting it was already 11 at night. Due to the notoriously poor security, the residents of this area did not venture out at night. The dilapidated and lowly buildings made Colin momentarily believe he was in some rural village cloaked in night. Giovanni appeared in no rush, strolling leisurely as if after a dinner walk. Colin inquired, and Giovanni responded that it would be best to arrive at their destination after midnight. Richie from Gunai had opened a tavern nearby, called Aphrodisiac Fruit, a rather unscrupulous name. 2 months prior, such businesses had become untenable. Yet they had not followed suit and converted the tavern into a sweetwater shop. It had remained closed ever since. No one knew what Richie intended to do with the establishment. Giovanni sighed, expressing their assumption that he was merely stockpiling submachine guns and ammunition within. Disinclined to attract attention and wary of danger, he had refrained from allowing anyone to investigate. Subsequently, one of Richie's henchmen had unexpectedly perished. Richie claimed the individual succumbed to illness. Ordinarily, no compensation would be given to the deceased's family, yet Richie still provided it. Such actions were not uncommon. Similar minor incidents occurred daily in this city, and they likely did not anticipate any revelations from this matter. Their gravest oversight was failing to incinerate the man's corpse. Giovanni glanced at Colin, tapping his head with his hand, alluding to his intention to dispose of Colin's body in a derelict factory in the southern suburbs a few days prior. You know, Ezekiel can make the dead speak. Even in the sweltering summer heat, and despite the body having been buried for nearly a week, after more than 10 minutes, the corpse, which had been lifeless for almost 2 weeks, managed to stammer a few words, despite its vocal cords having decayed and its brain turned to mush. Invariably, it often answered questions with confusion. However, when discussing the cause of its demise, a semblance of life flickered across its decayed visage, as if it believed it had been resurrected. It claimed to have frequented the now-closed tavern, where, despite the near absence of provisions, Richie had insisted on receiving weekly deliveries of food and water. The unfortunate soul speculated that the tavern housed assassins hired by Richie from afar. He casually spread the word among the uninformed that Richie from Gunai was preparing for a decisive battle. On one occasion, the day before he was due to deliver supplies, he succumbed to temptation and spent the night with a woman in the alley shop. The following day, dazed and clutching his goods, he entered the tavern through the back door, only to discover something lying on the empty floor. At first glance, he thought it was a rabbit, then reconsidered and thought it was a cat. As he approached for a closer inspection, the object began to swell before his eyes. As it grew, he felt his strength ebbing away, as if it were being siphoned from him. In a panic, he turned and fled, scattering the food he had brought to the ground. By noon that day, he was dead. His family claimed he had merely passed away in his sleep. Only his lifeless form knew the truth of his demise. He had been utterly drained. Giovanni touched the scar on his face. His spirit resonated on the same frequency as that entity, which is why he witnessed what he should not have. It was the most exhausting time of day, and he was caught off guard. It is likely the creature's master had no intention of this outcome, as such actions would benefit neither party and only amplify the risk of exposure. Regrettably, the deceased stumbled upon the door in a state of mental disarray and vulnerability. Even more unfortunate was that Richie, as one of the 5 hands, lacked self-awareness and foolishly engaged with the sorcerer. Giovanni sighed mournfully. While they were compelled to break the rules in their competition for the chieftaincy, had Ezekiel not abandoned neutrality, events need not have spiraled into such chaos. Are you lamenting the innocently departed? Colin asked, somewhat perplexed. Them? No, Let them rest in peace, Giovanni replied callously. I merely ponder that if Alessio continues to resemble a living being, he may not endure much longer. If that time comes, I too will inevitably be dragged down with him. After wandering a while longer, they entered an abandoned building, collaborating to pry open a rusted lock, ascending to the rooftop. Colin anticipated Giovanni would set something in motion here. Instead, after a short while, he retrieved a package of apples and sandwiches from his satchel. This somewhat aged man leisurely began to snack, inquiring of Colin, "Have you heard of the celestial tier system?" Chapter 48. Those floating in the stratosphere, must we commence our explanation with the celestial hierarchy? Giovanni mused, recalling the scene from days past when he elucidated the tenets of the Lightkeepers to Luca. The Lightkeepers appeared rather irresponsible. He swiftly devoured an apple, discarding the bare core carelessly upon the rooftop railing, and wiped his hands on his clothing. One may assert that there exist innumerable paths to ascension, Giovanni remarked. No one can truly ascertain the correspondence of levels across these diverse routes. Who is more powerful, a practitioner who has completely awakened the inner divinity or a bounder who has fulfilled all vows? Even an ordinary individual traversing the path of escape achieves, theoretically, a divine state with a single step. How can one compare him horizontally with other seekers? Thus, the celestial hierarchy is not an absolute measure of strength but merely a customary point of reference. Even though the proportion of celestial magic users within the Alliance has diminished over the ensuing centuries, this habit and standard have persisted to the present day. Celestial magic. Colin prepared to feign ignorance. Giovanni seemed to anticipate his inquiry. Through sensing and envisioning the stars, one connects their consciousness to a celestial pathway, utilizing it as a stable source of spiritual essence. As the practitioner's intent intensifies and merges with the celestial, they gradually gain the ability to perceive more distant stars. The movements of stars in the material realm are propelled by the celestial pathways in the ethereal realm. The etheric layer surrounding planets serves as the most stable conduit for spiritual essence to transition from the ethereal to the tangible, rendering this type of magic the most versatile and reliable system. Historically, people mistakenly believed the Earth to be the center of the universe, giving rise to the renowned epicyclic theory, a notion widely recognized even by the layman. This coincides astonishingly with Colin's previous world. A similar coincidence arises as the Anhemians also refer to their planet as Earth. Yet, this is somewhat inevitable. The primal impression of a planet for humankind is invariably the land beneath their feet. Hence, nearly all civilizations have a tendency to describe their planet in terms of soil and earth, with the names of deities representing land or the earth itself serving as the appellation for their planetary home. Observing the rotation of stars in the firmament by night, while remaining stationary on the ground, it is only natural for observers to conclude that the universe revolves around the Earth, making it the center of existence. Due to the epicyclic theory, past celestial magic was constructed upon a flawed foundation. Curiously, this error ultimately had minimal impact. The celestial path, starting from Earth, traverses the dual moons and the other planets of the Sun in a uniform orbit, akin to what is referred to today as orbit. Although under the geocentric model, they mistakenly believe the uniform orbit to be a grand circle encircling the Earth. The seeker embarks from Earth, reaching the heavens of the lunar child, the first station of consciousness. Arriving at the heavens of the lunar child signifies breaking through the first veil, stepping from ignorance into the extraordinary. Subsequently, they will pass through the uniform orbits of the other two satellites of the female moon, namely the heavens of the red star and the heavens of the red second star, culminating at the heavens of the female moon, thus reaching the second veil. Finally, they will encounter the remaining three planets of the Sun, the green star, the white star, and the star of no light, which cannot be directly observed with the naked eye. Reaching the heavens of the star of no light signifies the seeker has arrived at the edge of the final veil. In truth, if measured by actual distance, the Sun should lie between the red second star and the green star. However, in this celestial model, the Sun possesses a significance distinct from the celestial bodies. This relates to the ancient concept of the heavens, which are divided into two layers, one adorned with countless stars, and the other an expanse of darkness devoid of light. Yet driving the rotation of all stars, the primal motion heavens, the Sun is akin to a hole in the heavens, a symbol of the third layer of the veil, obscuring the ineffable one almost entirely, allowing only light and warmth to seep through. Therefore, the Sun serves as the guiding opportunity for every seeker to return home, a beacon within the mists. Of course, this is merely a path depicted through myriad conjectures, symbols, and metaphors by ancient peoples. The celestial path begins from the solid ground beneath our feet, culminating in the attainment of the primal motion heavens. Regrettably, modern conjectures can, at best, unveil only the second veil. Yet this does not hinder the Alliance from continuing to employ the celestial hierarchy as a benchmark and reference for the strength of seekers. Tonight's adversary is likely situated within the realm of the lunar child. The heavens of the lunar child, the heavens of the red star, the heavens of the red second star, the heavens of the female moon, the heavens of the green star, the heavens of the white star, the heavens of the star of no light, the stellar heavens, the primal motion heavens, and the truth that lies beyond the primal motion heavens. So, what tier do you now reckon yourself to belong to? Colin inquired with a hint of curiosity. Me? Giovanni pondered before responding. I suppose I still linger in the stratosphere. Note, the level archetypes are inspired by Dante's Divine Comedy, particularly the depiction of paradise in its third part. When ascending, humanity is believed to traverse 10 heavenly realms. The first 7 based on the Ptolemaic model: the lunar heavens, the mercurial heavens, the venereal heavens, the solar heavens, the martial heavens, the jovial heavens, and the saturnine heavens. Above these are the stellar heavens and the crystalline heavens, also referred to as the primal motion heavens. Beyond the primal motion heavens lies the abode of the divine, the empyrean, forming a complete set of 10 heavenly realms. Chapter 49. The essence of combat, however, the celestial hierarchy merely serves as a reference, insufficient to encompass all factors. Giovanni and Alessio, despite lacking any rank, have already slain dozens of lunar and crimson star mages. According to Giovanni's own assertion, he and Alessio occupy the same tier on paper. Yet, if one day Alessio were to eliminate 10 of him in a single stroke, he would not be taken aback. The female moon waxes and wanes yearly, reaching its fullness only during the summer solstice. At this juncture of late summer, the fullness of the female moon begins to wane, transforming into a convex shape, yet its brilliance remains undiminished, illuminating the heavens throughout the night. Based on the words of the deceased, one might surmise that the opposing force employs elven magic. Giovanni remarked, however, it is likely that his control over that elf is still quite limited. Otherwise, it would not indiscriminately consume people, causing unnecessary turmoil. It is plausible to question the stability of their master-servant relationship. The roles could even be reversed. Colin glanced at his watch. 15 minutes until midnight. The time is drawing near. We shall initiate our action at 2 o'clock. With a total of 2 hours at our disposal. Giovanni tilted his head back, squinting at the positions of the stars above. 2 hours? A delicately tenuous duration, which, by Colin's standards, seems overly prolonged, as there may be others nearby who could hear the commotion and come to investigate. Another query arises. Why specifically choose the time between 1 and 2 o'clock? Giovanni and Alessio must have their reasons, rather than acting at random. Otherwise, they would not be compelled to wait on this chilly rooftop for several hours. To put it succinctly, whether we can successfully eliminate our target hinges not solely on the element of surprise, but also on our ability to circumvent the frequency at which the elf operates. Giovanni spoke with a hint of gravity. In fact, one could argue that the latter consideration is of greater significance than the former. If the consciousness frequency ranges of both parties do not intersect, dialogue cannot be achieved. Thus, the majority of our preparations are intended to allow us to avoid it, utilizing the boundaries of frequency to mitigate its influence, rather than confronting it directly. Giovanni's suddenly somber tone made Colin feel a slight tension. Simultaneously, he experienced an inexplicable thrill, causing even the hand hidden behind him to tremble slightly. This night, they were finally stepping into a realm starkly distinct from the material world. All past experiences of combat seemed to falter in this context. Do not be anxious. This need not be a negative development, Giovanni reassured with a smile. The larger the entity, the more challenging it is to shift along the frequency boundaries. The individual from the tavern will find it increasingly difficult to control it, thereby diminishing the probability of our encounter. If he were a master of the diminutive elf, he would pose a more tangible threat to us. Primordial Palace, Azure Star. Giovanni's references likely pertain to astrology. The planetary ether serves as a crucial conduit for the flow of spiritual essence. Thus, the celestial movements directly govern the ebb and flow of various forces on Earth. Therefore, even rituals or spells unrelated to astral magic must consider the influences of the celestial alignments at that time. The necessity for the ritual designed by Julian to occur this winter solstice exemplifies this principle. The firmament houses numerous positions symbolizing germination and ascendance. allowing the planets traversing those points to enter a state of vigorous flourishing. Consequently, the energies emanating from those celestial bodies become comparatively heightened and active. This phenomenon is interpreted in modern mysticism as the etheric conduits surrounding the planets being positioned favorably relative to a specific region on Earth. Naturally, there also exist less advantageous positions. When the deceased entered the tavern, only the azure star was in a preeminent state. If one were to consider purely from an astrological perspective, it is likely that the matter is associated with the azure star. Perhaps due to the prominence of the azure star's position, its power became active at that time, transcending its original frequency boundaries, allowing ordinary individuals to perceive it in a state of mental disarray. Yet, this remains but a conjecture. The azure star has since moved, departing from its dominion over the shepherd's palace and entering the less favorable domain of the great stag palace. This is one of the reasons we have waited a full 2 weeks before taking action. Between 2 and 4 o'clock tonight, it will succumb to its deepest silence in nearly 2 months. During its period of silence, we must swiftly and decisively eliminate that mage. His consciousness will dissipate with death, and whatever resides within him shall be exiled back to the void. No one can assert with certainty that this is indeed connected to the azure star. It remains one of many speculations. However, when contending with such accursed entities, every conceivable aspect must be meticulously considered. Giovanni remarked with a touch of melancholy, "This is the sole reason our frail selves can triumph over it and survive." Chapter 50. Behind at 1:45 a.m. Giovanni ceased to impart further instructions to Colin. The only task assigned to Colin was to keep a vigilant eye on their rear and, when necessary, provide some cover. This was a rather euphemistic way of expressing their situation, as they had already ascertained that there was but a single individual in the establishment known as the aphrodisiac fruit. Following the emergence of the deceased, all other patrons had been expelled from the tavern under the watchful eye of the gunman. The weekly provisions of food and water were merely left at the ajar back door. Thus, there was hardly anything to surveil or shield. Colin's true role was simply to follow behind as an observer. What if their prior assumptions proved erroneous and an unforeseen incident occurred? In that case, they would all perish together. Giovanni innocently remarked that Alessio might escape unscathed, but as for Colin, he could only express regret for his entanglement. "Can I still choose to withdraw now?" Colin said, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Giovanni's expression was too subtle for Colin to discern whether he was jesting or if it was indeed the truth. However, given that their partnership had functioned steadily for many years, their experience should be sufficiently seasoned and trustworthy. This opportunity to glimpse a mere fragment of extraordinary combat was indeed a rare and invaluable chance for Colin. After all, within this month, he was also to undertake a mission with Mr. One, specifically, the task of eliminating a target, as Mr. One had mentioned on the bridge. Yet, Colin often felt that Mr. One was frequently out of tune and somewhat unreliable. He had no desire to step blindly onto the extraordinary battlefield and perish like a disposable pawn. Thus, Giovanni's decision to include him in this endeavor was akin to a timely boon. What was even more precious was that Giovanni would share with Colin the processes of their analyses and actions. On the rooftop, Giovanni suddenly handed Colin a soldier's game piece and inquired, "Alessio, can you hear us from over there?" "Yes, I can hear your incessant chatter. It's quite refreshing to be away for a moment." Alessio's voice resonated, seemingly emanating from some corner of the rooftop. Colin turned to survey his surroundings, but saw no sign of him. Sensing Colin's bewilderment, Giovanni clarified, "Alessio is providing support not far from here." As for the disembodied voice, it may be a form of ritualistic instant communication. By accepting the game piece from me, you likely entered the ritual's range, thus enabling you to hear Alessio's words. It was remarkably convenient, akin to a walkie-talkie, Colin mused. However, this type of technology likely had its shortcomings concerning distance and safety. Otherwise, the seminary would not rely so heavily on the red signal devices as they did today. "Did you bring your firearm?" Giovanni casually inquired. "Yes." Colin indicated the holster concealed beneath the hem of his shirt. A customary 9mm revolver. As the impending conflict was to take place indoors, overly lengthy firearms were not the wisest choice. "We shall not use the front or back doors, nor the windows," Giovanni stated. "We must avoid the paths previously traversed by the deceased." In various local legends, both the front and back doors, as well as windows, were considered thoroughfares for souls. According to those ancient customs, when a child was born or someone breathed their last, both doors should be opened to prevent souls from being trapped. Although it was uncertain whether there was a concrete connection to their current situation, Giovanni and Alessio still opted not to enter the tavern through the back door, simply because it was a route taken by the deceased weeks prior. With scant information at their disposal, they could not definitively ascertain what lay within the tavern, which was a common predicament. Numerous ethereal entities manifested in reality only once in decades, often leaving humanity with no time to assign them names. However, since a misfortunate soul had already blazed a trail for them, they had at least a reference point. Time, direction, pathways, associations, all were intertwined with a particular action or state that the deceased must have experienced, serving as the catalyst for their entry into that realm of frequency. Even if some places bore no actual connection, they would strive to circumvent them all, as this would increase their odds of safety. Giovanni retrieved a bundle of rope from the canvas bag he had tossed over the railing and spread it evenly across the ground in a toothed pattern to prevent tangling when pulled rapidly. He then produced a pistol-like launcher, affixed the rope's end, and shot an anchor hook towards the tavern, which was merely a street away. Amidst the faint whistling sounds, the ropes laid out on the rooftop were swiftly drawn taut, followed by the sound of metal colliding with the stone railing. In the stillness of the night, the noise resembled a small tile falling to the ground. Colin felt a pang of concern that the patrons within the tavern might hear the commotion. "The hook is in the bag. Wait for me to descend before you come over. Remember to hold on tightly. Don't fall," he instructed, attaching the hook to the rope before flipping over the railing and descending towards the tavern rooftop. Though the intention behind this method was to avoid the front and back doors as well as the windows, this mode of infiltration was proving to be quite effective in itself. Colin complied with the instructions, and since the hook possessed a degree of friction, the descent via the rope was not as swift as he had envisioned. It took several seconds to slide down to the tavern's rooftop. The advantage was that it produced almost no sound throughout the process, while the disadvantage was that he found himself in a vulnerable state while suspended in midair. The two men entered the Aphrodisiac Fruit Tavern from the rooftop. To describe it merely as a tavern would be misleading. It was more akin to a restaurant. It was a dilapidated red brick building commonly found in impoverished districts, with its walls coated in plaster. The space was as small as a residential home, comprising only 2 stories. Colin and Giovanni entered the second floor from the rooftop. The corridor was narrow, with tightly shut doors on either side. It seemed accommodations were also provided here. Giovanni strode boldly ahead, while Colin remained comparatively cautious, scanning his surroundings but refraining from fixating too intently on any particular area. He feared that if he stared too long, he might glimpse a creature resembling a cat or a rabbit, regardless of whether that was its true form. It was said that human spirits typically manifested in the form they bore in life, whereas only demons would transform themselves into the guise of a white cat or a black dog. "I have just pinpointed its location," Alessio's voice echoed. Colin understood that he was referring to the ethereal entity within the wizard's consciousness downstairs and felt a slight sense of relief. With Alessio aiding in locating it, one could feel considerably more at ease. After all, knowing the position of the entity alleviated excessive paranoia. Just as Colin was contemplating this, Alessio added, "It has been hovering nearby all along, following closely behind Colin." Chapter 51. The Curse of Death. It is watching you. In the dark, silent, and elongated corridor, Oresio's voice resonated with an eerie gravity. He had anticipated a degree of panic upon encountering such a situation, yet surprisingly, he remained composed. The knowledge that the entity lurked just behind him instilled a peculiar sense of calm. Sometimes, the intangible can evoke a more profound terror, as the unease amplifies in the throes of anticipation and doubt. However, the certainty of its location rendered it no longer an unfathomable presence. There was no need for futile speculation, which alleviated the psychological burden. Even though it was closely trailing him, its gaze fixated on the vulnerable nape of his neck. It had noted the intrusion of outsiders, but had yet to exert any influence. This, in turn, indicated that the evasion strategy employed by Giovanni and Oresio was effective. At this moment, an invisible yet insurmountable frequency barrier separated the entity from Colin. In terms of mere physical proximity, they were alarmingly close. Yet, in essence, the distance between them was vast. Panic must be avoided at all costs, for it could inadvertently expose a flaw, drawing one into its frequency. Though their reasons varied, both Colin and Giovanni possessed unshaken cores, making their consciousnesses resistant to disruption. This quality hindered their ascension, yet simultaneously shielded them from the afflictions of these spirits. It also explained why the Fangs could, to some extent, resist the sorcerer with the aid of the Lambkeeper. Giovanni continued to advance, yet remained vigilant of Colin's reactions. Noticing his lack of significant distress, he felt a quiet affirmation. Even though he had initially informed Colin of the existence of the frequency barrier, fear, as an instinct for survival, is difficult to conquer purely through rationality. Such composure is rare. Most ordinary individuals would succumb to paranoia even in the absence of a threat, reacting with undue alarm. Once fear takes root, it can lead to tangible peril. It is uncertain which factors contributed to their success. But the good news is that they had indeed evaded its frequency. Giovanni maintained a relaxed demeanor, no longer suppressing his voice, speaking as casually as if conversing on his own lawn. The bad news was that those below would likely notice their presence in tandem with the entity. However, this was anticipated. Colin, Giovanni continued, I am about to use the elixir. Keep an eye on that corner ahead. Colin stepped forward, weapon drawn, providing a modicum of cover for Giovanni. Giovanni retrieved a small vial resembling a bullet, tilting his head to allow a liquid rich in pheromones to drip into his eyes, followed by a deep inhalation. It was prudent to avoid reliance on such substances unless absolutely necessary. Standing still with his eyes closed, Giovanni felt the surge of blood coursing through him. Soon, his skin began to glow a fierce crimson, even though the vitality he had burned was replenished. The cost was indeed substantial, and perhaps greater than one might anticipate. Colin inferred he was referring to the damage to his life force. After administering the elixir, perhaps eager to conclude the confrontation swiftly, Giovanni abandoned his previously cautious approach, striding boldly toward the staircase. Before Colin could react, Orizio's voice resonated again in his ear. The target has withdrawn from the curse of death by examining the peculiar materials listed in the firearms inventory. Orizio could surmise the nature of the ritual the sorcerer had prepared in the tavern. He identified 3 possible ceremonies that could be completed with those materials. One of them was the notorious Black Hen Curse. This ritual had long been infamous, even widely known among the general populace. A seemingly unfertilized egg would mature on its own after several months, its shell cracking from within, revealing a blackened interior devoid of substance. What emerged was said to be the offspring of a demon, a method of propagation. In return for its birth, it would claim the life of an individual for the ritual's conductor. Most who attempted to replicate this ritual would, at best, produce a foul egg with no other outcomes. In rare instances, a demon or other malevolent spirit might fortuitously enter the ritual space, resulting in the egg birthing its offspring. However, such demons were typically weak and sickly, some even retaliating against their summoners. If a sorcerer intentionally invited a malevolent spirit into the ritual, the results and efficacy would be drastically different. Presumably, the sorcerer below sought to utilize this ritual to curse another leader of the Capello family. This ritual was fundamentally performed through spiritual attributes, based on the covenant between humans and spirits, unrelated to any reflections. However, due to its frequent use, its form had morphed into a reflection itself. Prominent among the myriad spell mirrors in the realm of prototypes, albeit unstable due to numerous failed executions, the Black Hen Curse is one of the lethal spells monitored by the fictitious temple. Beyond its lethal nature, it served as a means to assist demons in propagating. Thus, any sorcerer with even a modicum of knowledge would refrain from employing this ritual. Ordinary individuals might execute it thoughtlessly without inciting consequence. Yet, if forces from the depths of the world became involved, a resonance of mirrors would occur. The fictitious temple established by the First Order's cardinal within the realm of prototypes would analyze the resonances from specific spell strings, extracting relevant information about the practitioner and dispatching forces to annihilate transgressors. Therefore, if the sorcerer successfully completed this ritual in the tavern, the repercussions would extend beyond a mere leader's demise, potentially implicating the entire 5 hands. Furthermore, the reason this ritual was discarded by most prudent sorcerers, aside from exposing themselves to the order, lies in its origins from demonic teachings, rendering it inherently flawed. While it does not necessitate constant focus of intent, one must never allow consciousness to drift during the daily execution of the ritual. This is a common issue with classical spells. Hence, Orizio and Giovanni deliberately chose to launch their assault on days when the ritual had commenced but not yet concluded. Yet, the sorcerer below had forcibly withdrawn from the curse of death. The notoriety of this forbidden art made it difficult for the general populace to discern genuine accounts from fabrications, as it had been subject to rampant embellishment. Orizio remarked, furthermore, given its imprisonment, those who have genuinely executed it have largely been dealt with by the order. Thus, it is challenging to determine what consequences may arise from forcibly exiting the ritual. The practitioner might perish, Or perhaps the demon within the ritual would be disturbed. As Colin pondered this, a gunshot echoed from below. It seemed Giovanni had engaged in a firefight with the sorcerer. Colin could not afford to dwell on this any longer and continued executing his task as agreed. He kicked open each door on the second floor, searching for any small altars. Giovanni had mentioned that the sorcerer had occupied this place for so long, likely transforming it into his stronghold. A site for housing the core of his rituals. A sorcerer should conceal their stronghold as meticulously as an army would hide its arsenal. Colin aimed to locate and destroy the stronghold established by the sorcerer as swiftly as possible. Just then, a piercing scream resonated from below. Chapter 52. The stronghold. Colin swiftly inspected each room, using his pistol to shoot at the keyhole of any locked doors before kicking them open. Ultimately, aside from a small office, the entire floor was comprised of ordinary guest rooms, untouched for over 2 months, their floors and surfaces cloaked in dust, devoid of any altars. Thus, he descended to the ground floor, pausing at the stairwell's corner to listen intently, gauging the situation of the combatants through sound. Bang, bang. 2 more gunshots echoed. Beyond that, there was scarcely a sound, leaving him uncertain about the nature of their confrontation. Colin silently counted the distinct gunfire, with the previous 2 shots. There had been a total of 6. He recalled the model of Giovanni's revolver, indicating that he had exhausted all the rounds in the chamber. If he had not brought a second firearm, it was time for a reload. Peering cautiously around the wall, Colin caught a glimpse of Giovanni, concealed not far behind a flimsy partition. In his left hand, Giovanni gripped a knife, evidently prepared for close combat, while his fingers seemed to be simultaneously loading bullets into the chamber. Another indistinct silhouette was slowly approaching the partition where Giovanni was hiding. With little time to ponder, Colin realized Giovanni might soon be compelled to cease reloading to defend himself. Providing him even a moment as cover to load an additional bullet would be advantageous. Therefore, Colin emerged from his cover and fired at the shadowy figure. The shot missed, the bullet ricocheting within the narrow confines. The figure stumbled and ducked behind another partition. Colin kept his weapon raised, maintaining vigilance as he moved behind Giovanni's cover. "Did you find any other altars on the second floor?" Giovanni inquired, having completed his reloading with a sharp click. The situation had likely taken an unexpected turn, yet his tone remained composed. "No, what is happening?" Colin responded. "Damn it. They clearly forced the ritual to a halt, yet remain unscathed, still capable of wielding strange spells. But as long as they are still under the influence of the lunar cycle, they must have concealed their stronghold somewhere. Isn't that an altar?" Colin pointed outside, perplexed. Almost at the center of this floor stood a makeshift altar hastily assembled from a few tables. It was adorned with fake forsythia, aconitum, and an assortment of unknown flowers and deer antlers, creating a chaotic and sinister decor imbued with exotic, occult influences. A blindfolded black hen sat atop the altar, seemingly oblivious to the preceding gunfire, its simple mind clouded by darkness, unwittingly nurturing the spawn of a demon. That is merely the altar for a cursing ritual. But there must certainly be others. At that moment, a piercing shriek pierced the air. Colin instinctively covered his ears, yet his mind was still shaken. In the midst of the dizziness, his consciousness momentarily faltered. Everything in his vision began to overlap, then whirl into unknown shapes. His mind struggled to comprehend the significance of these sensations. Giovanni fired a shot towards Colin's rear flank, likely to fend off an unseen threat. "Didn't that guy give you any protective charms?" Giovanni remarked with dissatisfaction, presumably referring to Mr. One. The shriek heard from the second floor was likely the manifestation of this so-called strange spell. The effect was probably one that could directly unsettle the mind. Giovanni, however, was immune due to some form of protection from Alessio. There exists a stark contrast between hearing it from a distance and facing it directly. At that moment, Colin felt a splitting headache, rendering him nearly incapable of coherent thought. Giovanni discarded a broken chess piece on the ground, representing a castle, and said, "We must quickly locate his stronghold, otherwise, we'll be in deep trouble if it happens again." Those chess pieces might indeed serve as the protective charms, depleting with each spell they countered. Giovanni clearly bore a limited supply, perhaps this was the last one. Without pinpointing the so-called stronghold, there would be no way to prevent the adversary from casting such spells. At this juncture, Colin noted the first floor of the tavern, its layout somewhat constrictive and oppressive. Or perhaps, such taverns in these communities always bore this resemblance, filled with tiny compartments allowing patrons to drink in solitude, venting their emotions without the need for pretense. These small compartments fragmented the entire floor into several disjointed areas, making it exceedingly difficult to locate any set altars. The altar for the cursing ritual remained conspicuously placed in the center of the floor. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate act? The matter of tracing the stronghold can be entrusted to me. Alessio's voice resonated in the air. We have one more chance to ascertain the ritual's effective location. Should that happen again, both of us may perish. Giovanni, fully equipped, departed from their cover. Colin moved alongside him, providing mutual protection. These diminutive compartments easily evoked thoughts of restrooms. Giovanni, devoid of hope, kicked open a nearby door, revealing only a shabby, single-legged table and a small stool. The wizard's condition and his ability to conceal the stronghold were somewhat surprising. If this dragged on, it would be troublesome when that spirit began to stir in 2 hours. After the wizard interrupted the ritual, the creature that had been following you immediately moved towards the ground floor. Forcing the ritual to an abrupt halt undoubtedly had repercussions. Alessio remarked, at least judging by its frantic behavior near the altar, the child may already be dead. The disruption of the ritual likely impacted the gestating spirit, possibly leading to its demise. Colin, however, was not concerned that the demon would break through its own limits due to emotional turmoil, expanding its frequency to affect him and Giovanni. If mere sorrow and rage could yield power, this world would not be burdened with so many helpless situations. The celestial bodies continued their indifferent dance, suppressing its strength. I believe we can discern their relationship now, Alessio stated. The hypothesis holds. The wizard is merely its servant. He likely opened the shell of his heart under its temptation. The tone of the Keeper of Lights became more assertive. Giovanni, have you yet to recognize the issues surrounding that wizard? Chapter 53. The devil Colin had only encountered the sorcerer once, forcing him into a partition with a gun. He barely glimpsed the sorcerer's appearance, let alone discern any abnormalities. Giovanni, in deep thought, kicked open 2 more compartments, only to find them empty. The sorcerer had brazenly set up the altar for the Black Hen curse in the center of the first floor, perhaps not out of any intention, but rather due to his ignorance of the necessity to conceal his position. Giovanni suddenly recalled that when the sorcerer unleashed that piercing wail, there was almost no need for any trigger to initiate the ritual. Initially, he believed this was due to the sorcerer's exceptional skill, making it difficult to counter or defend against. However, upon further reflection, it seemed there might be other possibilities. The soldiers and fortress pieces Giovanni carried were, in fact, triggers for several rituals that Alessio had arranged elsewhere. The spells prepared by Alessio were akin to the communication rituals and transference methods previously employed by Colin. Their mirrored forms had become stable and reliable due to widespread and prolonged successful use. One might also say that because the channels were excessively broad and deep, there was little room left for individual expression. Most deviations and mistakes would be self-corrected in the resonance of the mirror. As long as sufficient redstones were provided as fuel, even a dog could preside over them with effects nearly akin to those of a master. Thus, these spells were dubbed universal spells, widely known yet rigid, exceedingly easy to counter. However, the unknown shriek employed by the sorcerer of the submoon was not included in this category. The more obscure and unconventional the spell, the less stable the mirror becomes. The shallower the channels carved by deep forces, the greater the randomness. While it became more prone to failure, it also allowed for the sorcerer's intent to be expressed more personally when focused upon. The sorcerer had utilized the shriek 5 times without any apparent triggering action, and as he approached a near-silent invocation, there had not been a single failure. This success rate seemed somewhat exaggerated for a sorcerer from the submoon, who clearly lacked experience. Giovanni's expression shifted to one of realization. He was not using ritual magic at all. Yet, this was exceedingly illogical. For a sorcerer of the submoon, if one did not employ ritual magic, only elven magic remained. However, at this moment, the malevolent spirit within him was suppressed, rendering it incapable of exerting influence in the present, thus making the reliance on spirits for elven magic untenable. Most sorcerers from the submoon would, during such a power hiatus, draw upon the essence of spirits as ritual fuel, thereby indirectly harnessing their power. Yet, this would already fall within the realm of ritual magic, subject to numerous constraints of that category. These constraints were the most critical points of engagement when battling with the Fangs. The number of pre-prepared rituals was always limited. Once expended, they could not be replenished. Moreover, if the placement of the rituals was disrupted, the sorcerer's triggers would become completely ineffective. Sometimes, the Fangs would even engage in countermeasures on the ritual level before the spells took effect, such as using defilement tactics by throwing filth, thereby rendering the opposing ritual space impure, drowning the symbolic signs in murkiness and stripping them of their significance. For them, who were relatively weaker, waiting for the sorcerer's spells to successfully take effect before acting would mean their own demise. But if the opponent was not employing ritual magic at all, then the location Giovanni and Colin were currently seeking might never have existed from the start. "Hey, can you hear me?" The tavern's first floor was eerily silent, perhaps due to the earlier shriek, as several candles on the occult altar had been knocked over. The malevolent and poisonous flora and numerous deer antlers were slowly ignited, emitting smoke amid faint crackling sounds, while the pitch-black hen, devoid of any hue, seemed oblivious to the impending danger, quietly crouching atop the altar, awaiting its fiery demise. Since the onset of their confrontation, the other's reactions had appeared somewhat peculiar. He seemed perpetually lost in thought, aimlessly wandering, yet was able to precisely gauge the moment to deflect Giovanni's bullets with the shriek. That shriek could draw one into the frequency of the malevolent spirit. For a fleeting moment, Giovanni almost perceived the blurred shadow of the ethereal entity. But was this truly the sorcerer manifesting it through his own consciousness? Or perhaps upon witnessing the altar ignite, the sorcerer, hidden away, uttered something in a trance-like state. It was a voice that seemed to have been repeated countless times, muffled and distorted. "Are you about to manifest a miracle again, supreme deity of this sky, Norton, the ancient god from Ankh-S legends who presided over the submoon?" The moment the sorcerer uttered this phrase, the entire situation seemed to clarify. Indeed, Alessio's voice echoed, though his expression remained unseen, his tone revealing exasperation. "Another self-destructive fool. The great deity Norton could certainly not appear here. What was present was merely a malevolent spirit, likely one of the devils, based on prior conjectures. It was probable that this ignorant sorcerer had only recently been an ordinary person. He may have had some inkling to grasp a communication ritual from somewhere, but it ultimately led to his downfall. After acquiring the ritual, he must have stumbled upon descriptions of Norton's image, prompting him to utilize that ritual to communicate with a specific deity. This was a common course of action for many who, upon learning of the communication ritual, would choose such a path out of ignorance and recklessness. At that moment, he must have believed himself the chosen one. Otherwise, how could he have garnered the favor of a deity? After all, he was dealing with the magnificent god who governed the submoon. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the so-called great deity Norton was merely a devil masquerading in accordance with the image he had conjured in the ritual. When one approaches a communication ritual with too explicit an intention or an excessive desire to connect with a specific image, the outcome often leads to such results. He had been taught various wicked rituals by the devil, growing increasingly greedy and inflated due to this parasitic influence. After all, was he not favored by the deity? He thought that accepting this seemingly simple commission was merely the beginning of his legendary journey. Little did he know, everything was merely the devil gradually assembling the conditions to lure him into completing that ritual. Since the shell of his heart was opened under the devil's instigation, upon the completion of the ritual, his very soul became the finest sustenance for those little demons. His body, then, transformed into the most effective medium for the devil to transcend frequency boundaries and interfere with reality. Thus, he could directly wield the powers of that devil without the need for a ritual. "This is quite troublesome," Giovanni said with a wry smile, scratching his head. Chapter 54. Rodents. As the wizard spoke in a murmur, Colin was able to ascertain his location and maneuvered with Giovanni to a relatively safe corner. "Have you ever battled with a devil?" Colin inquired. "Rarely, though we have fortuitously vanquished a few," Giovanni replied. "It seems that direct confrontation with devils poses considerable difficulty for them as well." Therefore, Colin prioritized his own safety, since the curse ritual has already been interrupted. "How about we choose to leave and let the order handle it?" The ritual had never taken effect, thus it would leave no traces. The altar on the material plane had been ignited, and soon this tavern would be engulfed in flames, leaving no evidence behind. In the eyes of the authorities, the peculiar figure might merely appear as a victim caught in the chaos, although neglecting the fire and the wrathful devil could potentially lead to innocent casualties. Colin would not risk his life for strangers without sufficient assurance. All he could do was warn those nearby as best as he could. Though guilt for inaction might gnaw at him, if sacrificing his own life would not alter the outcome, then he might as well feign ignorance. There are always individuals dying unjustly in this world, unseen, allowing the majority to live comfortably with a clear conscience. "It is already too late," Giovanni said, stroking the scar on his face. "We can seek refuge with the order immediately." Colin responded. To an observer, "We appear to be innocent bystanders targeted by it. Provided that they managed to eliminate certain traces, Colin and Giovanni were fundamentally ordinary individuals. The orders had an obligation to protect them in such matters. Indeed, Giovanni mused, but consider this. How could an ordinary person ever realize they are entangled with the devil? Colin paused, reflecting before saying they might notice a strange altar. And even an ordinary person can sense certain signs, to some extent. After all, the adversary spells can penetrate physical barriers if the anticipated battleground does not exist. Then choosing a rooftop conducive to shooting is evidently a wiser option. Precisely, signs. A sardonic expression emerged on Giovanni's face, marred by deep grooves, recurring nightmares for several nights. A minor ailment in the knee, transient nervousness, and the most common of all, the evasion stemming from disbelief in one's own incompetence after failure. Every misfortune can be attributed to the devil's entanglement. Hence, there are always a few individuals who rush to the church, claiming to suspect they are afflicted by malevolent forces. And they can invariably cite some evidence. Yet, where do they find the resources to discern who truly harbors a devil? The clerics can at most offer a small token for psychological comfort before sending them on their way. It is akin to a deadlock, ordinary people's unfounded speculations unable to prove their devilish affliction. However, if one could indeed present irrefutable evidence, it would almost amount to confessing their own suspicion of witchcraft. Pushing open the ajar door on the second floor, Colin once again beheld the cold moonlight and starry sky on the rooftop. A fleeting sense of helplessness and chill passed through his heart. Since he bore unspeakable secrets, he could no longer hope for legitimate protection. The devils in this world can never be eradicated. The radical fourth order, the essence of light, even claims to seek an immaculate realm to return to the divine. Yet when faced with such dilemmas, they too opt for a course of action that involves no victims. Giovanni spoke with an icy tone. Moreover, we, the rats living in the gray area, are regarded as filth in their eyes. So do not harbor any delusions of receiving protection from anyone. Without the shelter of light and unwilling to consort with darkness, we strive for survival in a humble and precarious manner. It is precisely for this reason that the Sinksiri community requires the presence of 5 hands, the lamp keeper, and the fangs, some equally unsavory guardians who transgress taboos to protect themselves. The two concealed themselves behind a pile of clutter. Although Colin was aiming his gun at the open door, he understood that these tactical maneuvers against ordinary people would likely prove futile. He sensed the temperature of the ground rising subtly, likely indicating the spread of the fire. If the flames indeed reached the second floor, they could escape via the nearby rope. If all else failed, they might even leap from the second floor in a state of symbiotic fungi. However, should it come to that, they would need to fire several shots along the way to alert the surrounding residents. The silence was unnervingly oppressive. The devils on the first floor seemed to have momentarily forgotten the existence of their adversaries, unaware of what they were plotting. As the clock approached 3 o'clock, Colin glanced at the stars. The blue star in the constellation of the Great Deer was slowly departing from the position of the Fruit Palace, and in another hour, it would enter the prosperous First Palace. Was it deliberately stalling for time? The front door, serving as the tavern's main entrance, was locked from the outside, and attempting to exit from there would create a significant commotion. Giovanni, gun in hand, licked his dry lips. The reverberating effect seemed to diminish with distance. If it were to compel the wizard's corporeal form to exit from any exit, he would become a living target. Alessio, Giovanni said impatiently, is it not yet possible to ascertain the identity of our foe? I do not wish to argue with you at this moment. Alessio's voice replied. Have you forgotten how many kinds of devils exist in the world? Without sufficient information, shall we guess like charlatans? Although Giovanni was accustomed to mocking, he recognized that quarreling at this juncture was futile. One more reverberation, and we should be able to discern their origin. This is not for me to determine, Giovanni. I have already seen. Giovanni assumed a defensive posture, his eyes slightly reddened from the potent stimuli in his blood. Colin anxiously stared at the open door to the rooftop, a dark void resembling a portal to hell, within which faint crimson firelight began to emerge. As the firelight grew brighter, a figure slowly materialized from within, as though it had been awaiting their arrival all along. Abruptly, as if time had momentarily halted, the figure made no movement, yet a piercing reverberation surged toward them, sweeping through every corner of the second floor. Chapter 55. Imaging almost simultaneously with the shriek. The sound of gunfire echoed from Giovanni's direction. Although it was impossible to discern which event transpired first, the shot might have been inconsequential. Based on previous circumstances, the bullets would be deflected in close proximity to the sorcerer. However, Colin had no time to ascertain the outcome of Giovanni's shot, as he was confronted with a far greater peril. At the instant a figure emerged, Colin anticipated the impending shriek, prompting him to hastily discard his weapon and cover his ears. Giovanni's talisman had been exhausted. If he lost focus this time, no one would be there to awaken him. Once the piercing wail subsided, Colin found himself slightly dazed, perhaps due to his prior preparations or a newfound resistance from having endured the attack once before. His tumultuous vision soon returned to clarity. Yet, the sudden onslaught of the shriek was not merely disorienting. Its frequent usage aimed not to incapacitate the opponent, but rather to draw their consciousness into the frequency realm of the assailant. Colin had endured 2 such attacks, while he did not succumb to prolonged disorientation this time. He sensed that the atmosphere around him had quietly shifted. In truth, his consciousness had been ensnared within the opponent's frequency, and in the moment he opened his eyes, he beheld it. Colin uttered in a stupor, "You know how to reset, don't you?" Alicia reminded him. At that moment, Colin's mind laid bare before the devil. Yet a glimmer of hope for self-rescue remained. It is said that, compared to grand miracles, the seemingly trivial act of resetting is the most potent ritual in existence. In ancient times, bathing and incense were employed to achieve similar effects, serving as the prelude and conclusion to all unstable rituals, thus marking the inception and culmination of all mysteries and miracles. However, no one had ever instructed Colin to cultivate the habit of resetting. Without guidance, he had to navigate this daunting path through mere exploration. He was nearly oblivious to the crucial skills required for these arcane duels. Perhaps it was sheer fortune that he was encountering the devil for the first time at this moment. To the keeper of the flame, the fangs were mere expendables. Should his consciousness fail to withdraw from that frequency, he could still glean the devil's visage through his own eyes. Rather than risking the lives of the remaining 2 in a futile rescue attempt, actively exploiting this circumstance to swiftly vanquish the devil would likely enhance his chances of survival. Yet, imaging required time. As an untrained ordinary man, Colin was not guaranteed the ability to depict the devil's form. If that were the case, he might only glimpse a vague shadow or the misleading image that the devil projected. In such a scenario, he would meet the same unfortunate fate as the hapless soul who had perished in slumber weeks prior, oblivious to the lethal assault unfolding before him, dying without purpose or understanding. What, then, did Colin truly perceive? A sound mind, when confronted with the indescribable, may not necessarily descend into madness. Indeed, one could remain oblivious, continuing with their previous endeavors. Humans are often sluggish, lacking the acuity for sharp associations. Consciousness possesses a remarkable capacity for self-healing, often choosing amnesia or selectively disregarding incomprehensible madness. Moreover, humans can only receive external stimuli through a limited array of rudimentary senses: optical information, scent molecules, air vibrations, and physical pressure. Anything beyond these parameters eludes direct comprehension by the brain. Yet, all matters pertaining to the virtual realm have never been tethered to such physical sensations. Just as a 3-dimensional being cannot fathom a 4-dimensional space, humanity, entrenched in cognitive inertia formed by the material world, is forever incapable of imagining or directly recognizing the essence of entities from the virtual realm. Perhaps this ignorance is a blessing, as it shields humanity from the maddening horrors that lurk in the depths of existence. With the advent of imaging techniques, practitioners began to illustrate the forms of virtual beings using metaphorical representations derived from material memories. Henceforth, humanity acquired an inner eye, independent of its corporeal vessel. Whether this signifies the ostrich lifting its head from the sand or inadvertently opening Pandora's box remains uncertain. Colin's consciousness was forcibly extracted from the normal frequency. The ambience of the starry sky and double moons grew increasingly surreal. As sparks soared from the tavern's floor, the surroundings were shrouded in a dark crimson hue. Upon raising his gaze, Colin discovered an inexplicably feline-like creature standing atop the staircase, surveying the entire rooftop. The swaying figure of the sorcerer appeared as a mere marionette in its grasp. Yet, this was merely an illusion conjured by the devil to ensnare the mind. The being slowly turned its gaze toward Colin. Even constrained by planetary forces, it retained significant power within its original frequency. Colin realized that if he succumbed to panic and fled, death would be inevitable. As his mental state wavered, myriad illusions began to flourish upon the rooftop. Thick thorns erupted from the crevices of the bricks, collapsing half the floor toward the ground, while flames burst forth from the gaps, threatening to topple the structure in an instant. These manifestations were merely side effects of perceiving through the inner eye. Countless illusions were mere figments of the mind. arising from the fluctuations of thought, and would not impact the actual situation. He understood that he could not contend with the foe at present, instead relying on Alessio and Giovanni to gather information and defeat it. Thus, he relinquished the restraints of his imagination and commenced the task of imaging. Fragments of past memories surged forth like a tide upon the small rooftop, like floating weeds drawn into a minuscule vortex. The shards of recollection began to coalesce upon the being, and as the memory's light and shadow ebbed, the creature's form began to blur, giving way to a hazy human silhouette. "Giovanni," Colin shouted, "I am imaging it. If you wish to discern its true form, do not allow it to kill me." "I would do so even without your prompting," Giovanni retorted. At the moment the sorcerer appeared and the shriek rang out, Giovanni's shot was not aimed at the sorcerer, but rather at his own thigh. He did not pin his hopes on Alessio. Rather, the unfolding situation was precisely what he had initially orchestrated. By utilizing the excruciating pain to stay alert, he ensured that Colin would be drawn into the frequency of that entity. During this time, he would provide cover for Colin. Once the imaging was complete, the counterattack would commence. Chapter 56. As the art of imaging for humanity is intricately woven from their memories and experiences. Thus, two individuals may conjure vastly different depictions of the same ethereal entity, yet this process is not devoid of purpose. It is said that a skilled practitioner can create an image of their adversary at the very moment of an ethereal assault, a prerequisite for any effective countermeasure. Conversely, one might argue that those sorcerers incapable of achieving this have already met their demise, for without forming an image of the opponent, one cannot ascertain the nature of their attack. The further one strays from the material realm, the more elusive these otherworldly beings become. Sorcerers of the same lineage inherit the images of the ethereal realm captured by their ancestors through a resonance of the psyche. This inheritance bears immense significance, akin to crafting a vast maritime chart of the boundless ethereal expanse over centuries, an invaluable treasure amassed through generations of exploration. This marks Colin's second attempt at imaging an ethereal entity. Merely days prior, on the night he had just become a Fong, he had prepared meticulously for the ritual in solitude, only to encounter utter failure. This time, however, he faced the daunting challenge amidst a mental onslaught. With time pressing upon him and the chaos of battle swirling around, rendering hope as faint as a whisper, the entity was humanoid. Colin lamented, nearly driven to madness by the deluge of phantoms flooding his mind. Yet he was compelled to carefully discern whether each image conjured bore any semblance to the truth. Several seconds had elapsed, and he could still only discern its outline. As the imaging progressed, the figure's position became erratic, sometimes distant, sometimes almost within reach. Humanoid. Alessio echoed Colin's words, a crucial clue that significantly narrowed their search, provided they were not unfortunate enough to encounter one of those undocumented beings. There existed only 45 varieties of humanoid demons recorded in the demon hierarchy. Giovanni's left fingers dug deep into the wound on his thigh, utilizing the excruciating pain to maintain his consciousness, or at least to avoid being drawn into the entity's frequency. The symbiotic bacteria in his bloodstream released a plethora of stimulants, rendering the sharp pain akin to the finest of invigorants. His right hand held the pistol steadily, firing every 3 seconds toward the sorcerer's direction. Bang, bang. With each gunshot came a piercing shriek that deftly deflected the bullets. He was covering for Colin, but he knew this could not last much longer. Having fired 3 shots, only 3 bullets remained in the chamber. Soon, he would become numb to the incessant pain in his thigh. The shrill sounds seemed to grow increasingly indistinct, a consequence of his repeated mental confrontations with the cacophony, gradually eroding his capacity to resist. From any perspective, he could manage to shield Colin for perhaps another 10 seconds at most before he would have to abandon his assault on the sorcerer. The demon, at this moment, could not focus solely on attacking Colin. It had to ensure its host's survival. It had not anticipated that its initial ambush using the shriek would lead to such an awkward predicament. If both individuals fell into its frequency, it could effortlessly eradicate and consume them in one fell swoop. The souls of ordinary humans were diminutive and frail, and it was confident it could accomplish this within 5 seconds. Yet now, one had entered its frequency but had not succumbed for long, beginning to depict its image with reckless abandon. The other, despite being relentlessly assailed by the shriek, remained firmly anchored in the lower realm, persistently attacking its host with a peculiar and perilous tool. Currently, the host, the so-called sorcerer, had been thoroughly deceived by the demon, opening the shell of his heart in a ludicrous delusion, rendering him utterly worthless. However, should he perish, The demon was uncertain how many years it would take to find such a suitable anchor again. Every 3 seconds, it was forced to divert its attention to the lower realm, using its shrieks to deflect the bullets aimed at its host, thus unable to concentrate on erasing the one who was imaging it. Moreover, not far away, in an indeterminate location, another mouse lurked, sensing that it posed the true threat. Faced with 3 simultaneous assaults, it found itself at a loss as to how to respond adequately. Yet, one thing was certain: time remained on its side. The hallucinatory images in Colin's field of vision shifted incessantly, and a sharp pain began to resonate deep within his mind. The prior shrieks seemed to have opened a fissure in the shell of his heart, while the continuous cacophony of shrieks in the material realm struck his psyche like a colossal hammer. Paradoxically, this aided him in temporarily dismantling the self-protective mechanisms of his deeper consciousness, causing the fissure in his heart to widen. As his awareness gradually faded, the efficiency of imaging paradoxically increased, and he drew closer to witnessing the true form. Slowly, he beheld a pair of eyes, their distance apart astonishingly vast. Though they resided on a humanoid form, they were undeniably not of human origin. Strange eyes. Colin conveyed this almost unconsciously, as he began to lose his capacity for speech. Merely articulating these words required an immense expenditure of willpower. Characterized by these peculiar eyes, Ezekiel received this information. Yet it was insufficient. After all, the eyes are the most non-human aspect of a demon's visage, and an anomaly in the ocular region could at most have their search radius. What kind of eyes? What hue were the pupils? How many pairs? Ezekiel inquired calmly, yet even these few questions betrayed his inner urgency. Giovanni's pistol now held only 2 bullets, and time dwindled to a mere 8 seconds. Ezekiel urged Colin to concentrate on the eyes, for rather than a vague full-body image, a clear depiction of a singular feature might conclusively determine the entity's nature. You. At that moment, the sorcerer began to stutter through speech. It was a voice that seemed yet to adapt to the timbre of human vocalization, carrying a hissing quality reminiscent of reptiles. Now was the time to halt. Although it was the sorcerer's throat producing the sound, it was evidently the demon that spoke. Otherwise, you cannot escape. This utterance was not a futile verbal threat. In truth, once Colin established an image of it in his mind, a permanent connection would form. Yet, if the imaging was completed, the link would be solidified. Unless this portion of memory were erased, the connection would endure indefinitely, varying only in depth and intensity. I see it. Colin labored to say, wholly unperturbed by the demon's warning. Often, the more an enemy urges you to refrain from an action, the more imperative it becomes to pursue it. I see it, a pair of slitted eyes. Chapter 57. Incantation. The limitations of human vision span a mere 150 degrees vertically and 230 degrees horizontally. This adaptation is a result of evolution to accommodate the laterally distributed information of our reality. Yet, the eyes of that entity grow upright, suggesting it originally existed in a space characterized by a vertical distribution of information. Colin found himself utterly unable to fathom the kind of spatial environment that could have led to such an evolutionary trait. The eyes resembled 2 vertical fissures, aligned on its visage. He chuckled in bewilderment, recognizing that he was once again attempting to interpret them through the lens of material experience. Fully aware of the folly in doing so, the appearance of those eyes merely serves as a metaphor, a visualization of certain attributes, existing in the realm of the abstract. It had no need for such optical receptors. Fortunately, he had yet to discern its entire countenance, for merely gazing into those eyes hinted at a visage of madness and grotesqueness. With this, was he able to ascertain its true nature? Ezekiel. Colin closed his eyes, uttering the name with great difficulty, his mental faculties already strained to their limits, as if completing the final piece of a puzzle. Ezekiel closed the tome titled The Hierarchy of Demons. The characteristic of the vertical eyes was a conduit into reality via the Azure Star passage, a shriek for self-preservation. A humanoid form. There was no need to perceive a complete image. Through these fragments of information, it was sufficient to deduce the nature of the entity. A traversing demon. A being capable of maneuvering vertically between the layers of existence. Though it remained a lower-tier entity, it possessed strength equivalent to that of a second-tier sorcerer of the Crimson Star, far beyond what they were currently equipped to contend with. Yet, fortune favored them, for it was not only a demon documented in the annals of history, but also a transgressor tamed in the distant past. It was said that millennia ago, the rulers of the Urza dynasty endeavored to conquer chaos with ancient sorcery. Naturally endowed with magical organs, they far surpassed humanity in innate talent. They coexisted within both the realm of reality and the abstract, ultimately forging pacts with countless demons and fiends they had subdued throughout the ages. These entities were organized under the dominion of 36 regional overlords, giving rise to what is now known as the 36 Hells. Those transgressors were compelled not only to heed the commands of the Ring of Perdition but also coerced into divulging their names, abilities, and the incantations required to command them, ensuring that none of the dynasty's subjects would fall victim to their wrath. Although that dynasty has long since fallen, the ancient structure of the 36 Hells continues to operate to this day. The confessions of those demons and fiends have all been meticulously recorded in the hierarchy of demons, rendering it the most renowned grimoire in existence. While countless counterfeit versions abound, the venerable library of the ancient lantern in Sinsairai undoubtedly houses the authentic text, widely circulated during the era of the Demonkin dynasty. At that moment, the traversing demon before Colin belonged to the 32nd Circle of Hell as chronicled in the hierarchy of demons. To command it, one must inscribe the name of the ruler of the 32nd Circle, Ikshin of the Fire Wheel, upon 7 dried laurel leaves and set them ablaze. This practice embodies the nascent form of what is referred to as elvish magic. In times past, it was said that deities governed the world through their powers, while sorcerers commanded these deities with incantations. However, it was now far too late to procure the 7 laurel leaves, leaving him with no choice but to resort to the incantation intended to halt its advance. The original incantation was not inscribed in human language. Even after reconstructing its primordial phonetics, the human throat could not articulate it fully. After prolonged refinement, a version closer to the original emerged. The effect was instantaneous. An indistinct wail seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, and the sorcerer's body began to convulse. He sensed his consciousness frequency increasingly aligning with that of the traversing demon, while the imaging that had ceased began to resume autonomously. The disjointed and chaotic limbs of the traversing demon gradually became more discernible. Collins suddenly realized that the entity was deliberately attempting to establish a connection with him. Demons inherently possess the knowledge of how to manifest their forms to humans, and it was guiding Collins' uncontrolled associations to sketch out its features. Bang! Giovanni's final bullet was no longer impeded by the demon's shriek. The bullet pierced the sorcerer's skull with precision. His body toppled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet Giovanni could not help but curse under his breath. He had made an error, and the moment he pulled the trigger, it dawned on him that he should have aimed for the heart. As consciousness fleetingly dissipates at the moment of death, the ether of the human body lingers, the decay of which is mitigated by cellular survival, allowing the traversing demon a few additional minutes of presence in the material realm. Giovanni chose not to reload his pistol, for even if he rushed to deliver a shot to the sorcerer's heart now, it would be too late. Instead, he sprinted towards the sorcerer's direction, driven by the latent potential coursing through his veins, his strength so formidable that he left a crack in the stone pavement with each stride. In an instant, he reached the entrance to the rooftop, bending slightly to lift the lifeless body with one hand. Meanwhile, within the mental frequency of the traversing demon, Colin observed its form becoming increasingly manifest. Indeed, it bore a semblance to a human body, yet the proportions of its limbs and torso were entirely dissimilar. A peculiar elongated shape, neither slender nor entirely human, emerged as a result of complete bodily alienation, rendering it more bizarre than other aberrations. As Colin recited the incantation, he shut his eyes, though it proved futile, for he was, in fact, perceiving through the eye of his inner vision, even as darkness enveloped his field of view. That disjointed, unbalanced form materialized directly within his mind's eye. It was but a hair's breadth away from forging an eternal connection with Colin. Chapter 58. Meditation. The stairwell of the tavern, under the influence of the rising currents, had transformed into a grand chimney, from which billowing clouds of smoke continually erupted. Giovanni, holding the corpse of the sorcerer, inhaled deeply and plunged into the haze, casting the body into the inferno that engulfed the first and second floors. By this time, the temperature within the tavern had soared to lethal heights, capable of annihilating all human cells in an instant. The sorcerer's essence would soon dissipate into mere matter. If fortune favored, perhaps tomorrow someone might unearth fragments of crimson stone amidst the ruins. The presence of the shifting demon in reality was swiftly waning, causing its image to recede from Colin's mind. Yet, everything had ultimately arrived too late, before that shadow vanished entirely. The form of the shifting demon had already taken shape in its entirety. However, for one untrained, it is a formidable challenge to govern their thoughts. The more one deliberately attempts to suppress a notion, the more likely it is to resurface. Fortunately, Colin had yet to break his mental shell, sparing him from the fate that befell the sorcerer. Unhappily, he feared that when it re-emerged, it might disguise itself as another form, launching a sudden attack. At that moment, he would likely be caught unawares, confronting it alone. "Is the image complete?" Horatio inquired. "Yes, but it seems I may have overdone it," Colin replied. Horatio remained silent for a considerable time, astonished that a novice had indeed succeeded in manifesting an image. It was not merely the achievement that surprised him, but the emergence of new questions surrounding Colin's capabilities. The shifting demon had been visualized by humans as early as the year 073 of the New Era, one of the first clearly defined manifestations. Provided there was some lineage inheritance, even the most unremarkable sorcerer could instantaneously conjure its image, as a result of inheriting the imaging techniques of predecessors. Yet, recreating it from nothing was an entirely different concept. Colin's ability to accomplish this in a short span of time could be explained to Horatio in only two ways. Either he possessed an extraordinary talent for imaging techniques, so remarkable that, as a novice, he rivaled others with over a decade of specialized training, or he had, at some point, resonated with a lineage that endowed him with the imaging techniques. Both explanations, however, fell short of fully aligning with Colin's performance, each having its own inconsistencies. Nonetheless, Horatio leaned towards the latter theory, recalling the individual who had once left a mark on Colin. The events of the night made him reconsider the accuracy of the microbial tests. The hypothetical individual was likely real, even if Colin himself remained oblivious to this fact. Meanwhile, the streets had gathered a considerable crowd due to the fire and the gunshots, rendering any deliberate commotion unnecessary to alert nearby residents. As the shifting demon departed, Colin's consciousness withdrew from the abnormal state, still feeling a twinge of nausea, yet it was bearable. He steeled himself and departed the scene alongside Giovanni via grappling hooks. During this interval, Horatio imparted the detailed methods to command the shifting demon, including how to spell the wheel of fire, Ikesian, in nail letters, and the necessity of carrying fire-starting materials and 7 dried laurel leaves. Can such an item, unrelated to the essence, truly suffice? Colin expressed his confusion, posing a question typical for someone newly acquainted with classical elven magic. If these methods were perceived as a ritual, one would notice the apparent absence of fuel, seemingly lacking the 3 essential components for a complete ritual. However, Horatio clarified, consider this a form of enforced communication. Just as money and language bear no relation to the essence yet can compel sorcerers to act. Exiting through the rear of another building, they observed numerous sturdy men hurriedly carrying buckets towards the blaze. Although it was fundamentally of no concern to him, Colin felt a hint of guilt. Fortunately, the structures in this vicinity were all brick and stone, minimizing potential damage from the fire. Suddenly, he recalled matters pertaining to the demon. Now that he had acquired the means to control it, could he not, in a state of complete preparation, deliberately lure it into reality and subdue it using laurel leaves, compelling it to become his familiar? Yet, the situation was unlikely to be so simple. Otherwise, how could it have cooperated with his imaging after he recited the incantation? As if anticipating Colin's thoughts, Horatio cautioned, do not entertain the idea of summoning it at will. Such methods are merely for emergencies. Not to mention, the incantation's efficacy diminishes significantly after multiple translations. Even the ancient original has a time limit on its effectiveness. Ultimately, these methods cannot resolve the issue entirely. However, this is not an uncommon predicament. If you wish to avoid a life riddled with anxiety, it would be wise to diligently practice meditation. Meditation? This enigmatic concept seemed perpetually intertwined with magic. Even in Colin's previous life, most had heard of meditation, yet remained perplexed about its true nature. Perhaps it entailed sitting in stillness, entering a state of ethereal tranquility? I am uncertain of your impressions of this term, Horatio remarked. But meditation is not about acquiring anything. Rather, it is about focusing solely on your breath, dismissing all unwarranted thoughts. Though, paradoxically, this is perhaps the most challenging endeavor in existence. Chapter 59. The legend unveiled after Horatio finished his remarks. The soldier pieces on Colin's body shattered spontaneously. This signified Horatio's departure, though perhaps he had never truly arrived. As the clock approached 3, Colin and Giovanni left the fire-ravaged district, the streets now devoid of pedestrians and vehicles. Once assured of their safety, Giovanni ingested a suppressor and exited his heightened state. It was only at this moment that he felt the excruciating pain from the gunshot wound in his thigh. Frowning, he halted, probing the wound with his fingers to assess its condition. He had already extracted the bullet while on the rooftop. Yet Colin remained uncertain about the severity of his injury and cast a questioning glance. It has begun to heal, as long as it doesn't get infected. I should be fine, Giovanni grimaced, revealing his discomfort. In the brief span of mere minutes since his injury, the state of his wound had stabilized and even commenced healing. Colin observed that Giovanni's left upper arm was still bandaged, a remnant of a gunshot wound inflicted by Ricardo's rifle over the weekend. Nevertheless, Giovanni's left hand seemed to move without any hindrance from the injury. This extraordinary capacity for recovery could only be attributed to the effects of those stimulants coursing through his bloodstream. Colin recalled Giovanni's mention of the price he had to pay for using pheromones in the tavern's upper floor. Clearly, this extended beyond mere depletion of life essence, after all. They could replenish their consciousness through the exchange of essence, albeit at a potential cost to their deeper awareness in the long term. Yet often, the immediate concerns overshadow the long-term consequences. After all, as exemplified by Giovanni, he was not oblivious to the risks. Just moments ago, he had cautioned others to remain vigilant. Yet he had willingly entered a heightened state twice within a few days. If one continues to rely on those stimulants, Colin cautiously inquired about the repercussions. Giovanni had likely lived this life for over a decade. Raising such a question now felt akin to unearthing old wounds. Yet, to avoid repeating past mistakes, or at the very least, to prepare himself psychologically, he felt compelled to ask, what price would one ultimately pay by continuing down this path? I cannot definitively say what constitutes a price. It varies from person to person, Giovanni replied nonchalantly, seemingly contemplating for a moment before inexplicably asking, would you consider yourself heartless? More or less, Colin conceded. Then there is no price to pay. Unbeknownst to him, his uncle's life had unwittingly turned into a nocturnal routine. For both sunlight and moonlight harbored equal toxicity for him. It was at 3 o'clock that he was most active, occupied with unknown tasks in his laboratory under the glow of the crimson lamp. His uncle was aware of Colin's memory irregularities and understood that Colin was actively seeking to unravel the seals of his memories. In fact, when they had recognized each other at the police station 7 years prior, his uncle, Craig, had displayed a rigid demeanor, refraining from any affectionate gestures. Upon being ushered into the interrogation room, his first question had been, where's Lentz? Lentz Darlazzo, Colin's father in this lifetime. It was from this inquiry that Craig realized the existence of memory seals within Colin's recollections. Throughout the subsequent search for a means to break these seals, he had provided significant assistance, even divulging the management structure of the seminary's report room, thereby minimizing the risk of exposure for their surveillance activities. Although he still disapproved of Colin's foray into the extraordinary realm, he reluctantly conceded to some extent, given that the objective was solely to unlock the memory seals. Craig seemed to have little hope left for Lentz's survival, yet he still sought to confirm any leads regarding Lentz through the unsealing of memories. Colin casually broached the subject with his uncle, expressing his recent struggles with insomnia and requesting some sedatives to combat it. This was to avoid dreaming of things best left undreamed, compounded by the mental strain he had endured that evening, leaving him with a vague sense of weakness that would render sleep elusive, especially with the responsibilities awaiting him in the morning at the report room. Until the effects of his meditative practices took hold, Colin feared he would have to rely on these pharmaceuticals to secure a peaceful slumber. In this era, psychotropic substances remained inadequately regulated, with many individuals unwittingly developing dependencies on them. Certain opiate-containing products were even masqueraded by wellness companies as miraculous remedies from distant lands, gaining considerable popularity among housewives. It was somewhat ironic that, while these more severe issues remained unresolved, authorities were preoccupied with regulating alcohol. It has been nearly a month. What is the situation like in the market? Craig inquired, rummaging for sedatives under the red light. Colin understood he was referring to the prohibition and the underground liquor trade. In truth, Colin's ability to predict the enforcement of prohibition was significantly influenced by his uncle Craig's involvement. Craig still maintained connections with certain dignitaries in the duchy and had participated in discussions regarding the issue of parasitic spirits. Even though Colin could intercept communications within the seminary's report room, the level of information accessible to someone like Craig far surpassed his own. Luca and the others should have concluded their meeting by now, Colin remarked, if they decide to engage in this business. The underground liquor market in Stott will be established by next month at the latest. Have you considered the possibility that they might choose not to participate? Craig posed. Not really, because it seems improbable, Colin decisively countered. Luca and Maurizio, These patriarchs often claimed that profit was not their primary concern. Yet in this age of capitalism, no matter how noble their traditions might be, they would prove utterly fragile in the face of profit. If the upper echelons were to obstruct all revenue streams of the Sensarai group, it would only be themselves who would be crushed, though the political contexts were starkly different. The progress of this prohibition could still be likened to the absurd legislation of the Lighthouse Nation in the 1920s. Almost overnight, it catalyzed the genuine rise of organized crime families and ultimately gave birth to the legendary figures of Al Capone and Charles Luciano. Thus, he could assert with utmost certainty, an unenforceable prohibition would only sow the seeds of modern organized crime. Chapter 60. The outcome of the meeting. Colin could not fathom the events that had tarnished Craig's reputation years ago, prior to their recognition of one another. Highness stated that Craig no longer participated in the affairs of the seminary solely due to the inconveniences brought on by his eye ailment. However, it was evident that Craig remained passionate about his research, even going so far as to establish a laboratory in the basement of the Delazzo ancestral home at his own expense. With a reputation like his, it was unlikely that the St. I Seminary would cut off his funding, even if he were unable to produce immediate results. Colin had never inquired about the experiments Craig was currently conducting. His uncle was merely an ordinary man devoid of imaging capacity. Logically speaking, without the expensive and enigmatic instruments of the seminary, it would be impossible to engage with the ephemeral beings under such rudimentary conditions in the basement. What then? Was he feigning to investigate? At times, Colin found this absurd, yet he intentionally refrained from questioning it. After all, what good would it do to uncover the truth? Would it lead to exposing him, or perhaps reminding him to cease this futile endeavor? If there were no genuine research needs, Craig would not expend vast quantities of redstone for illumination. If it were merely for his daily existence, such waste would be unjustifiable. It was not that no one was willing to support him, but rather a fear that he might deem himself unworthy. If there were nothing deserving of illumination, should he really spend the remainder of his life in utter darkness and silence? Clearly, his uncle's life had become exceedingly chaotic. Though he relied on medication to sleep each night, he now fumbled with a lamp, searching for the vial of medicine he had placed moments before, yet unable to locate it. The once clear mind of his youth was becoming increasingly forgetful and disordered. Eventually, Craig discovered the brown glass vial beneath a pile of scattered books. The dampened medication clung together, and with trembling hands, he managed to pour some out, instructing Colin, "Take one at first. It should have a slight effect in half an hour." Colin accepted the medicine, noticing that Craig seemed to hesitate, as if mumbling something incoherent, yet ultimately said nothing. His uncle likely had a vague understanding of why his nephew required such medication. Colin was not a fragile individual. His need for these sedatives must stem from matters concerning the extraordinary. However, his desire to recover his memories inevitably drew him closer to the supernatural, intertwining with the clues surrounding Lintz's survival, and thus he chose to remain silent. Upon leaving Craig's laboratory, Colin had to traverse the deepest corridor of the Delazzo family ancestral home, lined with portraits on either side. He mused that sooner or later, portraits of both himself and Craig would also adorn these walls. All conventional lighting had been removed from the mansion, and the door to the laboratory at the corridor's end typically remained ajar, serving as a source of light. Walking through this corridor, one could only behold the faces of ancestors illuminated by the dim, bloody glow of redstone. The Delazzo family was among the earliest settlers of the Century migration to the Alliance, their genealogy stretching back nearly as far as the history of the founding of Stad. The first 3 generations cleared thorns and drained marshes in the wilderness, constructing the initial form of this estate, which underwent countless renovations and expansions over the subsequent 3 centuries. Once standing as one of the most prominent structures in the southern part of the old city. Yet now, the estate had fallen into decay. After all, the only surviving descendants of this lineage were he and Craig, lacking both the manpower and resources to maintain it. From the courtyard to the bedrooms, signs of neglect and even rot were evident. In recent years, Craig's alterations to the windows and kitchen had rendered the mansion increasingly uninhabitable. Some claimed that the rise and fall of Delazzo was an inevitability. Just as the citizens of Stad had whispered, blessings and curses intertwined through their bloodline. An eternal madness and inspiration seemingly passed down through generations. Even within Craig's generation, one could glimpse the peculiar traits of the Delazzo lineage. The eldest son, Craig, with his extraordinary talent, had conquered multiple enigmas of the study of ephemeral life, only to be struck down by an inexplicable ailment at the pinnacle of public expectations. rendering him incapacitated. The younger son, Lentz, who grew up within the alliance, inexplicably sympathized with and became obsessed with all matters concerning the nocturnal folk, abandoning his entire career to pursue what appeared to be a hopeless rebellion. Years later, when the Cinderella monarchy was ultimately restored, the nocturnal folk, who had made numerous sacrifices during the war, faced retribution, and Lentz met his end in a foreign land, as he had wished. Instances such as miraculously amassing a fortune of 800,000 aurei within half a year, only to perish mysteriously on the eve of completing a ritual, seemed too melodramatic to be true. Even with the aid of medication, it was destined to be a night of restless slumber. Colin's mind was devoid of thoughts, yet he could not ascertain whether he had truly fallen asleep. Upon awakening the next morning, a splitting headache assailed him, compelling him to struggle through the day's work in the reporting office. Beyond providing Heine with an account, he felt a pressing urgency to continue compiling the correspondence from the scholar of the Kairu continent. Colin surmised that the texts he had amassed were sufficient to support his translation of the original script. However, due to the unexpected and urgent matters that had arisen in recent days, he found no time to delve into the intricacies of deciphering the code. His recent experiences signified a gradual immersion into the extraordinary realm, inevitably leading to encounters with increasing peril. Thus, his need for the potential magical content within that material grew ever more urgent. In just one morning, he accomplished a full day's work at the seminary's reporting office. Although life's abundance had returned to its previous capacity, Colin intended to focus solely on tracking down the Kairu scholar and the correspondence related to breakthroughs in infectious disease, enabling him to progress more swiftly than before. Thanks to the medication, Heine seemed oblivious to the fatigue evident in Colin's eyes. In conversation, he appeared to believe that Colin's heightened efficiency stemmed from no longer being preoccupied with gang affairs, allowing him to concentrate his energies. Declining Heine's invitation to lunch, Colin hurriedly departed the reporting office, for more pressing matters awaited him. He swiftly made his way to the Ez Hotel, owned by Luca Cestello, where he needed to ascertain the outcome of the clan meeting and what stance the five factions intended to take regarding the prohibition on alcohol. Outside the modest and inexpensive Ez Hotel, gleaming automobiles filled the entrance. Likely the other leaders of the Cestello family had gathered to hear Luca recount the decisions made during the lengthy day and night meeting. Colin squeezed through the crowd and hurried to the top floor, where Luca's office was already crowded with individuals, many smoking and conversing, while several leaders bore expressions of gravity. Luca was still seated behind his desk, engaged in conversation with someone standing beside him, the floor strewn with ash. He seemed unaware of Colin's arrival, sensing an ominous atmosphere. Colin had no desire for pleasantries. He immediately pulled a somewhat familiar companion aside and inquired, "What was the outcome of yesterday's meeting?" Chapter 61. Unexpected developments. What was the outcome? They were utterly unprepared to intervene in the illicit liquor trade, and it seemed we were not to touch it either. Upon hearing this astonishing response, Colin felt a buzzing in his mind. Wait, what? This was the conclusion of yesterday's meeting. A tall, slender man entered the room, casually hanging his coat on a hook, and seamlessly integrated himself into their conversation. Colin recalled that this was Enzo, who managed the accounts for Luca. Rather than a gang member, he was more of a businessman. For at least this year, the Five Hands would not provide protection to any illicit liquor merchants. Do you understand what this implies? It means that all the illicit liquor merchants in South Stott would no longer be obligated to pay a cut to the Five Hands. However, if they were robbed or fell victim to a shakedown, or if detectives came knocking, the Five Hands would assume no responsibility for them. Thus, the establishment of an underground market seemed a distant prospect. The black market requires order, and due to the opacity of information, it becomes even more reliant on such order. If it is populated solely by those seeking to profit through fraud and extortion, it will soon wither, leaving no one the opportunity to earn a stable profit in the long run. More specifically, there was another stipulation. While outsiders could still participate in the illicit liquor trade, anyone affiliated with the Five Hands was strictly prohibited from doing so. Enzo shook his head, though his demeanor remained relaxed. I am not particularly fond of this decision. If we do not relinquish such a market, we could find ourselves in a more favorable financial position. He jested, however. I must concede that observing from the sidelines for a time proves to be the wiser choice. Is it that Don Maurizio perceives the risks as too great? Perhaps they have sensed something, like the authorities' unusually stringent enforcement of the ban, prompting a prudent choice to refrain from involvement. Enzo nodded, saying, It has come to my attention that the situation is quite serious. the newly established Prohibition Bureau has received an outrageous budget. Just within the duchy, many elites have been dispatched from the alliance recently, and these commissioners are only accountable to the alliance, making their disposition uncertain. But can such perceived risks truly compel these gang organizations to abandon the substantial profits before them? Colin found their rationality somewhat astonishing. Of course, there is more to it. Enzo continued. The distilleries within the alliance have been thoroughly shut down. While some small workshops clandestinely produce counterfeit liquor using industrial alcohol, these products fetch poor prices. To achieve even modest profits, one must smuggle liquor from overseas merchants. This year marks the end of a warm season, though it has already begun to cool. The ice ocean fleet must depart from its original northern port ahead of schedule. Otherwise, when the ports freeze, the steel hulls of the ships will be crushed by the ice. In 2 weeks, the ice ocean fleet will arrive at Stockport, and after a 6-month overhaul, it seems they will be dispatched to the distant Western Ocean, engaging in a confrontation with the Kingdom of Elysium that remains uncertain in its conclusion. Of course, this is a digression. Ultimately, who ascends as the sovereign of the Western Ocean is of no concern to us. The crux of the matter is that a large fleet will soon occupy Stott, implying that coastal patrols will likely be tenfold tighter than before, at least for the next 6 months. Attempting to circumvent customs to secretly unload goods at small docks will pose an immense risk. Without bribing the customs at legitimate docks, substantial maritime smuggling will be exceedingly difficult in Stott. But to bribe such a lucrative department, they would likely demand exorbitant sums that render the endeavor unworthy. What about overland routes? We cannot openly drive vehicles onto the roads, so our transport capacity remains limited. Moreover, one can hardly ignore the number of desperate individuals eyeing liquor transporters. After all, the profits are high, and detectives tend to turn a blind eye. It is estimated that out of every 10 transporters, merely 6 might reach Stott, which would be quite commendable, whether by sea or land. The conditions for large-scale importation of original overseas liquor into Stott are lacking for the next 6 months. Should one opt for locally brewed products, the output is minimal and the quality subpar. Thus, before the ice ocean fleet departs post-repair or before local production scales up, the profitability of the illicit liquor trade, in the eyes of the clan leaders, will likely not be particularly enticing. Coupled with the unclear stance of the authorities regarding this prohibition, it is entirely reasonable indeed, quite prudent, for the clan leaders meeting to decide on a 6-month observation period. In recent years, liquor has subtly come to symbolize the moral degradation associated with foreign, inferior cultures. Moreover, the enforcers of this ban hail from the Anha Alliance, which has never suffered a significant blunder. They repelled the westward migration of the Grey people and, during centuries of external expansion, have known no defeat. Even when conquering ancient kingdoms, the most formidable obstacles were not the resistance of local populations but the mutual constraints among several border lords within the alliance. Such a powerful coalition, having proven itself capable of vanquishing and subjugating all adversaries, how could it falter against mere alcohol? The people of this era remain unaware of the immense power harbored by a custom and necessity that has subtly evolved over millennia. These forces exist quietly, yet cannot be suppressed by any coercive external power. Even if everything on the surface is obliterated, as long as a demand persists, they will take root underground and continue to flourish, potentially escalating even further. At this moment, Colin still believed that the prohibition would inevitably fail, but relying solely on historical trajectories from the past seemed overly rigid. The Five Hands' choice to adopt a 6-month wait-and-see approach, while unexpected, was not without rationale. From a broader historical perspective, such an immature decree as a prohibition was bound to meet failure. However, for Colin, who was concretely situated in this era, he might incur additional time costs ranging from 6 months to several years, like a few waves flowing in the opposite direction beneath a great tide. This is not a contradiction. Regrettably, he must secure 800,000 Orei before this winter solstice. Otherwise, he may have to wait over a decade for the opportune moment to conduct the ritual once more. Previously, he had staked everything on the prohibition. Yet, the clan leaders' assembly has unequivocally decided that no member of the Five Hands can engage in the illicit liquor trade. So what now? Colin gazed at Luca, who had just completed a conversation and stood up, momentarily engulfed in confusion. Chapter 62. Chaos. The leaders affiliated with Luca seemed to have no intention of intervening in the illicit liquor market from the outset. Perhaps they were yet unaware of the immense profits hidden behind this clandestine trade. Thus most of them quickly accepted this reality. As the office gradually emptied, Luca appeared to finally notice Colin's arrival. After exchanging customary greetings, he chuckled. Fortunately, I refrained from saying too much a few days ago. Who could have known? Before the meeting, I thought those old-timers would never let this opportunity slip away. Luca assumed that Colin was uninvolved in this matter, so he spoke in jest. Unbeknownst to him, Colin had long been covertly stockpiling a significant amount of illicit liquor. At this moment, Colin could only chuckle bitterly to himself. Having been daringly preparing for this venture for 2 years, nearly wagering everything on the prohibition. To his surprise, these gangsters turned out to be more conservative and restrained than he had anticipated. Over the years, he had endeavored to cultivate connections with the 5 families, even joining the Cestaro family just days prior, believing it to be a prescient move. Yet, in the end, he found himself ensnared under Don Mauricio's edict, unwittingly shooting himself in the foot. Nevertheless, Colin was confident that he was not the only one among the 5 families facing a similar predicament. Surely, some astute individuals had already managed to acquire a modest supply of liquor. The recent heists involving liquor trucks had mostly gone unresolved, not devoid of the 5 families' clandestine involvement. Blocking someone's path to wealth is akin to murder, and as a loose coalition, could the 5 families truly exert enough influence to restrain all their leaders? Their temporary withdrawal from the illicit liquor trade could be understood, Colin remarked, but is completely abandoning all attempts, even issuing an outright ban, not another form of extremism? Listening to Colin, Luca walked to the windowsill, pulling up the simple, modest blinds and opening the glass to let the heavy haze of secondhand smoke dissipate. Luca closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Do you smell that? Colin approached the window, and just beyond lay the Cybele River. Due to its upstream location, industrial pollution was not severe, yet the air was tinged with a faint scent of alcohol. A closer look revealed several detectives in black boots dumping vast barrels of liquor by the riverside. The destruction of liquor had been ongoing for nearly a month, with tons of liquid poured into the river each day, saturating the air with a sweet, syrupy aroma. Anyone with a modicum of sense could perceive the potential profits this farce might yield. Initially, Maurizio did not intend to prohibit everyone from engaging in the illicit liquor business. He merely suggested not investing heavily. This decision was a demand from the other patriarchs. Why? Despite still posing the question, Colin had already grasped the underlying truth and simply wished to hear Luca's response. Quite easy to comprehend, Luca mused, gazing at the distant detectives. To ensure fair competition, no one is allowed to get ahead. If anyone were to taste success first, it would create an unfair advantage over the others. Should a competitive atmosphere arise, it would be challenging for anyone to remain a passive observer. Thus, everyone must either enter together or refrain entirely. When the Council of Patriarchs makes decisions, their primary concern is the division and balance of interests among the families, yet when facing a matter capable of altering the existing power dynamics, such considerations render their deliberations notably rigid, like crabs in a cage, pulling each other's legs to prevent any one of them from gaining an advantage. Wouldn't that merely hand it to someone else? Colin inquired, perplexed. The cake is right there. If you hesitate, naturally, someone else will seize it. In truth, nothing would be relinquished. As Luca wiped the soot from his fingertips, he remarked, after all, this is Southstadt. Without our involvement, no one else will profit. If you still wish to partake in this venture, heed my advice. Wait a while longer. Just 6 months, and everything will become clear. I recall you are not one to lack patience or wisdom. However, for Colin, waiting 6 months equated to the end of everything. The illicit liquor trade was indeed a troublesome business. It was not as discreet as dealing in small pharmaceuticals. A bottle of liquor was too large and cumbersome to trade secretly, necessitating fixed locations and a steady influx of customers, making concealment virtually impossible, almost akin to brazenly defecating in front of the authorities. Were it not for the historical precedents from the past, Colin might have shared the same disdain for the complications this trade could incite, akin to the current patriarchs. Rationally considering, if the newly established Prohibition Bureau and the detectives were not utterly corrupt, how could they fail to uncover these nearly overt illegal enterprises? It was almost imperative to bribe and secure every last one of these officials to profit from the illicit liquor. Do you know who is currently embroiled in this affair? Luca replied coolly. This market lacked any reliable channels, rendering it shrouded in mystery. Colin could scarcely engage with it, only hearing vague reports from the news about the happenings among the illicit liquor traders over the past few weeks. Conversely, Luca had his own informants, providing him with far broader sources of information than Colin possessed. I know a few of those involved, not one can be deemed reliable. Even if they wished to join the five families, no clan would dare take them in, Lucas stated. They are not only marginalized by society, but are also scum. The dregs of humanity, worthless bastards willing to betray their families for a pittance. Let me describe the current state of the illicit liquor market. There is a nascent semblance of organization among them, yet it resembles a sieve with holes everywhere, as there are always individuals willing to betray their companions, whose liquor is hidden where. When the liquor trucks are scheduled to enter or exit Stott, such information flits about chaotically among them. Can you believe that not a single liquor truck has successfully entered Stott in the past 2 weeks? These people merely wish to make a quick profit and flee the country. Although the situation was rife with leaks, it was simultaneously enveloped in fog. Previously, the most astute fence could not even ascertain what the liquor thieves had done the day before, and now even they would not touch the illicit liquor trade. A once inconspicuous minor player inexplicably found himself with an underground bar, yet when acquaintances sought refuge with him, they discovered the bar's owner had already changed. With the former proprietor's corpse lying in the back kitchen, and they were clueless about how to dispose of the body. In such a disarray, who would profit from the chaos? If you were in my position, would you be willing to collaborate with these individuals for profit? Lucas seemingly casually remarked to Colin. Even without Mauricio's ban, a wise person would refrain from engaging in the illicit liquor trade at this moment. Do you understand? Chapter 63, Lies at This Moment. Colin remained somewhat dazed. Just a few fleeting minutes after stepping into the hotel, the efforts of the past several years seemed to dissolve into mere vapor. The prohibitions established by the Patriarchal Council had disrupted nearly all of Colin's plans. Those who defied the edicts faced severe penalties, with only 2 options, a fine or execution. And the burly judges, more often than not, favored the latter, even for disputes that were merely domestic in nature. As long as he remained within the grasp of the five hands, this decree would continuously restrain his actions. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. For core members, there was no notion of exiting the family. Unless one were to change their name and flee to another city, they would be perpetually monitored by informants. This was both a form of control and a means of protection. After all, possessing certain secrets could forever pose a threat to those involved. Leaving one to their own devices would disturb many a night's peace. If they understood that even corpses could speak, perhaps cremation would become a far more prevalent practice. However, the constraints of the decree might not be the gravest issue. After all, where there are rules, there are those willing to break them. And as long as such transgressions go unnoticed, there are no consequences. Yet, as Luca had described, without the involvement of the five hands, the underground liquor market in South Stock could not have been established in such a short time, complicating all related transactions. Even if Colin had stockpiled a considerable quantity of spirits in advance, should they fail to sell, they would turn into illicit burdens, potentially attracting fatal consequences. The ultimate goal of 800,000 Aurelians now seemed a distant dream. Missing the opportunity presented by this year's winter solstice would render the hope of breaking the memory seal bleak for the next decade or so. Colin had previously been overly enthusiastic about this matter, which made Luca's gaze towards him subtly shift. Yet, the thought of relinquishing such a promising opportunity felt overwhelmingly costly and risky. Colin endeavored to present himself as an indifferent party solely concerned with the family's welfare. The assertion that no one could profit without the five hands indeed held true at present. But who could guarantee that this would remain the case in 6 months? Colin mused aloud. A person may remain ineffectual indefinitely, but a bloody industry will not. Unreliable individuals will swiftly perish or be cast aside after several rounds of natural selection. Who can ensure that order will never emerge? Even if it takes weeks, what of months? If left unchecked, 6 months could suffice for these individuals to coalesce. Should they grow outside the framework of the five hands, they would pose an imminent threat to the organization as a whole. Moreover, let us not forget that the five hands hold dominion solely in the underground of South Stott. What of the Anha gangs in the old northern city? They may be weak, but would they exercise the same restraint as we do regarding illicit liquor? Even if they wish to, do they possess our determination and organizational prowess? Colin's eyes bore into Luca's with fervor, although he articulated his thoughts with confidence and fluidity. He had yet to fully contemplate the implications of his provocative words on Luca's decisions, or how they might alter Luca's perception of him. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Should he miss today's opportunity, some decisions might become irrevocably settled. He remained uncertain about how to navigate this unexpected turn of events. Instinctively, he understood that he must involve Luca in the illicit liquor trade in some capacity. Any form would suffice, but he could not merely be a spectator. Otherwise, he would lose his chance to engage in this game entirely. Would the outcome leave the entirety of Stott trailing behind? Only the desperate would choose to gamble at such a time, yet risks often accompany commensurate rewards. What if, in the end, these fools emerge victorious? One could choose to observe, but not without preparation. Colin found this line of reasoning entirely sensible. Lucas stared intently into Colin's eyes, seemingly oblivious to the discourse unfolding. After Colin finished speaking, the humble office fell into a long silence. Suddenly, Luca broke the stillness. Over the years, where exactly have you spent the earnings you've accrued? Colin abruptly realized that his shirt had grown cold and clammy against his back, the chill of sweat having silently enveloped him. Although he had never directly mentioned it to Luca, Colin had no intention of concealing his stockpiling of liquor. After all, he intended to solicit Luca's assistance regarding this matter and had even hinted at the status of the prohibition just moments ago. Coupled with his earlier unnatural reaction, it was only natural for Luca to begin suspecting Colin's ambitions in the illicit liquor trade. Unexpectedly, with the conclusion of the Patriarchal Council, another matter requiring concealment from Luca had arisen. Just as Colin prepared to invoke his uncle as a cover for his financial dealings, Luca shook his head dismissively. With a wry smile, Luca spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, prompting Colin to follow suit, though his heart bore no semblance of mirth. Luca had hit the mark. Sometimes, reality proved far more absurd than fiction. Your recent thoughts mirror my own, Luca remarked. I recall suggesting that even without engaging in the private liquor business, we ought to take measures to tidy up this overgrown field. In fact, Maurizio harbors similar intentions. We may choose to observe, yet we shall not permit any private liquor merchant to flourish in South Stott. In the future, we will expand our operations to monitor the private liquor market. Anyone showing signs of emergence will be dealt with. Whether by our own hands or a gift to the detectives, the method is inconsequential. There is another matter concerning you, a favorable one that I intended to share earlier. Luca continued. Capello has already ventured into the private liquor trade before the Patriarchal Council convened, as most of their original revenue streams have shifted to our hands. Moreover, they have always struggled with self-control. Each leader urgently requires funds to prepare arms and manpower for impending conflicts. Although their representatives signed the decree, Maurizio believes they will not be able to abandon the private liquor business anytime soon. This is not something to be openly discussed, but his implication is clear. Your actions on that front can be more audacious, and no one will question the aftermath. Furthermore, you must understand, Colin, Luca added. We have signed an agreement. Should one person violate it, the entire family will bear the consequences. Those who truly rise in this industry will be those who remain discreet and trustworthy. Do you grasp my meaning? Chapter 64. Preparation. The current edict from 5 hands seems to have extinguished the aspirations of all the group leaders. Yet, beneath this layer of ominous clouds, there may be a more perilous storm brewing, unbeknownst to anyone. What was once merely an ordinary alcoholic beverage has gradually transformed into a mysterious and dangerous taboo. Perhaps it is this added thrill that has led to an increase in discussions about it in public forums. 2 days later, Colin had another encounter with Mr. One. Colin firmly asserted that he could not measure the coordinates, attributing the restoration of his life to a secret potion bestowed by Giovanni. Mr. One appeared to have something to say, but did not press the matter further. Since Colin had yet to open his heart, Mr. One felt confident that he could easily control him without coordinates. As a newcomer, Mr. One seemed unaware of the tradition of covert mutual assistance among the Fangs of Stott. Initially, Colin was concerned that Mr. One might discover traces of the transference method he employed, but it seemed that Mr. One felt no suspicion. The scale of the transference was exceedingly small, and perhaps due to the fundamental unit being utilized in numerous rituals, it became difficult to detect. For instance, in this instance, its traces were likely concealed by Oricchio's communication spell. Mr. One showed no disapproval regarding Colin's prior mission with Giovanni. Rather, he expressed a hint of approval, suggesting that Colin could participate more in such actions in the future. Mr. One's expression remained as impassive as ever, yet Colin sensed an underlying tone of relief in his words, perhaps a relief at having spared the effort of training consumables. Colin seized the opportunity to inquire about essential techniques such as zeroing and meditation, for he could not entirely trust Oricchio's one-sided account. However, the answers he ultimately received were fundamentally consistent with Oricchio's version. Zeroing was to facilitate the withdrawal of consciousness from anomalous frequencies, while meditation involved concentrating on one's breath to gradually gain mastery over one's thoughts, steering clear of unwelcome notions. In the days following the confirmation of these practices, aside from his regular duties at the seminary, Colin dedicated his remaining time to honing the necessary skills for these magical duels. Although he was prepared with 7 dried laurel leaves, the threat of the traversing demon loomed incessantly, compelling him to regard this as his most pressing concern. Zeroing required a specific gesture to cultivate a habitual suggestion, ideally accompanied by a distinctive sound. After contemplating the convenience in combat and incorporating a touch of personal preference, Colin ultimately chose to snap his fingers as his suggestive action. Through several days of practice, he linked 2 previously unrelated memories, enabling him to evoke the meditative state through the simple act of snapping his fingers, allowing his mind to embrace an emptiness devoid of thoughts beyond his breathing. He began to test the effectiveness of his practice, repeatedly executing the previously utilized communication rituals, guiding his consciousness back into the special frequency once more, akin to that fateful night a week prior. Upon initiating the ritual, he found himself in the attic room, yet a vast and tranquil lake unfolded before him, reflecting a great blaze. In a corner by the window, a vague shadow remained curled up, its identity still shrouded in mystery, imprisoned within his consciousness. In recent days, he had attempted to visualize it, yet without exception, he had failed. Perhaps the materials that could shape its form were the most tightly sealed fragments of his memory. He felt an inexplicable reluctance to gaze any longer, and his right hand involuntarily snapped his fingers. The clear sound resonated, and the illusion before him dissipated like a shattered dream. Having grasped this technique to a preliminary extent, his explorations across varying frequency boundaries became significantly safer. He retrieved the 7 dried laurel leaves he had carried with him, each inscribed with the name of the ruler of Hell's 32nd district, the Wheel of Fire, Icesian. Now was not the time to summon it. With no considerable threat at hand, such a risk was unnecessary. Only in a dire moment with no alternative paths could he contemplate wagering his life with this demon. After a prolonged period of diligent effort, he had unwittingly amassed considerable resources, and methods to enhance his strength were far from limited. Conversely, his daily time had become exceedingly precious. Throughout the past week, he continued to track the materials sent by the scholar from the Chiron continent at the seminary. The volume of texts he had accumulated was now ample, and solving the final few virtual elements of the polyalphabetic substitution cipher was merely a matter of time. Delving once more into the previously gathered materials, Colin resumed his work on deciphering the code, and his skills had not dulled. Relying almost entirely on experience and intuition, he identified another virtual element to disrupt word frequency statistics. So far, he had located all the virtual elements, and he had confirmed the meanings of 12 letters. The remaining work was little more than a crossword puzzle. After several minutes, the meanings of all the letters were successfully deciphered, unveiling the contents of the mysterious document before Colin. Among them was a relatively complete thesis. Colin's suspicions regarding the progress of the Alliance scholars were validated. As the title indeed read, an analysis of the sorcery of the Jalan Auxiliary Forces. Chapter 65. The heretical lineage Jalan is a secluded small nation on the fringes of the Kanyu continent, which was only recently incorporated into the colonial domain of the Alliance a few months ago, becoming a strategic foothold for the Alliance's incursion into Kanyu. It is only now that the scholarly community of the Alliance has begun to unveil the ancient veil of this continent. Geographically, Kanyu is almost perfectly antipodal to the homeland of the Alliance, implying that it is the most distant civilization from the Alliance on this planet. Thus, even for the scholars of the Alliance, whose footprints span the globe, the culture of Kanyu remains both alien and enigmatic. The more ancient and mature a civilization is, the greater the likelihood it possesses effective symbolic imagery that can be captured and accumulated in the realm of the virtual. Even setting aside their specific achievements, the ability to provide a perspective starkly different from tradition is invaluable to the Alliance. Colin had even heard vague whispers at the St. One Academy that some believe the currently vacant 7th form of creation may very well be concealed within the pantheon and symbolic system of the distant Kanyu. Though this is merely speculation, it reflects the anticipation within the Anha scholarly community regarding the findings from Kanyu's literature. Countless invaluable materials are being transmitted via the red signal device to every academy of the Alliance's homeland, and one can easily imagine that innumerable scholars are tirelessly engaged in research at this very moment. Among these materials, one document has fallen into Colin's hands. However, Colin harbors a degree of wariness, for this is the heretical sorcery from an uncivilized and unfamiliar land. He turned the pages, carefully reading a few lines. Although those words were penned by his own hand, and he could cease reading at any moment to avoid unforeseen consequences, Colin instinctively refrained from opening the paper too wide, instead lifting one corner to peer inside, seeking a semblance of false security. Under the jurisdiction of the Third Order, the overseas scholar from the Kanyu subcontinent, Con Fisher, compiled the following. Upon confirmation, it has indeed been found that certain voodoo customs circulate among the auxiliary troops stationed in Jalan. Although most have regressed into meaningless superstitions and rhetoric, yet it is still possible to discern that some sorceries retain their potency. The mythological lineage of these sorceries has been determined to be the indigenous faith that prevailed from the pre-Dark Ages to the mid-4th century on the Kanyu subcontinent. However, most of the myths from this lineage became dormant by the 5th century. After the department restored those rituals, they discovered that the few remaining effective sorceries all point to a particular female deity within this lineage, the goddess Jatu. After compiling the descriptions of 270 local elders, the department concluded 2 months ago that this goddess is a variant of the dark mother bodhi Avis in Kanyu, embodying the terrifying image of a woman who is punished for her indulgence. The dreadful black goddess Jata wanders the plains of the Moro River. The dark mother bodhi Avis, according to research, is one of the twin progenitors of creation, an image born from the pure feminine aspect after its division. Beyond pure motherhood, this image has become tainted with more complex meanings through fragmentation and degradation. Initially, people perceived her as a primal, fearsome mother who devours all. But gradually they uncovered her moral shortcomings, particularly regarding chastity, leading them to view this eternally tormented image as merely a warning and admonition directed at women by certain individuals. If this is indeed the case, then the so-called dark mother bodhi Avis may very well be a fabrication conjured by ancient priests to intimidate women. However, there remains a perspective that these flaws are trivial footnotes to her destructive essence. For she is feared not due to moral decay. Quite the contrary. It is likely that people first feared destruction itself, subsequently ascribing every conceivable stigma to her. As for the term variant, it denotes different representations of the same image across various legends. For instance, the dark mother bodhi Avis is depicted in Kanyu as the black goddess Jatu. The elders chant in unison with palpable fear. The goddess's corpse disseminates lethal firelight both day and night, which is the source of all profound suffering on the Kanyu land. Yet the goddess remains utterly indifferent, unconcerned with the calamities that befall all beings. Jatu, after luring the monks and servants of the earth, could not return to her celestial throne, and from then on, harbored resentment and hatred towards all that exists in the world. The gods descended along the spine of the world to the mortal realm, instigating the resounding thunder that reverberated throughout the universe, until a fragment of the cobalt blue night sky shattered, and Jata's bewildered head fell to the ground. However, what erupted from her neck was not blood, but an endless flame of darkness. The gods attached the fallen head to the wounded back of a white deer, fueling it with ceaseless warmth, causing it to run forever in flight. Unable to catch up with the white deer, Jata would forever be denied the sight of her own grotesque and distorted visage. Ultimately, the gods regrettably discovered that her wrath would never subside. Upon reading these words, Colin calmly set aside the initial pages, pausing his reading for the moment. The imagery within the virtual realm possesses a terrifying power, for it constitutes one of the coordinates of the other party. It is said that the very act of encountering an image can exert influence, even if it is merely depicted in words, potentially leading to an unconscious manifestation. If the subject pertains to those dormant, obscure, and less favorable deities, then one must exercise greater caution. The designation of these documents as confidential naturally includes considerations for the protection of the reader. Such descriptions would incessantly surge within his thoughts, and the manifestation could occur unknowingly, until a tangible connection forms between him and that goddess. He quickly turned the paper to the latter section, for his initial intent was to acquire the records pertaining to those remote sorceries. What followed, however, appeared to be a simple spell employed by a pauper in search of lost coins. Chapter 66, Julian positioned across from Colin. Julian was engrossed in the literature he had brought. Her pale golden strands of hair fell gently over her forehead, while a thick cotton mask obscured most of her face. It was afternoon, and they were seated at an outdoor CAF along the wooden promenade in the Riverside district. The sun was tempered by umbrellas, making the riverside pleasantly warm, and numerous travelers from afar were scattered nearby. Passers-by did not cast any peculiar glances at Julian's attire. A significant influenza outbreak had occurred over a decade ago, during which public health measures were woefully inadequate, resulting in hundreds of thousands of fatalities across the alliance. This incident had led to a widespread understanding of bacterial infections and the common use of masks among the populace. Colin had forcibly taken Julian out of her small apartment, arguing that prolonged exposure to darkness was detrimental to her recovery. The recently purchased records, wrapped carefully, lay on an empty chair beside her. It was said they were made of shellac, producing a sound far superior to the previous steel records. Colin lacked confidence in his musical taste and believed it best for Julian to choose her selections, fearing ridicule. Ultimately, she only picked 2 records from the shop, both by unknown artists, and after paying, she devoted her attention entirely to the materials Colin had provided. The initial pages, detailing the imagery of Cthulhu, had been omitted by Colin, leaving only descriptions of several Shalon sorceries in Julian's hands. As she turned the pages, her fingertips glided over the crisp paper, producing a satisfying crackle. Before the paper had fully settled, her pale hand smoothed the new page. The dry surface of the paper brushed against her fingertips, creating a delicate, almost ticklish rustling sound. The scene of Julian absorbed in her reading was indeed serene and beautiful to the utmost degree. Yet, Colin could not help but associate those sounds with a swarm of tiny insects voraciously devouring something. It was an odd thought. Yet Julian's manner of reading did evoke images of gnawing. Perhaps it was her rapid pace, which far exceeded appearances, and her insatiable hunger for knowledge. Colin knew that in the blink of an eye, she could thoroughly digest the materials and, with utmost certainty, present insights far surpassing his own. This reading prowess incited a subtle distaste within him, likely due to the pressure her talent imposed on him. If he, with the experience of a past life, felt such a way, then surely, to her true peers, Julian would undoubtedly evoke a sense of despair. For in both appearance and ability, she could prematurely shatter the hopes and fantasies of those around her. The small church school could hardly contain her brilliance. The mediocre teachers regarded her as an anomaly. Yet anyone who genuinely interacted with her would inevitably feel their own mediocrity in stark contrast to her. This intense and sorrowful realization came effortlessly and without reservation. Julian's fault lay in her utter lack of self-awareness regarding this, showing no inclination to disguise it. To her, the ordinary seemed merely an uninteresting backdrop, perhaps even less worthy of reflection than the clouds above or the stones by the roadside. She immersed herself daily in her own world, pouring everything into pursuits she found intriguing and deep knowledge that captivated her, while remaining indifferent to the feelings of others. Thus, when diagnosed with tuberculosis, it was likely that many secretly rejoiced at her fall from grace. Yet, even those wounded by Julian's radiance, while condemning her fate, would surely feel a pang of regret. The most beautiful things are often unsettling, as if they might fall at any moment. She possessed an abundance of potential, yet did not have the opportunity to voice herself to the world before her life was prematurely extinguished. Now, she was merely a person numbly struggling to survive, perhaps the very embodiment of what she once deemed the most mundane. Nonetheless, she was still capable of remarkable feats, such as designing a grand ritual for unraveling mysteries from scratch within 6 months and validating its effectiveness. Colin pondered silently, acknowledging that this achievement occurred even before he had provided her with complete materials. Her talent was indeed enviable, bordering on dangerous. Suddenly, Julian set aside the bound pages and opened a small cloth bag placed at the edge of the table. Inside were her personal utensils. A knife and fork adorned with simple engravings along the handles, the patterns reminiscent of shells and leaf-like flowers. In truth, she could have easily used public utensils. Yet she seemed especially concerned about infection, perhaps because she herself was a victim and harbored a deep hatred for spreading tuberculosis to the innocent. She sliced a small piece of dark brown brownie from her plate and delicately tasted it by pulling down a corner of her mask. "How does it taste?" Colin inquired. "Wonderful," she hesitated before adding. "It resembles an uncut gem, not yet molded into some rigid format. While some might see flaws worthy of removal, from another perspective, they could be its most beautiful attributes." It was then that Colin realized she was referring to the materials from Cthulhu, including the incomplete piece. There were 4 sorceries circulating clandestinely among the Shalon auxiliary soldiers. The missing fragment, likely the most pivotal, was at the beginning and provided interpretative guidance for the subsequent text. Its absence rendered the original narrative unclear. Mimicking the records mechanically would not necessarily recreate the effects of those sorceries, as they were now on a land thousands of kilometers away from Cthulhu, in an entirely different etheric environment. Furthermore, the structures of those sorceries diverged significantly from the Alliance's definitions of rituals and the magical systems of spirits. It was also possible that their true structure was obscured by redundant rhetoric and ornamentation, rendering them less apparent. Without clarifying these aspects, it would be challenging to modify them for application in stot. Colin had initially been troubled by this situation, suspecting that countless scholars within the Alliance were tirelessly attempting to decipher the mirrored structures within these unfamiliar sorceries or discern the spirits involved. Yet, Julian saw them as uncut gems. This indicated that her perspective diverged entirely from Colin's from the very start. Feeling a sudden pang of inadequacy and superficiality, Colin wiped his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, and the table fell silent. Ultimately, it was Julian who broke the stillness. Sipping a chilled soft drink as she asked, "What are you planning to do with the bottles of wine still at my house?" Chapter 67. The Undead. What do you intend to do with the remaining wines at my house? Though it appeared as a concern regarding the fate of the wines, it was, in essence, an inquiry into Colin's next course of action. A few hours prior, Colin had shared the outcome of the clan leaders' meeting with her. There was no need for elaborate explanations. She fully understood the implications this matter would have on Colin. At that moment, Colin suddenly recalled that earlier in the day, his uncle had posed a similar question. Gillian and Craig were arguably the two individuals closest to Colin at present, both privy to his most profound secrets. They existed on the fringes of the mundane and the extraordinary, each with their own motives, yet their interests could be harmoniously aligned, providing each other with the most essential support. Their relatively insular and straightforward interpersonal dynamics also significantly enhanced the security of their collaboration. Thus, they were among the very few who comprehended the entirety of Colin's plans. Despite their stark differences in age, appearance, and ethnicity, Colin sensed an uncanny resemblance between Gillian and Craig, perhaps owing to the parallels in their experiences. Both were aware of each other's existence, yet had never exchanged a word. At times, Colin pondered that should they ever meet, they might find a kindred spirit in one another. Conversely, such similarities might breed mutual disdain. Is there truly no alternative to amass 800,000 Aurelians within 6 months without resorting to the prohibition on alcohol? Gillian inquired softly, her tone resembling a conspiratorial whisper, though it was merely her habitual manner of speaking. While she possessed extensive knowledge in peculiar domains, she occasionally posed questions that betrayed a lack of common sense. A typical individual would scarcely contemplate the feasibility of accumulating such a sum within half a year. If we disregard gambling, I believe there is none, Colin replied. The only technological marvel that could yield substantial profits in this era was a notion from his past life regarding the famed incandescent bulb, wherein the tungsten filament boasted the longest lifespan. But what exactly is tungsten? Initially perceived as a familiar and straightforward tale, the only information he could distill from it was the meaningless name tungsten and its atomic number, 74. As for its extraction and refinement, he was utterly ignorant. There were simply no other avenues. The wines may remain for now. They shall be sold when the opportune moment arises, Colin stated. But to whom can they be sold? Gillian queried quietly, her words now tinged with a note of caution. To an outsider, it might seem that Colin was merely reluctant to confront failure, aimlessly clinging to futile hopes. No one could purchase such a quantity at once, and there is the possibility of 5 factions turning hostile. Colin toyed with the hilt of his dagger, remarking, "This is, after all, an illicit trade. The worst outcome would leave me bereft of standing both above and below ground." "Then, do you truly intend to keep those wines?" "Of course, I shall keep them," Colin murmured. He cast a discreet glance around to ensure no one was observing them, leaned slightly forward over the dining table, and whispered, "Not only will I retain them, but I shall also fulfill a task on behalf of Maurizio, the very task he was meant to undertake. An untended fertile land is a sin in itself. The clandestine alcohol market will inevitably be forged amidst gunfire and blood, and the first to accomplish this venture shall ascend as the king of illicit spirits and stot. Since those influential figures tremble in fear and refrain from taking action, it falls upon me to take matters into my own hands." Gillian was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening unconsciously. Colin recognized this reaction as akin to Craig's, stemming from the cautious instincts of a learned recluse. It was likely their first realization that their collaborator had descended into madness, prepared to oppose the entire city, which made their reaction understandable. Colin caught a fleeting glimpse of trepidation flitting across Gillian's light golden, clear pupils. Although anticipated, it still elicited a tinge of boredom within him. Yet he simply gazed calmly, unperturbed by the unfolding events. Individuals like Gillian glean insights into the universe from the pages of books, but have never engaged in the raw, unsparing struggles of reality. Faced with this abrupt upheaval, they lost their usual sharpness. Both Craig and Gillian had long since tied their fates to their respective chariots of war. Craig could only extract clues related to Lentz from his own existence, and he had long been entangled in concealing his eavesdropping on the Theological Institute. As for Gillian, while she could continue to support herself by treating the ailments of prostitutes, without the invaluable information he provided, she would be left to despair as she succumbed to illness. Tuberculosis's slow demise would soon suffocate her. Even as he ventured deeper into the abyss, they could only follow suit. For if he were to meet with failure, they too would inevitably share his fate. Thus, there was no need to fear betrayal from them. Colin had never intended to involve them, and now he could only silently apologize in his heart. If blame were to be placed, it would be on the excessive conservatism of the clan leaders' meeting. However, unexpectedly, in the next moment, Gillian gently laughed. A sound that was indistinguishable as a sigh or a quiet chuckle escaped from beneath her mask. Colin gazed at Gillian's visage, attempting to discern the meaning behind her laughter. The mask obscured much of her expression, revealing only the faint reddening of her eyes, which nevertheless held a glimmer of mirth. Some individuals laugh when they weep. Could Gillian be one of them? Or was it merely a derision of herself? Is the extraordinary truly that significant to you? She asked again, fully aware of the answer yet posing the question anew. At times, Colin questioned himself. Was it worthwhile to recklessly plunge into the abyss, even dragging everyone around him into danger? To be honest, I have never cared for the extraordinary, Colin stated, observing the travelers passing by. Yet, is it worth sacrificing the present 10 or 20 years for those 5 years shrouded in ambiguity? Gillian challenged. To gamble everything with such ease may not signify bravery. It could simply imply a complete indifference. Perhaps those 5 years were devoid of substance, and you chose to forget in order to evade facing the truth? What if it wasn't? Colin retorted silently in his heart. Who, after all, cast that seal? I am unaware of what transpired during those 5 years. Yet I can vaguely sense that it is something that must not be forgotten. Colin recalled his teacher, imprisoned within his consciousness. Though his senses could not perceive it, he knew it still watched over him silently. To live in obscurity is tantamount to never having lived at all, thus Colin declared. I cannot accept this reality with a clear conscience, for I have already perished a decade ago. The being I am now is merely a specter striving for resurrection. Chapter 68. The plan ultimately, the collaboration between Julian and Colin must continue. She conveyed the approximate timeline for rectifying the several Shalon spells to Colin. With a stroke of luck, it could take 2 days, but if fortune were to frown upon them, it might extend to the following week. Since the prototypes had already been obtained, wouldn't it be more efficient to seek out their mature versions rather than attempting to improve them herself? Julian remained unaware that these spells originated from the enigmatic Ku, a system entirely foreign to the world, devoid of any mature iterations. Thus, in a sense, she found herself on equal footing with those esteemed scholars who enjoyed generous stipends, as they both ventured into the uncharted territories of pagan sorcery. Although it was highly probable that someone within the Alliance had achieved results, Colin's inability to access them rendered them non-existent. Colin handed her a complete batch of suppressants for analysis. After addressing these mundane matters, he prepared to rise and leave the CAF. Still, it was about that particular issue. Julian suddenly remarked, if you truly intend to proceed, it suggests that you have prepared a plan, correct? Colin smiled at her. Julian assumed he was merely feigning mystery. So she pressed on, could you share the plan with me? It might offer me a degree of reassurance. The current plan is to have no plan. Julian tilted her head in astonishment, as if the person seated across from her were a stranger. The Colin she knew was always one to act only after meticulous planning. Could it be that the urgency had escalated to the point where there was no time for strategy? Or was it that he had completely lost his composure? Casting aside his customary calmness and attention to detail, then what do you intend to? I am only grasping a vague direction. The odds are slim, yet not entirely absent. Colin glanced around. This place is too inconvenient. If you wish to hear more, follow me. Numerous barges laden with river sand traverse the Seber River, their steel hulls appearing low but actually drawing deep drafts, capable of carrying substantial loads. To prevent Julian from succumbing to excessive anxiety, Colin briefly elucidated his existing thoughts before their farewell. Luca and his associates had not remained idle. They intended to exert some pressure on the illegal distillers. For me, this represents a risk, yet simultaneously an opportunity for intervention. After all, the informants deployed against the illicit brewers could potentially be of use to me. However, under normal circumstances, If Luca harbored even a slight suspicion of me, he would prevent me from engaging in this line of work. Matters pertaining to the illegal distillation would be handled with utmost caution, effectively sidelining me. This does not imply a loss of trust. Rather, it is a necessary precaution. However, there exists one matter from which he cannot temporarily extricate himself: the Capello family, as I have been the one managing this issue all along. Yet those Capellos seem to be clandestinely involved in the illegal liquor trade. This implies that, Julian murmured, the Capello affair is merely a facade. The true objective is to establish connections with various illicit brewers. Once she managed to piece this together, it became evident that Julian possessed considerable intelligence, regardless of the matter at hand. But could Luca truly be oblivious to this layer of complexity? Given Colin's potential involvement with illicit liquor and his dealings with the Capello family, a modicum of vigilance would reveal the underlying issues. He certainly comprehended this, Colin stated. But it's merely a slight suspicion. He might assign someone to monitor my movements, yet he wouldn't be neurotic enough to conduct a widespread investigation, as that would equate to severing ties with me entirely. Therefore, as long as the matter is handled discreetly, it should suffice. Colin spoke with an air of ease. Handling it discreetly sounds simpler than it actually is. Who might that individual assigned to observe your movements be? In the apartment where Julio was detained, 7 gunmen stood ready in various positions, ensuring that every entrance to the building was devoid of blind spots. Ricardo had been nursing his rib injuries back to a semblance of health over the past few days, perhaps due to his robust metabolism, while not entirely healed. He at least no longer experienced significant pain and often came by to lend a hand. Currently, he was stationed at a window, cleaning the chamber of his beloved firearm while preparing to oil it. Upon spotting Colin approaching from a distance, he called out and hurried downstairs. Manly man. It had been nearly a week since they last met. During this time, whenever visitors came to see Ricardo, the most frequently mentioned just was the moniker that had recently been bestowed upon Colin. In the blink of an eye, his friend had become a figure of renown, albeit one whose designation was utterly incongruous with his character. Those who typically earned such titles were robust and forthright, akin to an iron tower, willing to take a bullet to protect a lady. Thus, knowing the full context of the situation, Ricardo found it rather amusing. Call me that again, and I shall break the remaining ribs you have. Manly man, he mused. Once you get used to it, it's not so bad, is it? No one truly feels embarrassed, so don't be too shy. Considering Ricardo was injured and unable to retaliate, Colin chose to ignore him entirely and strode directly into the apartment. Upon entering the living room, he discovered Julio sprawled on the sofa like a corpse, her face haggard and pale, her vacant eyes staring at the barren ceiling. Although Colin had brought art supplies, Julio seemed entirely disinterested. Ultimately, despite her commendable artistic skills, it was merely a passion that Ezekiel had imposed upon her. For a moment, Colin nearly believed she had suffered some form of abuse. Yet there were no discernible marks upon her. In truth, whenever she made a request, the individuals here would do their utmost to accommodate her. Moreover, she was permitted an hour of outdoor time each day, albeit under the constant watch of 7 or 8 burly men. However, according to Ricardo, aside from basic food and water, she had never requested anything else. After just 2 days of outdoor time, she seemed to have extinguished something within her, laying silently on the sofa, mute. Nevertheless, Colin had no intention of inquiring into her mental state. He extracted sheets of paper and ink pens from among the art supplies, preparing to have her write a declaration of her claim to inheritance in his presence. Chapter 69: Speculation. As September quietly approached, Julio felt a chill that made her curl up in the corner of the sofa. The weather had begun to turn cool early, heralding the arrival of the cold season. In Julio's room, only the calendar on the table seemed to hint at the passage of time. In recent days, she found herself dreaming increasingly about that fateful night. Without any resistance, she stood up from the sofa in a daze, like a jellyfish, and knelt beside the coffee table with bare legs, beginning to transcribe the draft that Colin had brought her, murmuring softly, "I always dream of becoming like that, transforming into a puddle of jelly." A mass of muck spread upon the ground, not just once. She referred to the monster that had burned itself out in mere seconds, ultimately causing Colin to become infected with the Vibrio parahemolyticus. On that fateful night in the warehouse, Colin and Ricardo had nearly been torn apart by it. Although the creature appeared terrifying, it would never inflict harm upon you, Colin reiterated simply. A host in a state of stress would never attack the source of the pheromones. The necklace that Ezekiel had given her contained a volatilization device, which, by now, should have long lost its efficacy. To prevent any unforeseen consequences, Colin had still insisted that the necklace be removed from Julio. No. What truly terrifies me is the truth of the deceiver, the essence of Ezekiel, she said, unconsciously tightening her grip, causing the pen's tip to misalign under pressure, splattering ink in several places. That night meant he killed the one who had always protected me. Yet you don't even know that person, Colin thought silently. While it cannot be said that murder is a commonplace occurrence, it is certainly not something rare for the Five Hands. Julio should not have exhibited such an extreme reaction. However, even for the beastly Capro family, it was rather cruel for Ezekiel to turn his own into expendable resources, though this was very much in line with the conduct of the Lantern Keepers. Julio had mentioned before that Ezekiel used to tell her that kindness is the greatest power, such nonsense. Yet, this was evidently not reflective of his own way of dealing with the world. The deceit and lies inscribed on the pages of the calendar must also be pointing towards this matter. Julio's hand trembled incessantly, seemingly unable to hold the pen steady. The characters she inscribed were akin to those left on the calendar, letters skewed and crooked, quickly filling the entire page with blots. Colin frowned slightly, but still handed her another blank sheet. At the same time, he took the first page of her transcriptions and scrutinized it. Apart from the basic content, he was attentive to whether any hidden messages had been left, such as addresses or the like. Due to his experiences over the years, Colin had nearly become an expert in this regard. Under his watchful eye, Julio had no chance of conveying any coded messages. For a moment, Colin felt a flicker of curiosity about her past, considering she likely held Ezekiel's vulnerabilities. But why would Ezekiel deliberately instill such naive thoughts in her? Could it be that the weary lantern keeper viewed Julio as the last pure land in the world? This inexplicable notion left Colin feeling somewhat nauseated. Ezekiel, the former lantern keeper forsaken by the light, violated the neutrality of the lantern keepers, employing a form of sorcery known as the mist to manipulate all images related to Julio in order to protect her amidst the inheritance disputes. Mr. Number 1 had initially intended to eliminate him for this, but abandoned that course of action on the very night it was proposed. On that day, Mr. Number 1 also approached him with a request to prepare for the assassination of someone. 3 days later, when the two lantern keepers met at the theater, Ezekiel confided to Mr. Number 1, "You must already understand my predicament. This predicament, which compelled him to breach the creed, must pertain to his need to safeguard Julio." Mr. Number 1 maintained a state of extreme self-restraint, akin to a machine that only knew how to execute the creed. Hence, Ezekiel's predicament would likely not be recognized as a personal affair, at least not entirely. This implies that Ezekiel's actions to protect Julio could be sanctioned by the Lantern Keeper's creed, the sensory home, or at least Mr. Number 1. Moreover, due to the temporal coincidence, it should bear some relation to the request presented by Mr. Number 1. So what, precisely, did Julio signify to them? The Princess of Capro? The Capro family had long since fallen from the ranks of the Five Hands. Maurizio even entertained notions of further dismantling and suppressing it. The home front had clearly indicated their stance in favor of the reallocation of the last seat amongst the Five Hands by sending core lists and a new lantern keeper to Luca. Thus, who ultimately inherits the Capro family had become inconsequential. Ezekiel held no loyalty to the family and even suggested involving Luca in the inheritance dispute to ensure Julio's safety. Therefore, Julio's unique significance should not pertain to her worldly identity. Rather, it must be connected to the extraordinary. Watching Julio's erratic handwriting once again cover the page, Colin felt a sudden headache come on. The information was too scant, and there was far too much to conjecture. The Lantern Keepers serve as the sensory group's safeguard on the extraordinary level, but is that truly the entirety of their purpose? From some of Mr. Number 1's behaviors, they appeared more like a group imbued with deep religious undertones. Protecting the Five Hands was merely a secular obligation. Hence, the full scope of this matter should not merely be as it appears on the surface. He could only vaguely remember that the deity they served was an ancestral spirit known as the Virgin of the Lantern. Light, femininity, purity. Contemplating these seemingly unrelated words, Colin's mind flashed with some obscure associations. Chapter 70, Transformation. Ezekiel clearly harbored doubts regarding the sorcery that seemed to cling to him. Though it remained uncertain how far the investigation had progressed, it was only a matter of time before he would uncover something significant if he continued to observe closely. A confrontation with Ezekiel was inevitable. Thus, preparations needed to be made promptly. Colin had contemplated what assets he could rely on should he find himself alone in facing Ezekiel. The Vibrio Colliery could substantially enhance his physical prowess in a short span, and if he could suppress the ensuing madness, It seemed possible to enter a state of profound detachment, one in which he could grasp the entirety of the situation. The former involved a sacrifice of vitality, while the latter's principles remained obscure. Additionally, there was the perilous phantasm that could be commanded with laurel leaves, provided one offered the correct coordinates. Utilizing one's own ethereal essence as a conduit for its manifestation into reality could yield combat abilities akin to those of a celestial body. However, the techniques and incantations required to master it were also derived from Ezekiel, rendering them unreliable as well. A moment's reflection revealed that nearly all the extraordinary means at his disposal, capable of engendering combat strength, were inextricably linked to Ezekiel. While these assets were not entirely without merit, Colin found himself increasingly preoccupied with the inherent risks they entailed. As for marksmanship, could he truly stand as Giovanni's equal? Ultimately, the only tools available to confront Ezekiel were the Julian blade in his hand and the few Sorlin sorceries that were still under refinement. The prospect of victory began to feel rather bleak. Unbeknownst to him, the lengthy declaration had already been transcribed halfway by Julian. "I am aware of the machinations of my family," she stated, "yet that does not imply I should accept them." Initially, fear had gripped her, but soon it dulled into numbness. Over time, she grew accustomed to the brutal realities of her kin's infighting, no longer perceiving anything amiss. It was Ezekiel who later reminded her that one should never grow accustomed to or accept such a fate. He asserted, only those with benevolence can comprehend true strength. Thus, within the Capello family, which glorified violence, there existed only cowards. Julian unconsciously slowed her transcription, lost in thought. I do not know why he chose to impart those words to me at that time, yet they struck a profound chord within me. After hearing them, I found myself no longer afraid. She suddenly recognized that the seemingly fearsome father and those cruel uncles were merely weaklings cowering beneath a facade of bravado. Their fear compelled them to resort to violence, and the more they abused it, the more their inner cowardice was laid bare. In retrospect, she realized that she had merely sought a comforting rationale, for all she desired was rebellion and an escape from the loathsome aspects of her life. If only someone could unequivocally affirm that her father and his kin were wrong, that their atrocities were not a justified survival of the fittest, then she would embrace any answer provided. From that point forward, she could resolutely reject all that was tainted by the Capello legacy, disregarding any of their arguments or teachings. When they began to label her as worthless, she even felt a sense of joy, for she recognized that she possessed a different mission, to bring an end to this hideous and cowardly lineage that had persisted for 5 generations. With her head bowed and tone steady, Julian continued her work, completing yet another page of the declaration. Though lengthy, the document merely reiterated the same demand for succession in various forms. Julian viewed the annihilation of her family as a calling, yet she was compelled to inscribe this declaration. Even if she wished to terminate her involvement, what of it? The Capello family could perish, or even 5 hands could be eradicated. But sin and violence could easily seek out another host, continuing to exist under a new guise. Colin discerned her to be a sensitive and self-absorbed individual, one who was most susceptible to captivating yet deceptive narratives, yearning to find a benevolent interpretation of this meaningless world. However, all lies and illusions are destined to shatter one day. When confronted with the chilling reality that what they once believed in was a mere fabrication, how would they reconcile this stark truth? I grew up listening to Ezekiel's words and should have realized he was deceiving me. I simply chose not to think or believe, Julian confessed. Moreover, I had not anticipated that he was even more pathetic and cowardly than my father. Colin felt an urge to interject, to defend Ezekiel. After all, in some respects, he was akin to himself, but if not for the deeds he committed, you would not be here contemplating these noble thoughts. You would have long since turned to dust, buried beneath the earth. Perhaps he was once a good man. But every action has its rationale, Colin replied. I am perpetually fearful of something, yet I am never afraid of death, Julian asserted. My life is not worthy of Ezekiel sacrificing whatever goodness and courage he possesses, nor is it worth the sacrifice of an unrelated individual. Any rationale is merely an excuse. At the core, it is his nature that desires this. Julian pondered, or perhaps everyone is like this. Those truly powerful individuals, as described by Ezekiel, do not exist. I do not know. At least, I have never encountered one, Colin responded. To be precise, I have never seen such a figure in either of my lives, and I can only regard myself as one of the most cowardly types. Is the survival of the fittest, sin, and violence truly justified? Julian questioned, perplexed. There is no absolute right or wrong, Colin replied. In my eyes, the world is merely a matter of efficiency. The high is wisdom, and the low is folly. Beyond that, neither gods nor the universe concern themselves with notions of right and wrong, good and evil, for those are merely human constructs. Should anyone sincerely dedicate themselves to ideals such as goodness and loyalty, Colin would regard them as admirable, a true stronghold. Perhaps you are correct. Julian completed the declaration and solemnly handed it to Colin. Then perhaps the Capello family still deserves to endure. What? Colin momentarily failed to grasp her meaning. The declaration ultimately lacks authority. Surely, some will claim I was compelled to write it, Julian remarked. Then let me personally declare to them, I shall inherit the Capello. Would that not be more straightforward? Her countenance was pallid, her tone calm. Yet within her voice lingered an unrecognized fervor. Having just shed the thick cocoon woven from lies, her damp, curled wings had yet to unfurl. Yet she began to muster the courage to confront reality. Chapter 71. Julio intended to step forward and declare her intention to inherit the Mafia family. How so? Colin laughed momentarily, saying, as soon as you cast aside that hypocritical facade, you can hardly wait to consort with evil? It's certainly better than doing nothing here. She replied, given your ignorance of your situation, doing nothing is the wisest choice. Then can you enlighten me? What is my current situation? Julio asked. I used to disregard these matters, but now it seems I want to catch up. Is it still possible? It's too late. Colin chuckled at her words. And have you figured out why the kidnappers would bother to educate their hostages? Despite all the measures he and Luca took to protect her, the kidnappers remained kidnappers. Colin did not intend to engage in prolonged discussion with her. He was busy organizing and reviewing the statement, preparing to leave. As long as I am not dead. It is not too late. Besides, there must be some communication between the kidnappers and the hostages. Shouldn't he, the kidnapper, say something true or false to help her learn to cooperate? She tilted her head and asked, isn't it rather strange for someone like you to never say anything? Colin felt a peculiar sense of confusion towards this woman. In the past, she seemed to possess an elusive quality, disconnected and detached, as evident during the warehouse night when she analyzed the masked robbers' identities and made reckless threats. It was these seemingly foolish traits that rendered her thoughts and intentions inscrutable to ordinary individuals. Now, this quality was particularly pronounced. If she once floated like a jellyfish in a dream, she now manifested as an ethereal mist in reality. Ah, if only there were smoke, she murmured again. Julio was often labeled as a worthless corpse, primarily due to her previous disdain for gang affairs. Yet, in truth, she was not foolish. Colin had conducted a brief investigation into her past, drawn by the multitude of enigmas surrounding her. He discovered that Julio indeed spent most of her time in art galleries. As she had claimed, though she rarely painted, she had gained some recognition. However, the circles she frequented were not the affluent, cultured haunts he had initially imagined. Instead, they comprised pamphlet writers, wandering poets, societal outcasts, and avant-garde underground artists. These individuals were largely marginalized and unconventional, often holding eccentric beliefs and ideals. It was said that over a decade ago, they had raised funds for a movement in Sinera, resulting in many being arrested by the authorities. With some still imprisoned to this day, their actions appeared somewhat unsavory, yet they welcomed individuals from any background or class. While maintaining a peculiar strictness, they would never allow a dullard to linger for long. For Colin, this was an entirely foreign and incomprehensible world. Much like the past 5 hands were for Julio. It was precisely due to this background that Julio was perpetually enveloped in a haze of idealism. Within the Capello family, it was rumored that the princess of the dead was not only useless, but also possessed an irksome bookishness. What was she truly thinking? Should she indeed step forward to make a declaration? Undoubtedly, this would provide a more solid basis for his involvement in the dispute. However, due to Julio's limited standing within the Capello family, it would not significantly alter the outcome. On the other hand, her safety would become increasingly precarious. Her life was directly tied to the supply of suppressants. Ultimately, was it worth taking such a risk now? I know I am merely a puppet. A toy in your hands. After transcribing the statement, Julio rose from her half-kneeling position. She slightly stretched her limbs, her face regaining a hint of color. Though her bare shoulders still trembled from the cold. She was not tall. Her fashionable bob had become slightly disheveled, lending her a more natural appearance. The color of her hair, a common shade among the cincilli, was a warm hue reminiscent of gooseberries, much like her father, Naivio. She tiptoed to glance at the various exits in the living room, ensuring the gunmen were not watching before she whispered, or perhaps, they are merely theirs? They are not yours, I can still sense that. The situation now is different from when we were in that hotel. The names mentioned in the statement were not yours. You clearly did not want those people to know my whereabouts. What exactly do you intend to say? Colin interrupted her vague musings. If I were to step forward, I would declare that the reinforcement I found is a man, and it has nothing to do with Luca Chiestolo. What do you think? How she knew the title a man must have been due to Ricardo's loose tongue. She might have overheard Ricardo's conversation with those gunmen. This title arose from rumors spread by Alicio, yet Julio, as a witness, knew the truth, coupled with the contents of the statement. It was enough for the discerning to deduce much. In the plan Colin and Luca had devised for intervention, Julio's declaration was not central. It served merely as an excuse and a fade to save face. It was likely that those who came to join would not be motivated by Julio, but rather sought to join the Chiestolo family with a semblance of respectability, without bearing the stigma of betrayal. Although Luca's original intention was to have those recruited from the Capello family form his initial base, they would ultimately belong to the Chiestolo family's ranks. Yet, due to the five hands prohibition on illicit liquor, both he and Luca might find themselves at odds in the future, making those closest to him potential harbingers of doom. If even one were to betray him, it could lead to his complete ruin. This was almost a foregone conclusion, not to mention that this group already had a history of treachery. So, what if he bypassed the Chiestolo layer entirely and rallied people under the true banner of the Julio Capello family? As long as he could control Julio, those who gathered under this name would become his genuine strength. Thus, Colin was indeed tempted. Chapter 72, The Ephemeral Nature of All Things After He Exited the Living Room. Ricardo, who had been waiting on the staircase, put away the firearm he had been idly toying with and approached. Given the circumstances surrounding Julio, Colin felt compelled to remind him once more to refrain from bandying about the term man, not only because it evoked a sense of discomfort and embarrassment, but also due to the confidentiality issues at stake. He quickly recalled that the individuals present that night in the warehouse had likely already heard this title. He should have anticipated the potential problems when the rumors first began to circulate. Now, attempting to halt them felt rather futile. Ricardo appeared to be in high spirits today, wearing a smile for most of the time. When Colin inquired about the source of his cheer, Ricardo touched his face, as if just realizing he had been smiling all along. A thin layer of stubble had begun to emerge on his freshly shaven head, and combined with that smile, it was easy for bystanders to be swept up in his unpretentious joy. Because you are finally willing to join the Chiestolo family, he said, his tone laced with an unbidden excitement. You, Luca, and I, what do you think that makes us? A new ragtag gang? Colin jested. Not at all. Is there a better combination to be found in this world? We have worked together for ages without ever failing. I do not understand why we have drifted apart. But now we are finally united again. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he painted a vivid picture of the future to Colin. I may not be the most capable, but with you and Luca by my side, we shall be invincible. There is no other term for it. Invincible. Just wait and see. Maurizio and Barine. Let's see who will be the strongest in Sandstad. Having idolized Colin and Luca since childhood, it was no wonder he was so animated now. Down the hallway, the gunman stationed by the staircase window cast a few casual glances in their direction. Colin patted Ricardo's shoulder, a subtle reminder to keep his voice down. Meanwhile, he sighed internally. Yet, all of this did not diminish a certain navet and warmth within him. He was like a moth drawn to a flame, wholeheartedly immersing himself in a vocation that was neither noble nor promising. Ricardo's father still believed that Colin truly worked at the St. One Academy, that he was a righteous and outstanding individual. This belief led him to extend warm hospitality whenever Colin passed by their home, encouraging Ricardo to regard him as a role model and occasionally sending fresh fruits to his uncle's residence. Many years ago, when they lived in a refugee camp, Ricardo's father had provided Colin with significant support. During those tumultuous times, this man, who had raised 3 children, diligently upheld his integrity, managing to find time for simple worship with the light maiden Valeria each week amidst the struggles of survival. However, all the advice given had little effect. Ricardo remained blindly passionate about gang activities, leaving everyone perplexed. Colin had pondered the myriad reasons that led Ricardo down this path and found them to be plentiful. For instance, poverty, his father's arduous labor, which still forced him to bow and scrape before others, even the fruits piled up in his parents' store, which would spoil within mere days. It was likely that all these experiences left an indelible impression on him, suggesting that honest and kind-hearted individuals have no future, that poverty is despicable, and that life is fleeting. Yet, Colin ultimately realized that the most profound impression on Ricardo likely stemmed from Luca and himself. It was their seemingly glamorous displays at that time which kindled within Ricardo a greater obsession with this path than his peers, an obsession he would never forget. He even viewed Colin and Luca's eventual success as his own dream. He recalled that not long ago, he had expressed a desire to become the eyes behind Colin. Colin sighed inwardly. If possible, he too wished to avoid a genuine rift with Luca. It was probable that Luca harbored similar thoughts. Colin wondered if Ricardo had received any hints from Luca, perhaps to keep an eye on Colin, but judging by his earlier exuberance, it seemed Luca had yet to mention anything, or if he had, Ricardo had not grasped its significance. As they exited the apartment, Colin casually remarked to Ricardo, "If Luca plans to send me to another city in the future, would you follow me?" "Of course. Why would you even ask?" Ricardo replied, somewhat puzzled. "But what if he wants you to stay?" Colin attempted to propose a relatively gentle hypothesis, illustrating the potential divergence between himself and Luca. "That depends on what you both decide," Ricardo responded. "Whatever the outcome of your discussion, I shall make my own choice." He seemed to believe there was no possibility of a fallout between the two. 2 days passed, and Colin visited Julian as per usual. The resolution of the 4 spells of the Sorceress of Shade had gone even more smoothly than Julianne had anticipated. Each had been successfully separated into the 3 essential components: space, intention, and fuel. The remaining adjustments could likely be accomplished by anyone. She was evidently unaware of the talent required for what appeared to be a mundane task. Julianne yawned, clearly fatigued. Her original workload was not yet complete, but since Colin had arrived, she felt inclined to take a brief respite. Meanwhile, Colin gazed at her cluttered workstation, feeling a tumult of emotions stirring within him. He suddenly found himself wondering if there was anyone else within the Alliance who had managed to complete these separations. Chapter 73. The fragment of the shepherdess. The emergence of primal sorcery is frequently accompanied by serendipity, ignited by inspiration that the creator may not fully comprehend, and unintentional experimentation. Alternatively, it may be the intervention of a passing spirit that imbues an otherwise mundane object with an entirely different significance. For instance, in the desert of Otusa, south of the Narrow Sea, there resided a shepherd's wife who, devoid of any mathematical training, felt an urgent compulsion to depict a mysterious symbol after a fortnight of slumber. At that moment, she could not have known that beneath her feet lay a long-extinct Neolithic kingdom that had designated this symbol as the sacred geometry of Mart. After all, this archaeological discovery would not surface until 40 years after her demise. Yet, astonishingly, her representation of sacred geometry resonated with the remnants of that forgotten civilization. The shepherd's wife did not ponder what name to assign to the vision that had emerged in her mind. She merely remarked that it could not be rendered on a flat surface, nor could it be expressed in clay. It was an exceedingly simple yet all-encompassing symbol, capable of generating all existing and non-existent patterns, as termed by the rotational kingdom. It was neither a creator nor did it manifest any entity. Rather, it merely represented the archetype of all things. Circa 529 years in the Common Era, merchants along the northern shore of the Narrow Sea had begun exporting inexpensive writing paper to Otusa. It was upon these sheets that the shepherd's wife employed mineral pigments of her own grinding to illustrate her designs. Before succumbing to malnutrition, she produced a total of 1,435 sketches, none of which bore any textual annotations. And it is likely that the lost portions were similarly devoid of words. This may have been due to her illiteracy from the outset, or perhaps because the vocabulary to express those concepts had yet to exist. Regardless of the reason, she was compelled to use illustrations to elucidate another illustration's meaning, resulting in a severe cycle of redundancy, as all illustrations merely annotated one another. Consequently, she ultimately realized that nothing had been effectively communicated. The first 1,433 pages of her manuscript seemed to have been completed within a mere 2 months. The remaining 15 years of her life were entirely devoted to unraveling the enigma concealed within this cycle, until 13 years later, she finally sketched the last 2 pages of her manuscript. By then, she had begun to suffer from prolonged weakness and was confined to her bed, lost in contemplation over these final pages. Unbeknownst to her, her husband had been casually using the pile of manuscript pages accumulating beneath their bed as kindling to ignite the firewood for her warmth. To her husband, she had inexplicably descended into madness for over a decade, yet he never overly reproached her, continuing to care for her with the same dedication he had shown at the time of their marriage. Thus, after 700 days, when the last 2 pages were completed, akin to her dwindling life, the manuscripts had been reduced to a mere 150 disjointed pages. The present generation can no longer discern the expression of the unknown shepherdess upon her realization of this fate. However, the final 2 sheets bore substantial dark bloodstains, suggesting a heart-wrenching conclusion. Regardless of the reasons behind those stains, they ultimately resulted in the destruction of a significant portion of her final work. The ancient blood had dissolved the fibers, rendering the content irretrievable. Yet, this incomplete fragment of the shepherdess would serendipitously become the key to deciphering the script of the Neolithic kingdom of Odin decades later, allowing humanity to glimpse a third form of creation, the sacred geometry of Mart. It was from that point onward that the theories of mirror laws received conclusive validation. Thus, despite the disparate depictions of the ethereal realm across various regions, and in some primitive tribes where no distinction between the ethereal and the tangible was made, these countless divergent narratives often bore subtle connections and similar forms, including sorcery. This is why the Holy King would assert that such knowledge did not arise from meaningless random imaginings. They merely traverse the human mind to reach this world, in truth emanating from a shared source, the origin point of the ethereal realm and all that lies above it. Hence, humanity could ascertain the existence of an independent, stable objective world, untainted by mortal perception. On this foundation, human reason could attain significance. Thus, even the distant sorcery of Cthulhu could be categorized within the fundamental framework established by allied scholars over the years. Within the explanation of mirror theory, it is posited that the same mirror emerges across different times and spaces, with similar phenomena recurrently manifesting. The myriad complexities of the world are merely the interwoven reflections of a few finite archetypes, akin to the patterns of a kaleidoscope. However, this knowledge inevitably loses its original intent through transmission, as it often defies intuition and is difficult to verify, leading most individuals to understand the surface without grasping the underlying essence. The symbols and reflections that genuinely exist have, through the passage of time, devolved into meaningless ornamentation and rhetoric. Time, like an unceasing rain of dust, continually buries the arduous achievements of those who came before, leaving only a desolate expanse of confusion upon the surface. To excavate meaningful components from this wasteland may prove as challenging as re-establishing the connection to those reflections. I find myself unable to fully disentangle the reflections intertwined within these rituals. Just as the bubbles in her mouth had yet to dissipate, she continued to mumble her thoughts. It seemed that only when discussing these topics did Julian exhibit genuine interest, even displaying a rare hint of shyness, most of the time. It merely felt as though it ought to be this way, and she deeply understood the disparities between individuals. Chapter 74. Improvement. The 4 folk magics documented in analysis of the Shaolin auxiliary soldier's sorcery include one that has been lost due to the detrimental effects of an abundance of life, and another that serves merely as an illustration of the local spells and effectiveness. Thus, only 2 remain potentially useful. The former seems rather superfluous. The notion of being invulnerable is more nuanced. After all, its depiction may border on the extravagant, and invulnerability exists in varying degrees. The local firearms and the allied typewriters can both be considered weapons. Without a clear understanding of these degrees, reliance on such claims becomes precarious. Ultimately, these are folk magics. For Colin, the specific outcomes may not hold much importance. He merely seeks spells for practice. It is evident that both magics fundamentally belong to the realm of ritualistic sorcery, and the mirror components may be linked to the dark goddess, Catha. The core of the content consists of a series of images, which is characteristic of Catha's sorcery. To utilize it, one must create a special, intricate pattern using specified materials. In an era before the widespread adoption of printing technology, such a format effectively prevented a spell from being disseminated too widely. It is challenging to convey these spells solely through verbal descriptions. Learners must refer to the magical tome containing the patterns. However, the more intricate aspect lies in the fact that these patterns evolve into greater complexity over time. This is partly due to some sorcerers lacking understanding of the principles, embellishing the original designs based on conjecture. Given the inherent instability of these original spells, the randomness is considerable, rendering the effects of modifications difficult to verify, with erroneous alterations being preserved. Moreover, such modifications are often not aimed at enhancing efficiency, but rather at deliberately complicating the learning process, thereby maintaining an advantage for a select group of sorcerers. This phenomenon is prevalent in many untapped regions. The 2 convoluted patterns still vaguely convey an ancient story, which perhaps enhances their artistic value and can dazzle the uninitiated, yet diminishes the efficacy of the ritual. Ultimately, Julian has simplified them to a mere composition of monotonous triangles, squares, and circles. The original version required approximately 15 materials to concoct a special ink, some of which served as fuel, others as tint, while the majority were superfluous, shrouded in mystery. Through her analysis, Julian deduced the functions of each component. She directly replaced most of the cumbersome ink recipes with commonly used ritual components, and for the fuel, she entirely switched to the more efficient redstone. Following these revisions, the original spell has been refined to resemble modern sorcery, possessing a clear structure that allows components to be adjusted according to the positions of celestial bodies in the land, thus significantly alleviating the former randomness of triggering, rendering it more reliable. However, due to the still obscure mirror principles, the main body of the patterns cannot undergo excessive alteration. By the way, the issues of space and fuel have been largely resolved, yet there remain some ambiguities regarding intent. It is not particularly troublesome, it simply requires you to make adjustments prior to the ritual. Before closing the door, Julian hastily poked her head out and reminded Colin, this is no longer a universal ritual. It demands the sorcerer's consciousness to be attuned to a specific frequency. The more localized the magic, the more pronounced this necessity becomes. Since she was unaware that these materials originated from Catha, she could not discern the direction in which to adjust the frequency, leaving this step solely to Colin. However, it is likely that obtaining items associated with him in Stott would prove challenging, even a pendant featuring his statue. Thus, Colin must settle for alternatives. Utilizing devices related to her variant, the Dark Mother, Bo Davis, from the Central Continent, or simply some items from Catha. Fortunately, he knows of a place where such items can be procured. The Old Town Bugman Market, a port and its surrounding area at the farthest reaches of the Old City, with nearly half of its expanse submerged in river water. Originally a hub for bugman slave labor, its semi-underground nature has gradually transformed it into a gathering place for peculiar goods of uncertain provenance. It is said that one might occasionally encounter extraordinary items here, and those fervently interested in magic often try their luck, making this market a focal point for investigations by detectives. Upon entering this market, Colin felt himself enveloped by an unreal atmosphere. His experiences in recent days have already been sufficiently surreal that they lack the legendary aura present here. The goods on display are more or less connected with unsolved mysteries, pseudoscience, and renowned alchemists from history. A mere few steps would reveal 4 varieties of the so-called Eau de Golden elixir, purported to prevent cancer, clearly fabricated for deception. It is less an exchange of goods than a trade in stories. A woman, emerging from nowhere, with tattered, filthy attire bearing distinct foreign influences, clutched a small bottle containing a black, unknown liquid. Bomb flowing from the earth, she whispered conspiratorially, her accent overly mimicking the exotic. This is the ageless divine water stolen by the Catha people from the Mother Earth across the globe. These essences have lingered for millennia. For the mere price of 5 asses, you can drink it to enhance your health and achieve longevity. To some extent, she was not entirely lying. Millennia and earth essences indeed. Colin recognized the contents at a glance, feeling a strange familiarity. It was a small vial of oil. Chapter 75. Acknowledgement upon release. I truly did not anticipate that this work would be released on New Year's Eve, so first and foremost, I wish everyone a joyful New Year. However, this outcome was somewhat foreseeable, as the original intention behind writing this book was to hone my writing skills. Even if it meant becoming accustomed to producing subpar content, it was a necessary step. After all, only by ceasing to criticize oneself can one begin to improve. And halting self-criticism is the first step towards crafting something worthwhile. I will gradually elevate my abilities, striving to provide you with an experience that exceeds mere adequacy. Admittedly, I had anticipated a somewhat lackluster performance, yet as the serialization progressed, I found myself increasingly concerned about the results, leading to unnecessary anxiety. Writing this serves as a reminder to myself. However, spontaneous creativity is heavily reliant on passion, and as days turn into weeks, I often feel a sense of bottleneck and exhaustion. This, I suppose, indicates that I have yet to discover the rhythm of long-form serialization. The complexity and meaninglessness of it all often leave me feeling as though I am walking a tightrope, with a constant fear of collapse, yet I must persevere. Previously, I had adopted a rather laissez-faire attitude, but with the arrival of next month, I must commence a schedule of dual updates, as consistency is essential. Unconsciously, I have rambled on too much, primarily addressing myself. I wonder how I will feel upon reading this acknowledgement years from now. Oh. And another purpose of this book is to gather a readership that can provide me with feedback and direction. For it is often difficult to perceive the flaws in one's own writing. Therefore, allow me to promote the reader group, 8357822234. Chapter 76. Reflection. This left Colin in deep contemplation, setting aside the question of whether one could truly live for a century. Is there truly anyone so foolish as to swallow this thick, tarry crude oil directly? Chapter 77. Attempt. The miraculous precision of the object-finding technique remains uncertain. Whether it is attributed to Chilean's enhancements or my meticulous control over the abundance of life within my consciousness for an extended period. Chapter 78. The hope of healing. Chilean's perseverance is largely in vain. Currently, the world has yet to grasp the concept of antibiotics. Despite the presence of pathogenic bacteria such as Mycobacterium tuberculosis being observable under the microscope. Chapter 79. Cooperation. Giovanni's leg injury has largely healed. Yet he still lingers in the hotel bed, claiming inconvenience as an excuse, idly passing the time. In addition, he also enjoys. Chapter 80. Commission. Giovanni gently patted his upper arm and cheek, as if rousing himself from the haze that had enveloped him over the past few days. I believe I understand why you have chosen to. Chapter 81. The Thief. Chapter 82. Decayed matter at the intersection of South 19th Street and Scar Avenue. At the terminus of the fourth alleyway leading eastward from the west. This address originates from a tainted source. It is said that. Chapter 83. Coercion. Would you care for another drink? The bartender assumed Colin desired a refill, yet as he approached, he noticed that not a single drop remained in Colin's glass. No, it's merely. Chapter 84. Deserving the whole world. The cellar lacked even a kerosene lamp, relying solely on the slender beam of moonlight streaming through a narrow window. There is no need for astonishment at the presence of a window in the basement, gazing upward. Chapter 85. The authentic performance. 10 minutes before the lights were extinguished, the final drop of murky liquid cascaded from the rim of the glass. Julia rose, adjusting her veil with her left hand while gazing towards. Chapter 86. The pitch-black battlefield. The script was not meant to unfold in this manner. At the very least, the audience should not perish in this place, for who would convey the narrative beyond? Thus, when Julio's hand. Chapter 87. The Dark War wizards are perpetually in need of funds, and this is especially true for those who lack ancestral lineage and have not registered with a guild. While evading pursuit. Chapter 88. Confrontation. This time, Colin discerned the essence of the piercing wail. It was a colorless, crescent-shaped blade of air, discernible only through the refraction of light. Moreover, Chapter 89. Death by lack of matches. The devil retreated 2 steps, maintaining a distance from Colin. He did not heed my words. At that moment, the devil spoke again in a different tone, stammering. Chapter 90. A world of imbalanced offense and defense. Bullets may not necessarily penetrate the defenses of that devil, yet the spark from the muzzle will inevitably reveal one's position. Chapter 91. Aftermath. Colin struggled to extract the dagger, as the wizard's heart ceased its rhythmic beating, and life ebbed away from his being. The ether also began to wane, as if ice crystals lingered in the air. Chapter 92. Inference for Ricardo, even if he encountered a sorcerer tonight. What truly shook him were the words that Colin had spoken to him. In truth, he had not realized that Colin. Chapter 93. Alleviation of suspicion. As Colin pondered the improbability of the prohibition's success, Ricardo suddenly realized that it had been quite some time since he had witnessed such an expression on Colin's face. Although, Chapter 94. The old tales of Sinner. Since the inception of my recollections in this life, the war in Sinner has been at a stalemate. I have spent the majority of my existence, after my birth, in the unremarkable village of Zinsalai. Chapter 95. Pursuit. Although the specific location of the distribution center had been discovered, Colin did not intend to act hastily and alert the enemy. He remained vigilant, adhering strictly to a half-hour activation interval. Chapter 96. The mask. He resides in this building. Benedict continued. It's probably on the 3rd or 4th floor. Sometimes I. Chapter 97. Discrepancy. Heinrich's mouth and nose were shrouded by a blanket, while Colin quietly placed his palm atop it. The veteran made no attempt to struggle. Only upon the burn scars did it appear that a semblance of. Chapter 98. The first path. Having hastily arrived only after completing the tasks at the Holy One Academy, it is now evening, and the fading light of the setting sun is about to vanish. Chapter 99. A new identity. Should I wear that burn mask? Colin pondered. It was not the most mature of thoughts, but upon realizing that the room contained nothing but the mask and photographs. Chapter 100. The symmetrical universe. Inside and out he found a blank calendar, and each time he looked. Chapter 101. A talent comparable to grass. From where does this inexplicable pain originate? In her room, Jillian furrowed her brow as she transcribed the latest materials brought by Colin. Chapter 102. The deep prison beneath the sea. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and Julian proclaimed that she had successfully revised the prison within the wedding ring. However, just as she was about to present the blueprints to Colin, she found herself unable to resist. Chapter 103. The secrets of the hearth. The entire ground seemed to descend into a more expansive realm. Colin adjusted his center of gravity, and despite the thick layer of fallen leaves serving as a cushion, he still felt a sense of. Chapter 104. Can a nuclear bomb vanquish the devil? Given Colin's current level of control over consciousness, he can implant at most 3 suggestions into a dream. He has not genuinely attempted this, but it is said that this is the capacity of an ordinary individual. Chapter 105. Unity of heart and mind. When Colin awakened, a deep inhalation escaped his throat, marking the most vigorous breath he had ever taken in his life, as his lungs resumed their function. Then he. Chapter 106. The silent silence. Unbeknownst to him, time had grown late, and from a distance, the faint sound of barking dogs could be heard. Colin gazed out of the window of Juliana's home and discovered the vibrant establishments across the street below. Chapter 107. Dismemberment. Your progress with Capello seems rather unsteady? Luca murmured to Colin as he placed his empty wine glass upon the servant's tray. Chapter 108. The rules. When Orizio opened the ebony door to the venue, he was met with a tense atmosphere, fraught with anticipation. The diminutive Dejo stood, for reasons unknown, in the midst of this charged environment. Chapter 109. Breaking the deadlock. All forms of punishment serve to prevent further transgressions. Julia still wore the conical hat atop her head, which rendered her appearance reminiscent of the affluent within the heartland of the Alliance. Chapter 110. No longer a hostage regardless of the circumstances. 3 Capello leaders were certain to face execution. One of the Capello chiefs stood up with a pallid complexion, as if the weight of the moment bore heavily upon him. Chapter 111. Dependent and training methods. Regardless of the approach taken, Julio turned his head and stated the condition: Orizio must leave Stott and never return. Chapter 112. The lamp girl. All he could do was maintain an unclouded gaze, without evasion. Chapter 113. The cross-section of the train. As per the resolution reached during the meeting a few days prior, Giulio's name must be expunged from the core list of Cestallo. Luca publicly drafted a new list. Chapter 114. Pursuit and massacre. This fall left Giovanni utterly disoriented. Fortunately, the stimulant dulled his pain receptors, preventing him from losing consciousness on the spot. Chapter 115. Insect fragments. Hearing an unusual sound emanating from the car's wall and witnessing a figure tumble outside the window, Giovanni furrowed his brow. Although he could see nothing, Giovanni. Chapter 116. The return to a foreign land. Eliseo did not invoke the pact recorded in the demonic hierarchy. This is because a demon can fulfill its promise to only one individual at a time, as long as its agreement with Colin remains active. Chapter 117. A struggle between life and death. Although significant stakes were placed on the traversal of the demon, it did not signify that it was Colin's sole plan. Eliseo exhibited an air of confidence, while Colin. Chapter 118. The withered abundance. It cannot be said that Giovanni alone chose this journey by train, for it was a collective decision reached through discussions among Colin, Giulio, and Giovanni. This place possesses. Chapter 119. The surge of spiritual essence. Clang. Clang. The incessant sound of metal clashing reverberated from the rear compartment of the carriage. After several fruitless assaults, Eliseo casually broke. As for my absence today, I must express my sincerest apologies. I had intended to compose 2,000 words, yet I felt utterly unsatisfied with my efforts. I believed I understood the art of writing. But recently, I have resolved to conclude this segment as the culmination of the first volume. It is a pivotal moment, and thus, I dare not proceed carelessly. I wish to refine it with utmost diligence. Regrettably, this hiatus will cost me my full attendance for the month, and the thought pains me deeply. Just a couple of days ago, I was in a relatively good state. I should not have taken a leave then. The notion of treating this as a conclusion may sound peculiar. The private war has only just commenced, with the first volume focusing on the anarchic dynamics of the Five-Hand Syndicate. As we transition into the second volume, the societal structures of the wizards and Stott will gradually unveil themselves. Therefore, my writing is quite spontaneous, though it appears to align reasonably well with the original outline. The author has always felt a certain awkwardness regarding specific characters and concepts, yet I remain determined to craft this climactic moment effectively. Thus, I must once again apologize for my absence. Chapter 120. Self-curse. The 3 fundamental tenets of the Lamp Keeper, known to the clan leader. represent merely a fragment of their entirety. They encompass only a minor aspect related to the affairs of the faction. In the complete, Chapter 121, the heart and the mirror. Due to the absence of a mirror, even after the extensive unveiling of his heart's shell, Horatio remained unable to perceive the visage of his own soul. Perhaps it bore a resemblance to something. Chapter 122, the ritual of entrancement. Julius resembled the child who boldly proclaimed that the emperor was, in fact, clad in nothing. At that moment, Horatio was elucidating to Julius her perspective on why. Chapter 123, farewell. Amidst the excruciatingly grating sound, they searched, little by little. Chapter 124, illusions and conclusions. Alessio's body collapsed, and Giulio stood silently, gazing down at the ground. Colin hurried to the other end of the carriage, crouching down urgently to administer an injection to Giovanni. Chapter 125, the lieutenant. Rather than describing it as a withdrawal of troops, it would be more accurate to say. Chapter 126, profit and concealment. 2 months ago, approximately 300 cases of whiskey were seized. Upon inspection, a total of 200 bottles were discovered, all products from a family workshop, featuring identical trademarks. Chapter 127, order beneath the shadows. Since the week before last, 5 hands have united in a concerted effort to investigate the Capello family. Each of the 5 families has dispatched several observers, who have taken residence within the Capello estate. Chapter 128, silent tragedy. On Thursday morning in the seminary's report room, as Colin finished transcribing a letter once again, he recalled the request made by Julio the previous day to organize. Chapter 129, the possibility of disclosure. Heino was aware that Colin had never attended a single audit session at the academy and was still engaged in gang activities. The reason he refrained from bringing up this matter with Colin again. Chapter 130, underground ecology. With the expansion of consciousness capacity, Colin found himself dedicating more hours each day to his work in the reporting room. He meticulously controlled the transcription of materials at hand. Final thoughts. As I have already shared my reflections in advance, I am uncertain whether this can be deemed a climax. Perhaps, in some instances, I exerted excessive force. And now, with the interspersing of narrative commentary, the storytelling has been interrupted. The complexity of the battle rules may have contributed to a lack of fervor. In any case, I have traversed all the taboos I had long been aware of. The characters Horatio and Giulio emerged spontaneously during the serialization. They were originally conceived as mere supporting figures, but eventually ascended to prominence. At times, their unpredictability has left me feeling exasperated, yet overall, I believe I managed to weave their arcs together without major mishaps. Initially, I intended to conclude Horatio's storyline swiftly, thus sidelining characters such as the uncle, Heine, the seminary, and Julian Luca Benedict. This situation may only improve once the tale of Stott reaches its conclusion. This stands as the most significant lesson I have gleaned thus far. Is it not more gratifying to diligently craft a series of vignettes? Currently, it seems that each storyline lacks the space to unfold, rendering them somewhat frail and sluggish. Of course, this is but a temporary state. Old Gods and Forgotten Dreams is essentially a compilation of settings. Given that the first volume is destined for failure, I have allowed myself the liberty to explore it freely. I express my gratitude for your companionship. The climax I penned over the past few days has left me feeling akin to a delayed release, longing for passion, yet feeling utterly powerless, resulting in exhaustion and restlessness. In any case, my full attendance this month has been forfeited, so I shall request one more day off. Thus, it is settled. Chapter 131, Twilight-like light. The so-called Queen Bee colony obtained from Horatio's laboratory, which can sense variations in spiritual essence through differentiated vibrio, has been utilized more effectively by Colin. Chapter 132, the anomalies of Colin. Colin was acutely aware that he was far from lacking extraordinary talent, even in the absence of explicit memories. He understood that he had embarked on the path of ascension in his youth. Chapter 133, strange facts and the giant Taurus. The subjects of experimentation recorded by Horatio typically exhibit stimulant levels in their blood that do not exceed 230 milligrams per milliliter, as exceeding this threshold could result in bodily collapse. Chapter 134, the land of fabrication. In the fortnight following the incident on the train, Colin refrained from practicing the art of object retrieval, choosing instead to allow his heart's shell to momentarily close, seeking refuge from the external chaos. Chapter 135, the bound woman. Since the first attempt, Colin's consciousness has entered this frequency for 9 consecutive days, each time landing in the same cage. Perhaps this place is where the creature. Chapter 136, the point of ascendancy. What, then, did it ultimately convey to you? The time had already advanced to the following day. Within Julian's apartment, she reclined upon the fabric sofa, the needle of the gramophone. Chapter 137, The Prohibition Commissioner. Are you suggesting that this individual also studied in the monastery? Chapter 138, The Northern Organization and the First Confrontation. Those ensnared within disparate intelligence networks exist as if inhabiting entirely distinct realms. For those who originally dwell at the nadir of the shadowy world, an insatiable yearning to. Chapter 139, Materialization, the temporary transformation between essence and entity. Known as materialization, is a technique not particularly rare, associated with the reflections of masters. For instance, Chapter 140, The Resurgence of Chaos. When Collins summoned the shuttling demon once more, its severed limbs had already regenerated. The body, composed of ethereal essence, appeared to be devoid of any imperfections. Perhaps it was related to. Chapter 141, The Fourth Generation. After meticulously transcribing the complete diagram of the art of exegesis, Collins stepped out of the room he had just booked, carrying a travel suitcase. This leather case was the last remnant of the wizard L in this world. Chapter 142, The Ideal Expansion. Colin prepared to hand over the task of isolating the materialization components from the entirety of the qualitative resolution technique to Julian. This marked her inaugural encounter with the Master's reflection during the ritual. Chapter 143, 11,000 Oris. Inquiring about Benedict's revenue speed under optimal conditions serves to estimate whether it is feasible to gather enough resources before the arrival of the elemental tide. The discussion revolves around the setting issues and leave requests, which have caused me considerable distress for many days. I am uncertain how to classify a collapse of the setting, as most of what I have written thus far was conceived prior to the commencement of this narrative. However, I did not anticipate that it would appear so cumbersome and convoluted. As I reflect on it, I cannot help but wonder if this foolish author has become somewhat obsessed. I am also uncertain whether the readers will find it worth their while to follow these convoluted thoughts. If I were a reader, I suspect I would choose to skip over them. Perhaps I am merely attempting to convince myself that it is unnecessary to be overly concerned with rationality. Even though there have been numerous sacrifices in the reading experience that have heightened the difficulty of writing, I must acknowledge that there are still many inconsistencies present. Unbeknownst to me, the rules have become excessively unwieldy, yet there remain many aspects that appear rather casual, with the author's word being absolute. This dichotomy creates a vicious cycle. I wonder if others share this sentiment, and whether there is a necessity for simplification moving forward. The ideal state should encompass succinct and potent rules alongside a rich and engaging narrative that evolves from these rules. However, it currently feels as if form has overshadowed content, resembling a skeletal figure devoid of substance, adorned only with disordered spines. If any parts seem ambiguous, please notify me, and I shall provide clarification. Before the mid to late stages, I shall refrain from introducing new rules, focusing instead on enriching the content. Subsequently, I may utilize character tags to create a glossary of terms, with character illustrations accompanying visual depictions. Below, I shall briefly organize the established settings. Feel free to examine them for any inconsistencies or suggestions for simplification. Author's note from July 20th, 2020. Please refrain from reviewing this document for the time being. A more accurate version will be released in due course. 1. Cosmic layers, material realm, ether, void realm, ideal realm. Cosmology is articulated differently across various systems. For example, in the celestial magic system, it is likened to the tenfold celestial realms, which is based on an ancient worldview and thus lacks completeness. The tenfold celestial realms mentioned throughout the text primarily refer to the 10 tiers of power scale corresponding to the 10 realms on the path of the stars. 2. Structure of the void realm. The void spectrum, composed of innumerable frequencies. Coordinates of a particular frequency are described through 2 dimensions. Angle. Different civilizations encounter different angles, and depth, which can be simply understood as the level of power. The greater the distance between the coordinates of 2 frequencies, the more challenging it becomes for them to observe and interfere with one another. However, mediation can facilitate frequency superposition, overcoming this challenge, such as through the predation of transdimensional magic. Ether represents the portion of the void realm anchored to material coordinates, thus possessing dual coordinates of both the void and the material. It serves as the conduit for elemental essence to flow between the material and the void realms. Material frequency does not equate to material coordinates. The former is a type of void coordinate, specifically frequencies at the edge of the void spectrum approaching 0 depth, while the latter refers to actual geographical locations, 2 unrelated concepts. 3. Principles of spells, ritual spells, grounded in the laws of similarity and mirror resonance. Mirrors, as entities of the ideal realm, can disregard spatial and frequency boundaries once resonance is activated. The three fundamental components of ritual spells are fuel, intention, and space. Elven spells, agreements between spirits and humans, along with further vows. Furthermore, any form of spell will generate spell strings, which are the mirrors of that particular form. 4. Structure of humanity, material body, ether, shell of the heart, inner sea of the heart, deep consciousness, intention, soul. These correspond to the cosmic layer structure and operate across different cosmic tiers. The inner sea of the heart corresponds to the void realm. Yet it also possesses dual coordinates of both the material and the void. Its nature seems akin to ether, yet ether is merely inorganic. While the inner sea of the heart is a collective of my essence. This is due to the uniqueness of humanity as life in the material realm, initially manifesting as a conduit between the soul and the material world, which subsequently expands and proliferates. The coordinates of the inner sea of the heart indicate the void coordinates, also constituted by angle and depth, representing the frequency of intention and the realm where dreams unfold. The original coordinates of the human inner sea of the heart generally approach zero in depth, differing only in angular quadrants. Thus, the notation for Collins' inner sea of the heart simplifies the depth to zero. The so-called return to zero technique refers to retreating consciousness to the original coordinates. Let me reiterate that material frequency does not equate to material coordinates. Therefore, intention residing within material frequency does not imply that intention exists within the material realm with a precise material location. 5. Factors influencing perception. Humans lack sensory organs for spiritual awareness. The protective obscuration of the shell of the heart. The existence of frequency boundaries. Conversely, these factors can also be utilized for concealment. The method of imaging merely overcomes the first point and must be established on the foundation of perceptual ability. Chapter 144. The commission Daniel designated a warehouse in the Old City as the venue for the transaction. The following morning, Colin met with Ricardo and Kennedy. Since the warehouse casino incident, this. Chapter 145. The deity of intellectual deficiency. Chapter 146. The blasphemous usurpation. You may indeed be correct, Julian replied. As soon as Colin mentioned the first half of his statement, Julian understood precisely what Colin was intending to convey. Chapter 147. The suburbs of the north. Having grasped the essence of the material world is akin to completing the final piece of a jigsaw puzzle. Without regard for absolute strength, one at least possesses a comprehensive array of tactical options in the realm of magical confrontations. Chapter 148. The accident scene. However, as Colin rose to his feet, Giovanni seized him by the arm and declared, I accepted your payment under the condition that I would investigate these individuals for you. Yet, you must heed my words. Chapter 149. The slaughter of the innocents. The carriage, constructed from metal plates, has undergone severe deformation. It is uncertain whether it is made of iron or tin, but it undoubtedly should not be composed of flammable materials. The flames initially flickered weakly. Reflecting on the intricacies of the plot and its underlying structure, I concede that my attitude has indeed been problematic. Since the commencement of the second volume, the remaining clues have become exceedingly chaotic. Some threads that ought to have concluded at the end of the first volume have been abruptly severed, while others were hastily inserted to elevate the narrative's intensity. In the original plan, Colin was not to reach Ziua until after the winter solstice. My navette before the writing led me to hastily elevate the characters' levels. As I calculate, it seems that Stad is currently embroiled in a competition among 10 factions, each pursuing divergent objectives. Luca, who is preparing for the Redstone business, Craig, Colin's uncle from the seminary, the Prohibition Bureau collaborating with authorities and religious factions. Juliu with the Capello in hand, the traditional Old Five who have betrayed the guardians of their homeland, the agents of underground sorcerers. The military groups under Colin's command alongside his former companions, and perhaps even Julien, who may have discerned Colin's deception. It is all quite explosive. Some readers perceive the setting as inherently simple, attributing its complexity to my deliberate embellishments. This is not the case, while certain elements have indeed been accentuated for effect. The overarching intention has never been to obfuscate. Rather, I have been apprehensive that the narrative may become overly convoluted and ambiguous. The root of this perplexity lies in the fact that the remnants of the old gods embarks from a standpoint distinct from others, wherein the setting transcends mere backdrop. My aim extends beyond merely elucidating the setting. It is to sculpt those who seek the truth. Most web literature employs an omniscient perspective to clarify the setting before immersing itself in the story, which is undoubtedly valid. As such, settings serve as the stage and should be as straightforward as possible. The essence of the narrative is the protagonist's adventures. And even when revelations regarding the worldview emerge, they are essentially just turning points in the protagonist's journey. Friends may become foes, and the identity of the boss may be unveiled. Perhaps penning this historical perspective is not only a laborious endeavor, but also rather presumptuous, as it is unrealistic to fabricate a plethora of disciplines and their histories with my current capabilities and knowledge. Admittedly, some aspects may appear somewhat ludicrous. Nevertheless, this has been the fundamental starting point of this book, as can be gleaned from the synopsis. The act of writing proves far more intricate than I had envisioned. The first volume presents not only a formidable challenge, but also an unrealistic literary ambition. Nonetheless, I aspire to execute this endeavor to the best of my ability. I shall take a day off to attempt to outline the upcoming sections. However, the issues with the outline remain a work in progress, and I wonder if there are any adept individuals who might come to my aid, for I too yearn to write 10,000 words each day. Chapter 150, Messages and Enforcers. Colin was uncertain to whom the letter he had left at the scene would ultimately be entrusted. Would it be handed over to the remaining representatives, or would it find its way into the hands of the shadowy figures behind the Northern Organization? Chapter 151, A Ton of Arms and New Collaborations as the representative dispatched by the Chestallo family. Colin would report to Luca every fortnight regarding the progress of Capello's crackdown on illicit liquor. The distance from Capello. Chapter 152, Matters behind and sources of goods. After the fervor surrounding the western suburb train incident had subsided, Colin resumed his practice of the art of locating lost items, as the stakes of his involvement grew increasingly substantial. Chapter 153, Crimson Desire. The individual is named Goody, and this is her private residence. Her attire is rather extravagant, a sight one would seldom encounter on the streets. The opulent black and red gown. Chapter 154, New Star Assassination. A dazzling array of magnesium lights stirred up a significant cloud of dust in front of a newly inaugurated office building. Nearly 300 Prohibition agents, accompanied by over 100 staff members. Chapter 155, Underwater Lifeline. Even a cargo ship with a displacement of nearly 1,600 tons sways like a mere leaf upon the vast ocean. The hull is besieged and battered by the relentless forces of the water, occasionally. Chapter 156, A New Phase. Morning whispers in the span of a single night. An abundance of spirits began to permeate the underground market of Stad, as if they had materialized from the depths below. Whispers suggest that this phenomenon is intricately linked to the Chapter 157, The Kiss of Death. It is inconceivable, even if the cult's physician were to misdiagnose. She has unwavering faith in her own judgment after all these years. Although Jillian. Chapter 158, Countermeasures in Predictive Science. The principles of precise predictive science have evolved from ancient techniques such as numerology, card divination, and dream interpretation. Essentially, it involves utilizing an event that is highly sensitive to certain state variables too. Chapter 159, The Stad Institution. The gruesome and terrifying expansion has not ceased for a moment. The lieutenant's men brazenly storm into the territory of the Anha gang, concealing their lethal intentions beneath their billowing trench coats. Chapter 160, Embracing the Unknown. Colin exited the grandiose yet antiquated estate through the main entrance, sauntering past the diminutive flower bed as if he had just concluded a delightful visit with a dear friend, not a single crease marring his attire. Chapter 161, The Hypocrite. What truly astonished Elena was not the potential suspicions surrounding the Duke, but rather the manner in which Linus arrived at these conclusions, which was fundamentally incongruous. Chapter 162, Clean Money, Reverse Resonance. It refers to the couple who perished in the wheat field, the initial two victims of this conflict. The man struggled to articulate these words, his head then tilted to the side, and Chapter 163, Justice and Personal Vendetta. All the windows were shrouded, and in the pitch-black room, Linus and Elena patiently awaited the outcome. The ritual muffled most of the noise. Chapter 164, Masks and Traps. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Linus should have anticipated your transport route by now, Jillian inquired, therefore, regarding the private wine reserves for the upcoming months. Chapter 165, Adjustment. Eve. The adjustment of 30 tons of illicit liquor consumed an entire night. They began by meticulously inscribing a series of symbols onto the wooden staves of the barrels, only to erase them thereafter. Chapter 166, Feast and Agreement. Yesterday, Elena extended an invitation to me, stating that this evening, A gathering for dinner would be held at the Linus residence. Gillian sat in the cramped back seat of the car, appearing rather. Chapter 167, Shadows Stir. Chapter 168. The eagle of the old city. The lieutenant possessed an almost pathological caution. Even the most trusted confidants who joined the organization early on were unaware of his whereabouts throughout the day, as the organization continued to develop. Chapter 169. Gift for the Duke. Using the celestial hierarchy as a reference, upon surpassing the second red star, one enters the equinox of the female moon. If the journey from the Earth to the child moon signifies the unveiling of the first veil. Chapter 170. The narrative mechanism of the silent city. You inquire about Linus? In apparent astonishment at the lieutenant's obtuseness, Gertie covered her mouth with her finger and let out a mocking laugh, seeing me here. Chapter 171. The solar path. Due to the connection remaining exposed to the etheric realm, Linus's ritual was effortlessly interrupted. In comparison to the disparity in the scale of power. This was Chapter 172. The Commissioner's alcoholism case. Are you suggesting that Linus is a person? Colin suddenly inquired. Indeed. Elena did not make an appearance last night. Perhaps it was a matter of feeling the atmosphere. Chapter 173. The nature of Colin. Stop speculating incessantly, Julian. Colin remarked as he washed the dishes. As of now, there has been no news. Chapter 174. Reduced to a hostage in the Zinxalai district. Half of the houses along the river are submerged, rendering the Sabe River akin to a festering scar. The uneven windows resemble a chronicle of the river's ebb and flow. Chapter 175. Arranging the aftermath. Chapter 176. The Church of Lights. Julio arrived here a day earlier than Colin. Yet he was not restricted in his movements and was free to wander about the estate, estimating the travel time from the limousine. Chapter 177. Behind the mask. The identity of the lieutenant has been meticulously cultivated to perfection. Even the formidable Ninth Bureau has been unable to unmask this fade, regrettably. Like a fragile. Chapter 178. The leader's secret conversation. What would transpire if the lieutenant were to suddenly perish at this moment? Would the soldiers' fury cease and dissipate? No, quite the contrary. They would be further incited. 2. Chapter 179. Rumors and coma. On the very night that Colin was taken away in a sedan, a particular matter began to circulate throughout Nanchita. Maurizio, under the guise of a private gathering, exerted pressure on Chestaro. Chapter 180. The perils of exploitation. The Keeper of the Light connects the flames through the Lady of the Lantern, safeguarding the distant people of Zinxalai. The five hands represent merely the strength of the mundane realm, while the light embodies the essence of the Keeper. Chapter 181. Crystal diagram. Night raid. Some spiritual substances lingered in the body due to the overflow of the passage, resulting in crystallization. Even though Colin consciously attempted to disperse them, it merely prolonged the inevitable. Chapter 182. The Pinnacle of Light. Colin stood unsteadily, his vision blurred by tears. Yet he struggled to gaze into the inky darkness beyond the window, uncertain whether it was the impending arrival of Hilpert. Chapter 183. Advanced application of Vidra technique. The shadow had been vigilantly perched upon the rooftop, pondering the circumstances surrounding the Julio residence. Surely, something significant had transpired there, however. If it were to be said that a battle was underway. Chapter 184. Life in the Void. The Cold Crow Hunting Brigade. This marks Colin's inaugural attempt to merge the diamond technique with the crystal diagram. Yet the outcome exceeded all expectations. The initial leap has already placed him in a perilous state of levitation. Chapter 185. The aged resistance. Uncle Craig was relocated to an abandoned secret warehouse. The windows, which had long been boarded up to obstruct visibility, served the purpose of concealment perfectly. Chapter 186. Blood Night. Knock. Knock. Dr. Fernand? Are you there? The polite sound of knocking echoed from outside. A little girl, around 4 or 5 years old. Chapter 187. The most perilous eavesdropping. Who is secretly distributing weapons and stot? Originally intended for food. The oil paper bags now conceal knives, antiquated handguns, and ammunition, unexpectedly. Chapter 188. Valeria on trial. In the profound darkness, Colin moved silently, clad in his overcoat. The solitary kerosene streetlights in the vicinity of Dino Sokovi Square had long been deliberately extinguished. Chapter 189. Confrontation and assassination. It is precisely to avert such circumstances that one refrains from eavesdropping on time-sensitive materials, for it is all too easy to encounter others, especially considering that the intelligence documents contain. Chapter 190. Betrayal. Night dwellers. On that same morning, amidst the incessant drizzle, Gordy stepped out of the vehicle and promptly raised her umbrella. It was as if she had shed her usual identity. She was not adorned in the extravagant attire reminiscent of a foreign land. Chapter 191. The Sewer Worms. A few days later, Elena found herself traversing the dimly lit corridors of the sewer once more. The Hunters Guild had conveyed their message to the ducal Holy Province, yet for the time being. Chapter 192. The indelible remains. In order to facilitate certain discreet meetings, Mayor Stott procured a private villa. This residence is situated in the northern part of the Old Town, a mere 15 minutes journey from the mayor's official residence. Chapter 193. Counterattack. Kidnapping. The most pessimistic predictions often turn out to be true. In the days following the conversation between the Duke and the Lieutenant, Maurizio consistently entrusted the friends of Dinero to gather information. Chapter 194. Paranoia. Death sentence. Leon was among the earliest to follow the Lieutenant. Indeed, he was the most trusted of the initial selections. He had extensive interactions within the organization. Chapter 195. Invasion of the Sanctuary. Consciousness was ensnared by a malevolent entity, or rather, it was engulfed by a surging tide. The wooden frame of the window had long succumbed to decay. As Bohr pressed down with his arm, he supported the wall. Chapter 196. The Tower of Hell. The moment Hilpert transformed from an ordinary person into the Lamp Maiden, the servants who had faithfully attended to her day and night bowed their heads in reverence, offering their heartfelt congratulations. We are overjoyed, you. Chapter 197. The nightmares of the dagger plunged into Bohr's chest, and due to its immense momentum, it not only shattered his sternum, but also twisted the blade into a grotesque piece of scrap metal. Chapter 198. The path of many hearts. The floor had long been consumed by the seething flames, revealing the compacted artificial fill beneath. Yet, at the moment the silver statue took its first step, the once solid foundation. Chapter 199. The assassination of the deity. Following the threads of abundant life, Silpit began to delve deeper into the sanctum. The oath must rely on the divine for its establishment, belonging to. Chapter 200. The trampled sacrifice. Between Nanchitade and the Old Town, there exists no discernible boundary. Prior to the establishment of the city, the walls had recently faded from history under the onslaught of cannon fire. Thus, the Old Stott. Chapter 201. The assimilation of Lings. To the moment the power of bloodline permeated the furnace, Colin's mind was engulfed by a resonating hum. Even with the assistance of the Lamp Maiden to restrain the sanctum, Colin. Chapter 202. Silence. Please. The abandoned mansion has crumbled into ruins, with the dust of its collapse gradually dissipating. Due to its wooden structure, the precariousness of the edifice has been momentarily sustained by the art of resilience. Chapter 203. The irreplaceable individual. Someone is currently tracking your location by sound. The sudden reminder from the Duke caused Colin's foot, which had just taken a step, to freeze in midair, followed by a slow and cautious retreat. Chapter 204. Takeover and transaction. In just over 70 days, the scorching year will come to an end. The waning moon gradually retreats from the sun, and the earth is poised to enter a decade of relentless winters. Referring to. Chapter 205. Settlement. Rising fame from the collapsed roof, the night descended. The moon of November remained a breathtaking crescent as the upper atmosphere diffused its light, casting a. Chapter 206. Heir. Bloodline. Maurizio possesses several estates, and recently, in need of liquid assets, he has sold a few, including one of his most prized properties, worth 5. Chapter 207. The new guest of the hearth, which is the very locus of consciousness. Chapter 208. Taking over the sanctuary even in the profound depths of the azure star sky. The 32nd district that Colin beheld remained a cage constructed upon a flat expanse, a wilderness that was both open and confined. Chapter 209. Reconstruction of reality. The pulse throbbed 7,403 times, approximately 90 minutes later, beneath the cascade of the colossal crucible. Colin did not find Hilpert yet. Chapter 210. Anonymous author. As the time approached the 2-hour safety line, Colin's consciousness indeed began to waver, and a multitude of chaotic thoughts surged forth, proving difficult to settle. Reluctant to linger any longer, even though he. Chapter 211. The enigma of time travel. Previously, Colin had spent 2 days assimilating these notes, leaving only 3 volumes to peruse this evening. After closing the final parchment-bound book, he felt a profound. Chapter 212. The inside man in the academy. In the first half of the night, Colin engaged in profound contemplation regarding the mysteries of the night folk and the dual realms. In the latter half, he meticulously devised plans for the future of the nation's clandestine liquor industry. The outcome. Chapter 213. Another legend. In recent months, Chestallo's focus has predominantly shifted beyond Stott, primarily revolving around the management of the Redstone enterprise. This matter has always been clear to Colin. Chapter 214, Madness and the Divine. This time, the Ninth Bureau reacted with remarkable swiftness. Upon realizing that evading the lieutenant was no longer an option, they pragmatically began to contemplate the restoration of their relationship. Chapter 215, Not Quite Human. A few days prior, the Holy Province of the Duchy of Dinero made a hesitant statement. They decided to abandon the investigation into the Commissioner's drunken incident from several weeks ago, acknowledging the announcement made by the Stop Police Department. Chapter 216, The Sole Dignity. Although Colin had eavesdropped on the low-level intelligence of the Cold Crow hunting group several times, this was his first genuine interaction with the members of the hunting team. It was also the moment he felt. Chapter 217, The Collective Ascendancy. The organization has long understood that when a question remains unanswered for an extended period, it breeds further curiosity and, more perilously, dangerous speculation. Chapter 218, The Assassination Competition. Chapter 219, Soliloquy. Colin had no desire to further involve himself in the affairs of the Five Hands. He had already devised a plan to gradually withdraw from the site of the Sinhalese. A man of integrity. Chapter 220, The Truth Decoder. Elena had entered this room 2 hours prior. Perhaps Julian was too engrossed to notice. The arrangement of the room had changed since her departure. Chapter 221, The Rebirth of a First Encounter. Chapter 222, The Steam Bath. Mauricio's downfall transpired with a swiftness that surpassed Colin's expectations. The chaos momentarily bestowed upon him a fleeting prestige, yet once the zenith was reached, the descent was inevitable. Thus, Mauricio. Chapter 223, The Transfer of Power. As Luca emerged from the bathhouse, impeccably dressed, he beheld 5 or 6 vehicles lined up by the roadside. Each car was filled to capacity with armed men, their weapons concealed beneath the seats. They were. Chapter 224, Leaving a City. The voice of the big boss was deep and hoarse, continuing his speech as if he were oblivious to the chaos unfolding below. Yet Colin's expression had already darkened. Chapter 225, The Final Commission. The sole means to avert this impending gang war lies in the successful assassination of one faction's leader before hostilities erupt in full force. However, as I journey to another city, the most perplexing and ambiguous aspect of consciousness frequency settings has finally been clarified, allowing me to convince myself. Based on this newfound understanding, I have rearranged the logic of the previous battles. There is no longer any need for tedious concepts like spatial frequency. Extensive explanations can now be discarded. Warning: if the ranges of consciousness frequencies of both parties do not intersect, dialogue cannot be achieved. Consciousness frequency encompasses 2 dimensions, angle and depth of power. Simultaneously, an individual's consciousness can exist across multiple frequencies. Within the spectrum of the virtual realm, their consciousness frequency possesses an area. Frequency boundaries represent obstacles between frequencies. Merely increasing power scale or density cannot transcend these boundaries. A simplified conclusion is that the profound influence between individuals is determined by the product of the power scale and the area of overlap in their consciousness frequencies. Background sound. The collective intent resonates, generating a background sound within the range, influencing the consciousness frequency of the same species. Thus, the consciousness frequency of a typical individual consists of 2 components: the initial frequency and the background sound of the land they inhabit. Each component possesses its own angle and depth. Human initial frequency is formed in resonance with the land's background sound. Consequently, indigenous peoples' initial frequencies often exhibit significant overlap with the background sound. As the background sound is ever present, a return to zero cannot dispel it. Methods for altering frequency. Method 1. Sorcery. Through specific frequency modulation rituals or the spiritual guidance of others, one can enter or exit particular frequencies. This represents a leap in exploration. Examples include Return to Zero, Colin's communication ritual, the capture of the devil, Alessio's recollection of a foreign land. Method 2. Exploration of the virtual realm. When navigating within the virtual realm, one can alter their consciousness frequency due to spatial coordinates. Similarly, the extent to which one's consciousness approaches another's inner sea coordinates determines the degree of alignment with that individual's initial frequency. Compared to Method 1, this approach is more gradual and less efficient, yet it can uncover uncharted territories. Examples include the exploration of the Lamp Maiden in the Heliverzu, the experience of the shuttler within the inner sea of the parasitic wizard. Method 3. As intent incorporates or associates with greater power, the frequency naturally rises. The path of ascension can utilize 3 methods, while the path of descent has only 2. Hence, descending is more arduous than ascending. Case study: The Life of the Shuttler. A hostile wizard employs a communication ritual, Method 1, establishing a connection with the shuttler, resulting in a minor overlap of their frequencies. The initial frequency of the shuttler is as follows. Urzu, depth, the red second star. Having departed from the hell of Urzu, it lacks background sound. Upon entering the wizard's heart shell, Method 2, the shuttler's frequency range transforms into initial frequency, wizard's initial frequency. The wizard, being a local, possesses an initial frequency that aligns closely with the background sound of Stott. The frequency range of Colin and Giovanni is defined as initial frequency, Stott background sound. The overlapping portion of Stott background sound includes Shuttler's initial frequency, Wizard's initial frequency. As the Shuttler's initial frequency is the red second star, the area of overlap is minimal. Crucially, it is in a weakened state, resulting in a diminished influence due to the product of overlapping area and power scale, approaching near invisibility. Nevertheless, the overlapping portion remains, allowing capture to still be effective. Colin is captured by the Shuttler Method 1, altering his frequency to initial frequency, Stott background sound, Shuttler's initial frequency. The area of overlap increases, thus Colin perceives the Shuttler. During the train battle, due to the narrow gap in Colin's heart shell, the Shuttler finds it nearly impossible to acquire Colin's frequency, Method 2. Consequently, the overlapping portion of Stott background sound between Alessio and the Shuttler is Shuttler's initial frequency, while the frequency of Zinseli, Shuttler's initial frequency, is an empty set, indicating no overlap between the two. Thus, the Shuttler can no longer exert influence over Alessio. However, a minor intersection remains with Colin, allowing him to employ capture on himself. Chapter 226, Ghosts of the Old Era. That evening, Colin accompanied Enzo to the outskirts of the city, where he encountered the 4 gunmen disguised as tax officials. All 4 were attired in borrowed uniforms, their pockets filled. Chapter 227, The Belle of the Night Fog Ship. Colin gazed pensively towards the front desk, where 4 tax officials had each retrieved their credentials. Chapter 228, The Backup Plan. Yet in that fleeting moment of turning, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The midnight Pier No. 12 appeared to envelop itself in an even deeper silence. Colin did not halt his steps. Chapter 229, Inertia. The task was accomplished splendidly, as beautifully as before. A few days after the assassination, Colin reunited with Luca at the Astor Hotel. Luca while. Chapter 230, Betrayal and Investigation. Not long ago, Luca openly declared that anyone aspiring to become a significant leader is his adversary. Thus, at the moment of confrontation, it was inevitable that, regarding leave requests, sending too many leave requests after repeatedly failing to show up can be rather irksome. However, if I refrain from sending any, it would only embolden my absence, so it is prudent to submit one. If I aim to progress further, I must cultivate the ability to consistently produce 4,000 to 6,000 words daily. Maintaining my current output of 2,000 words is rather sluggish. I believe I am not less intelligent or creative than other authors. Hence, my slow pace must stem from an issue with my methodology. Presently, my writing approach relies too heavily on vague impressions, often leading to a lack of clarity or excessive entanglement in trivial matters, making it difficult to discern which aspects require particular attention and which can be glossed over, thus wasting considerable energy on meaningless pursuits. There is no need to worry. The eunuch will never truly become one. The initial plan was to reach 1,000,000 words regardless. Honestly, the current achievements have surpassed my expectations, granting me the opportunity to complete the work in its entirety. If I can reach 1,000,000 words with an average subscription of 1,000, I currently have 600, which has increased tenfold since the initial release. I can continue writing without starting a new project, unveiling the entire truth of the world. Nevertheless, I continue to regard this endeavor as a practice exercise. This does not imply a lack of care for the content or a haphazard approach, but rather a reminder to not overly value the outcomes. This is to lower expectations in light of the likely dismal results and to maintain an awareness that while writing this book, certain aspects hold greater significance than mere performance, such as the solid improvement of my writing skills, encountering challenges, and finding solutions. Luca is likely to be the final arc for the Zinseli gang. Some elements will remain. And beyond this, any further involvement with Zinseli will pertain to the Lighthouse Library. The narrative's secular elements may shift from a Godfather-like tone to a more espionage-oriented essence as we formally enter the main storyline. Colin will embrace his true mission. As the worldview expands, this work may increasingly diverge from typical web literature. The transition to a more secular style will coincide with increasingly outrageous supernatural elements, The truth-deciphering machine and a significant shift in frequencies are already hinting at this, which has been a source of recent concern and contemplation for me. I am acutely aware of various shortcomings and have never felt comfortable soliciting votes or support. I hope the day will come soon when I can boldly request votes while unveiling more content. Chapter 231. Moths Pursuing the Sun. Have you found any news about Elena? Colin suddenly inquired of Ricardo. They were situated in a narrow tunnel, and Ricardo had just turned slightly. Chapter 232. The Collapse of the Civilizational Circle. As you are aware, I have not implicated any member of Chesterlow, Colin stated. I have consistently adhered to the agreement made that night. I have not. Chapter 233. The attack. From the extensive and ancient records of this monastery school, the background resonance of Stott's land has been perpetually ascending. The consequence is an increasingly frequent manifestation of mental aberrations. Chapter 234. Captives. Until this moment, Colin remained utterly unaware of the mysterious individual's true strength. Even though the person stood directly before him, he found it exceedingly difficult to perceive there. Chapter 235. Dream retrospection. In the days that followed, Colin spent most of his time in a state of half-consciousness. The large wounds on his body had been sewn up roughly, some of which had reopened due to the beatings he endured. Chapter 236. The Eye of the Storm. Why must one endure such suffering? Leaning against the wall, Luca crossed his arms and remarked, whether it be sorcery or the insistence on remaining. Chapter 237. The silver-white pistol. As Gertie entered the underground bar with the 9th Bureau officials, Ricardo was still lost in thought, gazing at a pistol. He had carried this firearm with him ever since it was gifted to him by Luca. Chapter 238. Escape from the cycle. In addition to Colin, this private prison also housed informants of the detective and treacherous traitors who had been bribed. To eliminate any possibility of betrayal, the punishment for the 5 hands must. Chapter 239. A glimmer of opportunity. Sitting on the steps in front of the residence, Gertie inhaled deeply. The briny sea breeze was interwoven with faint hints of rust, for in this small patch before the dwelling. Chapter 240. The puzzle. Colin was acutely aware that he was in a state of unconsciousness, akin to a person who recognizes they are ensnared in a dream. However, he could not awaken immediately, as time seemed to. Chapter 241. Terminal search. Colin lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. For the past 6 months, he had been tightly wound, constantly engaged in tasks. Now, suddenly finding himself idle, he felt a sense of disorientation. Chapter 242. Healing sorcery. As they departed from the underground tavern, the hour had nearly reached noon. However, Colin resolutely decided to visit the seminary to report in, since Gillian's ailment remained unresolved, the matters between them. Chapter 243. The Fear of the Other. The Durazzo family's mansion has recently undergone renovations. Once the curfew was lifted and the streets regained their tranquility, Colin summoned his Uncle Craig from the hidden warehouse. Chapter 244. The cold heart. A few scattered snowflakes drifted down from the sky, only to melt upon touching the damp earth. The thin wheels rolled over the slippery mud and shards of ice as Colin. Chapter 245. Long night. Every window of the old factory has been covered with thick oilcloth. In the center of the open area, a bonfire has been kindled. Regrettably, the space within the factory is overwhelmingly vast. Chapter 246. Agnosia. The pulverized red stone, smeared across the ground like bloodstains. The steam apparatus is challenging to miniaturize. Thus the scale of the factory often far exceeds that of previous eras. Chapter 247. The tragic. Which everything seems to make sense now. Why does Luca's Redstone organization always manage to evade capture? It is because Heine, as the representative of the theological seminary. Chapter 248. The Dark River, the City of Silence. As Nancy uttered that name, a subtle yet unnerving creaking sound began to permeate the surroundings. It was an ominous. Chapter 249. The arrival of the Great Tower. At the same moment, the battle within the dilapidated factory continued unabated. The storm that swept through the entrance seemed to intensify suddenly, yet the snowflakes remained unperturbed. Chapter 250. Parallel lines. Numerous steel wires traverse amidst a multitude of demons, and in an instant, the flying blood and flesh dissolve into dissipating spiritual essence. Merely a handful of low-tier creatures pose no significant threat. Chapter 251. An unbeknownst tale. Colin reopened his eyes, gasping for breath like a rescued drowning victim. The frequency was a well-established and mature spell string, yet intervening in this. Chapter 252. The Flourishing Earth. The complexity and scale of the unbinding ritual surpasses any prior endeavors. At this moment, Colin finds himself at the limits of his strength, yet he remains capable of orchestrating the unbinding ceremony. Chapter 253. the white deer, and the hidden crown. It was not until this final moment that Colin truly comprehended the profound shallowness of his understanding regarding the shell of the heart. The shell of the heart delineates the boundaries of the self. Chapter 254. The unification of minds. After a while, Nancy, who was still in waiting, seemed to have sensed something. She turned her gaze towards the direction where Colin was leaning. Colin remained with his eyes closed, resting against the pillar, his expression. Chapter 255. Return. The car halted before the Delazzo residence. Nancy had surveilled this vicinity countless times, rendering her quite familiar with the area. Julian had exited the vehicle a good 10 minutes prior. Chapter 256. The independent province. Upon confirming the next course of action, Colin switched on the light in the washroom, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to Julianne's condition. However, as he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror once more. Chapter 257. The blind painter. Contemplation and reasoning ought to be a source of joy. If one were to retain the innocent curiosity of a child, pondering why an apple falls to the ground or why the sky is blue, then even. Chapter 258. The world through indigenous eyes. Following the conclusion of this tidal phase, the frequency background sound of Stott has risen by several percentage points. The descent of reality into the virtual realm is an irreversible process. Final thoughts. Initially, the goal was to achieve 1,000 subscriptions upon reaching 1 million views. And I am now steadily realizing that ambition. When this book was first published, it garnered a mere 60-odd initial subscriptions, but it has since multiplied by over 10 times. Throughout this journey, I have not received significant recommendations, indicating that most of my growth has stemmed from mutual promotion among readers. This book relies heavily on your support. If you find it enjoyable, I hope you can advocate for it in other communities. Additionally, please assist in leaving favorable reviews. While the book's premise may be unique, the narrative and character development have also been adequately addressed as the story progresses. I intend to create some visual aids for the settings, making them easily comprehensible. Therefore, let us not overly emphasize the purest aspect of world building. My philosophy remains that the story surpasses the setting. The majority of readers should primarily be drawn to the narrative. In conclusion, I will certainly address the update issue. Chapter 259. The struggle for the crown in the eyes of the devil, that underground chamber. As the train journeyed towards Darnaro, Colin reclined against the verdant seat. He endeavored to maintain a faade of tranquility as. Chapter 260. Legal identity. Darnaro is situated in the heart of the duchy, where 6 intricate railway lines converge at the central station, rendering it the nexus of the nation. Upon departing the platform, Chapter 261. The bloodline of the night dwellers. After disclosing some trivial matters, Nancy unexpectedly took her leave. She departed as if nothing had transpired, without even issuing a warning about going out or any such precaution. Chapter 262. Coordinate recording. He spent over 10 hours on the train without a moment of sleep. Besides, Chapter 263. Temptation and induction. Colin's conjecture proved to be accurate. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly elapsed, ushering in the final week of December 39th, in the year 631 of the new calendar. Chapter 264. Boredom is the best disguise. The Darnaro authorities' consistently rigid and corrupt modus operandi is nearly palpable within this name. Rooftop pigeon droppings and electromagnetic radiation, 2 utterly incongruous elements. Chapter 265. Avoiding motivation examination. If one acts solely for the sake of survival, then the present self has already contravened the principles of motivation examination. Chapter 266. Modern coordinates. Frank still could not comprehend why he found himself in such a predicament. With a gun pressed against his forehead, he trembled as he inscribed the coordinates onto the paper. Chapter 267. The shortcut to the White City. Now that the method of usage has been established, Colin simply verified the authenticity of the coordinates. Once the coordinates of the other party were confirmed, there was no longer any need to rely on the background frequency. Chapter 268. A mere decade. Encountering a trap, yet nonchalantly escaping. Perhaps due to the rapid ascent of his prowess, Colin perpetually harbored a sense of transcendent control, despite this body still being fragile. Chapter 269. The Dark River System. Let us not dwell on this any further. She appeared reluctant to prolong the discussion on this topic. Switching from the obscure Onha language, she began to speak in fluent Nail. Chapter 270. A reunion that came too late. Shortly thereafter, Nancy conveyed grave news to Colin. They were currently unable to establish contact with Julian, as she was entangled with the omnipotent. Chapter 271. Manually crafted integrated spiritual path. After the materialization of spiritual essence, a phenomenon known as semi-matter arises. However, this ephemeral substance will dissipate and vanish within a matter of minutes, should one meticulously regulate the quantity of spiritual essence to an exceedingly minuscule degree. Chapter 272, Appearance Cardinal. If not absolutely necessary, Colin seldom gazed into a mirror throughout this lifetime. Even when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of his reflection on some smooth, shiny surfaces, he would instinctively pretend not to notice. Chapter 273, General Sylvanus's sword in stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the main hall. Nancy's demeanor appeared rather audacious. She merely leaned against a stone pillar, indifferent even as the monks prostrated themselves before the high priest and Chapter 274, Linguistic Sorcery. The informant, the enigmatic brass plaque still hung at the entrance of the office, bearing the inscription Department of Pigeon Droppings and Electromagnetic Hazards. Faint sounds of commotion could be heard from within as Colin pushed the door open and beheld this. Chapter 275, The Wall of Flesh. Due to the unstable current, the lights flickered intermittently. On the table lay a note reminding that dinner was in the cupboard. The mistress appeared as if she had just finished her makeup. Chapter 276, The Flock and Tactical Assessment. Approximately a decade ago, the wild pigeon population in the urban area of Dinero began to proliferate uncontrollably. The once pristine and gleaming rooftops have become a distant memory. Now, nearly every. Chapter 277, 3/4 open line. I am uncertain whether you have heard of the Hirschlet Military Academy. It was established 6 years ago, modeled after the Izenians, and was the first institution to permit the enrollment of civilians in A. Chapter 278, Two Paths. This time, Colin did not afford Ellie the opportunity to adjust her stance. The moment his words fell, the suddenly materialized flames had already coalesced into a singular entity, advancing toward. Chapter 279, The Four Categories of Excellence. Is the situation in the southern region truly so tense? Captivated by the fierce clashes unfolding in the arena, Emil hesitated for a moment before timidly addressing the commander. Chapter 280, The End After 7 lies upon exiting the premises of the investigation department. Colin instinctively reached for the amber nestled within his inner pocket. The stabilizing device was functioning effectively, whether it involved Emil or Ellie. Chapter 281, Another Material Realm. Colin briefly summarized the situation of the investigation department to Nancy, yet as he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the sword. The sword bore no. Chapter 282, Seeking Distant Stars. This marks Colin's inaugural voyage through reality in his ethereal form, shedding the burdensome shell of material existence. Everything seems to be imbued with a different hue. A gentle breeze caresses. Chapter 283, The Metropolitan Theater. Nancy mentioned that she had once reached a distant star, presumably referring to an experience during her time in Sinner. If contact could be established with that dreamlike metropolis, it would be possible to obtain the Dark River too. Chapter 284, The Lace-Trimmed Apron and the Magician's Tip. 2 days later, Colin packed his belongings and bid farewell to the sluice apartment where he had resided for a mere fortnight. This dwelling would soon be handled by an unfamiliar individual as. Chapter 285, Lydia and the Doll. In the stillness of night, within a dressing room behind the grand stage of the city's theater, faint echoes of song wafted from the front. Melita sat alone before the vanity, her. Chapter 286, Resurrection. Outside the opera hall lies a lounge area, and beyond that stretches an expansive casino. Colin and Emil departed from the audience and blended into the throngs of the casino. Chapter 287, Resurrection. Part 2. Come. My dear child, turn your head this way. Take your time and be careful. Ah, that's right. The Count softly coaxed the lifeless form before him, as if tenderly. Chapter 288, The Fall. After bidding farewell to those women, the smile instantly vanished from Emil's face. He approached Colin and leaned against the wall beside him. Emil also received. Chapter 289, The Human Mammoth. Uncertainty loomed over the events transpiring at the Opera House. Colin crawled through several ventilation ducts, perpetually hearing hurried footsteps rushing away in another direction. Chapter 290, Consumed and depleted. The mammoth turned away, brazenly presenting his back to his adversaries, as if to convey that they were not worthy of his vigilance. It was only after the mammoth vanished around the corner that Amy. Chapter 291, Activation. What exactly transpired? In the new dormitory room of the investigation department, a petite doll-like figure. Saturday. Chapter 292, Twilight Paradise. In the realm of dreams, Colin once again embarked on the journey to seek the distant star. He shook off his reverie and beheld the crimson river flowing toward the heavens. Several kilometers away, in the ethereal expanse, faintly appeared a. Chapter 293, Gentle Thoughts. Bode Avis lay curled on the ground, his face transformed into an expression of emptiness. Chapter 294. The heart in the tower. The curtains had long been drawn, and the door to the room was securely locked. Only Ellie remained in the villa, yet it was unlikely that she would intrude upon the quarters of a solitary man. Chapter 295. The archived files. Clang, clang, clang. Within the practice grounds of the investigation department, the cacophony of metallic collisions abruptly ceased. The dagger slipped from Colin's grasp, soaring through the air. Chapter 296. Aligned interests. Regardless, my current objective is to journey to Baidu. However, the prerequisite for traveling to Baidu is the successful execution of Nancy's plan to seize the duchy. Chapter 297. Gowns, spies, and clubs. In a tastefully decorated ready-to-wear boutique, an antique piano graced one corner of the room. However, it served more than merely as a decorative piece, for it was evident that it had recently. Chapter 298. The sword beneath the umbrella. Though the garments were meticulously selected by the shopkeeper, their impact exceeded even her most optimistic expectations. Well-versed in the world, she found herself momentarily entranced, rendered speechless by the exquisite form of the doll. Chapter 299. A solitary war. As usual in their confidential correspondence, Frank informed Colin of the movements of the 9th Division in Stott. They were still in pursuit of the Crimson Stone King, Luca. Chapter 300. The court ladies in the listening devices. The majority of the maidens in the Garden Palace are noblewomen. Their presence in the court to serve the Grand Duke and his consort is not motivated by the necessity of earning a livelihood, but rather by the ambitions that lie behind each of them. Chapter 301. Subtle conversations. Who could have imagined that even the glamorous embassy district would contend with the issue of leaky roofs? The incessant dripping of melting snow has transformed the once parched aged pigeon droppings. Chapter 302. Resentment. Beneath the office of the investigation department lies a storage room that has long been abandoned. Inside, a collection of seldom used, antiquated equipment is haphazardly piled. Within the boxes, various mechanical contraptions await discovery. Chapter 303. Forbidden secrets of the inner deity. A row of windows rattled in the winter night as wind. The fine drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, leaving the square nearly deserted, save for a few loudspeakers still furiously blaring their discontent. Chapter 304. Certificate of Death. Reset. Even without Colin's reminder, Ellie instinctively reacted at the first opportunity, as if compelled by an innate instinct to execute the reset. It was inconceivable. Chapter 305. The shame of the military academy. In this battle, the sole opportunity for victory lies in a moment of breakthrough, establishing contact with the distant Azure Star. Once the connection is established, she shall ascend to Azure Star, becoming a being of the 3rd category. Chapter 306. Virtual coordinates. Amidst the intricate amalgamation of overlapping frequencies, everything in Ailey's gaze began to disintegrate. A singular mind struggles to process information emanating from multiple frequencies. After all, Chapter 307. Instant kill. Eli could not help but turn her face aside. She was perplexed as to how Amo had managed to evade detection. Yet she still perceived no glimmer of hope. In the face of overwhelming strength disparity, Chapter 308. Alternatives. What shall we do about the automatic recording device? Colin suddenly inquired. The actions of tonight have already been documented above. Chapter 309. Hints and glances. Standing aside, Colin could barely discern what Emil was murmuring. He was continuously whispering like a mosquito, at times even his lips. Chapter 310. Bread and cage. Even with such concealment, the authorities of Dinero would inevitably uncover the anomalies within Madame Tavanna's residence, whether it be the theater mentioned by Emil, or Chapter 311. The regulator. In truth, it is a cage measuring 4 meters by 5 meters. The distinction from a typical nursery lies perhaps solely in its construction of cast iron. It is said that this design serves to. Chapter 312. The second half. Soon, Emil was preparing to go out to contact his informants when a thought crossed his mind. Right afterwards. Do not initiate any mention of or inquire about Ellie. Chapter 313. Midnight Terror. Now that the matter concerning Tawana has concluded, it is time, in accordance with our agreement, for me to impart the standard swordsmanship of the military academy as a reward. Chapter 314. Nemesis. In the depths of a profound and shadowy slumber, the faint sound of the wind began to stir. Gradually, Colin once again beheld a series of. Chapter 315. Scents and baits. During these days, the pestilence in the Garden Palace has not abated. On the contrary, it has intensified with the warming weather, as an incessant stream of foul odors emerges from an unknown source. Chapter 316. The heavenly book of the forest. At this moment, Colin remained oblivious to the multitude of individuals in the Garden Palace, tirelessly endeavoring to ascertain his whereabouts. Last night, he instead enjoyed an exceptionally deep and restful slumber. Chapter 317. To remember is to forget in this world. The textual records concerning Thaddeus Avis are almost entirely laid bare before us. Scouring the depths of the Central Intelligence Agency's archives, the most. Chapter 318. The realm of midsummer. After obliterating the data pertaining to the forest quadrant, Colin once again retrieved the copper plate and the prepared solution, resuming the crafting of the coordinate monitoring ritual. This practice ought to. Chapter 319. The person over there, it seems that I have yet to hear your voice. Bernice gently caressed the small face of the doll, then looked up at her with hopeful anticipation, her eyes sparkling like rubies. Chapter 320. Exhausted yet effortless, surprisingly astute. Those who can stand out in the Garden Palace are undoubtedly individuals of exceptional acumen. However, even so, Bernice's intuition remains remarkably. Chapter 321. The Mortal King. Oblivion for within you. I can perceive the very same essence. Upon hearing Rouet's words, Colin felt a subtle surprise. He himself was unaware. Chapter 322. The Ideal Sparring Partner. Chapter 323. Interrogation. Intelligence report. In a cramped room of less than 15 square meters, a stove and a large dining table were crammed together. Despite the fact that no one had occupied the space for several days, it remained shrouded in smoke, with dim lighting pervading the atmosphere. The air was thick. Chapter 324. Emptiness. As early as the beginning of the 5th century of the new era, the Holy Body established the earliest large-scale automatic recording apparatus in the Principality. Indeed, it was not limited to the Principality, various religious orders across the globe. Chapter 325. The world on the thin shell. Yet, I still cannot fathom why the inner divine path has been designated as a taboo. Colin unconsciously pondered for a moment before he sighed wryly and remarked, light. Chapter 326. Convey my regards to the lieutenant, thanks to the Alliance leader. Bookfriend 202000228. The following day, the Detective Department of Dinero dispatched several individuals to cooperate with the operations of the investigation unit. Naturally, these individuals were completely unaware of the situation. Chapter 327. Behind luck. The so-called greeting is, in fact, an unremarkable secret letter, signed with a name concocted by Colin. It lacks even an envelope, inscribed on a piece of. Chapter 328. A serene encounter. Prior to witnessing Zalwinter in person, Colin had envisioned this individual as someone exceedingly malevolent. After all, he was willing to. Chapter 329. Metamorphosis and transformation. Now that the bodies of the forest dwellers have been discovered, the tasks of the investigative department have reached a temporary conclusion. Naturally, the authorities could not permit their direct involvement in the matters concerning Winter. Chapter 330. The journey of resetting. He gradually came to a halt. Chapter 331. Two maps. As the two individuals traversed along the crimson riverbank, the haunting remnants of various ruins occasionally flickered at the periphery of their vision, a fleeting glimpse that cast a pall over their spirits. Chapter 332. The serpent ascends the tree. If the Principality indeed employs the art of imminent death in the safeguarding of the crown's secret barrier, then the last survivor is likely the one who has come into contact with this barrier. Chapter 333. Severing the umbilical cord. In the dual perspective afforded by the awakening of his spiritual awareness, an overwhelming torrent of information inundated Colin's mind. He had to exert himself to elevate his spirits in order to maintain the stability of his consciousness. Thus, Chapter 334. The adornments on the chessboard. The lives of the 5 practitioners were thus squandered in vain. Chapter 335. The order of execution. The lounge adjacent to the office hall, originally designated as a space for confessions, now serves as a temporary refuge for the Duke and his aides. Chapter 336. The selection of the monarch. However, compared to a night dweller's understanding of the proper theatrical rites, do you know what I find truly astonishing now? Chapter 337. Words must be followed once again. I pose the question, do we truly wish to proceed? Nancy turned to Kane, seeking his final confirmation. Chapter 338. Past lives and future existence. Colin ceased his search for other night dwellers and instead joined the surging crowd, making his way into the theater. He was aware that the members of the Dark River were not far from him. Periodically, he found himself in a creative slump. Upon reflecting on his pattern of intermittent updates, he realized that he could hardly sustain a continuous flow for more than half a month before his energy depleted. This energy primarily encompassed his creative spirit, confidence, accumulation of materials, and the suppression of feelings of ennui. Each time he experienced a surge of motivation that allowed him to resume updates, his energy would gradually wane until, one day, he could no longer maintain it. His body exhibited an overwhelming resistance to writing, resulting in restlessness. Upon seeing a Word document, he would feel drowsy, thus entering yet another cycle of inactivity. Chapter 339. 10 Doors. The theater manager, clad in an orange-red gown, appeared pallid as he struggled to navigate the aisle. Another man, adorned with a masquerade mask, supported him by the shoulder as the manager. Chapter 340. The most innocent individuals. Amidst the astonished gazes of several onlookers, 2 individuals, each bearing a quiver of arrows upon their backs, ascended the stage illuminated by a spotlight. Wait, who are you? Chapter 341. The retreat. If anyone could vividly recall the faces of the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Dinero over the past 2 decades, then upon seeing the countenances of the theater members, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with. Chapter 342. The Gate of Fools. 8 extraordinary beings above the female moon will undoubtedly gather in the gala hall, and it is certainly no coincidence. Being the place that confines and conceals the spirit of the canopy, the theater will naturally make arrangements that are more. Chapter 343. Out of reach. Ultimately, Cain's plan hinged upon 2 crucial factors. Firstly, whether they could successfully unlock the 10 gates. Secondly, whether Nancy would refrain from obstructing Mac. Chapter 344. The land of eternal youth. Cain had never witnessed the visage of the tree-crowned spirit, nor had he ever encountered it personally. His knowledge of it was solely derived from the tales recounted by his father and his father as father. Chapter 345. Siege. Returning to merely a few moments ago, the battle between Colin and the few remaining defenders of the theater was still in full swing. No one was able to spare a thought for whether the priest Cain could succeed. Chapter 346. Hunger. This time, Colin refrained from employing his psychic nerves. Not out of concern for leaving traces, but because this technique was utterly unsuitable for confronting multiple adversaries. Chapter 347. Run. But how could this be possible? Colin thought in disbelief. Since the Dark Mother is the source of all life within the Lin Hai, then the gods of the Lin district must ultimately. Chapter 348. The sacred blood of communion. Jin rushed towards the exit of the Gale Hall, nearly tumbling over in his haste. Though only a few breaths had passed, the surroundings had already transformed. Chapter 349. The Bird of Light. After Cain's departure, the 8 heavy doors did not fully close. Instead, they each remained ajar, leaving a slender gap through these variously oriented crevices. Chapter 350. The beginning and the conclusion. As the door to reality was forcefully pried open, a rift appeared, severing the final barrier between Colin and the Bird of Light. This moment harkens back to that sorrowful winter solstice night. Chapter 351. The arid land. Enough now, Bo Davis, Colin futilely urged within his mind, yet he continued to summon his dwindling spirit, striving repeatedly to evoke. Chapter 352. The Pale Comet. What would become of the inhabitants of this city if the crowned spirit were to perish? He could not foresee the consequences. Yet he was certain it would not merely be Edmund. Chapter 353. The Acrobat. In the expansive corridors of the Grand Theater, all the chandelier and wall sconces have been extinguished. Amidst the dimness, over 1,300 guests, having departed from various halls, are. Chapter 354. First Aid. Chapter 355. The spear and the shield. Almost simultaneously with Colin being escorted out of the back door of the Grand Theater, McBride's vehicle came to a halt before the fountain at the theater's front entrance. 2 rows of shell-shaped. Chapter 356. The ancient ritual. Though his consciousness was hazy, Colin could still sense that he was being pulled forward by someone. His feet stumbled as he attempted to keep pace with the other, yet for the most part, he could only be dragged along. Chapter 357. The empty seat. Colin attempted to move his arm beneath the covers, only to find his body weighed down by an unusual heaviness. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings caught his attention, prompting him to turn his gaze to the left side of the bed, where a bright. Chapter 358. Remembering common sense. It has been proven that Nancy's assessment of the situation was entirely accurate, for in the days that followed, the anticipated large-scale public manhunt indeed failed to materialize. Chapter 359. The golden age of sorcery. Warm water cascaded down his back, enveloping the bathroom in a misty haze. As he rinsed away the grime accumulated over the past few days, Colin meticulously peeled away the remnants of the bandages. Chapter 360. The 70-year crown war. After cleansing his body, Colin donned a fresh set of garments and stepped outside. The corridor beyond the safe house appeared particularly narrow and dim, yet upon reaching its end, the midday light. Chapter 361. The secrets beneath the straight-up gratitude to the Alliance leader for the generous reward. To forge a crown anew, as the name suggests, involves melting the fragmented pieces of the royal diadem back together, thereby restoring its original form prior to its disintegration. Just after departing from Stott. Chapter 362, the only important person subsequently. Colin endeavored to regain his composure and began to craft a miniature ritual to replenish the waning energies of the magical array consumed over the past days. By the time he completed the task, Chapter 363, Conspiracy. Chapter 364, Choices and doubts. When the question escaped her lips, a palpable silence enveloped the tailor shop, leaving even Bernice momentarily taken aback. Colin, too, was unprepared for her inquiry. Chapter 365, Two long roads. Is it convenient to visit the Red Valley now? After a moment, Colin suddenly inquired. Nancy, momentarily taken aback by his question, quickly nodded in response. Chapter 366, The assumed authority. As the hazy memories gradually resurfaced, Colin became increasingly aware of a profound truth. The Dark River was not as united as he had once believed. Chapter 367, Another person. What will happen in the future? Colin pondered blankly. The stars and eras are in a state of flux, a certain unbalanced scale, for thousands of years. Rue possessed a distinctly Anha appearance, unmistakably not resembling a creature of the night. Yet, he was indeed working for the Dark River. In Galu. Chapter 369, The prohibition of alcohol. It has only been 3 months since I departed from Stott, yet it feels as though several years have elapsed in a fleeting haze. Forced to leave in haste during the winter solstice, I fear that I may have left behind. Chapter 370, The mask is too ugly. The Lucas's Inn is a place that Colin is exceedingly familiar with, as the 5 hands dissipated into thin air. This establishment also became part of the Stad Institution's holdings. The new owner is. Chapter 371, The overflowing parasite. Spirit. Gratitude to the esteemed reader 201800402 for their generous patronage. After addressing the crucial matters, a light-hearted atmosphere once again enveloped the office. The group engaged in casual conversations, sharing updates on their recent lives. Benny had successfully reunited with his family from abroad. Chapter 372, Everything is normal. Bang. The sound of the car door being shut casually. Colin and Rue appeared quite relaxed, as if they were embarking on a weekend excursion. Opening. Chapter 373, Interrogation. The open door. As Rue entered the living room carrying a toolkit, Colin had already bound Marco's hands and feet and was forcefully stuffing a towel into his bleeding mouth. Chapter 374, The wounds of matrimony. Gazing down this road, Colin mentally assessed the direction. After approximately another 20 minutes of travel, he would be departing from the residential area of Stott. Chapter 375, Those on the cliff. These ephemeral beings, akin to mayflies, are undeniably denizens of the ethereal realm, yet they possess the duality of gender. After a brief period of mutual selection, they pair off and soar through the air together. Chapter 376, The last. Will Craig had long lived in seclusion, yet his lifeless body did not languish in solitude within the estate. Colin was unable to prepare Craig for his final rest, thus he. Chapter 377, The headlights and the ghost orchid. After the cleaning and organizing were completed, Colin, as if in retaliation, flung open all the doors and windows of the ancestral home, leaving them ajar even as night fell. Thus, Chapter 378, The sage and the villain. All doors and windows stood wide open, allowing the cool moonlight to pour unimpeded into the room. The dry floor reflected a faint halo, exuding a subtle fragrance that lingered in the air. Chapter 379, The blank of the epitaph the teacher was buried in. Elena hesitated as she spoke, having once contemplated the possibility that Colin might take her life, or under the coercion of the evidence. Chapter 380, Fulfilling wishes. Indeed, the blank space on Linus's epitaph resembles an unsightly scar, glaringly conspicuous. With Colin's current abilities, inscribing words upon this gravestone is not. Chapter 381, One is enough. As the situation in Dinero became increasingly unstable, many began to lose their reverence for the Stott Institution. In common perception, they were merely agents acting on behalf of the Duke. Chapter 382, The cursed believer. In the past week, a being named Larry, known by this diminutive form, has been disseminating parasitic spirit larvae in Stott. His full name is considerably lengthier, yet he has consistently preferred to be addressed by this shorter moniker. Chapter 383, The new king of the fire tower. The lieutenant stepped into the alley, glancing around as he removed his mask. Larry caught a glimpse of the face beneath the mask and couldn't help but feel a slight shock. It was not the. Chapter 384, The divisive sorceress who possesses the ability to command such a multitude of demons and stot? Aside from the sovereign born into royalty, Ikshin, there remains but one answer. Chapter 385. Shadows of Demons I See. Colin nodded and inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to express? It feels as though I am being asked to deliver a final testament." Chapter 386. Nocturnal Conversations. The true strength of this demonic legion is somewhat elusive even to Colin himself, for it perpetually expands at an astonishing rate, akin to a snowball rolling down a hill. Chapter 387. The Labyrinth of Intent. Half an hour before the impending assault, the remnants of the Urzu clan and the elven envoys convened in a gathering. Nearly 60 individuals openly reserved an entire establishment. Chapter 388. The Labyrinth of Intent. Part 2. Rue, being an adept of the elven arts, possessed an innate understanding of the diverse techniques required for exploring the ethereal realms. Thus, without the need for extensive explanation from Colin, he comprehended precisely what was expected of him. Chapter 389. The Burden of the Scepter. This time, his period of repose was particularly prolonged, and he even indulged in a brief slumber. Chapter 390. The Power of Dispersion and Gathering. With an unprecedented intensity of intent coalescing, Colin's aura surged dramatically. He took a step forward, finally crossing into the heart of the flame tower. Chapter 391. The Final Trial. The once tumultuous starry river has suddenly come to a halt. The stars flicker and shimmer, shaken by a sword strike descending from the heavens above, trembling in its wake. It resembles. Chapter 392. A new phase. Rue, feeling somewhat disoriented, rose from the rubble and made his way towards the door. His legs, having been curled for an extended period, had gone numb, and his steps were anything but steady. Chapter 393. Inventory and Outlook. The demon offspring also possess a semblance of humanity, often regarding themselves as equals to humans. However, whether in the realm of demons or elsewhere. Chapter 394. The Orchid Thief. Indeed, he told Giovanni a little white lie. For according to Chapter 395, the yearned Colin could never take Giovanni away, nor could he permit him to engage once more in those life and death struggles, for that would be tantamount to drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Moreover, Dana. Chapter 396. The Conclusion. Gratitude to Yao and for the generous support of the Alliance leader. Chapter 397. The Untamed Stallion. The Alliance and the Dark River have indeed been in constant conflict. However, at its core, this opposition is merely a form of interaction. After nearly 6 intense encounters. Chapter 398. Memories of the Investigation Department. At the zenith of its glory, Dinero once boasted a workforce exceeding 30 individuals. Yet that was a tale from over a decade ago. Following the conclusion of the Narine War, it too lost the majority of its personnel. Chapter 399. The Docile Lamb. It has always been a cardinal sin for linguistic sorcerers to allow the subjects of their enchantments to become overly and protractedly involved in their own lives. Suggestion is but a superficial illusion, dissipating with the passage of distance. Chapter 400. Another assassination. Vera's realm had long remained at the second tier of the Azure Star. Beyond that, she did not possess any remarkable traits. As a practitioner of celestial magic, her abilities were rather conventional, both in terms of her experience and her performance in actual combat. Chapter 401. Let the Sky Fall. The commander, puffing his pipe rhythmically, observed Emil's helpless demeanor. After a considerable pause, he gently placed the pipe at the edge of the table. Chapter 402. The Affection of the Chick. What could possibly be the matter? Observing the industrious Emil, Vera could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. She was aware that Emil's nature was somewhat carefree, thus. Chapter 403. New Beginnings. Yet to believe in others unconditionally. Emil said, somewhat perplexed, "Aren't you afraid of being exploited or harmed?" Chapter 404. Your weapon. He allowed a crucial death row inmate to escape, consequently delaying an exceedingly vital operation. Would the investigators come directly to apprehend him? Chapter 405. The Decline of the Common King. Dinero is a city erected upon the vast expanse of the wilderness. Whichever direction one faces, a mere 30-minute drive in a straight line will lead to the boundless. Chapter 406. The Great Emblem of the Tree Roots. On April 26th, a carriage gradually came to a halt at the entrance of Nancy's temporary residence. In this era of increasingly prevalent automobiles, there are still those who adhere. Chapter 407. The statue. Ever since Nancy commenced the theatrical rituals in Dinero, the Duke has maintained an air of composure. This is not because he is confident in thwarting the assassination attempt or any other matter, but Chapter 408. Distant stars Colin escorted a local representative out of the temporary venue, the latter's face consistently adorned with a look of satisfaction. He fulfilled his mission without disgrace, advocating for the various nobles of his hometown. Chapter 409. Severed heads. It is estimated that over the years, approximately 800 jesters have been nurtured by Edmund. Among them, more than 100 have perished, half executed, while the other half. Chapter 410. Blood of the nobility. At the very moment when tumult erupted within the palace, Zayuya discovered Tsar Winter in a nondescript underground warehouse. Logically speaking, at this time, this esteemed individual. Chapter 411. The scene of the dead. The terrifying spectacle of the Grand Duke's sudden and violent demise sent the dozen or so courtiers in the hall scattering in panic. However, they ultimately found themselves unable to escape to the streets, for unbeknownst to them, from some unknown moment. Chapter 412. The Duke's funeral. At this moment, Edmund found himself in a state of limbo between consciousness and slumber. The true essence of his being seemed to have departed this world, leaving his spirit only capable of perceiving faint. Chapter 413. Displacement. In stark contrast to the neglected front yard, which lay in ruins as if abandoned, the back garden evidently received exemplary care from the palace's owner. During my leisurely strolls, this disparity in scenery continually captivated my attention. Chapter 414. The dull gratitude to the esteemed reader 201-80402 for their support as the leader. Since. Chapter 415. Residual warmth. From now on, let that palace remain in eternal decay, for I shall no longer host any balls or celebrations. Chapter 416. Not a single one. This was the conclusion he could arrive at, thus he did not find it particularly surprising. Rather than feeling sorrowful, he instead experienced a